Oo. Bali, affirmative side po dito.
Affirmative side, the Sultan could not state.
Affirmative.
Affirmative side, dito po sa right side.
sex, the sexual representation, they are
Good morning, Sultan Kudarat. 2 weeks ago, we all witnessed the intelligence, eloquence, and intellect of our young debaters during the preliminary rounds. And today, we once again gathered to see the legal minds in action as they argue their way toward the final round. So, Sultan Kudarat, brace yourselves and get debate ready because the competition begins now.
That's right. And broadcasting live from the provincial capital of Sultan Kudarat and simultaneously streaming via Facebook Live, I am Michael Talamor.
I am Johari Kabugatan.
And this is SPLA 2025 Debate Knockout Rounds. From more than 20 teams from different schools of this province, 12 emerged triumphantly during our preliminaries. Today, these 12 teams will battle their way to earn a spot for our grand finals.
And for today's semi-final rounds, we will be having 2 stages of competition. All 12 teams will first compete in the first knockout round. The winning teams from this round will advance to the second knockout round, where they will once again face off for a place in the finals. At the end of the second knockout round, 3 outstanding teams will emerge victoriously and secure their spots in the final rounds, which will take place on November 12, 2025.
And that's right. And who will these teams be? Is the job of our distinguished members of the Board of Adjudicators composed of Ms. Aldrihana Tejane Angas, a second-year law student from Ateneo de Davao University. We also have Mr. Victor Carlos Goy Braganza, a third-year law student of Sultan Kudarat State University College of Law. And we also have Attorney 𝐤𝐤𝐲𝐿, the legal officer of Sultan Kudarat State University and a member of the faculty of the College of Law. And of course, we also have Attorney Sandra May Bonrustro, the Associate Dean of Sultan Kudarat State University College of Law. And finally, Attorney Rahil Saga, the Assistant Regional Director for Operations of the Department of Agrarian Reform Regional Office 12, who will also sit as our Chief Adjudicator.
And to help our Board of Adjudicators in deciding who will move forward, this debate competition will be guided by the following rules and mechanics. There are 2 sides called affirmative and negative. 3 debaters per side. There are 3 arguments on both sides: the necessity, beneficiality, and practicability. Each debater has 4 minutes to deliver a constructed speech, 2 minutes for interpellation or cross-examination, which must be categorical questions only.
That's right. And the team captain for both sides shall deliver 3 minutes for their rebuttal speeches, which will be delivered at the end of all speeches. And each adjudicator may also ask 1 question of each speaker. And in case of tie or objection, the chief adjudicator rules. The team with the highest scores win the match and shall be declared best speaker and best debater. And also, to guide our adjudicators in scoring the debate and to determine the winning team, these criteria shall be followed. First, evidence, 25%. Delivery, 30%. Interpolation, 30%. Rebuttal, 15%, for a total of 100%.
And now let's not prolong the agony of waiting. Let's start from the first match. Sultan Kudarat. For our first match, the team from Sultan Kudarat State University Laboratory High School on the affirmative side will battle against Bambad National High School on the negative side.
That is right. And our team from SKSU Lab High is composed of the following members: Arabella Estudillo, Andrea Durin, Mir Nessie Janelle Falsario, with the researchers Ralph Corton and Maha Lamalan.
We also have the team from Bambad National High School on the negative side, who are composed of Mr. Kent Lloyd Golia, Joel Cornelio, Michelle Solorin, of course, with the help of their researchers, we have Shelo Amor Ortenaria and Mr. John Paul Pareño.
And for this match, the proposition: let it be resolved that the law imposing additional tax on idle private lands is a deprivation of right to property. And for context, it is declared policy of the state to promote the maximum and efficient utilization of land in order to support the vital government programs. However, there are private lands that remain productive or idle. First speaker from the affirmative side. You have 4 minutes to deliver your constructive speech and argue why it is necessary to declare that the law imposing additional tax on idle private lands is a deprivation of right to property. Your 4 minutes starts now.
Land is more than soil. It is security and inheritance. It is the fruit of sacrifice and a foundation of future hope. But tell me, how can ownership remain meaningful when the state threatens to penalize you simply because you are not yet able or not yet ready to use what you rightfully own? We, the affirmative side, firmly support this motion because this additional idle land tax is not a necessity. It is coercive, punitive, and blind to the realities of Filipino landowners. My arguments revolve around one central principle, necessity, and focus on 2 key areas. First, the constitutional necessity, showing that this policy violates the core right to property, and second, the regulatory necessity, proving that this is not just taxation, it is coercion disguised as policy. Let us first define the motion accurately. Idle private lands are land currently not developed, including land held for future farming or housing, inheritance settlement, or land unused due to lack of capital or government support. Additional tax, a surcharge up to 5% on top of regular real property tax imposed solely because land is in use, functioning as a penalty regardless of the owner's financial incapacity or development readiness. Deprivation of property, not only taking land physically but coercing an owner to use, sell, or alter property through financial pressure, limiting real control in the constitutional right to decide when or how land is used. We assess this law through the lens of constitutional necessity. Taxation under Article 6, Section 28 must be fair, equitable, and for revenue, not a disguised exercise of police power. Ladies and gentlemen, the state holds 3 inherent powers: police power, eminent domain, and taxation. And this motion centers on deprivation of property because when taxation is used to pressure landowners instead of raising revenue, it becomes an indirect form of taking property without just compensation. Now let us ask, is this law even necessary under constitutional bounds? The answer is no, because this tax is not about raising revenue. It is about forcing private citizens to use their land under government pressure, and that violates the constitutional right to property. The Constitution draws a clear boundary. No person shall be deprived of property without due process, and the state cannot take property without just compensation. Article 3, Section 1 and 9. In civil law, the essence of ownership lies in choice. The law recognizes jus utendi, the right to use or not use your property; jus abutendi, the right to enjoy enjoy it, hold it, preserve it, or even leave it idle. In simple choice, choice is part of ownership. If you lose the freedom to decide when to use your land, you lose the core rights of property. Yet this idle land surcharge punishes landowners not for wrongdoing, but for simply not acting. Many lands are not idle by choice, but by circumstance. The opposition may claim the law may be harsh, but it is the law. But harshness does not create constitutionality. The Constitution exists precisely to restrain harsh laws that punish instead of protect. When tax becomes coercion, it stops being lawful taxation and starts becoming unconstitutional deprivation of property. Now let's answer this. Why is the government collecting taxes in the first place? Under the Constitution, taxation exists to raise revenue for public welfare and under the lifeblood doctrine. But when a tax is imposed not to generate funds but to compel behavior, it stops being taxation and becomes regulation, an exercise of police power that intrudes upon property rights. The Constitution protects every Filipino's right to use, enjoy, or even leave property idle, so long as no harm is caused. Yet under this policy, mere inaction is treated as an offense. Yes, the state has police power, but such power must be lawful, reasonable, and necessary, and not unduly oppressive. This measure fails that task. It burdens citizens who are already constrained by the lack of capital, infrastructure, or pending land titles. It is not a necessary regulation. It is an intrusive one. Yes, the government may regulate, but it may not coerce ownership into submission. And when a citizen's right to decide is stripped away by the threat of penalty, the land may remain under their name, but ownership in essence has already been taken. The opposition may claim it isn't deprivation because owners still hold their title, but honorable adjudicators, ownership is not mere possession of paper. It is the freedom to decide when, how, and whether to use what is yours. Without that freedom, title becomes form without substance. Instead of punishment, progress must come through fairness. If the state truly seeks development from idle lands, it should exercise eminent domain, acquire unproductive lands with just compensation, and develop them for public use. That is constitutional power with justice, not coercion disguised as act. And so, we the affirmative stand firm. There is no necessity for a law that forces development at the expense of constitutional rights and human dignity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, first affirmative speaker. And now, first negative speaker. You have 2 minutes to cross-examine, and your timer starts now.
Good morning, Madam Speaker.
Good morning.
Okay, so you have mentioned in your speech, right, that about due process, correct?
Yes.
But are you aware that this law follows due process, requiring public hearings, local ordinances, and official notices before any tax is imposed, ensuring that property owners are not arbitrarily burdened but are given the right to participate in appeal?
Yes, it has procedural due process, but not substantive. The Constitution requires both. Procedural alone is meaningless if the law itself is unreasonable, and this law punishes people not for wrongdoing but for incapacity.
Okay. So you have also mentioned that it punishes landowners. It is a burden to landowners. So, but are you aware also that under the Section 237 of the Local Government Code, lands used for agricultural residential purposes or those under legal restrictions are exempted precisely to protect ordinary and struggling landowners?
Mr. Speaker, that is not within the parameters.
No,
we have
it is
set.
within the parameter. You have mentioned that it is a burden. It is a burden to landowners.
We are not talking about agricultural lands, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, let's proceed. Okay, you have also mentioned that it is a taking of property without just compensation, right?
Yes.
Okay, so are you also aware that within this policy, it also promotes maximum efficient utilization of land? It is the landowners have the full capacity. Also, what they do with their land, it is not just taking. They have their full right on what they should do with their land.
Is that a question or an explanation, Mr.
No,
Speaker?
it is a question. Are you aware with that?
Rephrase your question. That is a statement,
No,
not a question.
I refuse.
That is
I
not a
refuse to do
categorical
so. So I may
question.
proceed to my next question.
Okay, proceed.
Okay. So you said right to property, right?
Yes,
You
of
mentioned
course.
right to property. But but the idle land tax does not confiscate land. It only serves as a regulatory measure. Are you aware of that?
All right, thank you so much for both speakers. Indeed, it was a great conversation, Sir
Yes,
Michael. Would you
that's
agree
correct.
with that?
I agree with you.
Now let's proceed with the first speaker of the negative side. You have 4 minutes to deliver your constructive speech and to advance your arguments. Why is it not necessary to declare that imposing additional tax on idle private lands is a deprivation of right to property? You have 4 minutes and your timer now begins.
Honorable adjudicators, esteemed opponents, and fellow debaters, good day. I am 𝐤𝐤𝐿, the first negative speaker. Your Honors, we firmly stand that the law imposing an additional tax on idle private lands is necessary and constitutional. It is not a deprivation of property, but a vital measure that promotes fairness, productivity, and national progress. Taxation is not an act of taking. It is an act of nation building. As the Supreme Court said, it is the lifeblood of the government, the very force that sustains the state and serves the common good. The 1987 Constitution, Article 12, Section 6, provides that the use of property bears a social function, and all economic agents shall contribute to the common good. This means ownership is never absolute. When one owns land, one also bears a duty to make it beneficial to society. That is why the Local Government Code of 1991 or Republic Act 7160 authorizes local governments to impose an additional ad valorem tax of up to 5% on idle lands. This law is necessary to address the problem of land underutilization. It follows due process. It requires public hearings, local ordinances, and notices to taxpayers, ensuring that no one's rights are violated. It even provides exemptions for agricultural, residential, and legally restricted lands, proving it is fair, reasonable, and constitutional. Its purpose is not to punish, but to encourage productivity, discourage land speculation, and ensure that one of our greatest resources, land, contributes to economic growth and social justice by ensuring land benefits society. This is consistent with Article 2, Section 10 of the 1987 Constitution, which states that a state shall promote social justice in all phases of national development. The Supreme Court affirms the necessity of such taxation. In Lutz versus Araneta, it ruled that taxation may be made an implement of police power to promote the general welfare. And in Ermita Malati Hotel and Motel Operators Association versus City Mayor of Manila, it declared that the right to property is not absolute. It is subject to the power of regulation. Even the Civil Code, Article 427, states that ownership is subject to the limitations established by law. Thus, the idle land tax is necessary to balance private rights and public welfare, a lawful and moral way of turning idle property into productive purpose for the benefit of the community. This tax does not confiscate land. It awakens responsibility. It ensures land serves life for homes, for harvest, and for hope. As Justice Laurel said, taxation is a means of regulating property in the interests of social welfare. Your Honors, this law does not destroy rights. It defines them. It follows due process, it respects ownerships, and it uplifts the common good. And let me end with this. Property that serves no one serves no purpose. And the right without responsibility is no right at all. Because taxation is not deprivation. It is the price we pay for justice, equality, in a nation that moves forward together. Thank you, Your Honors.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for delivering your constructive speech. Now, let's welcome, once again, the first affirmative speaker for her interpellation. You have 2 minutes for your cross-examination, and your timer starts now.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker.
Good morning, Madam Speaker.
Okay, so my question is, all taxes are created to raise revenue for the government, correct?
Yes, correct.
Revenue from taxes is meant to fund public service.
Yes, correct, precisely.
The idle land tax is imposed because land is in use, not because the government needs more revenue, correct?
It is imposed in order to regulate...
Yes or no, Mr. Speaker?
It is imposed in
yes
order to...
Yes or no, Mr. Speaker? Yes or no?
Again.
The idle land tax is imposed because the land is in use, not because
Yes.
the government needs... Oh, yes. Okay, so its purpose is to make landowners use their land, not primarily to raise funds, correct?
It is in order
Yes
to
or no?
regulate
It's a
land
categorical
utilization
question.
because...
Yes or no?
Please
Yes
read the
or no?
guidelines. I am allowed
Mr.
to qualify
Speaker,
my
I'm not
answer,
asking
Madam
for an
Speaker. I am
explanation.
allowed to qualify
Yes
my
or no?
answer, Madam Speaker.
Yes
It is
or no?
used to regulate
Let's
land.
proceed to my next question, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, Madam Speaker.
So it functions as regulation, not as revenue taxation, right?
Yes.
Okay, so regulation over property rights fall under police power, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so in police power, when used against private property, must be reasonable and not oppressive, correct?
Yes.
So if this law punishes owners who lack means to develop their land, that is oppressive, isn't it?
No, it is not a punishment. It does not punish
Yes or no?
landowners.
No.
My answer
Okay,
is no, but
that
I am allowed to
your
qualify my answer.
information is sufficient enough, Mr. Speaker.
Okay.
Thank you. Let's proceed to my
Okay,
next
I am
question.
allowed to qualify my answer, Madam
Okay,
Speaker.
So thank you, honorable adjudicators. The opposition has every chance to deny oppression or to prove that this measure truly raises revenue, and they failed. Their refusal to
Madam
answer
Speaker.
directly
No,
only
Madam
confirms
Speaker.
what we have been saying. This so-called
No,
tax
Madam
does not
Speaker.
raise funds. It forces private citizens to act under threat. And when a state uses coercion to control how property is used, that is not governance. It is deprivation of rights. That is police power disguised as taxation, and under Constitution, coercion is never a valid form of taxation. With that, I rest my case with this interpolation.
No, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you so much. First speaker from the affirmative and the negative side. Let's proceed. Second speaker from the affirmative side.
Hello.
You have 4 minutes
Hello.
to deliver your constructive speech
Hello.
and argue the beneficiality of declaring that the law imposing additional tax on idle private lands is a deprivation of right to property. Your 4 minutes starts now.
Hello. The law is the witness and external deposit of our moral life. But when the law ceases to be just, it ceases to be civil. And this law has done exactly that. My main arguments are anchored on one key principle, beneficiality, and centered on two main fundamentals. Before any of that, I would like to reiterate what our first speaker has emphasized, that this policy is unnecessary and not a fair exercise of taxation. It is coercion. When a law pressures owners into burdens they cannot bear, it stops being beneficial, and that is where my arguments stand. Now, the socio-economic injustice behind a productive policy is evident when a law exploits the disadvantages of the very people it claims to uplift. The opposition may claim that the additional idle land tax promotes using land efficiently, but in reality, it unfairly burdens property owners, since instead of exercising their right to manage and develop their own properties, owners are pushed to build things that are not within their capacity or can't maintain. The result is rushed and poor quality development. This policy doesn't encourage real developmental intent. It simply forces people to act out of fear of penalties. In the end, it weakens property rights and leads to progression that isn't beneficial or sustainable. While idle land tax aims to curb speculation and hoarding, its inconsistent application and vague criteria only highlights deeper flaws in the economic system. According to Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas, the residential property prices in the Philippines rose by 7.56% in March 2025 compared to the previous year, continuing an average of 6.43% annual increase since 2009. Now, what do these statistics imply? It means that the cost of land rises faster than the cost of living. Ownership becomes an act of defense, not of greed. Landowners are not idle because they are unwilling, but because they are waiting for market values to rise. Such coercion forces landowners to act desperate beyond their means, leading to hasty substandard projects or land sales, making them vulnerable to what they cannot economically control. Therefore, this law is unbeneficial because it disregards the socio-economic realities where rising land prices compel owners to hold property as a safeguard and transform ownership into a desperate burden instead of a protected right. Moving on, the constitutional transgression when taxations become deprivation. When taxation lacks a sufficient legal foundation and just basis, it strays beyond legislative intent. The opposition may argue that due process is met through land assessment since the government followed proper steps, yet procedural compliance alone is not enough. Substantive due process under Article 3, Section 1 of the 1987 Constitution requires that the law itself must be fair, reasonable, and protective of fundamental rights. To meet this standard, the ordinance must pass a two-part test. First, lawful subject, that the law serves a valid public purpose. And second, lawful means, that its methods are rational and not unduly burdensome. While the law may have a valid goal, its method fails the rationality test of the Constitution. When the state taxes land simply because it is unused, it shifts from regulation to coercion. If the government truly needs land for public welfare, it should use its constitutional power of eminent domain, not to punish owners through taxes. Article 3, Section 9 ensures that when land is taken for public use, owners receive just compensation, acknowledging that some may lack the means to develop their property. Unlike an additional idle land tax that penalizes non-use, eminent domain respects property rights while still enabling fair and productive development for the public good. And as a sole member of the affirmative, I stand to affirm Salus Polies, Suprema Lex Esto. The welfare of the people shall be the supreme law. Thank you.
Welcome. Second negative speaker. You have 2 minutes for your cross-examination and your timer starts now.
Good morning, Ms. Speaker.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker.
So I generated a few questions for you. So would you agree that when idle lands are developed, they create more jobs and housing opportunities?
Yes.
Okay. So then doesn't this law help stimulate economic growth?
Yes, but in a case where it involves economic growth, it should not be coercive to landowners because that is
Okay,
a
that's
deprivation
enough,
to
Ms.
the
Speaker.
right of property.
Okay, that's enough, Ms. Speaker. Your second question is, do you agree that local governments need revenue to fund basic services like health, education, and infrastructure?
Yes, because the state has the inherent power to do that, but that is not what I am arguing about. I am arguing about the deprivation of the right of property because this law is coercing the people to pay and pushes them to develop their land, not productively, but through coercive methods.
But doesn't this help the law stimulate economic growth?
Again, it can, but the methods to do that is not rational as under the law.
Okay, I understand, Ms. Speaker. I'll proceed to my next. Are you aware that Section 236 of RA 7160 limits the additional tax on idle lands to only 5%?
Yes, but that 5% of the land's assessed value depends because not all lands are cheap.
So then would you agree that this small rate is reasonable and not confiscatory?
It is not reasonable. And I am not saying it is confiscatory. I am saying it is a deprivation of the right to property.
Okay.
Because they are coercing landowners.
Okay, I understand you, Ms. Speaker. Your fourth question is, would you agree that this law promote productivity and fairness that benefit the whole society?
It can, but again, I am telling you that it is a deprivation
Yes or
to
no,
the
Ms.
right of
Speaker? Yes or
yes,
no?
it can.
Okay, Ms. Speaker, your last question is, do you agree that preventing land hoarding solves inequality and land scarcity?
No, because again, as stated in my constructive speech, it is because of the economic failure of the state.
Okay. Well done, Ms. Speaker.
Indeed, ladies and gentlemen, I couldn't agree more with the saying that in Sultan Kudarat, lahat tayo ay sikat.
Tama yan.
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, let's proceed with the second speaker of the negative side. You have 4 minutes for your constructed speech to argue why is it not beneficial to declare that imposing additional tax on idle private lands is a deprivation of right to property. You have 4 minutes and your timer starts now.
Good morning, honorable adjudicators, fellow debaters, and esteemed audience. I am 𝐬𝐤𝐿, and my task today is to prove that this law is not only necessary, but also beneficial and equitable. The proposition before us is a masterclass in misdirection. They want you to believe that encouraging productivity is a deprivation of the right to property. We stand here on the negative side to argue that this law is not deprivation, but a constitutionally sound, legally legislated, and socially beneficial regulation. A measure that promotes fairness, responsibility, and equity among property owners and the community. First, let us talk about the Constitution. The opposition rests its entire case on the right to property as if it were absolute, but the Constitution profoundly disagrees. Article 12, Section 6 states that the use to property bears a social function. Article 10, Section 5 states that LGUs have the power to impose levy taxes for revenue. The idle land tax is a part of this fiscal autonomy. There is no right to keep land idle while the nation lacks housing, food, and jobs. While the Constitution upholds property rights, it equally demands that they serve their designated social responsibilities. Thus, this law is not infringement, it is the Constitution in action, ensuring that every Filipino carries their fair share in building our nation. Second, let us talk about the law itself. This is not some new radical invention. It is an established legal precedent. Under Republic Act 7160, the Local Government Code, local governments are empowered to impose this additional tax on idle lands. Why? To discourage land hoarding and speculation that benefit only a few while depriving a majority of opportunity. This law does not seize land. It does not confiscate property. It simply attaches a fair cost to inaction. Lastly, this is equity in action. Those who choose to keep their land idle carry greater responsibility, while those who use their land well help build their communities. This is not punishment, it is fairness, ensuring that progress is shared. And so we ask, what is real deprivation? Is it reasonable tax on unused land, or the silent wasteland of opportunities lost? Jobs not created, homes not built, revenues that could have funded roads, schools, and hospitals. The opposition defends the right to do nothing. We defend the right of everyone else to live better. Therefore, we conclude that this law is not an assault on ownership, but a fulfillment of the Constitution's mandate. That property must serve the common good. It does not confiscate land nor punish progress. It merely ensures that privilege is matched with responsibility. To tax idle land is to recognize that resources must not sleep while the nation hungers for homes, livelihoods, and development. The true deprivation is not regulation. It is in allowing vast tracts of land to remain barren while the communities struggle to grow. We stand not to defend the right to do nothing, but to uphold the right of every Filipino to a society where opportunity is not withheld, but shared. With that, I rest my case. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Speaker. Now, let's welcome the second affirmative speaker. You have 2 minutes for your cross-examination, and your timer now begins.
Good morning, Mr.
Good morning, Ms.
Speaker.
Speaker.
So, my first question is to you is, do you agree that property ownership is protected under Article 3 of the 1987 Constitution?
Yes, Miss Speaker.
So,
Yes.
you agree that the state cannot impose unreasonable burdens on owners for not developing their land?
No, Speaker, because 5% of tax isn't.
Okay, I'm
reasonable.
satisfied with your answer. Do you admit that not all landowners have the financial capacity to develop their property immediately?
Yes, exact. That is why we
So,
allow
if yes,
the law
wait,
allows.
if yes, do you agree that penalizing them for lacking resources is unjust?
No, it doesn't penalize them. They still own the property.
Oh, okay, next question. Do you agree that the idle land tax adds an additional financial burden on landowners?
No, because when they choose to keep their land idle, they bear social responsibility.
Okay. Next. Do you agree that eminent domain allows the government to acquire land for public welfare?
Yes.
Okay. So you agree that the proper constitutional remedy is just compensation, not punishment through tax?
Can you rephrase your question?
Again. So you agree that the proper constitutional remedy is just compensation, not punishment through tax, because the additional 5% tax is a deprivation to the right of property because it is a punishment through tax.
No, the tax is
Okay,
used
next
to fund
question. I'm
local
satisfied with your
projects.
answer. Do you agree that public welfare cannot override constitutional rights entirely?
No, Miss Speaker.
Okay, so you agree that the state may violate property rights in the name of welfare?
Can you rephrase that again, Miss Speaker?
Okay, I will move on to my next question.
Okay, Miss Speaker.
Do you agree that a law can be unconstitutional if it uses unreasonable means to achieve a valid goal?
No, Miss Speaker, because this
Okay,
follows
I am
due
satisfied
process.
with your answer. Do you deny the constitutional requirement of reasonableness under Article 3, Section 1?
No, Miss Speaker, because
Okay,
this law
I'm
follows.
satisfied with your answer. You defend the right for everyone, but disregard a majority. That is not equity, but a blind-sighted view about everyone else. Thank you. I rest my case.
Thank you so much, speakers. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome the third affirmative speaker. You have 4 minutes for your constructive speech to tell us the practicability of declaring that the law imposing additional tax on idle private lands is a deprivation of right to property. Your 4 minutes starts now.
Property is more than a piece of land. It is liberty materialized. It is the power to own, to decide, and to say, this is mine. But today, that very right is at stake. For when a law penalizes you for not using your property according to the government's timetable, ownership ceases to be a right. It becomes a rented privilege. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable adjudicators, and respected opposition, isang mapagpalang araw po sa inyong lahat. We, the affirmative, stand firm that this law is not just unwise, not just unfair, but unconstitutional, because it deprives citizens of the very essence of property, control, and choice. Before presenting my synthesis, allow me to respond briefly to the opposition's key points. The opposition mentions due process, but failed to mention that due process is qualified if it passes 2 tests, substantive and procedural. You claim that this law is for regulation. However, regulation ends when it penalizes constitutional ownership. So I'll leave you a question, dear opposition. Is it through encouragement when you regulate to gain full control? Moving on, our side proved that the idle land tax violates the Constitutional and Civil Code of the Philippines Republic Act 386. As our first speaker explained, ownership includes jus ottendi and jus abutendi. If the law dictates how, when, or why you must use your property under threat of penalty, it steals that freedom. Our second speaker further exposed the lack of lawful means in this law's substantive due process and its economic injustice as it coerces and controls landowners' choices under the guise of rationality. This law no longer regulates property, it manipulates it. Now, moving on, deprivation does not only mean physical confiscation, it includes any act by the state that forces, coerces, or limits the owner's control over their property. And that is exactly what this law does. Let me explain clearly. The idle land tax imposes additional levy up to 5% simply because the land is unused. That is not taxation for regulation. That is punishment for inactivity. A person who owns land is no longer free to decide whether to hold, develop, or preserve it. They are financially compelled to act against their will. Ownership without control is ownership in name only. Article 6, Section 28 states that taxation must be uniform and equitable. But how can it be equitable when it disregards capacity, when individuals with vastly different means are burdened equally? Fairness is lost, turning equality into a tool of oppression. While the state indeed holds the power to regulate for public welfare, this power is not absolute. But under this law, that freedom disappears. The government now dictates when, how, and why you must use what is yours, as if ownership were a privilege that must be performed. Again, as mentioned by the first opposition, the idle land tax fits the description perfectly of the Supreme Court in Ermita Malate Hotel versus City of Manila, a measure that, under the guise of regulation, becomes unreasonable or oppressive, violates due process. It is regulation in disguise and oppression in effect. The affirmative side is not rejecting land productivity. We reject coercive productivity, development born out of fear, not opportunity. Now let us move from theory to practice. The affirmative signs stand for practicability through fairness. We assert that if the government truly needs land for public benefit, it must exercise its constitutional power of eminent domain, not impose coercive taxes. Because under Article 3, Section 9 of the Constitution, when land is taken for public use, the owner receives just compensation. Meanwhile, the idle land tax breeds rush construction, unstable ownership, and false productivity, short-term gain for long-term loss. Honorable adjudicators, the right to property is the right to decide freely, not under duress, not under threat. When the law begins to destroy what it should protect, it loses both its morality and its constitutionality. Therefore, we, the affirmative, stand firm. This law is deprivation, not by bulldozers, but by burdens, because it strips away control, choice, and the very meaning of ownership. Lex injusta non ex lex. An unjust law is no law at all. The additional tax on idle private lands is a deprivation of property, not a development of the nation. Thank you.
Once again, thank you so much, third affirmative speaker. And we proceed, third negative speaker. You have 2 minutes for your cross-examination.
You think a landowner has absolute freedom to keep his land idle without considering the community?
No.
Okay, then you agree land use must consider
No,
public
because there are
interest when
exemptions.
supports
We
law.
must not harm
Okay,
our
I will
land.
proceed to my next question. Is it correct to say an additional tax enforces responsibility but does not take away
No.
ownership?
No.
Okay, then you confuse taxation with confiscation, which is legally
You
incorrect.
confused it,
Okay,
not us.
thank you, Miss Speaker.
Thank you so much for both speakers. It was indeed a great
A
conversation.
heated argument, yes.
And I couldn't agree more with that. Now let's proceed with the third negative speaker. You have 4 minutes for your constructive speech to convince everyone in this hall and of course our viewers online that it is not practical to declare that imposing additional tax on idle private land is a deprivation of right to property. You have 4 minutes and your timer starts now.
Good day, honorable moderators, team adjudicators, and my worthy opponents. I am Michelle Solorin, the third speaker of the negative side, and I will be presenting our argument on practicability of idle land tax. So the proposition before us claims that this law deprives citizens of the right to property. But as my teammates have already proven, our first speaker shown that this law is necessary and constitutional, rooted in the principle that property bears a social functions. Our second speaker has demonstrated that this law is beneficial, promoting fairness, social justice, and community growth. Now, I will show you that this law is also practical. It can be effectively implemented and serves public welfare in real, tangible ways. First, the idle land tax is practical because it works within the existing legal and administrative framework. Under Section 236 of the Local Government Code of 1991, local governments are already empowered to impose an additional ad valorem tax of up to 5% on idle lands. This law already exists. It's not new or experimental system. It has clear procedure of assessment, publication, and appeal, which means no new agencies or law are required to carry it out. Local government units can implement their current taxation structure, making it efficient, feasible, and cost-effective. Second, the idle land tax is practical because it encourages productive land use and directly support public welfare. Idle lands contribute to urban decay, housing shortage, and land speculation. By taxing unused lands, the government motivates owners to develop, lease, and sell their properties, turning idle spaces into productive assets that create jobs, housing, and business opportunities. So this law transforms idle land from being a symbol of neglect into a source of community progress. It ensures that every piece of land contributes to the nation's growth, especially at the local level. So third, the idle land tax align with the Constitution's mandate to promote public welfare and balanced development. Article 12, Section 1 of the 1987 Constitution empowers the state to regulate property for the common good. The revenues collected from these tax go to their communities. At the same time, the law is flexible and humane. It provides exemptions to those who cannot develop their lands due to financial constraints or natural conditions, ensuring fairness in its application. Thus, this is not only practical in design, but also compassionate in execution. So to conclude my argument, the idle land tax is not a deprivation of property rights, but a practical, efficient, and socially responsible policy that strengthens our community. It works with an existing system, promotes public welfare, and transforms idle land into productive spaces that benefits the many, not just few. And let me end with this. The measure of ownership is not what we keep, but what we contribute. This law reminds us that development is not a burden for few, but a duty for all, because progress demands participation, not permission. Thank you.
Thank you so much, third negative speaker, for delivering your constructive speech. And now, let's welcome the third affirmative speaker for her interpellation. You have 2 minutes to deliver your interpellation or your cross-examination, and your timer starts now.
Good morning, Ms. Speaker. What a
Good
wonderful
morning,
speech.
Ms. Speaker.
So I will
Thank
proceed
you.
to my questions. Would you agree that a citizen paying additional tax has no choice but to comply?
Again, Ms. Speaker?
Would you agree that a citizen paying additional tax has no choice but to comply?
Of course, Ms. Speaker, because according to Article
Isn't it imposing a
12, Section
5%?
6,
Next question, I only
Okay,
require
Ms.
a yes
Speaker.
or no.
Okay, but I'm
Isn't
allowed to
imposing
qualify
a
my answer,
5%?
Ms. Speaker.
But I want you to only
Okay,
provide
okay,
me a
okay.
yes or no. Are you aware that the Constitution protects an owner's right to decide how to use their land?
Of course, Ms. Speaker.
Would you agree that ownership includes the right to leave land unused if the owner chooses?
Of course, Ms. Speaker, but they have
Does
to
the
pay
state
the
have the
idle
right
land
to
tax,
tell an
Ms.
owner
Speaker.
exactly when and how to develop their land?
Yes, Ms. Speaker.
Next question, do you agree that equity in taxation requires considering the owner's ability to pay?
Of course, Ms. Speaker. That's
Is it
why
true
there
that
are,
forcing
there are
landowners to build
exemptions,
under
Mr.
tax
Speaker.
pressure can result
Okay,
in loss
again,
or
Ms.
substandard?
Speaker.
Please answer with yes or no. You are not hearing my questions because you keep on answering basis. So I am just requiring a yes or no.
Okay, Ms. Speaker.
It's only clarification. Is it correct that the government can acquire land for public use through eminent domain with just compensation?
Can you rephrase your question, Ms.
Are you
Speaker?
aware that the government can acquire land for public use through eminent domain with just compensation?
Yes, Ms. Speaker.
So isn't using eminent domain a lawful and fair alternative to coercing owners with an additional tax?
We're not coercing, we're just encouraging
Would you
them.
agree that the eminent domain respects both development and the owner's constitutional rights?
Yes, Ms. Speaker.
So therefore, the opposition has admitted, even under their own defense, that this task forces landowners to act against their will. So the contradiction is clear. The opposition's law claims to foster progress.
We're not forcing them, Ms. Speaker. We're just
Theirs
encouraging
is
them, Ms.
coercion
Speaker.
disguised as policy under regulation. Ours
It's
is
not
progress
coercion,
grounded
Ms.
in
Speaker.
justice. Yes, it is. Because encouragement
No, Ms.
should
Speaker.
never be a taxation.
Thank you so much to our speakers. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let us hear rebuttal statements from each side, starting with a negative side. Team captain of the negative side, 3 minutes for your rebuttal statement, and your 3 minutes starts now.
Good day again, esteemed adjudicators, respected opponents, and honorable judges. Audience, I rise to deliver the negative rebuttal. We firmly uphold our proposition that the law imposing an additional tax on idle private land does not deprive individuals of their right to property, but rather promotes the responsible and productive use of land in alignment with national development goals. The affirmatives claim that policy is coercive and oppressive because it supposedly forces action through financial pressure. However, this is mischaracterization. Regulation does not automatically equal coercion. Coercion implies the removal of choice, yet the existence of a regulation preserves choice while establishing accountability. Individuals and institutions are still free to act, but they must do so responsibly. Ownership does not mean the freedom to harm others without consequences. Choice is not eliminated. Choice is structured to prevent abuse and protect the public interest. They also labels the measure as a penalty, but penalties exist only when there is negligence or non-compliance. This is not oppression. It is a feature of a functional legal system. If laws did not include consequences, they would not serve any real purpose. Calling the law harsh ignores the fact that the severity of harm being addressed is far greater than any inconvenience caused by compliance. Also, they claim that property owners can't maintain in an exaggeration. Maintenance is a basic responsibility of ownership. If someone is unable to maintain what they own, the problem is not the regulation, it is the neglect. Ownership comes with duties, not just benefits. Saying it unfairly burdens property owners ignores the fact that the burden is in action falls on the public, on neighbors, communities, and safety. It is far more unjust allow others to suffer because one owner refuses to act. The regulation protects the many from the negligence of few. Calling the policy unbeneficial is simply untrue. The benefits include increased safety, higher community standards, and prevention of long-term costs. Short-term efforts prevent larger long-term damage. That is not burden, that is responsible governance. As ruled in the Reyes versus City of Manila, taxation is valid exercise to the state's power, not an act of taking property. Hence, no one is being deprived, only reminded of their responsibility as part of a functioning society. Therefore, we, the negative side, firmly stand that the law imposing additional tax on idle private land is not a deprivation of rights to property, but a necessary measure to ensure justice, productivity, and progress. Thank you.
Thank you so much, speaker from the negative side. Now let's welcome team captain of the affirmative side. You have 3 minutes to deliver your rebuttal statement and your timer starts now.
Honorable adjudicators, esteemed audience, and worthy opposition, once again, good day. This debate at its heart is not just about taxes or land. It is about the line between ownership and obedience, between governance and control, between law and overreach. The difference between our sides is profound. They force compliance, we pursue cooperation. They tax through threat, we build through trust. They justify injustice, we justify progress with justice. From the very beginning, we, the affirmative, carry the true burden of this debate to prove that the tax is not only impractical, but unconstitutional, and we did. First, we preempted the opposition's claim of encouragement through regulation. We showed that an additional tax is not encouragement, it is coercion in disguise. They call it a policy of motivation, yet we revealed it as a mechanism of control, one that punishes ownership rather than promotes use. They fail to justify why a citizen must pay for simply choosing not to build. Second, the affirmative stands for a vision that is both principled and practical. We do not reject development, we refine it. We replace coercion with constitutional action, the exercise of eminent domain. When land truly serves the public good, the state has the power and the duty to reclaim it fairly, legally, and with just compensation. Third, we expose the illusion of their so-called progress. We, on the other hand, anchored our case on constitutional integrity and sustainable resentment, inequality, and distrust. In every round of this debate, we fulfilled our burden, preempted their defenses, and stood on stronger ground, the ground of reason, law, and fairness. We have proven that their policy violates rights, undermines ownership, and confuses progress with punishment. And so, honorable judges, I ask you to look beyond this policy's facade. Behind its promise of a progress lies a principle that corrodes the very meaning of ownership. Because when the state can punish you for simply owning, then ownership itself is no longer a right. It is a permission slip from power. For in defending the right to property, we defend the very soul of our democracy, the freedom to choose, to own, to build, and to dream. Because justice does not bend to convenience, and progress does not bloom from fear, and no nation ever prospers by taxing the very freedom that built it. That is why with law, logic, and liberty on our side, we, the affirmative, are bagging this debate. Because we rise for property, for principle, and for the people, for the land that is not just soil beneath our feet, but the very ground upon which our rights, dignity, and nationhood stand. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, team captain of the affirmative side. And ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the debate for this round. A round of applause once again to our opposing teams from SKSU Laboratory High School on the affirmative side and Bambad National High School on the negative side for the proposition, let it be resolved that the law imposing additional taxes on idle private lands is a deprivation of a right to property.
And while our board of tabulators is still tallying the scores, let me just recognize the presence of the board members of this province, starting with the Sangguniang Kabataan Federation President, or our Provincial Federation President, Honorable John Reynan Kilaiko. We also have our board member, Maria Loida de Manuel. Maraming salamat po sa pagsali sa atin ngayong araw.
Thank you so much for gracing our event.
And of course, while our board of tabulators as well,
yes, sir,
is still tallying the scores, let us hear some comments. And insights from our adjudicators. Let's begin with Sir Koy and Attorney Sinigayan respectively.
Both of the teams presented very well, especially the argument between eminent domain for the affirmative and if it is a policy or policy of motivation or progress versus punishment. And also the negative team, because we have this presumption of constitutionality that this law is actually constitutional. Good job for presenting that this power of taxation actually has a certain cap, which is the 5%, which I think the beneficiality speaker actually mentioned. So the tax contributions, it's for the public welfare. You actually pointed it out, no? So for me, it's a difficult argument, but both teams really did presented it very well. So Attorney Ali, what can you say about it?
Hi, good morning. Assalamualaikum. Thank you, Sir Koy. First of all, congratulations for reaching thus far. So, good job, good job. Um, I've heard you speak na before, no? And so I already had a particular level of expectation. Like I was um, expecting to see something more, right? One thing that I realized while listening to you is that it's really hard to fact check in real time, because you were spewing jurisprudence, right? And you know what? It doesn't necessarily mean that when you're a lawyer you have this knowledge of jurisprudence. So sometimes I really fact check kanina because I noticed that a particular speaker presented a particular jurisprudence, and I think that there was a misappreciation of the Supreme Court decision, because in that case actually that particular ordinance in a particular city in Manila, the law was struck not because the state's right to impose taxes cannot be an implement to impose or cannot be an implement for the state's power of police power rather. So what happened there was actually the ordinance was struck down because the implementation of the ordinance was hindi makatarungan. Okay, it infringed right. So yun lang naman. Maybe it's also a point of learning, no? Na siguro, I don't know, there has to be a device, no, or there has to be a way for us, the adjudicators, to fact check the things that are being said, right? Also, naku, ang dami ko nang sinabi. I'm so sorry. Kasi baka syempre may mga aabot sa finals, no? Hopefully. Now, use abutendi, the right to use of property, our rights are not absolute, right? So our right to use our property is not absolute. But then one would also think din kasi that is the regulation a form of oppression? Is it already confiscatory? And so maganda naman yung argumento. Ano pa ba? Last point of observation. You have to make us understand your argument. Regardless of how good your argument is, if we cannot understand it, wala, sayang, no? But then again, congratulations. I'm so proud to see young people display such level of excellence. Ang galing nyo. Congratulations.
Thank you so much, our dear adjudicators, Sir Koy and Attorney Ali. And of course, we also would like to invite our audience through our Facebook Live to comment regarding the debate, because we just heard from the organizer that a lucky commenter will be given special prize. Of course, the comments must be directly related as well doon po sa topic ng debate. So once again, lucky commenters will be given special prizes po coming from our organizers. Sir Johari?
And of course, to announce the winning team for this match, the best debater and the best speaker for this match, let's welcome the Chief Adjudicator, Attorney Rahil Saga. And I believe Sir Michael, no, our adjudicators are still tallying the scores. And
Yes,
still,
nahihirapan. Yes, based on the arguments that we just heard from our debaters, if I were to be a judge, medyo mahihirapan din ako. The arguments were solid. they were backed up with factual and legal basis. So congratulations to both of our teams.
I would agree with that statement, Sir Michael, no? And of course, no, to give background sa ating mga audience, itong mga nakikita niyong debaters po, ngayong araw ay dumaan po ng series of matches noong October 26 sa ating preliminaries. At ngayon, nasala natin mula 26 matches at ngayon ay meron na po tayong 12 matches, 12 teams na lang na natitira. At talaga namang pinakita ng bawat debater natin na dito sa Sultan Kudarat, tayo ay sikat at dito sa Sultan Kudarat, lahat po ay bibida.
Yes, and congratulations once again to the team members of each side natin. No? We believe that merong mga researchers, meron din po sila mga coaches. So congratulations sa lahat ng mga tao behind the team because I know you did your job in researching legal basis for this particular proposition.
And I am very proud of them kasi nga, last year pa to nagsimula na yung debate natin at parte sila ng ating journey para palawakin po ang Sultan Pax Leadership Academy. At yan po ay dahil sa tulong ng ating mahal na governor dahil gustong-gusto niya na bigyan ng halaga at itapang potensyal ng bawat kabataan dito sa Sultan Kudarat.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, again, we would like to remind everyone na yung participating teams po natin are from high schools of different municipalities from the province of Sultan Kudarat.
And I think our Board of Adjudicators, specifically our Chief Adjudicator, is now ready to announce the winning team, the best debater, and of course, the best speaker for this match. Now, let's welcome once again our Chief Adjudicator, Attorney Saga.
Good morning. Congratulations for the best speaker. From the affirmative side, congratulations, the second affirmative speaker. Ang hirap. Hintay ako dito. Sige. For the best debater, congratulations. Third speaker from affirmative side.
All right, once again, ladies and gentlemen, our best speaker for this match, the second speaker of the affirmative side from Sultan Kudarat State University Laboratory High School. And our best debater is the third speaker of the affirmative side, still from Sultan Kudarat State University Laboratory High School. And we are just waiting for the name to be called of our best team for this match. Ladies and gentlemen, and I believe we have the result.
And of course, while waiting, ni-remind din po namin ulit yung ating mga audience ngayon over live na kung meron po kayong komento regarding our topic for this morning, you can comment and we will check at titignan natin kung sino yung may magandang komento at uuwi po ng kanilang premyo. At yan po ay po-provide po ng ating Sultan Pax Leadership Academy. And with that, we would like to acknowledge and recognize the presence and arrival of one of our board members in the province and the person of Honorable 𝐬𝐤𝐝𝐿
Thank you so much, ma'am, for gracing our event today. And of course, speaking of comments, Sir Joe, I was browsing through the Facebook Live earlier, and there is this very interesting comment, actually. One of our viewers said, since this is being broadcasted live Facebook, ang comment niya is, dapat may sign language daw doon sa parang lower left or lower right ng screen doon sa Facebook, which is a good comment kasi if we notice doon sa mga newscast natin, merong sign language or sign interpreter talaga. So probably next year hopefully.
Subukan natin yan. And one of the things that we have to consider also, no? Para sa next year na debate natin, ay magkakaroon na tayo ng kumpletong palabas sa ating live. And this is the first time, actually. This is the very first time that we're doing live for our debate.
Correct.
And this is personally requested by our governor dahil gustong-gusto niya na maipakita sa mundo na ang ating mga kabataan dito sa probinsya ay magagaling at merong world-class wit and talent.
Yes, that is correct. And going back to the result of the first match, I believe we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, let's call on our chief adjudicator, Attorney 𝐬𝐤𝐻, to announce the winning team for this round.
And once again, we would like to recognize and acknowledge the presence of our board members here in our hall as of the moment. We would like to acknowledge the presence of our Sangguniang Kabataan Provincial Federation President and the person of Honorable 𝐤𝐤𝐻. We also have here Maria Loida de Manuel. We also have Honorable 𝐸𝐬𝐿𝐲. We also have Honorable Jovita Duque.
Yes, and of course, we also have here inside the session hall the supporters from each of the teams. We have, I believe we have supporters from Sultan Kudarat State University Laboratory High School. Nandito pa? Yes. And also we have supporters as well from Bambad National High School. Ayun, marami din. So again, Sir Johari, we would like to remind everyone, especially yung mga viewers natin through Facebook Live, one lucky commenter po ang pipiliin natin na magbibigay ng very interesting na comment, particularly related dun po sa topic natin earlier. And that is going to be selected by the organizer of this event. And of course, makakatanggap ng special gift.
Yes, that is correct, Sir Michael. And of course, we have parents here supporting our debaters. And before I forget, we would like to acknowledge the GDPA media team for making this live possible. Because without them, we couldn't have this live on the Facebook pages of our provincial capital.
Yes, all the people behind the media team ng GDPA, before the event, actually kanina, Sir John, before we went live, we were trying to check yung mga equipment nila and very sophisticated talaga yung equipment ng media team ng GDPA. Kasi I was thinking na if nag-Facebook live ka, isang camera lang. So hindi pala. So thank you so much Team GDPA for making this event or making this live possible po.
Yes, and kanina po napansin din natin no na isa sa adjudicators natin, specifically Sir 𝐸𝐿, gustong-gusto niyang matutunan. Sabi ko, dadagdagan mo pa ba yung problema mo sa law school? Kasi gusto daw niya matutunan sa dami po ng hinahawakan nila. And I'm so proud of Sir 𝐸𝐿 kasi madami siyang oras.
Yes, Sir 𝐸𝐿.
Yes, and that is true. We would like also to acknowledge, of course, one of the organizing team members of this Sultan Pax Leadership Academy debate, our Provincial Youth Development Officer in the person of Mr. Mahir Buanan Amba, MPA. And as well, we would like to acknowledge also our Chief of Staff, Mr. Kahar G. Dalaten, because you know, Chief of Staff is also supportive of this kind of activity.
Yes, I am a personal witness to that.
Yes.
He is very dedicated and a very supportive Chief of Staff. So thank you so much, Sir Kahar.
At meron pong binulong na naman po si Sir
meron na
Go.
naman.
Yes, may binulong sa atin si Sir. Ang mapipili po natin na magko-comment ay uuwi po ng mga papremyo.
Yes, special
Kung
prizes.
kanina isa lang po yung pipiliin natin, ngayon dalawa na.
Dalawa na?
Dalawa na po yung ating pipiliin na mananalo ng papremyo na hindi pa natin papangalanan.
Hindi pa natin alam so far.
Yes,
That's
it will
a
be announced
surprise.
later on.
Correct. And of course, while we have this debate competition, Sergio, I believe meron din tayong ongoing na event as well, no, sa SPLA.
Yes, we would like to also inform the public that aside from this debate competition or knockout round, we're also having an activity that is being held sa ating cultural and sports complex, ang ating SPLA Quiz Bowl Competition.
Wow.
Na ngayon ay gina-spearhead ng ating SPLA committees. We have Sir Matakending Ibrahim, Sir Ismael Maliga, Ma'am Rohaina Giamlang, and Mr. June Bernard Payot, and the rest of the team are working over there para po i-supervise ang ating Quiz Bee competition.
Correct. And also, we would like to remind and inform everyone as well that today is the knockout round of our debate competition. So later on po, meron po tayong dalawang knockout rounds. This is the first knockout round. Later on, the winning teams from each of the matches will fight again sa ating second knockout round. And after the second knockout round, we will determine kung anong team po yung magpapatuloy sa ating grand finals ng SPLA Debate 2025 na gaganapin po sa November 12, 2025.
That is correct, Sir Michael. And with that, I believe the results is available. And let's welcome once again Attorney 𝐬𝐲𝐝 to announce the winning team.
With an average score of 87, this round goes to the affirmative side. Congratulations.
Ladies and gentlemen, our winning team for this round, Sultan Kudarat State University Laboratory High School on the affirmative side. And once again, congratulations to our winning team. And of course, sa ating non-winning team, congratulations as well for a job well done for putting a good fight.
And now let's do the shake hands and photo opportunity while other team members of the debaters are preparing their way going to our session hall.
That is correct. And the next match po, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be between the Notre Dame of Isulan Incorporated versus Lagilayan National High School.
Continue tuning up because any moment from now, we will proceed with our match number 2 to be fought between Notre Dame of Isulan and Lagilayan National High School.
The sexual representation, 𝐤𝐤𝐝𝐿.
Mga kababayan, paparating na ang pinaka-engranding selebrasyon ng taon, ang Kalimudan Festival 2025. This November, dito mismo sa Isulan, Sultan Kudarat, magsasama-sama ang iba't ibang kulay, tunog at henerasyon. Dito mararamdaman mo na habang ipinagmamalaki natin ang sariling atin, nakikipag-ugnayan din tayo sa buong mundo. From street parades to cultural shows, from music and food to world-class performances. Lahat ng mga yan, sabay-sabay nating masasaksihan at mararanasan. Kaya naman huwag nang magpahuli. Halina't makisaya, makiisa at maging parte ng selebrasyong tunay na kwento ng ating lahi at kultura. Kalimudan Festival 2025, where the world meets in Sultan Kudarat.
Kalimudan Festival 2025 is brought to you by the following sponsors. Co-presenter, Sultan Kudarat Kalimudan Foundation Incorporated, 125 Kamalayan Foundation Incorporated. Diamond sponsor, EEI Corporation. Official partners, Pepsi, Philippine Airlines, PS Royal Ice Manufacturing, Aqua Verde Realty Development and Leasing Incorporated, Paymaya, ARSM Land, Advanced Gas. Gold sponsors, Globe, TM Fiber Prepaid, Samgyeopsal Korean Barbecue Grill, ARSM Trucking Services, Consumer Electronics Trading, Primal Patties, La Familia Raso Cafe by the 5th Food Station, Archon, ARSM Fishing Incorporated. Silver sponsors, Century Pacific Food Incorporated, 𝐬𝐲 Cafe and Study Lounge, SME SaveLink Pharma and Trading Corporation. Bronze sponsors, Dito Telecommunity, GCash, Speedrion Pharma, WellSave Pharma. Minor sponsors, Carlitos Hotel, Banco, San Miguel Beer, 96 Ranch, MPQ Travel and Tours Philippines, Jollibee, Nestle Philippines, IPI, DBP, Padrino General Merchandise, JV Constac, Bioderm, Dr. Wong's, Gemma Construction Supply Incorporated, J&J Cosmetics, and other sponsors. Official broadcast partner, 24K Digital Productions and Events.
Mga kababayan, paparating na ang pinaka-engranding selebrasyon ng taon, ang Kalimudan Festival 2025. This November, dito mismo sa Isulan, Sultan Kudarat, magsasama-sama ang iba't ibang kulay, tunog at henerasyon. Dito mararamdaman mo na habang ipinagmamalaki natin ang sariling atin, nakikipag-ugnayan din tayo sa buong mundo. From street parades to cultural shows, from music and food to world-class performances. Lahat ng mga yan, sabay-sabay nating masasaksihan at mararanasan. Kaya naman huwag nang magpahuli. Halina't makisaya, makiisa at maging parte ng selebrasyong tunay na kwento ng ating lahi at kultura. Kalimudan Festival 2025, where the world meets in Sultan Kudarat.
Kalimutan Festival 2025 is brought to you by the following sponsors. Co-presenter, 𝐤𝐤𝐝𝐞𝐬 Kalimutan Foundation Incorporated, 𝐤𝐤𝐝𝐿 Kamalayan Foundation Incorporated. Diamond sponsor, 𝐬𝐤𝐝 Corporation. Official partners, Pepsi, Philippine Airlines, PS Royal Ice Manufacturing, Aqua Verde Realty Development and Leasing Incorporated, Paymaya, ARSM Land, Advanced Gas. Gold sponsors, Globe, TM Fiber Prepaid, Samgyeopsal Korean Barbecue Grill, ARSM Trucking Services, Consumer Electronics Trading, Primal Patties, La Familia Raso Cafe by the 5th Food Station, Archon, ARSM Fishing Incorporated. Silver sponsors, Century Pacific Food Incorporated, 𝐬𝐤𝐝 Cafe and Study Lounge, SME SaveLink Pharma and Trading Corporation. Bronze sponsors, Dito Telecommunity, GCash, Speedrion Pharma, WellSave Pharma. Minor sponsors, Carlitos Hotel, Banco, San Miguel Beer, 96 Ranch, MPQ Travel and Tours Philippines, Jollibee, Nestle Philippines, IPI, DBP, Padrino General Merchandise, JV Constec, Bioderm, Dr. Wong's, Gemma Construction Supply Incorporated, J&J Cosmetics, and other sponsors. Official broadcast partner, 24K Digital Productions and Events.
Sa provincial capital ng Sultan Kudarat, and we are still live sa Facebook po. And ladies and gentlemen, 1 match down, 5 more to go. This time, let us all witness the team from Notre Dame of Isulan Incorporated on the affirmative side as they battle head-on against Lagilayan National High School on the negative side. Our team from Notre Dame of Isulan is composed of the following members. First, we have Cristel Ann Labrague. We have Rizzy Vernalyn Marquez. We also have Jazzer Vidam Baliwan. Of course, with the help of their researchers, we have Siasel Hasmin and Joven J. Relator.
And we have the team from Lagilayan National High School on the negative side, composed of Miss Hannah Rica Buxit, Miss Jessa de la Peña, Miss Alexandra Balimbin. Of course, with the help of their researchers, Emily Radam, and Mr. John Paul Cordoves.
And ladies and gentlemen, the proposition for this match, let it be resolved that the open pit mining poses a threat of violating the constitutional right to a balanced and healthful ecology. And for context, projects on open pit mining surrounds the provinces of Sultan Kudarat, South Cotabato, and Sarangani. First speaker of the affirmative side, you have 4 minutes to deliver your constructive speech and argue why it is necessary to declare that open pit mining poses a threat of violating the constitutional right to a balanced and healthful ecology. Your 4 minutes starts now.
A pleasant morning, honorable adjudicators and fellow debaters. Today, we, the affirmative side, affirm that open pit mining, with its scars across our mountains and rivers, stands as a living threat to our constitutional right to a balanced and healthful ecology. The 1987 Philippine Constitution, Article 2, Section 16 clearly states, "The state shall protect and advance the right of the people to a balanced and healthful ecology in accord with the rhythm and harmony of nature." In Opasa versus Factoran General Register number 101083, 1993, the Supreme Court recognized the principle of intergenerational responsibility, ruling that the right to a balanced and healthful ecology is an enforceable constitutional right. For my first argument, open pit mining is an act of environmental destruction. It strips away layers of soils and rock to extract minerals, leaving massive craters. By removing topsoil and forest covers, it results to deforestation, loss of biodiversity, and severe soil erosion. Without trees and natural ground cover, the land becomes more prone to landslide and floods, disaster that the Philippines frequently faces, which will only worsen if this continues. Consider the Tampakan Copper Gold Project, one of the largest in Southeast Asia. According to reports from 𝐤𝐤𝐼𝐻 Mines Incorporated and the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, it covers around 10,000 hectares. Imagine that area stripped of soil, land, and life. Likewise, the ongoing open pit coal mining operation in Barangay Ned, Lake Cebu, covers at least 2,000 hectares and threatens the environment. Are we so blinded that we will trade our mountains, our forests, and our future for ruin? For my second argument, according to the National Health Institute, mine tailing often contains cyanide, mercury, and arsenic. These chemicals seep into rivers and groundwaters, contaminating water and agricultural lands. The result? Fish dies, crops fail, and people suffer from skin diseases and respiratory problems. The Clean Water Act RA 9275 and Clean Air Act RA 8749 requires the protection of water bodies and air quality from harmful pollutants. Open pit mining poses serious risk to rivers, groundwaters, and air, endangering communities and ecosystem. In 2012, the Padcal mine in Benguet spilled over 20 million tons of toxic tailings into the Balog and Agno rivers, killing aquatic life and poisoning communities with heavy metals. Everyone, let us learn from mistakes of the past. Once pollution begins, it affects more than the mine. Lastly, open pit mining often leads to the displacement of families. In the Tampakan project alone, around 4,000 Laan are expected to be displaced according to Convergence of Initiative for Environmental Justice. The people there who rely on their lands, forests, and rivers for both their livelihood and resources will lose not only their homes, but also their means to sustain their families. While the Philippine Mining Act of 1995 was enacted to attract foreign investments and create jobs, it has conflicted with the Indigenous Peoples' Rights Act of 1997, RA 8371, by permitting activities that threaten the rights of the Lumans and encroach on their ancestral domain. According to the Universal Periodic Review, with a population projected to reach 150 million by 2036, open pit mining threatens the Philippines' long-term food security and survival for future generations. Gina Lopez, the former DNR secretary, reminds us that 1/3 of the Filipino depends on our natural resources. If we kill the environment, we kill everything. The opposition may argue that open pit mining is acceptable if done responsibly, yet even mines with DNR-approved environmental compliance certificate like Marcopol, Petcal, and Puhada have caused serious environmental damage and halted without proper rehabilitation. This proves that open pit mining harm ecosystems and communities even under official permits. Honorable adjudicators, Article 2, Section 16 is not just about protecting forests and rivers. It is also about protecting the people who live in harmony with them. Therefore, we, the affirmative side, affirm that open pit mining poses threat on violating the constitutional right to a balanced and healthful ecology. Thank you.
Thank you so much, first speaker from the affirmative side. Now let's welcome the first speaker from the negative side. You have 2 minutes for your cross-examination, and your timer starts now.
Good day, Ms. Speaker.
Good day, Ms. Speaker.
Has the Supreme Court declared open pit mining unconstitutional?
I'm not saying that open
Yes
pit
or
mining
no,
is
Ms. Speaker? I am
unconstitutional.
asking you a yes or no question.
No, Ms. Speaker, it is not unconstitutional,
Therefore,
but it
then the
poses a
resolution
threat in
lacks
our
leg on
constitutional
necessity,
rights.
Ms. Speaker. Let's proceed to the next question. Is there no way to uphold the constitutional right to a balanced ecology besides banning mining?
We don't. Open pit mining is not the
Okay, Ms. Speaker,
best
let's
method
proceed to
here
my
in the
next
Philippines.
question. I am only asking you a
that we are prone
categorical
to
question,
landslide
Ms.
and
Speaker.
floods, Ms.
Are
Speaker.
all mining companies violating environmental laws?
No, Ms. Speaker.
Okay, then responsible mining should be allowed, right?
I'm not
let's
blaming the
proceed
mining
to the next
industry, Ms.
question,
Speaker,
Ms.
but
Speaker.
I'm saying that
Okay,
open pit
I am
mining is not the
satisfied,
best
Ms.
method,
Speaker.
Ms.
Let's
Speaker.
proceed
Okay,
to the
Ms.
next
Speaker.
question. Is banning open pit mining more necessary than improving enforcement mechanism?
Yes, no, Ms. Speaker,
Okay,
because
then
this
therefore you're
benefit will
assuming
not
environment
outweigh the
cannot
long-term
be fixed,
effect.
Ms. Speaker, I am satisfied. Is banning open pit mining the only way to protect the environment?
No, Ms. Speaker, I'm not saying that we should
Then
ban
the
open
resolution is
pit
not
mining.
necessary, Ms. Speaker.
It is necessary, Ms.
Yes,
Speaker,
Ms. Speaker, I am satisfied.
with a threat that it
Okay,
violates
Ms.
our
Speaker,
constitutional
are all
right.
mining companies violating okay. Is the resolution necessary even if mining protects past environmental impact assessments?
Yes, Ms. Speaker.
Then you're saying assessments are meaningless, Ms. Speaker.
No, Miss Speaker, but
Miss
the
Speaker, I
previous
am satisfied,
project
Miss Speaker.
says otherwise,
Okay,
Miss
Miss
Speaker.
Speaker. In your speech, you cited the constitutional. Has any court ruling declared open pit mining unconstitutional?
No, Miss Speaker, but it poses a threat in our constitutional right, Miss Speaker.
Weak, Miss Speaker. In your speech, you said open pit mining violates ecological balance. Is this true even when done in non-critical
Miss Speaker,
areas?
ecological balance
Okay,
is
Miss Speaker,
not
I am
about
satisfied.
it's
Thank
artificial
you.
balance, Miss Speaker.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for both speakers. Now let's welcome the first speaker of the negative side. You have 4 minutes to deliver your constructive speech to advance your arguments. Why is it not necessary to declare that open pit mining poses threat of violating the constitutional right to a balanced and healthful ecology? You have 4 minutes and your timer starts now.
Honorable judges, opponents, and audience committee. I stand as the first negative speaker to oppose the proposition. We firmly believe there is no necessity to declare that open pit mining in Sultan Kudarat, South Cotabato, and Sarangani violates the constitutional right to a balanced and healthful ecology. Open pit mining, also known as open cast or open cut mining, is surface mining method used when mineral deposits are located close to the surface. It involves removing layers of soil and rock to access viable materials like copper and gold. This method is widely used around the world and is recognized for its efficiency in extracting large-scale mineral resources. 𝐷𝐸𝐿 sets atop rich mineral deposits. The Tampakan Copper Gold Project, operated by Sagittarius Mines Inc., owned by the Endolphin Resource Philippines, in Southeast Asia's largest undeveloped copper gold site. Mining is legal under RA 7942, the Philippine Mining Act of 1995. Companies must secure environmental compliance certificate and implement environmental protection and enhancement programs. These legal safeguards ensure that mining is conducted responsibly and in accordance with national development goals. Therefore, open pit mining is here unconstitutional protected, not a violation. Article 2, Section 16 guarantees a balanced and healthful ecology. Balance means harmonizing environmental protection with economic growth. Responsible mining provides jobs, infrastructures, and revenue. Taxes and royalties fund schools, road, and healthcare. To condemn all open pit mining is to ignore the constitutional call for balance. In these provinces, mining is a lifeline for many families and a driver of recognitional progress. Mining firms undergo the environmental impact statement process under PD 1586. They must conduct progressive rehabilitation, restoring mined out areas even during operations. Regular inspection by the DNR and MGB ensure compliance with environmental laws. Environment protection is built into the system. Violating occurs only when laws are ignored, not because of the mining method itself. Mining companies partner with the local government and indigenous groups through social development and managed programs. This funds scholarship, healthcare centers, water system, and alternative livelihoods such as farming and handcrafts. Thousands of workers depend on mining for income. Banning it would cause economic hardship. The real issue is poor enforcement, not mining itself. Strengthening governance is the solution, not prohibition. In Ufasa v. Factoran, the Supreme Court upheld the right to a balanced ecology but emphasized responsible resource use to total bans. Open pit mining in Mindanao is under state control and follow legal safeguard. It aligns with constitution principles and reflect the government's duty to manage resources for both present and future generations. We must protect the environment, but also support livelihoods. Open pit mining in these provinces is a lawful, regulated, and beneficial activity. What we need is balance, compliance, and accountability, not condemnation. To uphold the Constitution is to uphold both ecological integrity and economic justice. Thank you. I am now ready for my interpellation.
Thank you so much, first speaker on the negative side. Now let's welcome back the first speaker from the affirmative side. You have 2 minutes for your cross-examination and your timer starts now.
Good day, Miss Speaker.
Good day, Ms. Speaker.
So for my first question, do you agree that under Article 2, Section 16 of the 1987 Philippine Constitution, every Filipino has the right to a balanced and healthful ecology, right?
The right word is balance, Ms. Speaker, isn't it?
Okay, I'm satisfied with a yes or no.
I do
only,
agree
Ms.
with
Speaker.
that,
Then
Ms.
if
Speaker.
open pit mining causes large-scale
No, it
deforestation,
doesn't, Ms.
contamination, and displacement, isn't that the direct violation of that right, Ms. Speaker?
No, Ms. Speaker.
So proceeding to my next question, Ms. Speaker, would you agree that protecting the environment is not optional but a constitutional obligation?
Ms. Speaker.
So, okay, Ms.
Therefore,
Speaker,
if we
would you agree
conduct
that
mining,
economic
Ms. Speaker,
gain should
okay,
never come at the cost of threatening constitutional rights,
Come again, Ms. Speaker?
Would you agree that economic gain should never come at the cost of threatening constitutional rights?
Yes, Ms. Speaker.
Okay, in the Constitution, it states that each government, each generation, is a trustee and guardians of the environment for the succeeding generations. Then, if open pit mining destroys and scars forests permanently, isn't that stealing the rights of the future Filipinos? What about their resources?
I refuse to answer your question.
Yes, Ms. Speaker?
I refuse to answer your question.
Okay, let's proceed to my next question, Ms. Speaker. You said open pit mining generates a lot of jobs. Do you know that there are also millions that depends on farming, fishing, and tourism that open pit mining threatens?
Of course, I am aware, Ms. Speaker. But by adding
So
mining...
you admit, Ms. Speaker, that mining endangers former livelihoods than it creates?
What? Come again.
So you admit mining endangers farmer livelihoods than it creates? Okay, for my next question, Ms. Speaker, would you agree that building roads and schools means nothing if the surrounding environment becomes unsafe and unlivable?
It cannot be unsafe if it is protected by law, Ms. Speaker.
No, Ms. Speaker, but
It
according
is,
to the
Ms. Speaker.
DENR,
It is according
those
to the
approved
1980
projects even have the certification and the ECC, they still lead to damage, Ms. Speaker, even though they are
Yes,
approved by the government. Thank you.
Time is up. Thank you so much, speakers. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome the second speaker from the affirmative side. You have 4 minutes to deliver your constructive speech and argue the beneficiality of declaring that open pit mining poses threat of violating our constitutional right to a balanced and healthful ecology. Your 4 minutes starts now.
Good day, honorable adjudicators, respected opponents, and fellow debaters. The destruction of forests, the poisoning of rivers, and the displacement of families, these are not symbol of progress. They're unmistakable signature of ecological betrayal. We, the affirmative side, stand not merely to defend an argument, but to defend the very life to light itself. As stated in Article 2, Section 16 of the 1987 Philippine Constitution, the state shall protect and advance the right of people to a balanced and healthful ecology in accord with the rhythm and harmony of nature. This is not a poetry, it is a moral heartbeat of our republic, and yet open pit mining stands as a direct violation, a constitutional betrayal disguised as progress. Firstly, open pit mining irreparably destroys its environment. Open pit mining is not an destruction, it is an amputation. It carves away the earth's skin and calls it development. According to the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, or DNR 2023, open pit mining operations cause massive deforestation, soil erosion, and heavy metal contamination that devastate entire ecosystems. Take the Tampakan Copper Gold Project in South Cotabato, which will wipe up 10,000 hectares of lands, forests, farms, and ancestral domains, all for profit. This massive open pit mining project present to poison the Marble Balloon watershed, destroys ecosystems, and displaces countless indigenous families. It is not progress. It is slow and certain death for environmental and our people. And in Barangay Ned Lake, Cebu, South Cotabato, there is an active coal mining operations at the heart of controversy, despite the local pit mining and continues after the provincial ban was lifted in 2021. Companies can contour mining, but make no mistake, a PTB and other names still scars the land. The DNR Environmental Management Bureau, or EMB, themselves monitor the area for declining air quality and water pollution. When the government agencies are forced to monitor damage rather than prevent it, progress will already turn into tragedy. Tell me, Your Honor, is a future where forests falls, our rivers dry, and our lungs choke worth a few bars of gold? Because when nature is lost, no technology, no machine, or no world can ever bring it back. Secondly, open pit mining endangers life and betrays public trust. The Constitution commands the state shall protect life, yet open pit mining poisons it. The Philippines Institute for Development Studies, or PID, has 2024 reports that communities near mining zones suffer higher rates of respiratory illnesses, skin diseases, and unsafe drinking water. South Cotabato, the Blan indigenous people protectors of the Tapacan Highlands have been displaced, stripped of their livelihood, and alienated from their ancestral homes. To my opponent who may claim mining brings opportunity, I ask, what kind of progress poisons a child water? What kind of development approves an entire culture when corporations profit while people perish? That is not development. That is a betrayal dressed in a business suit. Lastly, open pit mining deceives economic progress. My opponent will say mining boosts economy, but let's talk about truth, not an illusion. The Mining Geoscience Bureau, MGB, admits that mining contributes less than 1% to the national GDP, while environmental and health damages cost billions of pesos annually. Even NEDA's 2023 Regional Development Report reveals that provinces relying on extractive industries remain among the poorest and most ecological unsustainable. That is not progress, that is poverty with a golden facade.
Real progress is sustainable. Real progress uplifts communities without killing the land beneath their feet. Open pit mining does neither. To my opposition may argue that mining creates jobs, but even if it does, can a few months of work replace centuries of forests? Even technology can minimize damage. Can machines recreate rivers or resurrect extinct species? Even if they promise rehabilitation, history proves that promises vanish just like the waters of Marinduque after the Marcopper spill. Temporary benefits can never justify permanent destruction. Honorable adjudicators, this debate is not about policy. It is about principle. Open pit mining does not uplift, it undermines. It does not build, it buries. It does not develop, it destroys. The mountain of San Cotabato, the rivers of Santa Cuadrat, and the ancestral lands of Sarangani are not for sale. They are sacred and the life of our people and the heritage of our children. So I ask, how can we mine gold if it costs are the green of our future? When we let open pit mining continue, we do just discard the land, we discard the Constitution itself. Thus, with the affirmative stands irresolute. Open pit mining is not progress, it is a direct threat to our constitutional right to a balanced and healthful ecology, because when the land dies, so does our future. So now I rest my case and I'm ready for my interpellation.
Thank you so much. Our second speaker from the affirmative side. Let's welcome the second speaker from the negative side. You have 2 minutes for your cross-examination, and your 2 minutes starts now.
Good day, Ms. Speaker.
Good day, Madam Speaker.
So my first question is, should the government lose billions in revenue to uphold your stance?
No, Madam Speaker.
Then
but,
you agree mining
but, Madam
has value
Speaker,
when it regulated
short-term economic
expense of
gain
banning.
cannot uplift
Okay,
of
next
damage
question, Ms.
destruction.
Speaker. Should infrastructure projects using mined materials to stop too?
Can you restate your question, Madam Speaker?
Should infrastructure projects using mined materials to be stopped too?
But we would demand a safer...
I'm just asking a categorical question, Ms. Speaker, yes
no,
or no?
Madam Speaker.
Then you accept mining's necessity. Why oppose it most efficient methods?
We are talking about beneficiality,
Okay,
Madam
next
Speaker.
question,
We're not
Ms.
talking
Speaker.
about necessity
Do you believe
here.
local governments should have no say in mining decisions?
Well, no, Madam Speaker.
Again, Ms. Speaker?
I said no.
Okay, then empower LGUs. Why not improve coordination instead of banning?
Even if
Okay,
there's
next
coordination,
question,
Madam
Ms. Speaker.
Speaker,
It is my
then
time,
the
Ms.
risk
Speaker.
will still remain.
Should we ignore the potential for reform, the better regulation?
Can you restate your question, Madam Speaker?
Should we ignore the potential for reform and better
I'm not
regulation?
saying that we are going to ignore the potential, Madam
categorical
Speaker.
question,
But
Ms. Speaker.
with those
Yes
economic
or no,
profit,
Ms. Speaker?
we should be
Yes
able
or
to
no,
see the
Ms.
long-term
Speaker?
destruction of it.
Next question, Ms. Speaker. Do you believe environmental education and community engagement are useless in mining areas?
But with those engagement, Madam
Yes
Speaker,
or no,
we
Ms.
will
Speaker?
only...
I'm just asking a
No, Madam
categorical
Speaker.
question. Then you support proactive solution. Why not threaten them instead of banning mining?
No,
Next
Madam
question,
Speaker.
Ms. Speaker. Should thousands of mining dependent workers lose their job to uphold your interpolation the Constitution?
Jobs is temporary, and the
I'm
long-term
just asking
destruction
a
is not
categorical
on...
question, Ms. Speaker. Yes
Okay,
or
no,
no?
Madam Speaker.
Then you support mining employment. How do you reconcile that with your opposition? Next question. Do you reject the possibility that technology can make
Madam
open
Speaker,
pipe
no
mining,
technology or no machine can uplift
I'm
the
just
long-term
asking a
damages it
categorical
might have
question, Ms.
caused.
Speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Indeed, I got ecstatic with the conversation of both speakers. Now, let's proceed with the second speaker of the negative side. You have 4 minutes for your constructive speech to argue why it is not beneficial to declare that open pit mining poses threat of violating the constitutional right to a balanced and healthful ecology. You have 4 minutes and your timer starts now.
Honorable judges, respected opponents, ladies and gentlemen, good day. We rise on the negative side of the resolution. Let it be resolved that open pit mining poses a threat of violating the constitutional right to a balanced and healthful ecology. While the affirmative highlights risk, we emphasize beneficiality, the real, measurable gains open pit mining brings to our nation. First, the economic impact is undeniable. According to the Mines and Geoscience Bureau, the mining industry contributes over 100 billion pesos annually to the Philippine economy. The Tampakan Copper Gold Project, spanning South Cotabato, Sultan Kudarat, and Sarangani, is one of the Southeast Asia's largest undeveloped deposits. It's projected to generate billions in revenue and provide thousands of jobs. These funds support schools, hospitals, and infrastructures directly uplifting communities. To deny mining is to deny growth and poverty alleviation. Second, mining sustains livelihood across the country. In Benguet, gold and copper mining has supported generations. In Surigao, nickel mining has earned the title Nickel Capital of the Philippines. In Masbate, the Masbate Gold Project is one of the nation's largest producers. The Palawan to Zambales Cebu to Camarines Norte, mining is not an isolated activity. It's a nationwide source of employment and survival. Third, mining boosts local government revenues. Under the Local Governments Code in RA 7942, host communities receive shares of mining taxes and royalties. These are used for social development, disaster preparedness, and environmental programs. Mining is conducted under strict regulation. RA 7942 requires companies to submit environmental impact assessment, implement environment protection and enhancement programs, and rehabilitate mined-out areas. Other laws like RA 9003, RA 8749, and RA 9275 impose additional safeguards. This proves that mining is not lawless activity but a regulated industry designed to balance ecology and economy. Fifth, mining supports national development and global progress. Minerals extracted through open-pit mining are essential for roads, bridges, power plants, and even renewable energy technologies like solar panels and wind turbines. Countries like Canada and Australia have shown how responsible open-pit mining drives growth. In Ontario, the Datour Lake mine funded infrastructures and health programs. In Africa, mining companies partnered with government to eliminate malaria and build schools. Mining, when managed responsibly, is a force for good, locally and globally. Finally, we must distinguish between legal and illegal mining. Reports from Mindy News and the Philippine Daily Inquirer confirm that much of the environmental damage in Sultan Kudarat comes from illegal banlast mining, not regulated open-pit projects. Legal mining is monitored, rehabilitated, and taxed. The real threat is illegal activity, not lawful mining. In conclusion, the beneficiality of open-pit mining is clear. It provides billions in revenues, thousands of jobs, and vital resources for national development. It sustains communities across the Philippines, from Benguet to Surigao, Masbate to Palawan. It is regulated by law and monitored by government agencies. And globally, it has health funds, education, and infrastructures. We, the negative side, uphold that duty. We believe that open-pit mining under the watchful eye of law and science is not threat but a tool to lift families, strengthens local economies, and build a future where progress and nature thrive side by side. Let us not close our eyes to the potential of progress. Let us open them with wisdom, with co-sciences, and with hope. Thank you. I'm ready for my interpellation, Ms. Speaker.
Thank you so much, second negative speaker, for delivering your constructive speech. Now, once again, let's welcome the second affirmative speaker for her interpellation. You have 2 minutes for your cross-examination, and your timer starts now.
A pleasant morning, Madam Speaker. Do you believe economic progress should serve the people, not harm them?
Yes, of course,
All
Ms.
right,
Speaker.
thank you for siding with us. She said yes, correct, Miss Speaker? Okay, then if open-pit mining gives short-term profit but long-term damage, is that true progress?
Come again, Ms. Speaker?
Then if open-pit mining gives short-term profit but long-term damage, is that true progress, Madam Speaker?
No, Ms. Speaker.
All right, no, Madam Speaker. So you agree it is an
No, Ms.
exploitation,
Speaker,
not
because
development?
we have
Wow, Madam Speaker, your answers are very contradicting. Let me proceed to my next question.
Okay, Ms.
Okay.
Speaker.
Do you believe regulations can completely stop environmental harm from open-pit mining?
Come again, Ms. Speaker?
Do you believe regulations can completely stop environmental harm from open-pit mining?
Yes, Ms. Speaker.
Okay, thank you for siding with me again, Ms. Speaker. Then why do we still have mine tailings, deforestation, and toxic waste to leak despite strict laws? Right?
Okay, Ms. Speaker.
Yes or no?
No, Ms. Speaker.
Then, what, you deny the visible pollution, floods, and river contamination? Am I correct, Mr. Speaker?
No, Ms. Speaker, I'm not
Wow,
denying.
your answers are very contradicting, Ms. Speaker. All right. Do you acknowledge the Article 2, Section 16 of the 1987 Constitution guarantees the
Of
right
course,
to a
Ms.
balanced and
Speaker.
healthful... Okay. If yes, so by supporting it, you support a constitutional violation. Am I correct? You said yes, Mr. Speaker. Am I correct?
Okay. Yes, Ms. Speaker.
So by supporting it, you're supporting a constitutional violation, right?
No, Ms. Speaker.
So
I'm
you want
not
to take
supporting
back
the
your answer, Madam
violation.
Speaker? All right. Do you believe communities deserve a safe and livable environment?
Come again, Ms. Speaker?
Do you believe that communities serve a safe and livable environment? Okay. Honorable adjudicators, the opposition clearly stands with our motion. With our side. Thank you.
Thank you so much, speakers. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome our third speaker from the affirmative side. You have 4 minutes for your constructive speech to tell us the practicability of declaring that open pit mining poses threat of violating the constitutional right to a balanced and healthful ecology. Your 4 minutes starts now.
Ladies and gentlemen, honorable adjudicators, fellow debaters, and respected audience, I stand as the third affirmative speaker to affirm that open pit mining in Sultan Kudarat, South Cotabato, and Sarangani endangers both our land and our right to a healthful ecology. Let us be clear, open pit mining strips vast lands from and leaves lasting scars on nature. A balanced and healthful ecology guaranteed by our Constitution is not a dream. It is every Filipino's right to live in harmony with nature. This right is not abstract. It protects our land, our health, and our communities. Some might argue that lifting the ban on open pit mining is a practical step toward economic growth, job creation, and national progress. While economic incentives are undeniable, true practicality demands looking beyond promises to the real outcomes on the ground. First, let us examine the environmental devastation. Open pit mining wreaks catastrophic damage. Vast forests laid bare, watersheds destroyed, rivers poisoned with heavy metals and chemicals. In South Cotabato alone, the DENR has identified watersheds at risk from the proposed Tampakan project, endangering clean water for thousands of residents. As water turns unsafe and biodiversity fades, food security begins to collapse. In Boac River disaster in Marinduque, it is not a distant story but a painful warning. Shall we allow the same tragedy in Mindanao? Choosing short-term profit over lasting destruction? The answer should resound loudly. No. Next, let us turn to the legal battleground. The Department of Environment and Natural Resources initially banned open pit mining through DAO 2017-10, protecting our fragile environment. However, this ban was rescinded in 2022, reopening the door to mining economy with significant risk. This reversal weakens enforcement and gambles our future by exposing communities to renewed ecological harm. Yet, the constitutional right to a healthful ecology, anchored firmly in the landmark case Oposa versus Factoran, General Register 101083, year 1993, remains inviolable and enforceable. Even South Cotabato's provincial ban, once hailed as a model for environmental governance, is now under pressure from national policy shifts. To sideline this right is not just illegal, it's a reckless gamble with our future. Finally, let us consider the human cost, especially among indigenous people and local communities. The Tampakan project reveals the stark reality: displacement, loss of livelihood, cultural erosion. Fishermen lose clean water, farmers lose fertile land, and young people inherit an unlivable future. These are not mere statistics, ladies and gentlemen. These are lives uprooted, voices hushed, and rights trampled. Practical governance must go beyond economic metrics. It must value human dignity and ensure genuine participation in decisions affecting their homes and heritage. Fortunately, sustainable alternatives like responsible mining, reforestation, and renewable energy offer real pathways to prosperity to protect both people and the planet. The opponent might argue that economic development and environmental protection can coexist, but history and data shows otherwise. Mining can boost jobs for a time, but when resources are depleted, it leaves behind poverty, pollution, and lasting harm on both people and the environment long after the profits have disappeared. Practicality requires hard truth, not optimistic rhetoric. So what is the practical choice? Reckless destruction or responsible stewardship? Immediate profit at the expense of generations, or a future where economy and ecology thrive together? Our Constitution demands balance, and the consequences of today's decision will echo in the lives of those yet to come. Imagine a tomorrow where rivers stay clear, forests thrive, and communities live in harmony with nature. This future is within reach if we act bravely now. Let us enforce environmental laws, support sustainable industries, and fulfill our duties as stewards of Earth. We defend the living and the unborn. They defend convenience. Honorable adjudicators, the future calls for those who dare to act boldly and wisely. Let us be the generation that upholds our right to a balanced and healthful ecology, choosing responsibility over recklessness and courage over complacency. Thank you.
Thank you so much, third speaker from the affirmative side. And now let's welcome the third negative speaker. You have 2 minutes for your interpellation, and your 2 minutes starts now.
A pleasant morning, Mr. Speaker.
Good morning, Ms. Speaker.
Do you believe banning open pit mining will immediately solve ecological problem in South Cotabato, Sultan Kudarat, and Sarangani?
No, Ms. Speaker.
Then the resolution doesn't address the full picture. Let's proceed to my next question. Do you agree that mining contributes to local economic growth in Sultan Kudarat, South Cotabato, and Sarangani?
Come again.
Do you agree that open pit mining contributes to local economic growth in Sultan Kudarat, South Cotabato, and Sarangani?
Yes, but it poses harm.
Then banning it would harm the economy of these provinces. Let's proceed to my next question. Is it true that open pit mining creates thousands of jobs for local communities?
It does.
Then removing it would displace the workers and increase unemployment. Would you agree that banning open pit mining could result in job losses?
Yes.
Then the resolution risks worsening poverty in mining-dependent areas. Do you think it's practical to remove a major source of livelihood without a ready replacement?
Can you repeat your question?
Do you think it's practical to remove a major source of livelihood without a ready replacement?
Yes.
Okay. Isn't it true that mining companies are required by law to rehabilitate damaged land?
Rehabilitation is not the answer.
Okay.
No.
Do you agree that DENR and LGUs conduct regular monitoring of mining activities?
Yes.
Then there is oversight. Why not improve it instead of banning mining? Isn't more practical to strengthen environmental laws than to eliminate an entire economic system?
No.
Then you're dismissing the potential of legal reform. Do you agree that open pit mining uses modern technologies to reduce pollution and manage waste?
Again?
Do you agree that open pit mining uses modern technologies to reduce pollution and manage waste?
Yes.
Then responsible mining is possible with innovation. Would you say that? Okay, thank you.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. What an astounding conversation indeed.
Yes, sir.
Now let's proceed with the third negative speaker. You have 4 minutes to deliver your constructive speech to convince us that it is not practical to declare that open pit mining poses threat of violating the constitutional right to a balanced and healthful ecology. You have 4 minutes and your timer starts now.
Honorable judges, opponents, fellow citizens, good day. Picture the land of South Cotabato at dawn, the mist rising over the rolling hills of Tampakan, the farmers beginning their day with hope and prayer, and the mountains standing silent, rich not only in beauty, but in minerals buried deep beneath. For decades, these same mountains have watched generations of our people labor under the weight of poverty, drought, and limited opportunity. Beneath their feet lies copper and gold that could build schools, pave roads, and power industries. Yet, that promise remained untapped, hidden under fear and misunderstanding. We ask, should the gift of land remain buried forever while its children suffer above it? Is it truly practical or even moral to deny progress when the law itself provides a means to protect both the nature and humanity? We, the negative side, stand firm in saying that open pit mining, when responsibly managed and legally regulated, does not violate our right to a balanced and healthful ecology. Instead, it offers a practical path, one where environmental care and economic progress walk hand in hand. Open pit mining is not an uncontrolled destruction of land. It is regulated industry under the Philippine Mining Act of 1995 and Presidential Decree 1586, which established the environmental impact statement system. Before any excavation begins, mining companies must pass strict environmental assessment, obtain an environmental compliance certificate or ECC from the DENR, and prepare a mine rehabilitation plan, complete with funding set aside for restoration and monitoring. Furthermore, the DENR Administrative Order 2021-40 requires community consultation and transparent environmental audits. These are not optional guidelines. They are binding safeguard that ensures mining is done with accountability and respect for ecological balance. So in practice, open pit mining is not a threat, mismanagement is. The law is clear, the process is stringent, and when implemented properly, mining and nature can coexist. Let us turn to the people, to the farmers, the workers, and the children of South Cotabato, Sultan Kudarat, and Sarangani. For years, they have depended on agriculture and fishing, noble livelihood but often unpredictable. When typhoons strike or prices fall, families suffer. Mining, if responsibly done, offers them stability. It provides local employment, government, revenue, and improved infrastructure, from road to school and health centers. Let's move on. The Tampakan Copper Gold Project alone holds the potential to employ thousands and generate billions in taxes that can be invested in social services. Through community development programs, scholarship, and livelihood projects, mining becomes more than extraction, it becomes empowerment.
The true sustainability is not about choosing between the people and the planet. It is ensuring both strive together. Mining scars the land forever, but modern rehabilitation prove otherwise. Rio Tuba in Palawan and Carmen Copper in Cebu shows how mined areas can be reforested and purposed for agriculture and ecotourism. Globally, Lumwana mine in Zambia and 𝐤𝐤𝐿𝐼𝐻 gold mine in Malaysia demonstrates success for rehabilitation and community development. Technology today can heal what was used and even make the land safer than before. Environmental coexistence is not possible, it is already happening. In the end, open pit mining is not the enemy of ecology. It is a challenge to our governance, our discipline, and our vision. The Constitution's call for a balanced and healthful ecology. Balance means justice, not only for nature, but for the people who depend on it. When laws are followed, when communities are protected, and transparency guides every action, open pit mining becomes not a threat, but a partnership between a man and the nature. Thank you.
All right, so thank you so much, third negative speaker, for delivering your constructive speech. Now let's welcome once again, third affirmative speaker. You have 2 minutes for your cross-examination, and your timer starts now.
Good day, Ms. Speaker.
Good day.
Now, do you agree that even with risk environmental laws, violation in open pit mining still happens due to weak enforcement?
But isn't it a governance issue, not a mining
Yes,
method
either
itself?
way, you're admitting that there is harm and there are threats happening. Next question. Would you agree that rehabilitation of mined areas takes years before the environment fully recovers?
Yes, but at least it minimizes risks.
Yes, then isn't that proof that open pit mining causes long-term ecological damage?
Yes.
Thank you for siding with us. Is it true that open pit mining involves removing large portions of land and vegetation to rich minerals?
Yes, but at least it has...
Then wouldn't that directly destroy the natural balance of the ecosystem?
Come again, Mr. Speaker?
Then wouldn't that directly destroy the natural balance of ecosystem?
No, it's not, Mr.
Either way,
Speaker.
you're acknowledging the ecological devastation. Now, do you agree that illegal and irresponsible mining activities continue to exist in areas where open pit mining is allowed?
Come again, Mr. Speaker?
Do you agree that illegal and irresponsible mining activities continue to exist in areas where open pit mining is allowed?
Yes.
Then doesn't that show open pit mining opens the door for more environmental abuse?
No.
Next, would you agree that most of the profits from open pit mining go to private companies rather than the local communities?
Can you pronounce it properly, Mr.?
Would you agree that most of the profits from open pit mining go to private companies rather than local communities?
No.
So you're claiming mining companies didn't profit more than residents who lose their land and livelihood?
No.
Okay, next question. Is it practical to continue an activity that causes irreversible damage to land and water sources?
Yes, if it is done responsibly.
So you admit that practicality justifies permanent environmental harm?
No. That's just why rehabilitation exists.
That's all.
Thank you.
All right, time is up. Thank you so much, speakers. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let us hear rebuttal statements from each side, starting with the negative side. Team captain, you have 3 minutes to deliver your rebuttal statement, and your 3 minutes starts now.
Ladies and gentlemen, honorable adjudicators, mining is often painted as the villain in the story of environmental protection. But let us be clear. The real villain is irresponsible mining. Responsible mining, on the other hand, is not only necessary, it is practical and beneficial. First, it is necessary. Republic Act No. 7942, the Philippine Mining Act of 1995, requires rehabilitation, regeneration, and reforestation of mined areas. The law itself recognizes the mining must exist, but it must exist responsibly. Without mining, we'll lose the very resource that build our roads, power our homes, and drive our industries. Second, it is practical. The law does not leave rehabilitation to change. Under DNR administrative order, every mining company must prepare a final mine rehabilitation and decommission plan, backed up by the mine rehabilitation liability fund. This means rehabilitation is not just a promise. It is a financial, secured, and technically planned before a single rock is moved. Third, it is beneficial. Mining generates job, revenues, and invest that uplifts community. And when rehabilitation is enforced, mined out areas can be transformed into ecotourism sites, agricultural lands, and reforested zones. Thus, mining provides immediate economic benefits and long-term environmental gains. Finally, accountability is guaranteed. Failure to rehabilitate leads to suspension or cancellation of mining rights, fines, imprisonment, and even personal liability for corporate officers. The environment can even use the company's rehabilitation fund to restore the land itself. In short, the system ensures that rehabilitation will happen one way or another. So let us be clear. The question is not whether mining should exist, but whether it could be responsible. The Philippine law already makes responsible mining the only way forward. Responsible mining is necessary, practical, and beneficial for our economy, for our communities, and for our environment. Thank you.
All right, so thank you so much for delivering your rebuttal statement from the negative. Welcome the rebuttal statement of the team captain from the affirmative side. You have 3 minutes to deliver the same, and your timer starts now.
When the land is gone, no law can bring it back, and no prophet can restore what nature has lost. Honorable adjudicators, esteemed guests, and respected audience, good day. The opposition claims that open-pit mining is legal and rehabilitated afterward, yet legality does not equal sustainability. According to the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, many rehabilitation programs fail to restore mined areas to their original ecological state, leaving behind barren soils, polluted rivers, and displaced communities. Moreover, UP National Institute of Geological Science reports that open-pit mining causes irreversible landscape destruction even with rehabilitation. This issue is not just poor enforcement. It is the proactive itself that violates our constitutional right to a balanced and helpful ecology. For my second argument, the opposition claims that open-pit mining is responsible and supports national development, yet accountability on paper does not erase the damage in the soil. Even with legal safeguards, the Commission on Audit revealed that many mining firms fail to fully rehabilitate damaged areas despite the obligations. The DENR has also suspended several legal mining operations for situation, deforestation, and contamination of nearby waters. GDP may rise, but no amount of revenue can repay the irreversible cost of environmental destruction. For my third argument, they might say that rehabilitation is the answer, but the previous case says otherwise. Like in Rapu-Rapu, honorable adjudicators, the opposition's case speaks of economic growth and national progress through open-pit mining, but I want to bring the debater close to home with a story from my fellow debater, Ralph, who lives in Sitio Quibang, South Cotabato. Ralph experiences every day what many fails to see: the rough, battered roads and the constant dump trucks passing by his home, the dust that clouds the air, and the noise that disrupts the peace of his community. This is no abstract claim, but a lived reality. We stand with Ralph. We stand for his right to breathe clean air, to live safely, and to walk on roads that do not crumble beneath him. We may not all benefit directly from the so-called sustainable progress that mining promises, but we must act now, not for ourselves, but for Ralph, and for every Ralph who suffers the hidden cost of the industry. Let us not multiply another Ralph. This debate is about more than economics. It's about dignity, health, and constitutional rights. So, honorable adjudicators, we ask you to look beyond profits and job numbers and to see that human faces, the communities that bear the scars, for Ralph, for all affected communities, and for the future. Thank you.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen, and that concludes the debate match for this round. A round of applause once again to our opposing teams, Notre Dame of Isulan Incorporated on the affirmative side and 𝐤𝐤𝐿 National High School on the negative side for the proposition, let it be resolved that the open-pit mining poses threat of violating the constitutional right to a balanced and healthful ecology.
And before we proceed with the announcement of winners, best debater, and best speaker, we go on further to our prizes for those who will comment on our YouTube channel. And for the mechanics, let me just read it for you. For our comment requirements and mechanics, we request all viewers to please subscribe to our official YouTube channel, Link is provided on the comment section. So pwede niyo pong makita yung link ng ating YouTube channel being provided sa ating comment section. You have to submit your comment on our YouTube channel. You have to comment on our YouTube channel after subscribing. And then you have to submit the screenshot of your comment to our Sultan Pax Leadership Academy Facebook page. And after that, you have to wait for the reply from our Facebook page to confirm your entry and for the determination if you win.
Alright, so klaro po yan, ladies and gentlemen, yung requirements, mechanics ng ating hindi pa naman siya raffle, but yung prizes po for our comments. And speaking of comments, meron po tayong ditong sample ng comment from our Facebook page. Let me just read. So once again, the proposition was to declare that open pit mining poses a threat of violating the constitutional right of a healthful and balanced ecology. So there is a comment from Sir Don Paren. Ang sabi niya dito, open pit mining is neither entirely good nor bad. Rather, it presents a complex balance of significant environment advantages and substantial environment and social disadvantages. So the way I see it, medyo on the safe side lang yung comment niya kasi hindi daw siya entirely good and hindi rin siya entirely bad. What do you think, sir?
Yes, neither he is on the affirmative side or on the negative side. And there's also one comment here from Sir Prince Fujimoto. And he said, there is nothing inherently wrong with open pit mining because it can create numerous job opportunities and contribute to economic growth.
Yes.
Having read the statement from Sir Prince, it seems to me that he is on the negative side.
Yes.
Right? And he also give emphasis that responsible mining is possible, but it requires transparency, accountability, and genuine concern for both people and the planet.
Exactly. And just a disclaimer lang, ladies and gentlemen, the views, the comments, and opinion of the moderators as well as the comments of our live audiences does not in any way affect the tabulation, the score of our debating team.
That is correct, Sir Michael. And again, to repeat po, yung mga mananalo po at magbibigay po ng mga komento patungkol po sa topic natin ngayong tanghaling ito ay ang requirement nyo po ay kailangan nyo mag-subscribe sa ating YouTube channel na ang pangalan ay 𝐬𝐤𝐿. And you have to send your comment there. It's also live. And you have to submit your screenshot na nag-subscribe kayo at nag-comment kayo sa ating Sultan Pax Leadership Academy Facebook page. And after that, you just have to wait for our reply to confirm your entry and to determine if you win our prizes this afternoon.
Yes, and once again, the lucky commenters will receive special prizes from our organizing committee. So far po, dalawa po yung lucky commenters natin. So sa ating mga audience via Facebook, comment na kayo, subscribe po doon sa YouTube channel, and send in your entries na po.
Yes, that is true because later on we will reveal the prizes na ibibigay po natin sa mga lucky commenters or lucky sharers ng kanilang mga ideas. Because as of this moment, we have the members of the board members of the province of Sultan Kudarat. They are actually witnessing today's knockout round para sa ating SPLA debate competition. And here with us as well is the head of the Kamalayan Center in Tacurong City. We have Sir Chris Anthony Gegone.
Welcome po, sir. Thank you so much for gracing our event. And of course, while our board of tabulator is tallying the scores, let us hear, ladies and gentlemen, some comments and insights from the member of our board of adjudicators, starting off with Ma'am Tehane Angas. And of course, to be followed by comments and insights from attorney Sandra Bonrustro.
Hello, good morning everyone. Good morning to our two teams. Congratulations. I would like to congratulate you all on behalf of the entire board of adjudicators. You debated very well on a topic that's still very hotly contested even with our legislators today, as opposed to our departments and government agencies who still have a hard time reconciling
the socio-economic impact, the social impacts vis-a-vis the financial impacts of open pit mining. I appreciated all of your arguments. I think it encapsulated very well the ongoing debate. First of all, for the affirmative side, I appreciated how you cited how harm can still be caused even with the existence of official permits and safeguards. However, on this side, I also appreciated how the negative side emphasized that it's not necessarily mining itself that causes or poses rather a threat to our right to a balanced and healthy ecology, but poor enforcement and the lack of safeguards. So all in all, I really appreciated how you packaged your arguments very well. I think for a debate like this, it would have been good at the get-go. I think it's the responsibility of the affirmative side, actually the first speaker in the entire debate, to set the parameter of what actually constitutes a threat. What you would consider to be a threat to our constitutional right to a balanced and healthful ecology. It could be actual violations. It could be results of environmental impact assessments. I think the affirmative side also cited community evidence. So that could have been better set in order to set the parameters. But either way, you all did very, very well. Congratulations.
Good morning, everyone. Congratulations to both team. I'm so happy with how you develop all your arguments. For the affirmative side, I really appreciate your mentions about environmental destruction, effects of chemicals, and of course, the possibility of an aggressive displacement of the residents in the area where the mining will be operational. But you just failed to mention that we do not have a national law for internal displacements of persons. So if you have put emphasis on that, that would clearly said that this open pit is really a threat, poses a threat, because in the very first place, we do not have a national law. How do we deal with the internally displaced person by reason of such an aggressive economical drives, such as the mining? Then I also appreciate the first speaker has good interpellation questions. I really appreciate the questions there. You also mentioned about destruction of watershed, and you made comparison of the destructive effect of mining with other local communities in the country. That's good. You have historical data pertaining to this destruction that had happened. And you mentioned that legality is not equivalent to sustainability. Those are good points. However, you could also have included that declaring this or saying that open pit mining poses threat to our environment and healthful ecology, if we also include precautionary, that this declaration of this is already a precautionary measures. It's not only historical, but it's also based on science. There's really a science on it. On the negative side, I appreciate that you completely emphasize that we already have the law, we have the environmental impact assessment, we have the ECC, we even have rehabilitation plan before we can go for an open pit mining, before an open pit mining will be operational. But I'm looking forward in your practicability that other than rehabilitation, we could also have an early intervention, a proactive early intervention even before the operation of mining. Such as before the operation of mining, we can create buffer zones, or we can also make man-made forests before we fully destroy. Now, rather than doing it after the mining, we can also do prior to the operation, but you failed to mention that. Anyway, but I also appreciate that you mentioned there is only a need for us to improve coordination with the national government and the local government units in order that there will be proper implementation of the open pit. And also what we need is actually good governance Those are good points. I really appreciate those points. And you also mentioned that open pit mining is a nationwide source of survival or sustainability, meaning really in the economy. I was waiting in your interpellation the question of, is the danger which open pit mining poses or the threat poses by open pit mining actually an imminent one, or is it actually real? Because again, what the other side mentioned are only historical destruction. There's no scientific destruction. So if you could have established that as well, you are able to destroy the argument based on the historical destruction of open pit. Also, I appreciate you mentioned about responsible mining, but you did not elaborate what really is responsible mining. So those are the points, but generally, both teams had a good research about open pit mining, about the laws pertaining to open pit mining, and those are good, good information for us as well. No? And I congratulate both teams. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much once again, our dear moderator, our dear adjudicators, should I say, Ma'am Tehani Angas and Attorney Sandra May Bonrustro. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I know you've been waiting for the result. Let us now finally hear or welcome our Chief Adjudicator, Attorney Rahil Saga, to announce the best debater, best speaker, and the winning team for this round.
For this round, the best speaker goes to the first speaker of the affirmative. Congratulations. And for the best debater, we have the third speaker from the affirmative. Congratulations. Medyo mahigpit po ang round na to. Ilang points lang. Parang less than 1 point? No, less than. Mahigpit talaga. Kaya lang, meron talaga siyang winner. Okay. This round goes to the affirmative side. Congratulations. With an average score of 84.47%. Congratulations. 83.26%. Congratulations. Medyo, lang.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, once again, congratulations to our winning team, the affirmative side.
And of course, to the non-winning team, congratulations as well for a job well done. Now let's do the shake hands and of course, the photo opportunity before we do our lunch break.
Yes, and ladies and gentlemen, fellow Sultan Codarateños, the competition continues to heat up. We are pleased to announce that our first 2 team finalists have been identified. 4 more teams will soon join them to complete our final lineup. We know everyone is very eager to discover which school will claim those remaining spots. But for now, we'll pause briefly for a short break, and when we return, prepare for an exciting match between Esperanza National High School and Lisulan National High School.
So please stay with us, stay tuned, and we'll be right back to continue the thrilling journey toward the debate championship match.
The youth sense the sexual representation they are.
𝐤𝐤𝐝 Festival 2025 is brought to you by the following sponsors. Co-presenter, 𝐤𝐸𝐝𝐻𝐿 Foundation Incorporated, 𝐤𝐸𝐝𝐻𝐿 Foundation Incorporated. Diamond sponsor, 𝐬𝐤𝐝𝐼 Corporation. Official partners, Pepsi, Philippine Airlines, PS Royal Ice Manufacturing, Aqua Verde Realty Development and Leasing Incorporated, Paymaya, ARSM Land, Advanced Gas. Gold sponsors, Globe, TM Fiber Prepaid, 𝐸𝐲𝐝 Korean Barbecue Grill, ARSM Trucking Services, Consumer Electronics Trading, Primal Patties, La Familia Raso Cafe by the 5th Food Station, 𝐸𝐤𝐝, ARSM Fishing Incorporated. Silver sponsors, Century Pacific Food Incorporated, 𝐬𝐤𝐝 Cafe and Study Lounge, SME 𝐸𝐨𝐵Link Pharma and Trading Corporation. Bronze sponsors, Dito Telecommunity, 𝐸𝐾ash, Speedreon Pharma, Well-Save Pharma. Minor sponsors, Carlitos Hotel, Banco, San Miguel Beer, 96 Ranch, MPQ Travel and Tours Philippines, Jollibee, Nestle Philippines, IPI, DBP, Padrino General Merchandise, JV Constec, Bioderm, Dr. Wong's, Gemma Construction Supply Incorporated, J&J Cosmetics, and other sponsors. Official broadcast partner, 24K Digital Productions and Events. 𝐤𝐤𝐝 Festival 2025 is brought to you by the following sponsors. Co-presenter, 𝐤𝐸𝐝𝐿 Foundation Incorporated, 𝐤125 Foundation Incorporated. Diamond sponsor, 𝐬𝐤𝐝𝐼 Corporation. Official partners, Pepsi, Philippine Airlines, PS Royal Ice Manufacturing, Aqua Verde Realty Development and Leasing Incorporated, Paymaya, ARSM Land, Advanced Gas. Gold sponsors, Globe, TM Fiber Prepaid, 𝐸𝐲𝐝 Korean Barbecue Grill, ARSM Trucking Services, Consumer Electronics Trading, Primal Patties, La Familia Raso Cafe by the 5th Food Station, 𝐸𝐻𝐝, ARSM Fishing Incorporated. Silver sponsors, Century Pacific Food Incorporated, 𝐬𝐤𝐝 Cafe and Study Lounge, SME 𝐸𝐨𝐵Link Pharma and Trading Corporation. Bronze sponsors, Dito Telecommunity, 𝐸𝐾ash, Speedreon Pharma, Well-Save Pharma. Minor sponsors, Carlitos Hotel, Banco, San Miguel Beer, 96 Ranch, MPQ Travel and Tours Philippines, Jollibee, Nestle Philippines, IPI, DBP, Padrino General Merchandise, JV Constec, Bioderm, Dr. Wong's, Gemma Construction Supply Incorporated, J&J Cosmetics, and other sponsors. Official broadcast partner, 24K Digital Productions and Events.
Mga kababayan, paparating na ang pinaka-engranding selebrasyon ng taon, ang 𝐤𝐤𝐝 Festival 2025. This November, dito mismo sa Isulan, Sultan Kudarat, magsasama-sama ang iba't ibang kulay, tunog at henerasyon. Dito mararamdaman mo na habang ipinagmamalaki natin ang sariling atin, nakikipag-ugnayan din tayo sa buong mundo. From street parades to cultural shows, from music and food to world-class performances. Lahat ng mga yan, sabay-sabay nating masasaksihan at mararanasan. Kaya naman huwag nang magpahuli. Halina't makisaya, makiisa, at maging parte ng selebrasyong tunay na kwento ng ating lahi at kultura. Kalimudan Festival 2025, where the world meets in Sultan Kudarat.
The youth sense the sexual representation they are.
Dito, all out ang gaming, streaming, chikahan, tawanan, kilig, adventures! Experience the fastest mobile network in the Philippines. Kaya dito!
우리 어떻게 친해졌더라? 음악 때문인가? 게임? 운동하다가? 아니, 우린 밀키스로 통했으니까. 부드럽게 밀려드는 내적 친밀. 너도 나도 밀키스.
Tingnan yan!
Tara! Dun naman sa iba! San man ang food trip? Ano man ang cravings? Pasarapin yan with Pepsi! Mas masarap na iba!
Food trip ba, par? Umay na ako. Habang ba, boss?
Bangis ng citrus ang kailangan!
Umay sa kainan? Mountain Dew na yan. Umay! Basta!
Round 2?
Game na! Mountain Dew! Tikman ang adventure!
Get a taste of new Lipton Fusions. Real iced tea, now with a wave of lemonade in strawberry or pineapple mango. Try new Lipton Fusions lemonade iced tea.
Mountain Dew! Pag-umay sa kainan?
Bangis ng citrus ang kailangan!
Mountain Dew! Umay! Basta!
Round 2?
Tikman ang adventure!
Hanggang sa dulo ng mundo, hanggang maubos ang upo, hanggang gumulong ang luha, hanggang mahulog ang tala. Masdan mo aking mata, di mo ba nakikita? Akong ngayon'y lumilipad at nasa langit na. Gusto mo ba? Gusto mo ba? Gusto mo ba? Gusto mo ba? Sumama. Ako, ikaw, everybody, everybody, Hop Academy. Si ate, si teacher at little boy, si BF, si Frenny at Mang Boy. Everybody, Hop Academy. Pati flavors dito bubbly, pineapple, Cali bubbly, apple, Cali bubbly, light, Cali bubbly. You, me, sila, us, we. Everybody, everybody, Hop Academy. Magnolia, feeling good, set up.
Ang numero unong kailangan sa ngayon, extra strong ka dapat. Para kayanin ang mga hamon na ibabato sa'yo. Ang hanap ng Red Horse Beer, extra strong na tulad mo. Lakas! Tama! Panatag ang loob na bukas, nanamnamin mo ang iyong tagumpay. Lakas ng tama pero di wasak sa hamon ng bukas.
Red Horse Extra Strong! The #1 extra strong beer in the world!
Meron ka bang the one that got away? Meron naman. Sweet! Sino?
Kilala ko ba?
Para sa sweet bonding moments, enjoy the refreshing sweet flavors of San Miguel flavored beer. Apple, lemon, and lychee with just the right beer buzz.
The one that got away ko? Si Claire.
Huh?
You're the one that got away with the last apple. Akin yun eh.
Like refreshing and sweet with San Miguel flavored beer.
Stick, stick, stick!
lagi na lang bitin, mapapa-what if ka na lang talaga. What if sulit ang data mo? What if consistent ang connections sa bahay? What if lahat ng to kaya dito?
Dito, you can do more with long validity.
More tawanan para sa lahat.
With the fastest mobile network in the Philippines. Kaya dito tayo.
Mapag-gaming, streaming, video calls, kulitan, chikahan,
adventures!
Lahat ng to kaya dito.
This Sunday, we need to get every tailgater a Pepsi to amp up their food's flavor.
We usually work on Sundays.
I'll cancel my plans.
Why would you throw that?
Pepsi does make it taste better.
Try it again with the pork. How do we get to the cooler? It's too crowded.
When in Philly.
Works every time!
Dito, all out, ang gaming, streaming, chikahan, tawanan, kilig, adventures! Experience the fastest mobile network in the Philippines. Kaya dito!
우리 어떻게 친해졌더라? 음악 때문인가? 게임? 운동하다가? 아니, 우린 밀키스로 통했으니까. 부드럽게 밀려드는 내적 친밀. 너도 나도 밀키스!
Tingnan yan!
Dito, all out, ang gaming, streaming, chikahan, tawanan, kilig, adventures! Experience the fastest mobile network in the Philippines. Kaya dito!
𝐤𝐤𝐲 Festival 2025 is brought to you by the following sponsors. Co-presenter, 𝐤𝐸𝐿 𝐸𝐿 Foundation Incorporated, 125 𝐜𝐸𝐿 Foundation Incorporated. Diamond sponsor, 𝐬𝐤𝐝 Corporation. Official partners, Pepsi, Philippine Airlines, PS Royal Ice Manufacturing, Aqua Verde Realty Development and Leasing Incorporated, Paymaya, ARSM Land, Advanced Gas. Gold sponsors, Globe, TM Fiber Prepaid, Samgyeopsal Korean Barbecue Grill, ARSM Trucking Services, Consumer Electronics Trading, Primal Patties, La Familia Raso Cafe by the 5th Food Station, Archon, ARSM Fishing Incorporated. Silver sponsors, Century Pacific Food Incorporated, 𝐬𝐤𝐝 Cafe and Study Lounge, SME SaveLink Pharma and Trading Corporation. Bronze sponsors, Dito Telecommunity, GCash, Speedrion Pharma, WellSave Pharma. Minor sponsors, Carlitos Hotel, Banco, San Miguel Beer, 96 Ranch, MPQ Travel and Tours Philippines, Jollibee, Nestle Philippines, IPI, DBP, Padrino General Merchandise, JV Constec, Bioderm, Dr. Wong's, Gemma Construction Supply Incorporated, J&J Cosmetics, and other sponsors. Official broadcast partner, 24K Digital Productions and Events.
Tingnan yan! Tara, dun naman sa iba.
San man ang food trip, ano man ang cravings, pasarapin yan with Pepsi. Mas masarap na iba.
Putre pa, par! Umay na ako. Habang pa, boss?
Bangis ng citrus ang kailangan!
Umay sa kainan, Mountain Dew na yan.
Umay! Basta!
Round 2?
Game na! Mountain Dew, tikman ang adventure!
Get a taste of new Lipton Fusions. Real-iced tea, now with a wave of lemonade in strawberry or pineapple mango. Try new Lipton Fusions Lemonade Iced Tea.
Mountain Dew, pag-umay sa kainan,
Bangis ng citrus ang kailangan! Mountain Dew! Umay! Basta!
Round 2?
tikman ang adventure!
Hanggang sa dulo ng mundo, hanggang maubos ang upo, hanggang gumulong ang luha, hanggang mahulog ang tala. Masdan mo aking mata, di mo ba nakikita? Ako ngayon'y lumilipad at nasa langit na. Gusto mo ba? Gusto mo ba? Gusto mo ba? Gusto mo ba? Sumama.
Ako, ikaw, everybody, everybody, hop a Kelly. Si ate, si teacher at little boy, si BF, si Frenny at mang boy. Every bubbly, hop a Kelly. Pati flavors, keep it bubbly. Pineapple, Kelly bubbly. Apple, Kelly bubbly. Light, Kelly bubbly. You, me, sila, us, we. Everybody, every bubbly, hop a Kelly. Magnolia, feeling good, set up.
Ang numero unong kailangan sa ngayon, extra strong katapay. Para kayanin ang mga hamon na ipapato sa'yo. Ang hanap ng Red Horse Beer, extra strong na tulad mo. Lakas. Tama. Panatag ang loob na bukas nanamnamin mo ang iyong tagumpay. Lakas ng tama pero di wasak sa hamon ng bukas.
Red Horse extra strong! The #1 extra strong beer in the world!
Meron ka bang the one that got away? Meron naman. Sweet!
Sino? Kilala ko ba?
Para sa sweet bonding moments, enjoy the refreshing sweet flavors of San Miguel flavored beer. Apple, lemon, and lychee with just the right beer buzz.
The one that got away ko? Si Claire.
Huh?
You're the one that got away with the last apple. Akin yun eh.
Sweet with San Miguel flavored beer.
Galaw mo! Buong araw ang kayod sa trabaho. Mag-sting para galaw mo ay ganado. Ataw sa sting. Ataw sa energy sa sting. Ataw sa energy. Ataw sa sarap.
Pag lagi na lang bitin, mapapa-what if ka na lang talaga. What if sulit ang data mo? What if consistent ang connections sa bahay? What if lahat ng to kaya dito?
Dito, you can do more with long validity. More tawanan para sa lahat. With the fastest mobile network in the Philippines. Kaya dito tayo. Mapag-gaming, streaming, video calls, kulitan, chikahan.
to? Kaya dito!
The 𝐤𝐸𝐿𝐵, the sexual representation, they are... The 𝐤𝐸𝐿𝐵, the sexual representation, they are...
Still broadcasting live from the provincial capital of Sultan Kudarat, this is the SPLA 2025 Debate Knockout Rounds. I am Michael Talamor, and joining me once again is my fellow moderator, Sir 𝐬𝐤𝐝𝐿, and together we'll be guiding you through the second half of this exciting debate competition. Two teams have already secured their rightful spots for our final rounds. At this juncture, ladies and gentlemen, we will determine who among our next contenders will be joining the elite ranks of finalists. Brace yourselves and witness our team from Esperanza National High School on the affirmative side as they fight their way against 𝐬𝐤𝐝𝐿 National High School on the negative side. Our team from Esperanza National High School is composed of the following members: 𝐬𝐤𝐝𝐿, Princess 𝐬𝐤𝐝𝐿, Princess Leona de Atras. With their researchers, Brix Anthony Moleño and Clint Tandog.
We have the team from 𝐬𝐤𝐿 National High School on the negative side, composed of Chris Angel B. Santiago, Goldie Lit M. Gregorio, Charlene T. Legaspi. With the support of their researchers, we have Dan Henry Berbolia, Miss Rachel Marie Suarez.
And ladies and gentlemen, the proposition for this match, let it be resolved that the abolition of Regional Wage Board is warranted for violating the Equal Protection Clause. The abolition of Regional Wage Board is anchored on the equal pay for equal work. At present, the 17 regional wage boards determine the minimum wage rates in their respective region. With its abolition, these boards must be removed and a standardized national minimum wage must be set. First speaker from the affirmative side, you have 4 minutes to deliver your constructive speech and argue why it is necessary to declare that the abolition of Regional Wage Board is warranted for violating the Equal Protection Clause. And your 4 minutes starts now.
Equality before the law is not mere abstraction. It demands that the law itself not be a tool of inequality. Honorable adjudicators, esteemed members of the opposition, and my fellow Filipinos, good day. I am 𝐕𝐵𝐺 Felipe Duya, the first speaker of the affirmative. Today, we stand on firm constitutional ground. The abolition of the regional wage boards is not only just policy, it is a constitutional imperative. For as long as these boards exist, they perpetuate inequality that our Constitution explicitly forbids under Article 3, Section 1, the Equal Protection Clause. Before I begin my speech, let me give you the definition of terms for today's debate. Regional wage boards refer to the regional tripartite wages and productivity boards under Republic Act number 6727 or the Wage Rationalization Act of 1989. Equal Protection Clause under Article 3, Section 1 provides that no person shall be denied the equal protection of the laws. National minimum wage, a uniform, standardized baseline wage applicable across all regions of the Philippines. Furthermore, let me set the parameters for this debate. The government classifies employed individuals into 4 categories: wage and salary workers, self-employed without any paid employees, employers in their own family-operated farms or businesses, and unpaid family workers. The debate centers on the full abolition and wage salary workers only, Philippine context, and evaluated under the lens of constitutionality and substantive equality, not mere administrative convenience. The burden of proof lies on the negative to clearly justify why unequal treatment of workers performing substantially similar work is constitutionally acceptable. They must provide strong, convincing evidence that such discrimination is necessary and lawful. Now, the affirmative FIAT. Under our FIAT, we established a National Wage Equalization Council mandated to enforce a uniform, just, and equitable national minimum wage for all workers, regardless of region. Now, let me present my 3 propelling arguments for this motion. For my first argument, violation of equal protection, unequal treatment of equal work. According to News to Gov 2025, minimum ranges from 316 to 361 pesos in BARM to 658 to 695 in NCR, showing a shocking 99.85% disparity among Filipinos performing the same labor under the same flag. In 𝐬𝐤 versus Hernandez, the Supreme Court ruled that classifications must be based on substantial distinctions that make real differences. Yet, the cost of living arguments used by RWBs is now outdated and inconsistent. The cost of survival is not regional, it is human. The opposition may argue that RWBs enable local flexibility, but as the court held in 𝐤𝐤𝐿𝐴D versus COMELEC, administrative discretion must yield to constitutional rights. Flexibility cannot justify institutionalized inequality. Therefore, the current system fails. The equal protection test, it divides Filipino laborers by geography, not by merit or necessity. For my second argument, administrative inefficiency in policy incoherence. The Commission on Audit and DOLE's 2022 Labor Sector Review revealed that 17 regional wage boards consume vast funds, yet produce overlapping and delayed wage orders. By contrast, a single National Wage Equalization Council would ensure faster, more transparent and constitutionally uniform wage adjustments. This not only strengthens administrative efficiency, but also restores policy coherence, something long lost in our fragmented wage regime. For my last and third argument, moral and social necessity, one nation, one standard of dignity. As of 2025 Labor Force Survey recorded that 94.7% is the Philippine employment rate. However, according to independent labor reports, about 23% of employed Filipinos, roughly 11 million workers, live in working poverty, earning below subsistence despite full-time labor. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, the Constitution does not ask to balance equality, it commands us to uphold it. Filipino workers does not ask for charity, they ask only for fairness. And with that, I rest my case.
Affirmative side. First speaker of the negative side, you have 2 minutes to cross-examine, and your timer starts now.
Good day, Mr. Speaker.
Good day.
Okay, you mentioned about flexibility in your constructive speech. Are you aware that the Equal Protection Clause allows distinctions based on real and substantial differences?
Qualified, yes.
Yes, and then doesn't that justify regional wage boards?
Awareness is different from agreement, Ms. Speaker. I did not say that.
Okay. Isn't your position that all workers must be paid exactly the same regardless of local economy?
Yes.
Oh, then would you agree this could lead to unemployment in weaker regions?
Do you have evidences proving your claim?
Of course.
Okay, then present it, Ms.
Okay,
Speaker.
I will proceed to my next question. I don't have much time. Are you claiming that paying a worker in Cotabato less than a worker in Manila violates the Constitution?
Calm down, Ms. Speaker. I cannot hear your questions clearly.
Are you claiming that paying a worker in Cotabato less than a worker in Manila violates the Constitution?
Qualified, yes.
Okay, then would you agree that violation exists only if the distinction is arbitrary?
Qualified, no.
Okay. Moving on to my next question. Are you aware that the national wage standard could eliminate local flexibility in struggling regions?
Qualified, yes.
Then would you agree regional boards are necessary for practical fairness?
No, Ms. Speaker.
Okay, would you agree that paying identical wages for drastically different regional costs could result in layoffs or closures?
Regional costs, Ms. Speaker, no.
Are you saying cost of living differences have no effect on employment sustainability?
Qualified, yes.
Okay, so isn't your position that labor protection must consider economic viability?
Please proceed to your next question.
Okay. Given that weaker regions have higher unemployment, would you agree imposing a uniform wage might worsen inequality?
Higher unemployment, Ms. Speaker? Do you have evidences proving your claim?
Of course, I have evidences.
Then present it, Ms. Speaker.
Okay. I will take that as a no. Isn't it correct that workers in regions like BARM still earn fair compensation relative to their local economy?
Fair compensation, no.
Then, are you ignoring local economic realities?
Am I ignoring it, Ms. Speaker? No.
Are you aware that Supreme Court rulings allow for lawful distinctions in labor policy when based on economic need?
Thank you, Ms. Speaker.
Okay, thank you.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. You know, Sir Michael, if I would be asked if the world-class wit and talents, do we have it here in Sultan Kudarat?
I would say yes.
My answer would be qualified, yes.
Qualified, yes.
There will be no qualified no if that's the question to be raised for me. Anyway, thank you so much for delivering such a wonderful conversation. Now let's proceed with the first speaker of the negative side. You have 4 minutes to deliver your constructed speech to advance your arguments. Why is it not necessary to declare that abolition of regional wage boards is warranted for violating the Equal Protection Clause? You have 4 minutes and your timer starts now.
When equal work is paid differently simply because of geography, can we truly call it unfair? Honorable adjudicators and my fellow debaters, maupay nga adlaw ha iyong atanan. We on the negative side firmly assert that the abolition of regional wage boards is not warranted and therefore the current system does not violate the Equal Protection Clause. We are not here to debate whether Filipino workers deserve fairness. They do. The real question is, should fairness ignore economic realities and regional differences? Because the regional wage boards exist precisely to account for these differences. Their presence is a safeguard and not a violation. Now I have here 2 arguments that will support our side. Argument 1, the abolition does not warrant any ground for violation. The regional minimum wage system under Article 122 of Labor Code as amended by RA 6727 allows each region to set its own wage through the regional tripartite wages and productivity boards. This framework was designed to reflect genuine economic differences among regions. It also ensures that wages are sustainable and fair within each local context. As of 2025, NCR workers earn 658 to 695 pesos, Region 12 is 433 to 450 pesos, and BARM only 386 to 411 pesos. While these numbers differ, they correspond to regional cost of living, productivity, and economical capacity, and ensures that workers are not left behind in weaker economies while also maintaining employment opportunities. Madam Chair, the Equal Protection Clause of Article 3, Section 1 of the Constitution requires that people similarly situated must be treated alike unless there is a valid substantial distinction. Regional economic realities provide precisely that distinction. Paying a worker in Manila more than one in Cotabato reflects differences in local economic conditions and not arbitrary discrimination. Supreme Court jurisprudence supports this approach. In Victoriano versus Elizalde Rope Workers Union, the court emphasized that classifications must be based on substantial distinctions relevant to the law's purpose. In Social Justice Society versus Atienza, it ruled that arbitrary classifications violates equal protection, but distinctions grounded in economic realities are valid. Furthermore, Article 13, Section 3 of the Constitution mandates the state to afford full protection to labor and promote equality of employment opportunities for all. By maintaining regional wage boards, the government ensures that labor protection is sensitive to local economic conditions while still proving fair compensation. Argument 2, regional differentiation is justified and does not violate equal protection. Madam Chair, the motion claims that regional wage differences violate the Equal Protection Clause. As the negative, we argue that these differences are justified, reasonable, and necessary. Regional wage boards set minimum wages according to local economic realities. For example, in mid-2025, the daily minimum wage in NCR is 695 pesos, while in Caraga it is 435. Critics claim this is unequal, but these differences reflect regional productivity, cost of living, and employment capacity, ensuring that wages are sustainable and reinforceable. The regional wage boards exist to ensure practical equality and not arbitrary inequality. Madam Chair, the essence is simple. Regional wage differences are not arbitrary, they are necessary, reasonable, and constitutionally justified. They reflect local economic realities, protect vulnerable workers, and ensure that wages are both fair and sustainable. To abolish the regional wage boards would be to erase a system that actually enforces equality in practice, replacing it with one-size-fits-all rules that could harm the very workers it claims to protect. For these reasons, Madam Chair, regional differentiation upholds equality under the law and its abolition is not warranted. Fairness is not the same everywhere. It is what works in every region. Madamo gid nga salamat.
Alright, so thank you so much, Miss Speaker. Now let's proceed for the cross-examination. Let's welcome the first affirmative speaker. You have 2 minutes for your cross-examination, and your timer starts now.
Good day, Ms. Speaker.
Good day, Mr.
Do you
Speaker.
believe the government has the capacity to implement a uniform national wage policy?
Of course, I am aware.
Then do you admit that abolition of regional wage boards is feasible?
No.
No. So you contradict your brief in government capacity, Ms. Speaker. Is that correct?
Calm down, Mr.
I will
Speaker.
proceed to my next question.
Okay,
I have
all right,
Ms.
all right.
Speaker. Are you aware that national labor laws like SSS and PhilHealth are already implemented uniformly across all regions?
But can they sustain? Oh,
Mr.
yes, I am
Ms.
aware,
Speaker,
but
is a
can they
yes or no
sustain it
question
every day?
only.
Okay, yes.
Okay. Then isn't it equally practical to standardize wages nationwide?
It is not practical. No, of course.
So you
because
deny the existing success of
applying all
uniform
the
labor
regional-
policies, Ms. Speaker.
Okay.
Do you agree that all Filipinos are equally protected under Article 3, Section 1 of the 1987 Constitution?
Of course, all Filipinos are.
Yes or no only,
Yes,
Ms.
all
Speaker?
Filipinos are.
Shouldn't wage laws uphold that equality?
What?
Shouldn't wage laws uphold that equality, Ms. Speaker?
Of course, it should uphold
Then you're
equality.
defending
However,
a
it
wage
may
system
differ in
that
regions.
violates equal protection, Ms. Speaker. Thank you. I am
Okay.
very satisfied. Does the Equal Protection Clause apply to labor and wage policies?
Yes, of course.
Then do
It
regional
may
wage
differ
boards violate
again,
it, Ms.
reason-
Speaker? Then do
Okay.
regional wage boards violate it?
No.
No.
Of
Then
course,
your bench claims unequal pay still counts as equal
wages may
protection.
differ in regions
Ms. Speaker,
based
you're
on-
disrespecting my time.
Okay,
Please
okay,
let
okay.
me. Do you agree that poverty rates are higher in regions with lower minimum wages?
Of course. However,
Then has the
region
regional
cannot
wage
sustain
system
all
reduced
that if
poverty
you
at all?
implement
Ms. Speaker, is a yes or no question.
Okay, yes, I am aware.
Then you're contradicting your claims, Ms. Speaker.
I am not contradicting.
Okay.
I am aware,
Do you
however,
believe
there are-
that lowering
okay.
wages encourages business growth?
Of course.
Has
lowering
it actually
wages-
improved
however,
regional
again,
economies?
can you
Has it
repeat?
actually improved regional economies, Ms. Speaker?
Of course, there are evidences that show that.
Then you can't justify that poor regions remain poor, Ms. Speaker.
Again, regional.
Ms. Speaker,
regional
it's a yes
wages
or
may
no
differ.
question.
Okay.
Thank you
for
so
that.
much, speakers. Second speaker from the affirmative side, you have 4 minutes to deliver your constructive speech and argue the beneficiality of declaring that the abolition of regional wage board is warranted for violating the Equal Protection Clause. Your 4 minutes starts now.
Equality is not a privilege. It is a right that should never depend on one's zip code. Madam Speaker, honorable adjudicators, and esteemed members of the House, I am Princess 𝐤𝐤𝐲𝐿, the second speaker of the affirmative side, to uphold the abolition of the regional wage boards because in their existence, inequality persists, bureaucracy thrives, and justice is delayed for millions of Filipino workers. I will now present the beneficiality of this motion. For my first argument, promoting equity and upholding the right to a living wage. Abolition is beneficial because it restores equity among Filipino workers and fulfills the constitutional mandate of a living wage. The 1987 Constitution guarantees equal pay for equal work, yet our wage system betrays that principle. According to the Philippine Statistics Authority 2024, a worker in Metro Manila earns 658 pesos per day, while a worker in BARM earns 361 pesos, even if both do the same job for the same hours. This is not a regional development. It's an institutionalized disparity. At the same time, the Constitution, Article 9, Section 3, declares that the state must assure workers of a living wage. Yet the Even Foundation 2025 reports that the family living wage for a family of 5 is 1,200 pesos per day, far above even the highest regional rate. According to the Inquirer 2024, the average minimum wage across all regions is only 440 pesos, or just 36% of the 1,207 pesos needed for a family of 5. The regional wage boards have failed in their mandate. Their fragmented structure perpetuates low wages that trap families in poverty. Abolishing them and creating a unified national wage standard will ensure that equality no longer depends on where you live, but on the dignity of the work you do. Wages should lift families from poverty, not keep them there. For my second argument, advancing efficiency and strengthening administrative integrity. Abolition is also beneficial because it creates a more rational, transparent, and efficient wage policy. 17 wage boards produce 17 different rates, updated at different times with different criteria. A patchwork system that confuses employers, delays wage relief, and discourages investments. According to the DLSU Policy Brief Series, Volume 1, Issue 7, titled Redesigning the Philippine Wage System, one of the most pressing issues is the regional wage disparities institutionalized by the decentralized framework. The same brief identifies this is a governance and administrative issue that reinforces inequalities between wealthier and underdeveloped regions. Furthermore, a Business World 2024 article warns that regional boards run a bigger risk of being dominated by employer interests, revealing how local politics often override labor welfare. Abolishing the regional wage boards and consolidating authority under a single, transparent national body, we streamline wage adjustments, eliminate redundancy, and ensure accountability. Efficiency, after all, is not about complexity, it's about fairness done fast. For my final argument, ensuring long-term national development. Abolition is beneficial because it unifies the labor market and drives national growth. The determinants of regional minimum wages show the local economic factors such as CPI, GRDP, and employment rate vary widely, leading to wage inequality and uneven development. The DLSU policy brief explicitly states that these disparities, institutionalized by the decentralized framework, are structural barrier to equitable progress. A uniform wage standard promotes labor mobility, reduces inequality, and strengthens domestic consumption to true engine economics. So when
Thank you so
one
much,
nation, one
second
wage,
negative
one dignity. Thank you.
second affirmative speaker. Let's welcome now our second negative speaker. You have 2 minutes to cross-examine, and your 2 minutes starts now.
Good day, Ms. Speaker.
Good day, Ms. Speaker.
So you have mentioned that abolishing the wage board promotes equity and right to a living wage. So isn't it correct that the Equal Protection Clause allows distinction based on substantial differences?
A qualified yes.
Then wouldn't regional wage differences which reflect local economic realities be constitutional?
Can you restate your questions
Then
clearly,
wouldn't
please?
regional wage differences which reflect local economies' realities be constitutional?
Yes, Ms. Speaker.
Okay,
Please
I will proceed
proceed.
to my next question. Would you agree that regional economies differ in productivity, cost of living, and employment opportunities?
Qualified yes, Ms. Speaker.
Then wouldn't it be reasonable for wages to differ regionally?
No, Ms. Speaker. Qualified
So you
no.
deny regional economic realities, even though wages respond to local conditions.
That is exactly why we are abolishing
Okay,
this, Ms.
I will
Speaker.
proceed
Please
to my next
proceed.
question. Okay. Are you aware that wage differences exist because of genuine economic conditions, not arbitrary discrimination?
No, Ms. Speaker. Please proceed.
So you claim wage differences are arbitrary even though they respond to real costs?
Please proceed to your next
Okay.
question.
So you have mentioned that the abolition unifies the labor market. Isn't it true that the regional wage boards were created specifically to set wages responsive to local realities?
There are different wages, Ms. Speaker.
A yes or no
Please-
will satisfy me?
All right. Please proceed.
I will
to your
take that
next
as a
question.
yes. Okay, I will proceed
No,
to
Ms.
my
Speaker.
next question. Isn't it true that courts have upheld regional classification as constitutional in multiple cases?
Can you restate your question?
I will proceed to my next
All
question.
right,
Sorry.
all right.
Isn't it correct that unequal pay only violates the Equal Protection Clause if it's arbitrary or unjustified?
Yes, Ms. Speaker.
Then wouldn't wages differences justified by local economic conditions be constitutional?
No, Mr. Speaker.
So you claim any unequal
Please
pay?
proceed to your next question.
Okay, Ms. Speaker. Would you agree that regional boards can respond quickly to local economic changes?
Can you rephrase your question, Ms. Speaker?
Okay, would you agree that regional boards can
your
respond
question, Ms.
quickly?
Speaker? Are you rephrasing
There
it?
you have
Thank
it,
you so much,
ladies
Mr.
and gentlemen. Thank you so much for both speakers. Now, to argue why it is not beneficial to declare that the abolition of regional wage boards is warranted for violating the Equal Protection Clause, let's welcome once again the second speaker of the negative house. You have 4 minutes to deliver your constructed speech, and your timer starts now.
Honorable adjudicators, esteemed opponents, respected members of the House, naimbag nga aldaw kada kayo amin. Before I proceed, let me ask everyone in this hall one simple question. How much does your family earn? According to the 𝐬𝐲𝐻 Foundation, a daily income of 1,216 pesos per day is now required to sustain a family of 5, yet not all regions can realistically support this income. That is why our regional wage boards exist, to set fair and sustainable wages according to local economic conditions. Consider this. 2 fathers wake up at 5 a.m. One works in Manila, the other in Central Visayas. Both spend 8 hours doing the same job with the same skill and dedication. Under a national wage system, we might pay them the same. But in Central Visayas, a higher minimum wage could force the employer to cut hours, lay off workers, or even close operation, leaving families worse off. The regional wage boards recognize real differences between regions, ensuring that workers are protected. I will proceed to my powerful arguments that stand my claim. Starting off with argument 1. The abolition promotes beneficial equality aligned with the Equal Protection Clause. Citing wage gaps, for instance, a factory assembler in Metro Manila earns 610 pesos per day, while another in Central Visayas earns 420 pesos a day. They argued that a national wage would treat all workers equally. As the opposition, we argue that abolition is not warranted because there is no violation of the Equal Protection Clause. These wage differences exist because of genuine regional economic realities, not arbitrary discrimination. The regional wage boards were created under the Article 122 of the Labor Code as amended by RA 6727 to set wages responsive to local cost of living, productivity, and employment sustainability. Simply removing them would ignore these realities and potentially harm vulnerable regions. This principle is supported by jurisprudence. In Victoriano versus 𝐬𝐤𝐿𝐴 Rope Workers Union, the Supreme Court held that classifications under the law must be based on substantial distinction relevant to the law's purpose. The regional wage boards regional classifications satisfy this test because they reflect real economic differences, not arbitrary discriminations. Even in National Federation of Labor versus NLRC, the court clarified that equal protection is violated only when classifications have no substantial basis. Wage differences under the current system have a substantial basis in regional cost of living and productivity variations, meaning abolition is not justified. Proceeding to my argument 2, abolition of regional wage board is not warranted. Regionalization ensures fair and sustainable equality. The Constitution guarantees that no one shall be denied equal protection of the laws. Equal protection does not mean treating everyone exactly the same. It means treating similarly situated people equally while recognizing real differences. Regional wage boards exist precisely because workers in different regions face different costs of living, economic conditions, and opportunities. Regionalization ensures that workers who are similarly situated within a region are treated equally, while allowing wages to reflect the legitimate difference across region. This creates fair and sustainable equality. Workers are not arbitrarily disadvantaged or favored simply because of geography. In short, regional wage boards provide equal protection in practice. By accounting for real regional differences, they ensure fairness and prevent arbitrary treatment, making their existence fully justified under the Constitution. Madam Chair, the key point is clear. Regional wage difference do not constitute a violation of equal protection that justifies abolition. The boards exist to ensure fair, responsive, and sustainable wage policies, balancing workers' protection with local economic realities. Therefore, abolishing them is not warranted and would undermine the very fairness the motion claims to achieve. That would be all. Thank you.
That's it. Thank you so much, Ms. Speaker. Now, for cross-examination, let's welcome once again the second affirmative speaker. You have 2 minutes, and your timer starts now.
Good day, Ms. Speaker.
Good day, Ms. Speaker.
Wouldn't a single wage policy reduce confusion among employers operating in multiple regions? Yes or no?
No, Ms. Speaker.
No, then are you saying complexity benefits business?
Ms. Speaker, why propose a mechanism?
Ms. Speaker, just say yes or no. Yes or no, Ms. Speaker.
Repeat your question.
Then are you saying complexity benefits business? Yes or no?
No.
No, then simplification through abolition
Proceed
is
to your
practical.
next
All
question,
right.
Ms. Speaker.
Do you agree that the persistence of regional poverty rates despite wage boards through their inefficiency?
Come again?
Do you agree that persistence of regional poverty rates despite wage boards through their inefficiency? Yes or no?
Can you repeat your question? I couldn't.
I'd rather not.
Okay.
Do you agree that having 17 different wage boards increases bureaucracy and slows down decision making?
Come again?
Do you agree that having 17 different wage boards increases bureaucracy and slows down decision making?
Yes, Ms. Speaker.
Yes, then wouldn't centralization reduce redundancy and make wage setting faster?
No, Ms. Speaker.
No. Are you contradicting your answer, Ms. Speaker? All right. Do you agree that every Filipino worker deserves dignity and a wage sufficient for a decent standard of living?
Can you please repeat your question and please...
All right, all right. Do you agree that every Filipino worker deserves dignity and a wage sufficient for a decent standard of living?
Yes, Ms. Speaker.
Yes, then isn't my argument earlier barm when... Never mind. All right.
Okay.
Do you agree that the government bodies must be held accountable if they fail to perform their duties?
Once again, that is beyond my constructive speech, Ms. Speaker.
I'd rather not.
Okay.
Do you agree that national development should aim to reduce, not widen, regional inequality?
Yes.
Yes. Then, all right. Do you agree that clear, consistent policies attract more investors?
Come again?
Do you agree that clear, consistent policies attract more investors?
Yes, Ms. Speaker.
Yes. Can you cite any evidences
What
supporting
does
your
it there-
claim? Can you cite evidences reporting your claim?
Thank you so
All
much,
right.
councils. Ladies and gentlemen, let us now welcome the third affirmative speaker. 4 minutes for your constructive speech to tell us the practicability of declaring that the abolition of Regional Wage Board is warranted for violating the Equal Protection Clause. And your 4 minutes starts now.
A nation that measures dignity by region is a nation that has forgotten the meaning of one flag. Honorable adjudicators, esteemed opponents, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I am Princess Leona Helyadoga de Atras, the third speaker of the affirmative side, talking about the practicability. And today, I stand before you to argue strongly in favor of this resolution that the abolition of the Regional Wage Board system is warranted. For my first argument, when workers earn more, they spend more, and that spending fuels a powerful multiplier effect in the economy. Higher wages increase workers' purchasing power, allowing them to buy more goods and services. This increased consumer demand directly benefits local businesses, which in turn hire more workers to meet growing demand. According to the Keynesian multiplier principle, every peso paid in wages circulates through the economy multiple times, boosting overall growth and employment. A press release from Center on Wage and Employment Dynamics found that minimum wage increase raised pay for workers without a decline in employment rates or number of establishments. A business association noted that raising the minimum wage doesn't go into workers' pocket and disappear. The money recirculates as spending at local business. Whole communities are stranded. In short, fair and higher wages don't just uplift individual workers. They strengthen the entire local economy by creating more jobs and stimulating business activity. Second, maintaining regional wage boards is expensive and administratively impractical for the Philippine government. The continued operational of 17 regional wage boards under the National Wages and Productivity Commission is costly, redundant, and inefficient, making it an impractical system for a developing nation like the Philippines. Each wage board requires its own set of personnel, offices, consultations, research activities, and public hearings, all funded by taxpayers' money. According to the Commission on Auditor COA 2023 report, administrative and operational expenses for regional labor offices, including wage boards, reach hundreds of millions of pesos annually due to overlapping functions and repetitive processes in each region. Instead of simplifying wage setting, this structure multiplies bureaucratic costs as 17 boards perform nearly identical tasks to national wages like gathering data, reviewing economics condition, and issuing separate wage orders. This results in a fragmented and slow policy process where decision takes months and resources are stretched thin. The government essentially pays for 17 versions of the same work. Abolishing the regional wage boards and replacing them with a single national minimum wage authority would eliminate this duplication, reduce administrative spending, and streamline decision-making. A unified wage system is more practical, cost-efficient, and transparent, ensuring that public funds are used to uplift workers, not sustain unnecessary bureaucratic layers. In conclusion, raising workers' wages strengthens both families and the economy by driving consumer spending, business growth, and job creation, proving that fair pay benefits everyone. Meanwhile, maintaining 17 regional wage boards only wastes resources through duplication and inefficiency. A unified nation wage system is the practical path forward, cost-effective, fair, and truly beneficial for workers of the nation alike. Ladies and gentlemen, a wage should not depend on the weakness of the local economy. It should depend on the human need to live decently.
Thank you
With
so
all
much,
points
third
being said,
affirmative
I rest
speaker.
my case.
Ladies and gentlemen, third negative speaker, you have 2 minutes to conduct your cross-examination, and your 2 minutes starts now.
Good afternoon, Ms. Speaker.
Good afternoon, Ms. Speaker.
You mentioned in your constructive speech that it is expensive, but
Yes.
isn't it your position that high wages are always better?
Can you please rephrase your question, Ms. Speaker?
You mentioned in your constructive speech that implementing regional wage boards that it is expensive.
Yes.
But isn't it your position that high wages are always better?
Yes, of course, Ms. Speaker.
So if yes, then I
Please
will
proceed
proceed
to
to
your
my
next
next question.
question.
So would you agree that regional wage boards set wages based on real economic differences?
Qualified yes, Ms. Speaker.
Okay, so isn't it correct that abolishing them would ignore these differences and create chaos and just agree?
I hope you are listening to my speech, Ms. Speaker.
I am.
Please proceed
Okay,
to
now
your next
proceeding to my
question.
next question. Are you aware that true equality under the law is context sensitive, not just numerical uniformity?
Qualified yes, Ms. Speaker.
Okay, would you agree that regional boards achieve this by adjusting wages to local conditions?
Please proceed to your next question.
Okay, I will proceed to my next question. Are you aware that regional boards allow for rapid, responsive, and effective wage implementation?
Qualified yes, Ms. Speaker.
Okay, would you agree that abolishing them would hinder this efficiency and harm workers?
Qualified no, Ms. Speaker.
Okay, now proceeding to my next question.
Yes, please.
Would you agree that disparities like Metro Manila's 645 pesos a day versus Borm's 361 pesos a day reflect real economic conditions?
That is already addressed in my speech, Ms.
Okay,
Speaker.
proceeding to my next question. Would you agree that abolishing boards would create... Okay, that is done. So that is all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Speaker.
Thank you so much for both councils. Now, to give us the argument on the non-practicability of the proposition abolition of provincial or regional wage boards is warranted for violating the Equal Protection Clause. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the third negative speaker for her constructive speech, and you have 4 minutes to deliver the same, and your timer starts now.
Magandang araw, Madam Chair and honorable adjudicators. Fairness under the law is not only about equal numbers. It is about equality that works in practice. The regional wage boards achieve this. Abolishing them would create chaos, inequity, and harm to workers, making the motion fundamentally unsound. This is not merely a procedural change. It is a matter of justice, fairness, and efficiency that we must preserve today. I present here 2 arguments to prove our stand, Madam Chair. For my first argument, Madam Chair, regional wage boards ensure context-sensitive and practical wage policies. Regional wage boards exist precisely to set wages according to the economic realities of each region, including cost of living, productivity, and employment capacity. Poorer regions such as Borm or Region 12 cannot sustain a high national wage without risking job losses, reduced hours, or business closures. According to the Philippine Statistics Authority, Region 12 had an underemployment rate of 25.3% in 2023, showing that imposing a uniform wage could exacerbate unemployment rather than protect the workers. The Labor Code, specifically Article 122 as amended by RA 6727, mandates regional wage setting through tripartite wages and productivity boards to ensure that wages are fair, enforceable, and sustainable. The Supreme Court in Victoriano versus Elizalde Rope Workers Union in 1974 emphasized that classifications under the law must substantial distinctions relevant to the law's purpose. Regional wage differences satisfy this requirement because they reflect real economic conditions, not arbitrary discriminations. Madam Chair, the stand is clear because the regional wage boards ensure practical, enforceable, and context-sensitive policies. Their abolition is not warranted and the current system does not violate the Equal Protection Clause. Now, proceeding to my second argument, Madam Chair, regional boards promote real and sustainable equality. Proponents may argue that a single national wage ensures equality, pointing to disparities like Metro Manila workers earning 645 pesos a day versus Borm workers earning 361 pesos a day. But true equality is context-sensitive, not merely numerical. Imposing a uniform wage risks reducing employment and economic activity in poorer regions, undermining workers' welfare rather than enhancing it. The Equal Protection Clause allows classifications that are reasonable and grounded in real references. The National Federation of Labor versus NLRC 1986 affirmed that classifications based on actual distinctions are constitutional. Regional wage boards embody this principle, adjusting wages according to local economic conditions to ensure fairness that is practical and sustainable. Additionally, studies from OECD 2024 highlight that centralization of wage policies can slow response to economic changes, create inequities, and increase costs, whereas regional boards allow for rapid, responsive, and effective implementation. By maintaining these boards, the government protects workers' rights in a realistic, enforceable, and economically sustainable way, fully aligned with the Equal Protection Clause. Madam Chair, the heart of the matter is simple. The regional wage boards are constitutional, practical, and necessary. They ensure fairness, enforceability, and sustainable equality across all regions. Abolishing them is not warranted and would risk harming the very workers the motion claims to protect. Therefore, the current system does not violate Equal Protection Clause, and the motion must be rejected. Thank you, and I am now ready for my interpellation.
Thank you so much, Ms. Council. Now let's welcome the third affirmative speaker for her interpellation. You have 2 minutes to cross-examine, and your timer starts now.
Good day, Ms. Speaker.
Good afternoon, Ms. Speaker.
Do you believe that in 2016, media reported that a petition was filed asking the court to nullify the Wage Rationalization Act and abolish the 17 regional wage boards precisely on the ground of equal protection?
Can you please elaborate your question?
I'd rather not. Next question.
Okay.
Do you think two workers doing the same job should be paid the same?
Come again?
Do you think two workers doing the same job should be paid the same?
Absolutely no, Ms. Speaker.
Do you justify endorsing pay discrimination against
We are not endorsing pay.
You are very contradicting. Do you believe that the government's priority should be to uplift?
Please slow down, Ms. Speaker.
Do you believe that the government's priority should be to uplift workers' welfare?
Yes, Ms. Speaker.
But you defend a system that keeps wages low and unequal across regions.
Again, it is
Isn't
based
that
on the
contradicting your
origins.
side, Ms. Speaker?
We explained it
Next
already in my
question.
arguments, Ms. Speaker.
Should the government avoid wasting taxpayers' money on redundant agencies?
No, Ms. Speaker.
No, thank you for siding with us. Do higher wages increase workers' purchasing power and boost local economies?
Huh? Come again?
Do higher wages increase workers' purchasing power and boost local economies?
Again, it is based on the
Just
region's
answer
economy.
yes or no,
Ms.
Ms. Speaker. No, are you rejecting basic economic evidence that consumer demand drives job?
Proceed to your
Next
next
question. Should policy decisions that affect millions be made quickly and transparently?
Yes, Ms. Speaker.
You are definitely siding with us. 7 board systems slow down decision and confuses businesses and workers. Is it practical for a developing country to run 17 near-identical bureaucracies for wage setting?
Yes, Ms. Speaker.
Yes. Then can you
Thank
defend?
you, Ms. Speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, our councils. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let us hear rebuttal statements from each side, starting with our negative side. Team Captain, you have 3 minutes to deliver your rebuttal statement, and the 3 minutes starts now.
Honorable educators, esteemed opponents, and my fellow debaters, once again, 𝐤𝐢𝐝𝐿 adlaw. The affirmative side argued that regional wage differences violate equal protection, but the Constitution allows distinctions if they are based on real and substantial differences. Our point is, the regional differences in cost of living, productivity, and economic capacity are substantial and valid distinction. In addition, they claim that national wage is fairer and more equal. Let's do a reality check. Uniform national wage ignores regional economic realities and risks collapsing local businesses in weaker regions. Equality in theory can lead to inequality in practice. Workers might lose jobs if businesses can't pay the same wage. Not all regions have the same economic capacity to pay equal wages due to differences in local living costs, economic development, and labor market conditions. The regional wage board system is the Philippines acknowledge these disparities by setting minimum wages that reflect each region's specific economic realities. Let's go to the heart of the matter. Regional wage boards exist to ensure fairness while respecting local realities. Our first point discusses constitutionality and equal protection. The affirmative claims that regional wage differences violate the Equal Protection Clause. We have shown the opposite. These differences are based on real economic conditions, not arbitrary discrimination. Workers in NCR, BARM, or Region 12 face different cost productivity levels and businesses' capacities. Our second point argues on practicality and enforcement. The affirmative claims a national wage is easier to enforce, but a one-size-fits-all wage ignores local realities, creating enforcement gaps and economic stress. The current system is enforceable, context-sensitive, and sustainable, ensuring wages are realistic and protecting livelihoods across all regions. Our third point discusses social justice and fairness. The affirmative claims uniform wages promote fairness, but fairness is not identical everywhere. It must account for context. Regional wage boards guarantees every worker receives protection relative to their religion, balancing equality, social justice, and economic reality. Picture this, a worker in Basilan and one in Quezon City. Should they earn the same wage without considering their local realities? Regional wage boards ensure fairness grounded in reality, not arbitrary theory. This decentralization aims to balance fairness to workers with the sustainability of businesses in lower income areas, helping prevent potential negative consequences such as business closure or reduced employment. This is not discrimination. The abolition of regional wage boards is not warranted. The current system works, protects workers, and represents and respects the Constitution. One nation, one fair system, real protection for every worker. Madamo gid nga salamat.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, team captain from the negative side. Now let's welcome from the affirmative side, the team captain, to deliver the rebuttal speech or rebuttal statement. You have 3 minutes to deliver the same, and your timer starts now.
When equality is conditional, it ceases to be equality. Good day, honorable adjudicators, members of the opposition, and everyone present. The three opposition speakers failed to present their burden. First, the first speaker claims that regional disparities justify different wages. However, the PSA itself confirms that there are indeed disparities among regions, but that is exactly our point. These disparities are not the cause, but the symptom of an unequal wage system. By institutionalizing regional wage differences, the government has perpetuated inequality instead of correcting it. The 2023 PSA Family Income and Expenditure Survey shows that regions with lower minimum wages like BARM, Region 11, and Mimaropa also have the highest poverty rates, meaning the regionalized system has failed to uplift regional economies after more than 3 decades of implementation. Therefore, we say regional wage boards did not reduce inequality, they entrenched it. The second speaker claims that there is reasonable classifications as a defense under the Equal Protection Clause. However, they fail to understand that it only applies if that classification meets 4 tests laid down by the Supreme Court in 𝐤𝐤𝐿 versus Hernandez, GR number L-7995 in 1957. First, it must rest on substantial distinctions. Second, it must be germane to the purpose of the law. Third, it must not be limited to existing conditions only. And fourth, it must apply equally to all members of the same class. But regional wage classifications fails the first 2 tests. The supposed distinction, cost of living, development level productivity are no longer substantial and not germane to the protection of workers. DOLE data shows that in 2022, it inspected approximately over 80,000 establishments, achieving nearly 90% compliance with labor standards after enforcement, providing that strong national enforcement, not unequal regional wage boards, ensures fair and equal protection for workers. This evidence shows that DOLE centralized safeguards and more efficient in promoting equality than maintaining regionally divided wage systems. The third speaker claims that RWBs uplifts equality because different regions have different costs of living. However, NEDA's 2022 Regional Economic Reports shows that the cost of living gap among most regions has narrowed to less than 15%. Thanks to nationwide pricing and digital trade integration. This proves that uniformity is now both economically and logistically feasible. Therefore, their arguments are embedded in fear. Fear of giving our workers a new way to receive pay that fits the equal work for equal pay. Second, their arguments claimed that it will burden micro-businesses. However, according to RA 9178, duly registered BMBs or Barangay Micro-Business and Enterprises are generally exempt from the minimum wage. And with that, I rest my case.
Thank you so much, team captain of the affirmative side. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the debate match for this round. A round of applause once again to our opposing teams. Esperanza National High School on the affirmative side, and Isulan National High School on the negative side for the proposition, let it be resolved that the abolition of provincial wage boards, or regional wage board rather, is warranted for violating the Equal Protection Clause.
And with that, I congratulate all the councils from both schools. Sir Michael, I'd like to ask you this. Would you like to have an equal wage among all regions in the Philippines?
I'd rather receive my 13th month pay, Sir Joe.
I couldn't agree more, Sir Michael. Mas gusto ko din yun. Yung makuha natin yung ating 13th month pay. Kailangan na kailangan, lalo pat ang daming pagkain sa food bazaar.
Yes, exciting kasi yung 13th month pay natin is mandated by the law to be credited or received by the employer no later than December 24, 2025. Malapit na.
Yes, hopefully, something na hinihintay po ng karamihan. And of course, I think you have something to announce?
Yes, yes, of course. So earlier, ladies and gentlemen, we announced that we will be selecting one lucky or two lucky commenters actually na mananalo ng special prizes. And right now, we already have one winner. Again, we have the name of the one lucky commenter, and that person is, congratulations, you will be receiving 500 pesos via GCash. And that person is Mr. Prince Fujimoto. Again, Prince Fujimoto, please message the official Facebook page of SPLA and provide your GCash number for you to receive your 500 pesos worth of GCash credit. Congratulations again.
Yes, congratulations. Siya po yung nag-comment doon sa ating proposition about open pit mining.
Yes, that's correct.
And we are opening again the opportunity sa ating mga manunood dyan, sa ating YouTube account at sa ating Facebook account na live po tayo sa ating Sultan Pax Leadership Academy, Sultan Kudarat Association of Youth Organizations, and of course to our Governor Dato Pagsali Facebook page po. Andyan po pwede po kayong mag-comment dyan, and kapag kayo po ang ating mapili, you will be receiving 500 pesos.
Yes, and congratulations once again sa ating lucky winner. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let us hear some comments and insights coming from the members of our Board of Adjudicator. Let's hear this time from Ms. Tehane Angas.
Hello everyone, good afternoon. So again, congratulations on behalf of the entire Board of Adjudicators. You all debated very well. It's always very nice to see high school students be able to discuss things so deeply and so comprehensively, even though you don't really have a working knowledge or you don't have first-hand experience with wages and things of that nature. But in any case, congratulations for defending your arguments well. For a proposition like this, it's always necessary to remember that labor not only concerns itself with the lowly worker, but also with the interests of the employer who has the right to protect its own interests. So what does the abolition of the regional wage board imply? It would imply a benefit on the part of the employee, but it also would imply an additional burden on the part of employers, especially in lower earning or less productive regions, to pay a wage that may be greater than their earning capacity. So that's the balance that we have to strike in this discussion. So I think something that could have been raised or could have been a great point of debate and contention for all of you, and I think I speak for all of us when I say this, is the question of whether or how do you reconcile this debate with the fact that there's already a standardized salary rate given to government employees. But of course, the contexts of private businesses, especially micro businesses, are also different. But that could have been a good discussion point, because while the employer, technically for government employees, is the state, the cost of living and other considerations which are taken into consideration by these regional wage boards are the same. So that would have been something nice to hear. We discussed a lot about, I think we heard a lot of discussions rather, about, let me refer to my notes. We heard a lot of discussions about how a national imposition would be unresponsive to local realities, especially from the negative side, and that an equal pay would only be unconstitutional when such imposition is arbitrary. So that's a good discussion point. On the part of the affirmative side, it was nice that you discussed about how, or you raised the question on how we can address the fact that these regional wage boards provide lower wages, lower standard wages for those areas which live in with higher instances of poverty. So again, there really is no clear answer. The winner of this debate will not answer the question of whether or not these regional wage boards have fulfilled their mandate. But nevertheless, we congratulate you all for performing very well, for delivering your arguments very well, and for giving us a good show. Congratulations, everyone.
All right, thank you so much once again, Ms. Tihani Angas. She's currently a second-year law student of the Ateneo de Davao University. Once again, thank you so much. Ikaw ba, Sir Joe, payag ka na buwagin yung regional wage board natin?
Ibabalik ko yung sagot ko kanina eh. Total, nasa government po kasi ako, government employee ako. I would rather receive my 13th month pay.
Yan nga, no? Di ba?
Hindi, bakit pa natin isa-stress yung sarili natin dito, no? We're not part of the debating teams anyway.
And again, our opinions, our views
Yes.
does not in any way affect the scoring of our the members of our board of adjudicators.
Yes.
So,
but if I would have to answer the question, I would definitely agree with what Ma'am Tihani Angas has stated earlier. Because ako din, personally, I would reflect on
Maraming
the
factors.
wisdom and the factor, the wisdom of the regional boards and the factors we have to consider. For example, in BARM, in Region 12, and other region, magkakaiba kasi sila ng ano eh. For example, yung earning capacity ng mga businesses na nandoon, both or either way, either micro, macro, whatsoever, which are operating in the region, hindi ganun kaganda yung operations, yung earnings nila compared to other regions. For example, in Metro Manila, in Visayas, and other regions. So magkakaiba. So the balance, the question on balance between with what Ma'am Tihani has earlier stated, parang yun sana, parang magandang statement sana or magandang argument na pinagkunan ng mga councils natin kung tinignan nila yung kanong klaseng balance.
yes, correct. And in my humble opinion lang kasi, Sir Joe, yung mga employers kasi natin from the higher earning regions like the National Capital Region as compared to the employers here in Sultan Kudarat in Region 12, I would say na medyo may kakayahan sila to increase the salary of their employees. That's the reason why mas mataas yung minimum wage doon sa NCR. So I think there's a lot of factors to be considered if ever we need to, abolish the regional wage board, the entity that prescribe the minimum wage for each region. So I think marami talagang kailangang isipin, himayin bago ipatupad yung abolition. That's in my humble opinion.
Yes, and this proposition is the very reason why we have to give wisdom to the viewers, and of course, kung meron mang nanonood na mga private entities, private institution who could have learned something from the debaters or from the councils, at magkaroon sila ng sarili nilang reflections as to whether or not we have to equally distribute wages from other region and with the regions in Region 12 or in BARM per se. So, yun yung mga reflections na kailangan din nilang tignan. Yung mga nanonood dito, no?
Yes.
So, sa mga nanonood, you can actually share your thoughts as well if you are into providing equal wages for all regions in the Philippines. And your answers will probably help the micro, the macro, whatsoever businesses in the Philippines and learn from this wisdom that you're going to share with us or with them. And then with that, we have to proceed with the announcement of winners.
Of course. So ladies and gentlemen, let us all welcome the chief adjudicator for this debate to announce the best speaker, the best debater, and of course to announce the winning team. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, Attorney Rahil Saga.
Sige, good afternoon again. For the best speaker, 5/5, ganun talaga. For the best speaker, congratulations. First speaker of the negative, congratulations. And for the best debater, congratulations, second speaker of the negative. And the winner for this round with .33 difference, no? Congratulations. Ayun na malaman ng grado nila, score. With an average score of 86.2. Congratulations. Team Affirmative. Congratulations. Esperanza National High School.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the winning team for this match, the affirmative side from Esperanza National High School. Congratulations again to our winning team, and to our non-winning team, congratulations still for putting up a good fight.
And let's do our shake hands as a form of accepting and as a form of thanking co-competitor or co-counsels for this proposition. We congratulate both the winner and the non-winning team.
Yes, thank you so much once again. And ladies and gentlemen, for our next fight, it's going to be between the Senator Ninoy Aquino National High School and Notre Dame of Isulan Incorporated. We will pause for a short break and we will witness our next match. Once again, thank you so much.
𝐬𝐤𝐝𝐵, the sexual representation, 𝐤𝐤𝐲.
Dito, all out ang gaming, streaming, chikahan, tawanan, kilig, adventures! Experience the fastest mobile network in the Philippines. Kaya dito!
𝐬𝐤𝐝𝐵, the sexual representation, 𝐤𝐤𝐲.
naman sa iba. San man ang food trip, ano man ang cravings, pasarapin yan with Pepsi. Mas masarap na iba.
We're back again and we're still live on Facebook and YouTube channel. We are already halfway through our competition for today. 3 teams have already victoriously emerged, but the competition is not yet over. In this round, we will find out 4 finalists who between Senator Ninoy Aquino National High School on the affirmative side and Notre Dame of Isulan Incorporated on the negative side will be declared as a winner. We will find out shortly. In the meantime, let's get to know our debaters for this round.
Our team from Senator Ninoy Aquino National High School is composed of the following members. First, we have Alvin James Goyos. We also have Gemera Shizel Espana. And we have Alexis April Vles Valmores. And of course, with the help of their researchers, we have Aljen Mare Pareño. And we have RJ Alom.
We also have the team from Notre Dame of Isulan Incorporated on the negative side, composed of Mr. Ralph Rojan Lapides, Mr. Zach Angelo de la Cruz, Jalil Baun. With the support of their researchers, we have John Prey Buendicho and Miss Charisse Dagon.
Ladies and gentlemen, the proposition for this debate match, let it be resolved that the mandatory CPD units infringes on the right of an individual to pursue their profession. And for context, Republic Act number 10912 requires CPD units for the renewal of professional identification card of all registered and licensed professionals under the regulation of PRC. As the right to pursue a profession is considered a property right, the CPD law is seen as an unnecessary burden that hinders their continued practice of their profession.
And to deliver a 4-minute constructive speech, let's have the first speaker from the affirmative side to argue why is it necessary to declare that the mandatory CPD units infringes on the right of an individual to pursue his or her profession. You have 4 minutes to deliver your constructive speech and your timer starts now.
Your honors, respected colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good day. We, the affirmative, firmly stand before this honorable body to prove that Republic Act number 10912, otherwise known as the Continuing Professional Development Law of 2016, violates or infringes the constitutional right of every Filipino professional to pursue their chosen calling. Before I proceed with my constructive speech, Your Honors, permit me to briefly establish the context of our stand, as it is integral to the substance and foundation of our arguments. Republic Act number 10912 requires all professionals in the Philippines under the PRC to earn CPD units through trainings, seminars, or educational programs as a condition for renewing their professional identification card. Its purpose is to ensure lifelong learning and professional competence among practitioners. We, the affirmative team, acknowledge the principle laid down in the case of 𝐬𝐸 de Leon, bar matter number 1153, January 17, 1978. Where the Supreme Court ruled that the right to practice a profession is not a natural right, but a privilege subject to regulation by the state. We humbly submit, Your Honors, that the government may require qualifications, examinations, and continuous learning in the interest of public safety and professional integrity. Therefore, Your Honors, it is beyond dispute that the state possesses the authority to regulate the practice of professions as an exercise of its inherent police power. Accordingly, we do not question this well-settled principle of law. Our stand, Your Honors, is that we do not question the authority of the state to regulate professions, but we question the law that regulates it. Your Honors, established is the rule of our jurisprudence that the Equal Protection Clause means that all persons or things similarly situated must be treated alike, both as to the rights conferred and liabilities imposed. Therefore, it does not require absolute equality, but it demands persons similarly situated should be treated alike, and that classifications in law must rest on real substantial distinctions. To contextualize and concretize these principles, Your Honors, in the landmark case of People v. 𝐬𝐤𝐝, GR number L-45987, May 5, 1939, through Justice Jose P. Laurel, the Supreme Court uses the fourfold test to determine valid classification. First, it must rest on substantial distinctions. Second, it must be germane to the purpose of the law. Third, it must not be limited to existing conditions only. And fourth, it must apply equally to all members of the same class. We argue... Yes, Your Honor.
Exercise of the profession. The requirement under CPD units is for the renewal of professional identification card, that not the continuance of the exercise of that profession, or just for the card alone.
Come again, Madam.
These CPD units, the requirement of obtaining a CPD unit is just for the renewal of professional identification card or the continuance of exercise of the profession.
It is both for the continuance of the exercise of the profession and the renewal of the professional identification card. We argue, Your Honors, that RA 10912 and its implementing rules failed this test. For instance, Your Honors, doctors and nurses initially had to complete 40 to 45 units under PRC Resolution number 1146 series of 2018, while engineers and architects are required to earn at least 45 CPD units for license renewal as provided in PRC Resolution number 1032 series of 2017. In contrast, teachers under the Professional Regulation Commission Board for Professional Teachers were required to earn only 15 units under Resolution number 11 series of 2019, a disparity that lacks rational justification considering that both professions involve public safety and welfare. Furthermore, overseas Filipino workers and government-employed professionals were temporarily exempted or granted relaxed compliance through PRC Resolution number 2019-1146 and its amendments, citing logistical and financial difficulties. Yet, private sector professionals practicing locally received no such accommodation, even though they face comparable financial constraints, resulting in an unequal burden on a similarly situated group. Moreover, some professions such as real estate service practitioners were allowed to renew licenses without full CPD compliance under PRC Resolution number 1239 series of 2020, while others were strictly penalized for non-compliance. These examples, Your Honors, reveal no uniform and rational standard, only selective exemptions and unequal burden. Therefore, it is a blatant violation of the
There you
Equal Protection
have it,
Clause.
ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for our first affirmative speaker for delivering your constructive speech. Now let's welcome the first negative speaker for the cross-examination, and you have 2 minutes to deliver the same, and your timer starts now.
Good day, Mr. Speaker.
Good day, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, dear adjudicators, may I ask a question? If the GR number of 45847-1939, which is not relevant because our world now is moving. Am I correct, Mr. Speaker?
No, you're not, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, let me proceed to my first question, Mr. Speaker. Do you agree that professional regulation is necessary to maintain public trust and safety?
Of course, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, and I will proceed to my next question, Mr. Speaker. You claim CPD is coercive, am I right, Mr. Speaker?
Come again, Mr. Speaker.
You claim CPD is coercive, am I right, Mr. Speaker?
I did not.
All right, so your constructive speech, Mr. Speaker, is not necessary, am I right?
It is necessary, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. You cited financial burden as proof as a right violation. Do you believe financial hardship alone makes unconstitutional, Mr. Speaker?
Calm down, Mr. Speaker. I cannot understand your question if you're talking too fast.
You cited financial burden as a proof of right violation. And do you believe financial hardship alone makes a law unconstitutional, Mr. Speaker?
Speculative, Mr. Speaker.
All right, I will proceed to my next question. You said that CPD threats professional as liabilities. Am I correct, Mr. Speaker?
Correct, Mr. Speaker.
So do you believe that accountability measure implied distrust, Mr. Speaker?
I do not, Mr. Speaker.
So isn't that a contradictory to your statement that is punishment to the competent, Mr. Speaker?
It is not, Mr. Speaker.
You claim mandatory CPD infringes on right, even if the Supreme Court in PRC versus de Guzman explicitly upheld state power to regulate professions. Would you maintain that CPD is unconstitutional, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, I already mentioned in my constructive speech that the state has the power to regulate. But however, we do not question
So
the
my
power to
question is,
regulate.
Mr. Speaker, it is unconstitutional, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
All right, so
Because
let me
it
proceed
is
to my
a
next
violation
question,
of the
Mr.
equal
Speaker.
protection
You assert
clause.
CPD as a restriction, Mr. Speaker. Yet, do you agree? Do you disagree
Thank
rather
you so
that CPD
much,
is for public
councils.
welfare?
Ladies and gentlemen, let us now welcome the first speaker from the affirmative side. You have 4 minutes for your constructive speech to advance your arguments why it is not necessary to declare that mandatory CPD units infringes on the right of an individual to pursue their profession. Your 4 minutes starts now.
Imagine a surgeon relying on decade-old techniques, an engineer designing bridges with outdated safety codes, a teacher unable to navigate digital classrooms. Would you entrust them with your health, your home, or your children's educations? According to the World Economic Forum 2023, 44% of all professional skills will become outdated within just 5 years. So, the real question before this house is not, why should professionals keep learning, but rather can society afford them not to? Honorable judges, esteemed members of the House, and my worthy opponents, good day. We, the opening opposition, stand firmly on the side of responsibility, not a restriction. We define mandatory or CPD as a legal requirement for professionals to engage in structured, continuous learning to maintain competence, uphold ethics, and ensure public safety. Our stance is clear. CPD is not an infringement of rights. It is the fulfillment of Let's anchor our position on the Constitution itself. Article 12, Section 6 of the 1987 Constitution states the state may regulate professions when required by the public welfare. This is not an optional. It is an explicit constitutional mandate. In Ermita Malate Hotel and Motel Operators Association versus City Mayor of Manila GR number L24693, the Supreme Court upheld the validity of regulation under the state's police powers so long as it promotes public welfare. Similarly, in PRC versus de Guzman GR number 144681, the court affirmed that the state has authority to impose standards to maintain professional competence. And in Tablarin versus Gutierrez GR number 78164 1988, the Supreme Court ruled that the right to practice of a profession is not absolute. It may be reasonably regulated to protect the public from harm. Thus, CPD is not constitutional violation. It is constitutional expression of protection. For my first argument, CPD sustains competence and standards. According to the Corporate Finance Institute 2024, CPD ensures that professionals remain aligned with evolving technologies, ethical frameworks, and laws, keeping their services accurate and relevant. A PRC survey 2024 revealed 82% of licensed practitioners believe CPD improve both their performance and confidence. Meanwhile, UNESCO 2023 found that professionals who actively pursue CPD are 27% more likely to perform above industries. Yes, CPD takes time. Yes, it requires effort. But what is the greatest cost? The price of learning or the price of incompetence? For my second argument, the World Health Organization 2023 found that hospitals with active CPD programs experience a 25% reduction in medical errors. That's not bureaucracy, that's lives saved. Closer to home at 2022 among nurses in Bontoc Mountain Province showed that CPD perceived benefits were rated very high, 3.8 in career development and 3.40 in income improvement. CPD uplifts, not oppresses. It empowers professionals with better career opportunities and global competitiveness. Even the affirmative argues that CPD is inconvenient, even if they say it is costly. Lastly, CPD upholds integrity and ethics. Under Republic Act 10912, CPD is designed not as punishment but as accountability. The PSA 2023 reports that professionals who consistently engage in CPD are 35% more likely to be promoted and 40% employable abroad. Experience without learning is complacency. CPD turns experience into excellence and compliance into capability. As the late Senator Miriam Defensor Santiago said, freedom is never absolute. It ends where the safety of others begins. And as our ancestors remind us, ang karunungan ang kayamanan di mananakaw. Knowledge is a wealth that cannot be stolen. So to demand learning, honorable judges, is not tyranny. It is an empowerment. Ladies and gentlemen, mandatory CPD does not infringe rights. It protects the public. The cost of learning is small, but the cost of ignorance is fatal. CPD does not infringe, but a covenant between professional and the people they serve.
Thank you so much, first speaker from the negative side. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the first speaker once again from the affirmative side. You have 2 minutes to do your cross-examination, starting now.
Good day, Mr. Speaker.
Good day, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, are you aware that Republic Act number 10912 was signed into law on July 21, 2016 and took effect on August 1, 2017?
Yes, of course, Mr. Speaker. I am aware.
Correct. And since its effectivity, numerous professionals from different sectors have raised concerns regarding its inequitable implementation, correct?
All right, Mr. Speaker.
Then, precisely, Mr. Speaker. Additionally, a poll was conducted by the PRC in February 2018 that 95,950 out of 101,000 Facebook users who participated in the survey agreed to abolish it.
And do you think, Mr. Speaker, it is answerable by yes or no,
You
Mr.
stated
Speaker?
that CPD ensures professionals' competence, correct?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I
But
am.
license exams already verify competence before professional practice, correct?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Then CPD is an additional requirement, not primary safety.
No, Mr. Speaker, it is not. It's an
I am
additional
satisfied
requirement,
with your
which in
Yes or
fact,
no, Mr.
it is
Speaker?
a training and renew
down,
our
Mr.
licenses,
Speaker.
Mr.
Calm
Speaker.
down. Yes or no? Answer my question.
Do you think your question is answerable
I
by
will
yes
take
or
that
no,
as a
Mr.
yes.
Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, would you also agree that the state cannot unreasonably or arbitrarily interfere with a person's right to pursue
Sorry, Mr.
his
Speaker,
or
it's
her
not a belong to my
profession, correct?
constructions, Mr. Speaker.
Under the Oxford Oregon guidelines, we are allowed to ask relevant questions, Your Honors, even though it's not included in it.
So based
in
on the guidelines,
constructive
Mr.
speech.
Speaker, it is only categorical question,
Let me
Mr.
proceed
Speaker.
to my next question.
Okay, Mr. Speaker.
Would you agree, Mr. Speaker? Isn't it true, Mr. Speaker, that many CPD providers charge excessive fees, sometimes amounting to thousands of pesos per renewal
Mr.
cycle
Speaker.
without government subsidy?
No, Mr.
Speaker,
Speaker.
let me finish my question first.
All right, Mr. Speaker.
Now answer my question because I already finished it.
No, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, no. So you denied the documented reports from the COA and PRC stakeholders showing that many professionals struggle to comply due to the cost of limited availability of CPD programs.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, I'm not denying.
Therefore, Your Honors, it has been clearly substantially demonstrated that
All right, so there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for both counsels. Now, to argue the beneficiality of declaring that the mandatory CPD units infringes on the right of an individual to pursue their profession, let's welcome the second speaker from the affirmative side. You have 4 minutes to deliver the constructive speech, and your timer starts now.
Your Honors, fellow debaters, ladies and gentlemen, good day. As the second speaker for the affirmative side, my task, Your Honors, is to prove before this assembly why the proposition is beneficial. Your Honors, to contextualize our arguments, we recognize professionals continually evolve, technology advances, best practices improve, and laws and ethical standards change. We also acknowledge, Your Honors, that certain principles need not to be disputed in this debate. Your Honors, mandatory CPD serves to ensure that professionals remain competent and up to date. But I would like to make this clear that these facts are non-issue in the present debate. However, Your Honors, we respectfully submit that the implementation and certain provisions of the CPD law or Republic Act number 10912 run counter to the fundamental principles of social justice. Your Honors, before elaborating further on our arguments, allow me to define social justice as enshrined in Section 10, Article 2 of the 1987 Constitution, which clearly states, the state shall promote social justice in all phases of national development. In the words of Justice Laurel, in the case of Calalang versus Williams, UR number 47800, December 2, 1940, social justice is neither communism, nor despotism, nor atomism, nor anarchy, but the humanization of laws and the equalization of social and economic forces by the state, so that justice, in its equal and rational, objectively secular conception, may at least be approximated. In this context, Your Honors, teachers, nurses, and engineers, already underpaid and overworked, must shoulder thousands in seminar costs, lodging, and leave they simply to keep the license they already earned to study and service. Beneficiality, Your Honors, also lies in equity, the equal protection of professionals across regions and economic classes. The Professional Regulation Commission, or PRC, in its 2018 report, admitted that professionals in rural and remote areas face limited access to accredited CPD providers. A nurse in Basilan, Your Honors, or a public school teacher in Sultan Kudarat cannot be expected to spend thousands or travel hundreds of kilometers simply to fulfill a requirement designed in Metro Manila. This inequity directly violates the Ormoc Sugar Company versus Treasurer of Ormoc City, JR number L-24322, 1968, which held that laws that discriminate persons with similarly situated violate equal protection. So too the CPD. It divides the professional community into the privileged and the penalized, the connected and the forgotten. By affirming that CPD units infringe the right to pursue one's profession, we unlock the benefit of reform, the chance to create a more inclusive, more localized, and accessible system of professional growth, one that uplifts all, not only to those who can afford it. Your Honors, competence should never depend on capacity to pay, but on commitment to serve. And Your Honors, as ruled in Ermita Malate Hotel and Motel Operators Association, versus City Mayor of Manila, GR number L-24693-1967, even a valid exercise of police power becomes void when it becomes arbitrary or oppressive. Repealing or reforming CPD, therefore, is not defiance, but the fulfillment of justice, ensuring that state power uplifts rather than it burdens. By recognizing, Your Honors, that CPD infringes rights upon the right to pursue one's profession, we uphold constitutional freedom by restoring fairness and due process, promote professional equity by ensuring equal access and opportunity for all practitioners, and advance social justice by protecting the poor, the rural, and the overburdened member of the professional community. To uphold the current CPD law is to preserve inequity. To challenge it is to restore justice. Therefore, Your Honors, it is beneficial to the nation, to professionals, and to the Constitution itself to declare that mandatory CPD infringes the right to pursue one's profession. With that, Your Honors, the affirmative rests its case.
Thank you so much, second affirmative speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the negative side, the second speaker from that side. You have 2 minutes for your cross-examination, and your timer starts now.
Good day, Madam Speaker.
Good day,
Okay,
Mr.
let me
Speaker.
proceed to my interpolation.
Proceed, Mr.
Okay,
Speaker.
you are focusing more on the social justice. Do you have evidence that social justice is equal to every individual?
No, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, so thank you for siding with us. And then, you cited financial burden as proof of right violation. Do you believe that hardships alone makes a law unconstitutional?
Speculative, Mr. Speaker.
All right, thank you. And now, you claim that CPD is a burdensome imposition, yet, according to you, that the individual in rural area has a difficulty to achieve the CDP. So yet, the PRC allows online self-directed employer-funded programs many free. Even if cost mitigated, do you still maintain it as a burden?
Mr. Speaker, it is not accessible for all.
Again, we have the online, allows online and self-directed employer funds. Okay, let me proceed to my next question.
Let me proceed to my next question.
I don't need your explanation.
For all.
What we have here is only categorical question, and answer me yes or no. Thank you so much, madam. Do you agree that professions like medicine, law, and engineering evolve rapidly, and that outdated knowledge can directly harm citizens?
Yes.
Okay, yes. Then you call CPD unnecessary safeguard rather than infringement.
I did not mention CPD is unnecessary,
Okay,
Mr. Speaker. I only said it does.
I am satisfied with your answer. You don't need to
Okay,
explain,
Mr.
Madam
Speaker.
Speaker. And you describe CPD as burdensome. Even if many CPD programs are now fully online, self-placed and employer-supported, do you still see it as a burden?
Let me clarify you, Mr. Speaker. CPD is not a burden,
I don't
and
need to answer me
availability
yes or
of
no,
the
Madam
CPD
Speaker.
doesn't mean it is accessible
I
for
respected
all.
your time, Madam Speaker. You have to respect my time,
Okay,
Madam Speaker.
Mr. Speaker,
Okay.
proceed.
To my next question. Do you agree that mandatory CPD aligns the Philippines with global standards in professional development?
Again, Mr. Speaker?
I don't want to repeat my question, Madam Speaker. You argue that CPD costs money even if most programs are subsidized or free. Do you still claim that the financial factor makes it unconstitutional?
No, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, if
not.
no,
It is
then
not-
cost cannot logically support your argument. Thank you for siding with me.
Thank you so much, second speaker from the negative side. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, second speaker from the negative side, you have 4 minutes for your constructive speech to argue why it is not beneficial to declare that mandatory CPD units infringes on the right of an individual to pursue their profession. Your 4 minutes starts now.
Honorable adjudicators, esteemed opponents, and respected colleagues, good day. Let me begin with an image that should make all of us pause. Imagine entering an operating room and your surgeon hasn't updated his medical skills since 2010, or crossing a bridge designed by an engineer unaware of the latest earthquake codes. Would you trust him with your life? Of course not. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is why mandatory continuing professional development, or CPD, does not infringe on rights. It safeguards them. It protects professionals from stagnation, the public from danger, and society from decline. CPD is not a barrier, ladies and gentlemen. It is a bridge that connects learning to safety, ethics to excellence, and fashion to progress. The affirmative side romanticizes freedom, but we defend responsibility. The affirmative side claims that CPD limits professional freedom, but in truth, it protects a far greater Right, the public right to safety and competent service. Under Article 12, Section 14 of the 1987 Philippine Constitution, the state is empowered to regulate profession for public welfare. And in Republic Act 10912 or the CPD Act of 2016, CPD is essential. And it is mandated to promote and upgrade professional competence. This is not arbitrary, it is essential. A 2025 BMC Medical Education Review of 17 CPD studies found that 14 reported improved patient outcomes, including reduced medical errors and shorter hospital stays, when CPD was actively practiced. That's not policy on paper. Those are lives saved. The World Health Organization 2023 further reported that hospitals with active CPD programs have 25% fewer medical errors. So tell me, if fewer errors means more lives protected, can we truly call that an infringement? My argument too, CPD is beneficial to professional growth and opportunity. Now, let's talk about the professionals themselves. CPD isn't punishment, it's empowerment. The Philippine Statistics Authority 2023 found that professionals who engage in CPD are 35% more employable and 40% more likely to be promoted than those who do not. Meanwhile, a global report by the CPD Standards Office 2023 to 2024 revealed that 90% of professionals experience career growth because of CPD. 90%! That's nearly everyone. And right here in the Philippines, a 2024 study published in the National Library of Medicine among 101 nurses in Bontoc Mountain Province found that perceived benefits of CPD was very high, especially in enhancing personal competence and career development. These are not the numbers of oppression, they are the numbers of empowerment. And CPD turns the ordinary into the exceptional, helping teacher in Mindanao learn digital education tools, and a nurse in Cebu adopt a safe patient care methods, and an engineer in Baguio master climate resilient design. CPD is not a chain, it's a chance. In my argument 3, ladies and gentlemen, CPD builds ethics, trust, and national progress. Competence without ethics is dangerous. Ethics without competence is empty. CPD unites both. According to a 2023 Business Review survey, 73% of clients and they trust professionals more when they know those professionals engage in continuous learning. That's trust. That's currency of every profession. And trust, my friends, is what builds nation. A JAMA Network Open 2022 review, 38 CPD-related studies found that 94% of programs improved practice and reduced cost. This showed that learning isn't just ethical, it's economical. So to call an infringement, to call CPD an infringement is to ignore its profound benefits, not only to individuals but to the entire nation. According to our very own Governor Dato Pax 𝐬𝐤𝐝𝐶𝐬𝐬 Dato, real leadership demands accountability, not convenience. Honorable adjudicators, the burden of learning may be heavy, yes, but the burden of ignorance is far, far heavier. CPD is not a punishment, it's a privilege. It's the state's commitment to protect the public. It's the professional's promise to uphold excellence. And it's the nation's investment in competence, trust, and progress. So I ask you, would you trust a surgeon or teacher or engineer who stopped learning 10 years ago? Or would you trust one who grows every day? Because when professional keeps learning, society keeps advancing.
Thank you so much. Second speaker from the negative side. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, second speaker from the affirmative side. You have 2 minutes for your cross-examination and your timer starts now.
Good day, Mr. Speaker.
Good day, Madam Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, you mentioned in Article 12 of the Constitution allows the state for public welfare, correct?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, but the regulation must be reasonable and not oppressive, correct?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, so CPD in its current form may go beyond reasonable regulation, correct?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Okay, let me proceed. Mr. Speaker, is it not true that one of the declared policies of the state under Article 2, Section 12 of the 1987 Constitution is that the state shall promote social justice in all phases of national development?
That is true, Madam Speaker.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, now are you aware in the case of Kalalang versus Williams, year number 47800,
Can you please come down, Madam Speaker? I cannot understand what are your questions.
Of course I will, Mr. Speaker. Justice Laurel clearly defined the social...
Speaker. Thank you so much.
Let me finish my question, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, go.
The humanization of laws and the equalization of social and economic forces by the state. Are you aware of that?
I'm aware, Madam Speaker.
Okay, Mr. Speaker. Would you agree that the CPD requires professionals to complete CPD units, often through paid seminars, trainings, and travel expenses as a precondition for license renewal?
Definitely a yes, Madam Speaker.
Okay, Mr. Speaker. Now, considering that, are you aware that many professionals, particularly teachers, nurses, and engineers, have publicly complained that CPD can cost anywhere from 15,000 to 30,000, excluding travel and lodging?
That's not categorical question, Madam Speaker.
Or
Can
is
you
your
rephrase
answer
question?
yes or no, Mr. Speaker?
Rephrase your answer, Madam Speaker.
Okay, Mr. Speaker. Considering that, are you aware that many professionals, particularly teachers and engineers, have publicly complained that CPD seminars can cost anywhere from 15,000 to 30,000, that is excluding travel and lodging?
Proceed to your next question.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, never mind. Now, Mr. Speaker, do you believe that a law that forces compliance through costly requirements, effectively penalizing those who cannot afford them, still upholds the spirit of justice?
No, Madam Speaker, I don't believe
Mr. Speaker, that is precisely our point. A law that disproportionately burdens the poor and the rural is inconsistent with the principle of social justice.
Okay.
Mr. Speaker, finally, given the social justice demands equity and the CPD law results in unequal access, would you not agree that its implementation...
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay, Mr.
There
Speaker,
you have it,
thank
ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for that very well conversation. Now, to tell us the practicability of declaring that the mandatory CPD units infringes on the right of an individual to pursue their profession, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the third affirmative speaker for the constructive speech. You have 4 minutes to deliver the same, and your timer starts now.
Your Honors, esteemed judges, respected members of the board, and fellow debaters, good day. We, the affirmative, would like to make clear that we do not oppose professional growth, but the implementation system that mistakes development for deprivation, a policy that punishes those it claims to uplift. Your Honors, for while the continuing professional development law may be noble in intention, it has failed in execution. And when a law fails in practice, when it burdens more than it benefits, it ceases to be a mechanism of progress and becomes an instrument of oppression. A policy may sound constitutional in theory, but we are talking about real-world implementation. The 1987 Philippine Constitution, Article 13, Section 3, guarantees every Filipino right to decent work in human conditions of employment. And Article 3, Section 1 ensures that no person shall be deprived of life, property, and liberty without due process of law. In Manotok v. National Licensing Board, GR number 101175, 1991, the Supreme Court declared that the right to practice one's profession is a property right, a right that may be regulated, yes, but never restricted without fairness, necessity, and justice. Republic Act number 10912, the CPD law, fails this test. CPD law was enacted to promote professional development. Instead, it obstructed professional livelihood. According to the Senate Committee on Civil Service 2019, the law burdens professionals more than it benefits them. And when the effects of law contradicts its intent, its constitutional legitimacy vanishes. Let us speak plainly, ladies and gentlemen. Professionals across the Philippines attend costly seminars not out of passion for training and learning, but out of fear for losing their license. Not for growth, but for survival. That is not continuing development, that is continuing deprivation. Ladies and gentlemen, the CPD law fails every test of practical feasibility. Number 1 is accessibility. The PRC CPD Council of 2022 revealed that most accredited providers are concentrated only in Metro Manila and Cebu. Professionals in provinces like Basilan and Sultan Kudarat must travel long distances or pay high online fees just to comply. A law that works only in cities is not national policy, it is exclusion disguised as reform. Second, economic feasibility. The PRC Citizens Charter 2025 mandates 1,000 to 5,000 SIM provider accreditation fees, which are ultimately passed on to the professionals. Senator Recto criticized this, stating that professionals are paying more bureaucracy than for learning. Now, tell me, Your Honors, can a public school teacher earning 27,000 a month afford 15,000 worth of CPD courses? Can a nurse feeding a family or 5 sustain repeatedly costs just to keep a job? When compliances cost more than survival, the law is not developmental, it is punitive. Lastly, sustainability. Even the PRC itself, through Resolution number 1146, Series of 2019, suspended full enforcement of the CPD law, citing lack of providers, inequitable access, and weak implementation systems. When even the implementing agency itself admits failure, the law's impracticality is beyond dispute. A system that collapses under its own design is not reform, it is recklessness institutionalized. Your Honors, practicality demands efficiency, not excess. We already have board examinations, license renewals, and workplace evaluations that measure professional competence. These systems ensure quality without forcing professionals into debt or dislocation. Practicality, Your Honors, is not about defending what written is in the statute. It is about defending what works in reality. And in reality, the CPD law does not empower professionals. It burdens them. Thus, we the affirmative assert mandatory CPD units infringe upon the individual's right to pursue their profession. Your Honors, we the affirmative side respectfully pray that reason, not regulation, will prevail. Thank you.
Thank you so much, third speaker from the affirmative side. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the third speaker from the negative side for the cross-examination. Ms. Counsel, you have 2 minutes, and your timer starts now.
Good day, Mr.
Good day, Madam Speaker.
So you mentioned earlier about Article 13, Section 3, am I right?
Yes, you are right.
So, do you agree that professional regulation is necessary to maintain public trust and safety?
Exactly, Madam Speaker. That is also our point.
So doesn't your argument contradict your acknowledgement of regulation's importance?
No, it does not, Madam Speaker.
Okay, so you claim that CPD is coercive. So do you agree that all mandatory requirements are coercive?
The intentions, no. The implementations,
Okay.
yes.
I don't want explanation, Mr. Speaker.
I just clarified it, Madam
Proceeding
Speaker.
to my next question. You claim that mandatory CPD infringes on the right to pursue a profession. So are you aware that the Constitution also empowers the state to regulate all professions in the interest of public welfare?
Madam Speaker, we do not question
I
the
only want
state.
yes or no,
We
Mr.
question the
Speaker.
implementation.
Let me proceed to my next
No.
question. If the CPD is intended to maintain professional competence, does it ensure that competence become a violation of one's rights?
Same argument, Madam Speaker. We
I
are
don't
not
want
questioning
to
the
hear your
institution.
explanation, Mr. Speaker. I
Proceed
only
to
want
your
a
next
yes or
question,
no.
Madam
So I'll
Speaker.
take that as a yes. Thank you for siding with us. So
No, I
isn't
did
it
not,
true
Madam
that the
Speaker.
right to work is not absolute and may be subject to reasonable conditions set by the government?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for siding with us. You cited that to support your argument, but is it not the case about business regulation, not professional competence?
Could you please repeat?
Now let me proceed to my next question.
You may.
Would you agree that professions like medicine or engineering affect public safety and that mandatory continuing education ensures that the public is not put at risk by outdated practices?
As long as the implementation
I only
is
want
good,
yes,
yes.
or no, Mr. Speaker.
Yes,
Thank
Madam
you for
Speaker. As
siding
long
with
as the
us, Mr.
implementation.
Speaker. Isn't it possible that what you call burdensome is simply the price of maintaining professional excellence
Madam,
in a
please.
globalized economy?
Repeat your question.
Okay. Isn't it possible that what you call burdensome is simply the price of maintaining professional excellence in a globalized economy?
That is a speculative answer.
Thank you
Madam
for siding
Speaker,
with
so
us,
no.
Mr. Speaker.
No, I
The
did not.
adjudicators is not firm on his side. Thank you.
All right, so thank you so much, councils. Now, to convince us that it is not practical to declare that the mandatory CPD units infringes on the right of an individual to pursue their profession, let's welcome once again the third negative speaker for her constructive speech. You may now start with your 4 minutes.
Honorable Chair, esteemed adjudicators, respected colleagues, and my worthy opponents, good afternoon. Let me begin with a fundamental truth. The right to pursue one's profession is sacred, but it is not absolute. Every right we enjoy as professionals carries a corresponding duty, the duty to stay competent, ethical, and accountable to the public we serve. And that, distinguished judges, is precisely the spirit of continuing professional development. Now, let's set the record straight. CPD is not some bureaucratic hoop we're forced to jump through. It is structured, lifelong learning, seminars, research, workshops, and technical training designed to ensure that our skill evolves as the world evolves. Because professions do change. According to the World Economic Forum 2023, 44% of workers' core skills are expected to change by 2027. So imagine a nurse still using the 1990s protocols, a lawyer ignorant of new cybercrime laws, a teacher who's never heard of AI and education. Without CPD, our competence and the public's trust collapses. Now, the affirmative side claims that mandatory CPD infringes on our right to work. But here's the truth. The right is not unbounded. It is subject to reasonable regulation, regulation designed to protect, not prohibit. Look at the case of 𝐬𝐤𝐿 v. Almeida, GR number 96034 in 1991. The Philippine Supreme Court ruled that the right to practice a profession is subject to that right. The CPD law of 2016 Republic Act 10912 echoes this. It recognizes CPD as an integral part of the practice of all profession. So that's not infringement, that's institutional empowerment. So let's talk numbers. The Professional Regulation Commission reported in 2022 that 83% of professionals completed CPD training said it improved their job performance and confidence in practice. In contrast, sectors with lower CPD participation, such as construction safety and early childhood care, saw higher complaints and malpractice rates. So ask yourselves, is CPD a barrier or is it a bridge, one that keeps competence and trust intact? Now let's anticipate. Even if they'll say CPD is costly and inaccessible, yes, some seminars are expensive and travel can be a burden. But those are flaws of implementation, not of principle. The PRC's 2023 resolution number 1779 now allows online, self-directed employer-funded CPD programs, many of them free. So even if cost remains a concern, the proper response is reform, not abolition. Even if the system feels inconvenient, tell me this, should convenience outweigh competence? Should comfort be prioritized over public safety? And think about it, a surgeon who refuses to update her techniques, an engineer who doesn't learn about new safety codes. Would you trust them with your life, your bridge, and your child's classroom? Mandatory CPD is not a chain that binds us. It is the seatbelt that keeps both professionals and the public safe as we move forward. It ensures that the badge of our profession remains one of trust, integrity, and excellence. Ladies and gentlemen, dear adjudicators, in a world that evolves faster than we can blink, the only thing more dangerous than ignorance is arrogance. Mandatory CPD humbles us to keep learning, keep our professions dignified, and keep society protected. So no, CPD does not infringe on our right to pursue our profession. It preserves that right, it protects it, and most importantly, it perfects it. Because in every noble pursuit, learning must never end. Thank you.
Thank you so much, third negative speaker, for your constructive speech. Now let's welcome once again the third affirmative speaker. You have 2 minutes to cross-examine, and your timer starts now.
Before I start, Madam Speaker, I would like to appreciate you pointing out that there's a lack of implementation in the CPD, which is exactly our point. Let me move on to the question. Madam Speaker, the essence of any law lies not only in its intent, but also in its practical implementation, correct?
Yes. That's
So
why
even
I
when a
stated
law,
that
Madam
PRC
Speaker, let me continue, Madam Speaker.
Okay, Mr.
So
Speaker.
even a law with noble goals can fail if it's poorly implemented, correct?
No.
Interesting. Madam Speaker, would you agree that most professionals, including teachers, nurses, and accountants, were already engaging such as board examinations and license renewals before RA number 10912?
Yeah, so therefore we must...
Exactly, Madam
Okay,
Speaker.
okay,
Madam
Mr.
Speaker,
Speaker.
is it not true that Professional Regulations Commission itself admitted that it temporarily suspended the full implementation of CPD requirements due to lack of readiness? Yes or no?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. That is why
Thank
in
you, Madam
2022,
Speaker. That
80% of
confirms,
professionals
ladies
who
and
completed
gentlemen,
CPD
that,
training
Madam
said
Speaker,
it improved their
please
job.
respect my time, Madam
sorry-
Speaker.
sorry,
Then
Mr.
that
Speaker.
confirms that even the enforcing agency recognized the law's impracticability.
Mr. Speaker,
Let
you
me
are not
continue.
clearly listening on my constructive
Madam
speech
Speaker.
earlier. I have provided articles and
Madam
statistics.
Speaker, according to Oxford,
Okay.
Oregon, we are allowed to ask questions as long as it aligns with the proposition. Let me
Okay.
continue, Madam Speaker. Now let's talk about accessibility, Madam Speaker. PRC data 2022 shows that most accredited CPD providers are concentrated in Metro Manila and Cebu, correct?
Yes, dear adjudicators,
Exactly,
please
Madam
not
Speaker.
clearly
Thank you,
listening on
Madam
my
Speaker.
constructive speech.
Madam
I
Speaker,
have
PRC
provided different
chairperson.
statistics
Madam
stating
Speaker,
that
please
it is
respect
truly
my time, Madam
effective
Speaker.
and not inaccessible, dear adjudicators. Thank you.
Let me continue.
Okay.
Madam Speaker, PRC Chairperson Teofilio Perando Jr. herself admitted before the 2018 that CPD remains costly, inconvenient, and inaccessible. Do you dispute this statement?
Mr. Speaker, you're
Yes or
clearly
no?
not
All I
listening
need
on
is
my-
yes or no,
No,
Madam
Mr.
Speaker.
I have
Then,
provided
Your
the
Honors,
statistics.
from
It is not
accessibility
my
to
fault that you are
affordability,
not listening on my
CPD
constructive
is not functional mechanism but a structural barrier of livelihood. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Council. What a heated argument. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let us hear rebuttal statement from each side, starting with the negative side. Team Captain, you have 3 minutes to deliver the rebuttal statement, and your timer starts now.
So, good day, dear adjudicators. I would like to address that the second speaker of the affirmative side stated that some professional cannot afford it and that it is not accessible. But I have provided statistics and PRC's articles that they offer free and online programs. So, let me proceed to my rebuttal speech. At the core of this debate lies a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding of what freedom truly means in a constitutional democracy. The affirmative side equates regulation with violation, but our Constitution and jurisprudence teach otherwise. The right to pursue a profession is indeed protected, but like all rights, it is not absolute. It exists within the bounds of the common good. So, the CPD Act of 2016, RA 10912, ensures equal opportunity for all professionals to access free or low-cost training through activated online modules, government scholarship, and in-service learning. If continuous education is a burdensome, then by that logic, so is everything of equality control in our profession. Then, like bar exam to board, renewals learning isn't a punishment, it is a privilege. So now, nurses render services that directly affect public safety and welfare. The state has both the rights and the duty to ensure that their competence remain current. This is not oppression. This is accountability. The CPD law, Republic Act 10912, is the embodiment of that duty. It does not violate constitutional rights. It upholds them. It ensures that every Filipino client, patient, or student receives competent and up-to-date service. In the case of 𝐬𝐤𝐻, GR number L7995, in May 31, 1957, the Supreme Court held that the states may validly regulate professions and businesses in the interest of public welfare. The same principle applies here. The states may limit certain rights when such limitations promote greater public good. Even Justice Laurel emphasized in Ang Tibay v. Courts of Industrial Relations that liberty is not license. It must be exercised with a sense of responsibility to the community. The CPD requirement, therefore, is not a tall feat to practice. It is a constitutional safeguard ensuring that professional freedom never becomes a threat to public trust. Yes, implementation issues exist, expenses, accessibility, and logistics, but those are administrative flaws, not constitutional violations. The remedy is reform, not abolition. If the affirmative side truly believes in education and competence, then they must concede that learning cannot end at graduation. To practice a profession is not merely to earn a living, but to uphold a continuing commitment to excellence. The CPD law is not an infringement on freedom. It is the expression of responsibility, the bridge between individual rights and collective safety. So the negative side stands firm. Thank you, and may justice favor our reason.
Thank you, team from the negative side. Now let's welcome once again team captain of the affirmative side. You have 3 minutes to deliver your rebuttal statement or your rebuttal speech. Your timer starts now.
Your Honors, distinguished judges, once again, we do not challenge the legality of RA 10912 nor the Constitution, but we challenge its implementation, which burdens on working professionals. No law should advance careers at the expense of livelihood. The right to work and pursue one's calling should never spend on financial capacity. Yet today, professionals are forced to spend thousands of pesos on seminars and workshops. Now, Your Honors, we should like to present the assignment of errors in each speaker. The first speaker recognize that living is good, but forcing people to pay in tax just to learn makes it more burden, not a benefit, and committed a fallacy of false cost, assuming seminars automatically increase competence. While the second speaker claims that CPD is not a barrier, but different from reality. A study in Suleiman Journal in 2018 about barriers and motivations of nurses in pursuing continuing professional development in 2018 found that top barriers of nurses pursuing CPD were cost of transportation, work schedules. In addition, while online CPD exists, not all professionals have reliable internet access, and he committed a fallacy of appeal to authority, assuming that because the law mandates CPD, it must be fair. Meanwhile, the third speaker failed to concretize the practicability of proposition because they did not acknowledge the test of feasibility, which is accessible and sustainable if it committed a fallacy of hasty generalization, claiming all professionals benefit equally when some are left behind. Lastly, the second last speaker did not answer the questions directly propounded by our side. Instead, they argue with questions. And therefore, they become evasive and using delaying tactics. In debate, being evasive is the weakest defense. Now, our side established that CPD law violates equal protection clause by creating inequality between those who can afford and those who cannot. It disregards social justice, punishing professionals who have dedicated years to their craft. Practically, it fails the test of feasibility. Programs are often inaccessible, costly, and unsustainable, especially for those in rural areas, low income taxes. Your Honors, imagine a public school teacher in a remote town, passionate and dedicated, yet unable to pay CPD fees. Imagine a nurse who has served faithfully for years, now denied from work, lacking costly units. Is that justice? Growth it should empower, not punish. Learning should open doors, not close them. And with that, we humbly submit our rebuttal speech. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. That concludes the match, or the debate match for this round. A round of applause once again from our opposing team. Senator Ninoy Aquino National High School on the affirmative side, and Notre Dame of Isulan Incorporated on the negative side, for the proposition Let it be resolved that the mandatory CPD units infringes on the right of an individual to pursue their profession.
And while our board of tabulators is tallying the scores, let us hear some comments and insights from one of our board of adjudicators. Let's have some comments and insights from Attorney Bonrustro.
Good afternoon again. Congratulations to both the teams. I really appreciate some of your arguments. For the affirmative side, I have to say that you have a good rebuttal points. You pointed out the fallacies of the other team. That's a good one. And then you mentioned about the practice of profession is a privilege, not a natural right. That's a good point. You mentioned about social justice, etc. Those are also good points. As to practicability, you mentioned about, and you were very clear, no? You are very clear that it is not the law that you are against with, but it is the implementation. However, there's a failure of how do we improve the implementation system of the CPD. Such, for example, you mentioned that there are lacking training providers. So how would the state improve in this aspect? Like, for example, we help create more training providers, etc. for that. As to the negative speaker, I appreciate that CPD or continuing professional development is a responsibility. It's a constitutional mandate and also a constitutional protection of public welfare. You superficially mentioned about global competitiveness, but it could have been better if you also included in your argument that CPD or our compliance with CPD is actually also our compliance to sustainable development growth, to SGDs. Now, SGDs, this is a creation, this is a goal of all the United Nations, member of United Nations, and Philippines is a member of that, and we have to comply to that goal. We need to reach that goal. Now, such, for example, promotion of lifelong learning. That's one of the goals, aspects of one of the goals. Also, the demand-driven capacity development. You should have included that because what I see in your arguments are all local application. What about CPD in the international or in the global aspect of it? You merely mentioned global competitiveness, but what really is the impact of CPD in terms of global competitiveness? Okay, so SGDs, it's very important. If you have included that it's our compliance to Sustainable Development Goal for 2030, then your arguments could have been more intact. Okay? But nevertheless, both provided good arguments. And so congratulations. Whoever will win, congratulations to you both. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Attorney Sandra May Bonrustro, the current Associate Dean of Sultan Kudarat State University College of Law.
Ikaw ba, partner, if you would be asked kung gusto mo ba ng may CPD or wala?
My answer is actually a qualified one. I would say yes, there should be a mandatory continuing education or professional development, but the expenses should be shouldered by, number one, employer, or if it is a single proprietorship, the expenses for the continuing professional development units should be treated as an expense of the sole proprietorship. So parang yung burden kasi, the way I see it, the burden is on the professional kasi siya yung magbabayad ng training, siya yung magbabayad ng transportation. So it's still important for me na there is a continuous improvement or learning because again, hindi natin malalaman yung updates or mga bagong policies regarding a specific profession if we don't go to trainings, seminars regarding updates. So there still should be continued professional development, but the expenses should be shouldered by, for me lang, employers or should be charged as an expense of a business. Kasi if hindi nag-update yung particular profession, it's parang it's a loss of the company or the entity where that professional is rendering services.
Thank you so much, Sir Michael. Ako naman, kasi I'm a teacher by profession. However, I'm not anymore connected to DepEd. Well, before, connected ako. Ito yung mga argument ng mga, for example, licensed professional teachers. However, they are not, working with Department of Education, 𝐤ED, or TESDA. Mga burden para sa kanila yung having to undergo CPD training.
Yes.
When in fact, they are not connected to DepEd, 𝐤ED, or whatsoever na nagpo-providing educational or considered as educational institutions. So, they find it hard to earn this CPD kasi they don't have this enough access to CPD trainings because the department they are into or they are employed into ay hindi nag-o-offer ng mga ganito. So, it's kinda hard for them to access these kind of trainings. For example, ako, magre-renew na ako next year.
Okay.
May utang pa ako 45 units siguro yon. So, sana merong other factors na ikinukonsider sana si CPD or si PRC. For example, is taking master's degree or PhD
Pwede.
considered, a lifelong learning? Or is joining inter-school competitions considered lifelong learning? Is joining this kind of event considered lifelong learning activities that can be considered as, part of the CPD accreditation programs? So, siguro there has to be considerations on the part of
Correct.
the PRC
Yes.
and then the implementing agency as to who accredit this kind of trainings. Because ako personally, there are other ways of continuing our learning development. Attending other activities aside from trainings in relation to teaching can be considered as, developing our potentials as professionals. Engineer man yan, teachers man yan, or whatsoever.
Yes. So,
that's,
I think
that's
parang
my perspective.
Yes, parang conversion ng mga trainings.
Yes.
Diba?
That's the
So,
best
i-convert-
term for it.
Yep. Okay. So, how about yung mga comments or insights ng mga live audiences natin through Facebook, Sergio? We wanted to get your opinions as well. So, you may post your comments in the live Facebook page. What do you think about the continuous professional development units? Are you in favor of abolishing such, or is it still a requirement? So we wanted to know your opinions or insights about that.
Yes, please comment down to any Facebook pages na nagla-live po ng ating debate ngayon. It's available sa page po ni Governor Dato Pax Ali Manguda Datu. It's also available on Sultan Kudarat Tayo ang Turismo. It's also available on Sultan Pax Leadership Academy Facebook page and also to our YouTube channel, 𝐬𝐤𝐝 Datu Pax. So please subscribe to that YouTube channel and please send your comments to any pages available or which I have mentioned earlier and send a screenshot to our Facebook page, SPLA, so we can announce you as winner. And in relation to that, we have already the second winner.
Oh, okay. So meron na tayong second winner para sa ating Post a Comment competition. Post a
Yes.
comment. Sige. All right. So the next winner who will receive 500 pesos worth of GCash credit is 𝐬𝐤𝐝𝐤𝐿𝐵𝐻 Again, 𝐬𝐤𝐝𝐤𝐻 I think binaliktad yung pangalan.
Ewan ko din eh. Parang mahirap yung pangalan ni ma'am. Pero kung naririnig mo po or nanonood ka pa po up until now, congratulations and thank you for tuning up with us.
Yes. Again, please message the Facebook page of Sultan Pax Leadership Academy. Provide your GCash number for you to get your prize of 500 pesos GCash credit. Once again, 𝐬𝐤𝐝𝐤𝐿𝐵𝐻
And I think the results are already there.
Yes, I am very excited.
And then let's welcome once again to announce the winning team for this match. the best speaker, and the best debater. Let's welcome our Chief Adjudicator, Attorney 𝐬𝐤𝐝𝐵. It seems like they're still talking about the results of the match.
Yes,
and
parang
I think I have to inform the general public or those who are watching on our Facebook pages that announce the determination of who gets the best speaker and the best debater is within the discretion of our board of adjudicators.
Yes, so it's a vote coming from the 5 adjudicators. Again po, yung winner, yung best speaker and best debater, that is discretionary on the part of the board of adjudicators. So magvo-vote po silang 5 kung sino yung para sa kanila is the best speaker and the best debater. The results of the best speaker and the best debater does not affect the scoring system. So just to clarify lang po for the benefit of everyone. And also, while the adjudicators are still deliberating, once again, we would like to remind that we already had 3 winning teams earlier between SKSU Laboratory High School and Bambad National High School. We had SKSU Lab High, and between the Notre Dame of Isulan Incorporated and Lagilayan National High School, we had the Notre Dame of Isulan. And between Esperanza National High School and Isulan National High School, we had Esperanza National High School. These winning teams, ladies and gentlemen, will also face off later during the second round of our knockout round. And who will be declared winners from that second knockout round will proceed with our grand finals, which will happen once again on November 12, 2025.
And before we finally announce the winning team, the best speaker, and the best debater, we would like to acknowledge the presence of our board member, Maria Loida Eufemia Di Manuel. Thank you so much, board, for still joining us as of this moment. No, you've been here with us starting this morning and up until now. We appreciate your presence, and your presence really inspire the young individuals present this afternoon, and of course, our viewers over Facebook page.
Yes, that would only show that the province of Sultan Kudarat, the members of the chief executives are very supportive of the activities that would promote the development of the youth of Sultan Kudarat.
And while waiting, once again, we would like to share our gratitude and thanks to the GDPA media team for helping us making this event possible.
Yes.
Without them, we couldn't have this Facebook Live, and we couldn't inform all the viewers outside or inside or within the province of Sultan Kudarat. And in fact, according to the comment, we have viewers from other countries. And
yes, that is correct.
This is something that we'd like to happen, because with our theme for this year's Sultan Pax Leadership Academy, we want to go worldwide. And we want to let everyone know that Sultan Kudarat really has this youth with potential to showcase
world-class potential.
Yes, world-class potentials and talents and wit, of course, to show to the world. And they could actually, compete into an international event. And in fact, we have this one kid who won in a competition in Thailand, and we're so very proud of that.
Yes,
it's a manifestation that we could do more. Kung meron na pong nagsimula, meron pa pong susunod. And of course, while waiting, we want to inform the public of the pre-events that's happening before the official opening of Kalimudan Festival. And with that, please share them the good news.
Yes, of course, ladies and gentlemen, the Sultan Pax Leadership Academy is part of the celebration of Kalimudan Festival 2025. As mentioned earlier, the grand finals of the debate competition will happen on November 12, 2025, live at the Provincial Gymnasium and Cultural Center.
And of course, aside from this Sultan Pax Leadership Academy, we're also organizing the 2025 SCAA, which has already been conducted.
Yes.
And the preliminary activities is also ongoing. We will be having the Mr. and Miss SCAA 2025 to be held at the Food Strip and Bazaar on November 17 at 4 p.m. up until 10 p.m. alongside the conduct of the first ever Mobile Legends in Sultan Kudarat. And we're
Wow.
going to have this with, of course, very, very expensive prices.
Wow. So I heard na meron din tayo mga celebrities coming in for the celebration of Kalimudan Festival 2025. So we would like to encourage everyone, all Sultan Kudarateños, to visit the food bazaar here located in front of the provincial capital of Sultan Kudarat so that you would personally experience what Sultan Kudarat has to offer.
Yes, that is true. And this is the very first time, I think this is the very first time that we're having pre-events before the commencement of the Kalimudan Festival. And in fact, before the commencement of the Kalimudan Festival, we're having this kind of, guests that really give energy and joy and entertainment to our audience who are joining the bazaar events. And in fact, this evening, we will be having these prizes which give mo and which give me to our audience. Dahil meron po tayong pa-premyo tulad po ng isang baka, we will also give prizes such as 3 kambing.
Oh, okay.
That's why I made an onomatopoeia of me. So kaya meron po tayong ganung klaseng prizes. And also we'll be having other prizes that would really help the individuals who are just starting their family.
Yes, so invited po lahat ng Sultan Kudarateños. You can visit the food bazaar later. Dito lang po sa harap ng provincial capital ng Sultan Kudarat. Kakain lang po kayo doon and pwede po kayong manalo ng isang baka at 2 kambing.
Yes, and with that, I think the results are available. And let's welcome once again Attorney 𝐬𝐤𝐝𝐿.
Okay, for the best speaker from the negative side, congratulations, third speaker. For the best debater, 5 out of 5. Congratulations from the affirmative side, the third speaker. Okay, pareho kasi kayong magagaling. Kaya lang, knockout round na po ito. So ilang beses po inulit, sinek yung score namin lahat. At ang difference na lumabas ay 0.40. Okay? Kanina 0.33. Ibig sabihin, deserve nyo yung round na to. Kaya kayo nakarating pareho. So, congratulations. For this round goes to the Notre Dame of Isulan Incorporated with 84.99%. Congratulations.
And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations again, our winning team from the Notre Dame of Isulan Incorporated. And of course, to our non-winning team, congratulations still for putting up a good fight. You are all winners. So once again, a round of applause to our winning team, the team from the negative side, from the Notre Dame of Isulan Incorporated.
Yes, congratulations once again. And now I believe we will be continuing with the next match.
Yes, of course, ladies and gentlemen, 4 teams finally secured their spot, and we will still need 2 more. So for this match, we will find out our 5th finalist. Let us all together find out who that team will be. This match is between President Quirino National High School on the affirmative side and Bambad National High School on the negative side.
May we invite these matching teams to please take over the seats or chairs available for you. And before we begin with that, let's have a 3-minute break.
Let me proceed to the next question. You are aware that the
We're back, ladies and gentlemen. Still, this is the SPLA 2025 debate knockout rounds. And for this match is going to be between the President Quirino National High School on the affirmative side and Bambad National High School on the negative side. Now let's get to know our team members. Our team from President Quirino National High School is composed of the following members: 𝐤𝐤𝐬𝐿, by Zorjaini Sumapal and 𝐬𝐤𝐻𝐸𝐿 Bustamante. And of course, with the help of their researchers, Eliza Nicole Ayungao and Karil Manumbuay.
And let's welcome the team from Bambad National High School on the negative side, composed of Miss Isa Marie Soberano, Mr. Carl Dominic Tutor, and Miss Charmy Salumeo. With the support of their researchers, Miss Crisaline Jane E. Labuanan, and Mr. Dexter John Jara.
And ladies and gentlemen, the proposition for this debate match, let it be resolved that the policy on no garage, no car violates the right of movement. And for context, the policy requires that prospective car owners to provide a proof of designated parking space before they can register their vehicle. First speaker from the affirmative side, you have 4 minutes to deliver your constructive speech and argue why it is necessary to consider that the policy on no garage, no car violates the right of movement. Your 4 minutes starts now.
Honorable judges, esteemed members of the opposition, and my fellow Filipinos, good day. We, the affirmative side, stand firmly with the proposition that the no garage, no car policy violates the constitutional right to movement of every Filipino. Before anything else, allow us to set the parameters of this debate. The no garage, no car policy, as proposed in House Bill number 31 and Senate Bills number 1165 and 368, prohibits any individual from purchasing or registering a motor vehicle without proof of a permanent parking space or garage. Meanwhile, the right to movement as guaranteed under Article 3, Section 6 of the 1987 Philippine Constitution encompasses every Filipino's liberty to travel and access means of mobility without undue interference. Now, let us ask, why do people buy cars in the first place? People buy cars not out of vanity but out of necessity. In a country where public transportation is unreliable, unsafe, and overcrowded, owning a car has become an essential part of survival. A car means arriving to work on time, bringing children to school safely, and rushing a loved one to the hospital in emergencies. It is a tool for livelihood, for delivery riders, small business owners, and employees who need to move from one place to another. It is also a lifeline for persons with disabilities, the elderly, and those living in far-flung areas where public transportation is scarce. The Supreme Court, in the case of 𝐤𝐸 versus Sandigan Bayan, emphasized that the constitutional right to travel is part of liberty which a citizen cannot be deprived of without due process of the law and can only be restricted for reasons of national security, public safety, or public health. But does this policy satisfy any of those exceptions? Absolutely not. First, national security. From the viewpoint of national security, restricting car ownership to individuals with garages would lessen the availability of transportation in urgent situations. Rather than limiting movements, efforts should be directed towards enhancing traffic system, coordination, and public transportation. Second, public safety. Supporters claim the policy will reduce traffic congestion and prevent road obstruction, but data from LGUs and regional bodies cast serious doubt. For example, the Metropolitan Manila Development Authority via the Metro Manila Council confirmed that only about 20% of obstruction come from residential parking. The real problems are illegal terminals, poor road design, and weak enforcement. Third, public health. It limits access to hospitals and medical services, especially in rural and suburban areas where public transportation is scarce. People may face delays in reaching healthcare facilities during emergencies. The policy may even worsen public health by forcing more people to crowd into buses and trains, increasing the spread of diseases. Fourth, the policy is unnecessary, impractical, and redundant. In July 2019, the Department of Interior and Local Government issued Memorandum Circular number 2019-121 following the President's directive during the Fourth State of the Nation address, instructing all local government units to clear public roads of illegal structured and parked vehicles. This means that the government already has comprehensive legal framework to address road obstruction and improper parking. The DILG Memorandum Circular 2019-121 already provides the tools to keep roads clear and public spaces orderly without violating the people's constitutional right to movement. This policy therefore fails both legally and morally. It violates the constitutional right to movement. It sends a message that the right to mobility belongs only to the privileged few, those whose homes are big enough to fit the law. And so, we, the affirmative side, stand resolutely. The no garage, no car policy is an unconstitutional violation of the right to movement. Thank you.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. First affirmative speaker. Now let's welcome the first negative speaker. You have 2 minutes to cross-examine, and your timer starts now.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker.
Good afternoon.
So for my first question, isn't it true that unregulated car ownership, not the policy, is what really restricts people's movement because of transport is unreliable?
Can you restate that question, Ms. Speaker?
Okay, I'll proceed to my next question.
Very well.
Do you agree that the policy encourages car owners to provide proper parking and thus reduces illegal and unsafe parking?
Considering only 20%
Yes or no,
of
Mr.
road
Speaker?
obstruction
Yes or
comes
no,
from the
Mr.
parking,
Speaker?
then
Yes
no,
or no,
Ms.
Mr. Speaker? Then you dismiss an effective measure that benefits the public
not say that, Ms. Speaker.
rather than the convenience of the few.
Proceed to your
I'll
next
proceed to my next
question.
question. Do you agree that regulating vehicle ownership does not prevent citizens from walking, commuting, or using public transportation?
And risking the public safety,
Yes or
Ms.
no,
Speaker?
Mr. Speaker?
No.
Respectfully, the right to movement concerns mobility, not ownership, so the policy is legally permissible.
Once again, we're risking
Okay, I'll
public
proceed to
safety,
my
Ms.
next
Speaker.
question. The Constitution, which is Article 2, Section 5, says that state must protect life, liberty, and property for the general welfare. If the no garage, no car policy promotes order and safety, are you suggesting the government should ignore that duty?
Doesn't the car count as a property,
Yes
Ms.
or no,
Speaker?
Mr. Speaker?
No, Ms. Speaker.
So you are asking the government to ignore public safety
ask
for the
anything
convenience
from
of the
the
few?
government, Ms.
That's
Speaker.
contrary to both the letter and spirit of the Constitution. Next, for my next question. Do you agree that right to movement is subject to reasonable regulation by the state?
Yes, Ms. Speaker.
Then you accept that government can regulate vehicle ownership to ensure public order and safety. So this policy is lawful regulation, not a violation. That's all, thank you.
existing
Okay,
policies, Ms. Speaker,
that's all,
then
thank
no.
you. I'm satisfied with your answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Speaker.
Thank you so much for that interpolation. Now let's welcome the first speaker of the negative side. You have 4 minutes for your constructive speech to advance your arguments. Why is it not necessary to declare that the policy on no garage, no car violates the right of movement? Your 4 minutes starts now.
Good day, honorable adjudicators, esteemed members of the House, and my respected opponents. Today, we firmly assert that the no garage, no car policy does not violate the right to movement. Rather, it is a necessary and reasonable regulation that promotes public safety, ensures responsible vehicle ownership, and upholds the common good. Let us begin by clarifying a fundamental distinction. The right to movement is not the same as the right to own a car. The 1987 Philippine Constitution, Article 3, Section 6, guarantees every citizen the freedom to travel or move from one place to another. However, this right is not absolute. It may be limited by the state in the interest of public safety, public order, or national welfare. The no garage, no car policy does not stop anyone from traveling. People can still walk, ride bicycles, take public transportation, or carpool. What it regulates is car ownership, which is a privilege, not a constitutional right. And like all privileges, car ownership carries responsibilities. This is supported by Republic Act 4136, or the Land Transportation and Traffic Code, which already regulates who can drive, what vehicles can be used, and how they must be maintained. Drivers are required to have licenses. Vehicles must be registered, and traffic laws must be followed. So, if our existing laws already demand responsibility before driving on public roads, then requiring a proper garage or parking space is simply a logical extension of these laws, not a violation of rights, but a continuation of responsible governance. Now let us look why this policy is necessary. Article 2, Section 5 of the Constitution declares that the state must maintain peace and order, protect life, liberty, and property. Article 2, Section 9 adds that the state must promote the common good. Currently, Many residential streets in our cities are filled with cars parked on sidewalks and narrow roads. According to the MMDA, roadside parking is one of the leading causes of urban traffic congestion. It slows down emergency vehicles, endangers pedestrians, and turns public roads into private parking lots. If this continues, mobility will be paralyzed, not because of the law, but because of the lack of discipline. The no garage, no car policy addresses this necessity directly. It ensures that cars are parked off-street, keeping public roads clear for the safe and efficient movement of everyone. Honorable adjudicators, necessity is not about convenience. It is about protecting the welfare of the greater public. The government must act before our roads become too congested to move. This policy ensures that the freedom of movement remains real and accessible, not just for car owners, but for all citizens. To conclude, the no garage, no car policy is necessary. It preserves the freedom to move while instilling order, discipline, and accountability. The right to movement is not being taken away. It is being protected. Thank you.
Thank you so much, first speaker from the negative side. Let's welcome back the first speaker from the affirmative side. You have 2 minutes for your cross-examination, and your timer starts now.
Good afternoon, Ms. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
My first question. Is the ability to own a car essential for fulfilling one's daily responsibilities, such as work or emergencies?
No, because as I said, we have a public
Very well.
transportation that
Do
is
you
good
agree
also.
that the common good includes equitable access to transportation for our citizens?
Of course, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Next question. Do you agree that the 1987 Constitution guarantees every Filipino the right to travel and move freely, except only in cases involving national security,
Of course,
public safety,
definitely,
or
Mr.
public
Speaker.
order?
That's what
If
our
yes,
policy is
then the
being
no
met.
garage, no car policy is unconstitutional because it restricts mobility without meeting any of those constitutional exceptions.
It does not restrict mobility,
You
Mr.
claim
Speaker.
That, you claim that the policy promotes public safety. Am I right?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Are you aware that the MMDA itself reported that only around 20% of road obstruction come from residential parking?
As I said earlier, we must not outweigh the public
yes
safety
or no, Ms. Speaker?
not only on the convenience of the few.
Yes
no,
or
Mr.
no,
Speaker.
Ms. Speaker? No? Then your argument for public safety is based on an assumption, not a fact. Moving on. Are you aware that the DILG Memorandum Circular number 2019-121 already directs LGUs to clear roads of illegally parked vehicles and structures?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Then you admit that an existing directive already addresses the same issue, making the new policy redundant. Moving on. Do you agree that not all Filipinos own a house with a garage, especially those renting apartments or living in urban communities?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, but
Then
the
you admit
policy
that this
does not
policy
mean you have
discriminates
to have
against the
you
poor,
have to have a land.
favoring all those who can afford larger homes. Moving on. Do you deny that owning a car is a form of exercising the right to movement?
No.
Very well, thank you. That is all.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you so much, speakers. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome the second speaker from the affirmative side. You have 4 minutes to deliver your constructive speech and argue why is it beneficial to declare that the policy on no garage, no car violates the right of the people's right of movement. Your 4 minutes starts now.
Honorable judges, esteemed opponents, ladies and gentlemen, good day. Before I begin, let me briefly address the opposition. She mentioned that this policy aims to solve traffic congestion. But honorable judges, where does traffic congestion usually occur? Is it outside their driveways or inside their neighborhoods? No. It happens in public places, intersections, business districts, school zones, and market areas, places where people commute daily. We don't carry our garages to work or school, so blaming the absence of private garages for congestion completely misses the real issue. Moreover, this policy is redundant. It claims that to address congestion and illegal parking, yet existing laws already do that. Particularly Republic Act 4136, the Land Transportation and Traffic Code, this law already prohibits illegal parking and obstruction. Section 46 forbids parking on highways or in front of driveways. Section 52 bans parkings on sidewalks, and Section 54 prohibits blocking other vehicles or loading areas. Instead of passing another law, the government should simply enforce these existing provisions. We, on the affirmative side, firmly believe that the no garage, no car policy is unjust, discriminatory, and violates the right to movement. First, it violates the constitutional right to travel. Article 3, Section 6 of the 1987 Constitution clearly states neither shall the right to travel be impaired except in the interest of national security, public safety, or public health as may be provided by law. In Manotoc versus CA, the Supreme Court affirmed that the right to travel is fundamental and cannot be restricted by mere administrative policy or convenience. The no garage, no car policy fails all these tests. It neither protects national security nor safeguards public health or safety. Yet, it restricts mobility based on property ownership. It discriminates against ordinary Filipinos who cannot afford garages, turning economic status into a condition for exercising a constitutional right. Second, it violates the right to property and equal protection. Article 3, Section 1 of our Constitution states no person shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor shall any person be denied the equal protection of the laws. A vehicle is a legitimate private property. Denying ownership because someone lacks a garage is both unreasonable and discriminatory. According to the Philippine Statistics Authority, about 38% of Filipino households are renters, sharers, or informal settlers, most without garages. For working class citizens, delivery drivers, and health workers, a vehicle is not a luxury, but a livelihood. This policy thus favors the wealthy and punishes the poor, violating both due process and equal protection. And lastly, it is socially harmful. When people have no legal place to park, they are forced onto narrow roads, delaying ambulances, firefighters, and police. Research from the PIDS shows that restrictive car policies do not solve traffic congestion. The real causes are poor urban planning, weak law enforcement, and lack of public transport, not ordinary citizens trying to get to work. In conclusion, the no garage, no car policy is unconstitutional, inequitable, and inhumane. It violates the right to movement, property, and equal protection. Traffic problems are real, but the solution lies in better planning, stronger enforcement, and improved public transport, not in restricting the constitutional rights of Filipino citizens. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, second speaker of the affirmative side. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the second speaker from the negative side. You have 2 minutes to cross-examine, and your timer starts now.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Speaker.
Good day.
Now, Mrs. Speaker, you have mentioned that the policy is unequal between the rich and poor, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so and you must also be aware that under the Philippine Judges Association versus Prado states that the classification, those with garages and without, are based on real practical differences, which means this policy states that there is no unequal treatment between the rich and the poor. Can you concur, Mrs. Speaker? Okay, next. Madam Speaker, do you acknowledge that illegal parking endangers pedestrians?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, then this policy protects the majority of consistent with constitutional duties, Ms. Speaker.
No, it does not.
Okay, if not, then respectfully, Madam Speaker, you're allowing that illegal parking violates the government's duty to maintain public safety.
Considering there are already laws existing for that, no, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, let me continue. Another question. Would you agree that the laws regulating private behavior under the state's police power are illegally recognized as constitutional?
Yes.
Okay, then this policy is a valid exercise of police power, Mrs. Speaker. Now, isn't it reasonable for the government to enact preventive measures to avoid traffic congestions before it becomes a hazard?
Yes.
Okay, then this policy is legally necessary and
no, Mr.
proactive.
Speaker, it is not.
Okay, so if not, then I'll continue next. Now, isn't it responsible car ownership a benefit to public safety and order?
Yes.
Okay, then exactly. The policy promotes responsible ownership, Ms. Speaker, not the ability of movement for individuals. Okay. Another question. Is it fair for car owners to use public streets as their private parking space, causing congestion and inconvenience to others?
No.
Okay, if not, then you support protecting public spaces and justifying this policy.
I'm not.
Okay, that is all my question. Thank you, Mrs. Speaker.
And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, both councils. Now let's proceed with the second speaker of the negative side to argue why is it not beneficial to declare that the policy on no garage, no car violates the right of movement. You have 4 minutes to deliver your constructive speech, and your timer starts now.
Good afternoon, honorable judges, worthy opponents, and fellow debaters. I stand with you, the negative side, to prove that the no garage, no car policy benefits society far more than it limits any personal convenience. This policy does not violate the right of movement. It protects it and enhances it. It ensures our roads are used for travel, not for private parking, keeping them clear, safe, and accessible for everyone. Firstly, the policy improves public safety and accessibility. Illegally parked vehicles block sidewalks and emergency lanes, putting lives at risk. The Metropolitan Manila Development Authority, or commonly known as MMDA, reported issuing 748 tickets for illegal parking in just 1 week in Metro Manila, showing how common this problem is. With this policy, emergency vehicles can pass freely, pedestrians can move safely, and communities become much more orderly. Secondly, it improves traffic flow and mobility. A Japan International Corporate Agency, along with the MMDA, study found that illegal parking is a major cause of traffic congestion in Metro Manila. By requiring proper parking before car registration, the policy prevents road blockages and keeps traffic moving. It strengthens the ability to movement because it allows everyone, not just car owners, to travel faster and safer. Thirdly, the policy promotes responsible car ownership. Owning a car is a privilege, not an absolute right. This measure encourages individuals to assess if they truly have the capacity to maintain a vehicle responsibly. It reduces overcrowding, road hazards, and disputes over parking, fostering culture of a discipline and accountability, the key traits of a progressive and respectful society. Fourth, it supports environmental sustainability. By discouraging excessive car ownership, the policy reduces air and noise pollution. It promotes the use of public transport and shared mobility. Cities like in Singapore have implemented similar systems as part of their successful urban planning and clean air initiatives. Finally, this policy does not ban car ownership. It only regulates it responsibly. Those who need cars can still own one, provided if they follow the proper requirements. Alternatives such as public transportation and illegal parking rentals remain available. The right to move is fully preserved. The difference is that movements become safer, more organized, and fair to all. In conclusion, the no garage, no car policy benefits the public as a whole. It ensures that safety, reduces congestion, promotes discipline, and protects the environment, and upholds everyone's right to move freely. Thus, Your Honors, we, the negative side, firmly believe that this policy does not violate the right to movement. It guarantees it by making our roads more efficient, responsible, and safe for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much, second affirmative speaker. You have 2 minutes for your interpellation or to cross-examine, and your timer starts now.
Good day, Mr.
Good
Speaker.
day,
Are you
Mr.
ready for
Speaker.
your interpellation? First, you believe that no garage, no car policy aims to reduce traffic, correct?
Yes, Ms. Speaker.
And traffic congestion mainly occurs on public roads like school zones, highways, intersections, and public
Absolutely,
markets,
yes,
correct?
Ms. Speaker. That's why this policy should be
And a
implemented
private
for
garage-
safety.
And
Please
a
continue.
private garage is a private space, correct?
No, Mr. Speaker. Just because a private garage is private doesn't mean that
Okay,
they
next
don't have to
question.
regulate anything.
You argued that the policy benefits the public, correct?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Are delivery drivers, nurses, and employees part of the public?
Yes, Ms. Speaker, absolutely.
And many of them rent or live in small spaces without garages, correct?
Yes, Ms. Speaker, that's why we
And
choose to
under
address
this policy,
safety.
you cannot purchase or register a car without proof of garage, correct?
Yes, Ms. Speaker.
So you agree that this policy limits those workers' travel efficiency?
No, Ms. Speaker. This policy
Okay,
only
moving on to my next question.
doesn't mobilize any type
You've
of
mentioned,
movement. It only
moving on to my
improves.
next question,
Okay,
Mr.
please,
Speaker, thank
continue.
you. You mentioned that this policy will bring safety and order on our streets, correct?
Yes, Ms. Speaker.
But these safety problems arise from weak enforcement rather than ownership, isn't that right?
Please rephrase, Ms. Speaker.
These safety problems arise from weak enforcement rather than ownership, isn't that correct?
Yes, Ms. Speaker.
So wouldn't strict enforcement be more effective than restricting travel rights?
Absolutely not, Ms. Speaker.
Okay, next question. Isn't it true that traffic congestion usually Okay, next question. You also said that the policy encourages discipline among car owners, correct?
Yes, Ms. Speaker, absolutely it does.
But not everyone can afford a private garage, correct?
Well, there are other spaces.
Yes
that
or
they
no,
can
Ms.
garage.
Speaker?
No,
Mr. Speaker.
everyone.
Okay, so this discipline can only be practiced by rich people enough to own
No,
property,
once again,
correct?
Ms. Speaker, this policy affects
Okay.
all types of class, not only
Okay,
the
I'm
rich.
satisfied with your answer, Mrs. Speaker.
Okay,
That's
thank
all.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, councils. Ladies and gentlemen, let us now welcome the third affirmative speaker. Third affirmative speaker, you have 4 minutes to deliver your constructive speech and tell us the practicability of declaring that the policy, no garage, no car, violates the people's right of movement. Your 4 minutes starts now.
Before I start my speech, I would like to address what the second speaker has stated. He stated or claimed that the policy promotes discipline and responsible car ownership, but this kind of discipline discriminates against the poor. It implies that only those who can afford private garages are responsible. Isn't that right? Or unfair? Also, he stated again that the policy will reduce traffic congestion and illegal parking, but then again, as the second speaker of our side has stated, you don't carry your garage with you on major roads. Honorable judges, to the opposition and to our spectators, we stand not just to debate theory or policy on paper, but to examine practical reality. The question before us is not whether the no garage, no car policy violates the right to movement. Well, in fact, it does. The question is whether it can be implemented fairly, effectively, and sustainably in the real conditions of our cities and communities. Let us begin with housing conditions. In the Philippines, the majority of working Filipinos do not own fully detached houses. Many live in apartment, shared homes, dormitories, compound residences, rental units, and townhouses. These spaces were never designed with private garages because their purpose is affordability, not luxury spacing. So, by requiring a garage, the policy does not promote discipline. It simply penalizes the living conditions of ordinary wage earners. Now, let us proceed with enforcement practicability. How do we verify a garage? Through pictures, documents, or even annual inspections? Garages are not static spaces. Your Honor, a garage today could be repurposed tomorrow into a sari-sari store, a storage space, or even turned into a rental room. Will the government conduct yearly home inspections for all car owners nationwide? If so, it would be impractical. Now, this leads to a bureaucracy that is expensive to maintain, easy to exploit, and can highly be prone to corruption. The risk is that compliance would depend who gets inspected and who can negotiate rather than the fair application of the law. Next, the infrastructure gap. The policy attempts to reduce road obstruction by limiting car ownership, but it does nothing to fix the absence of public parking terminals and the lack of organized mass transit routes. And globally, a practical solution for a practical problem does not restrict citizens. It develops alternatives. Other countries that manage congestion well did not start by banning ownership. They invested in reliable buses and trains, community parking facilities, regulated loading and unloading zones. Also, we do not have this yet. Finally, we ask a simple question of governance. If the problem is cars parked on roads, why not strengthen road management instead of controlling ownership? Is the proposed bill fair for people that does not have garages? Local government units already have the authority to impose parking bans, conduct towing, to ticket violators, and to clear obstructions, which requires execution, not new restriction. Therefore, the no garage, no car policy is merely restrictive. It is impractical, expensive to enforce, disconnected from real housing realities, and ineffective at addressing the root cause of congestion. Good policymaking begins with what is real, not what is merely ideal. And for these reasons, we affirm that the policy is not the practicable solution the Philippines needs. Thank you.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. The third affirmative speaker from the affirmative house. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the third negative speaker for her cross-examination. You have 2 minutes and your timer starts now.
Good afternoon. If concerns about affordability can be addressed through government programs, would you still say that this policy is impractical?
Can you restate your question, Ms. Speaker, and
I'll
say
proceed to
it
my
clearly?
next question. So isn't the same rule for both and rich? No garage, no car?
Can you repeat your question, Ms.
Isn't
Speaker?
it the same rule for both rich and poor? No garage, no car.
No.
No, then you're claiming some are above the law. Does
No,
the
I'm not.
policy stop people from traveling?
No, it does not.
Yeah, exactly. So no right is violated. Can people still move freely using public transport, correct?
No. Can you repeat your question, Ms. Speaker?
Can people still move freely using public transport, correct?
Yes.
So movement still exists, no violation
Considering
proven.
that there are
If
other
they
factors
can,
which causes
this
injury-
policy does not violate the right to movement, isn't it?
It does violate the right to movement.
That's a contradiction. You just said people
It is
can
not.
still move.
Well, I did not
So isn't
understand
this
what you
policy
stated
just
earlier, Ms. Speaker.
Let me finish my
Please
question,
say your
Mr.
question
Speaker.
in a more clear
okay,
manner.
I'm very satisfied, Ms. Speaker.
Okay.
Isn't this policy just regulating ownership, not restricting movement?
Again, Ms. Speaker, please state your questions clearly, Ms. Speaker.
Isn't the policy just regulating ownership, not restricting movement?
No.
No, then you're denying the state's power to regulate for safety.
No.
Wouldn't removing the policy cause more traffic and less movement for everyone?
No, it does not.
Then you're ignoring how road blockage
No,
limit
I'm not
everyone's
ignoring
mobility.
anything, Ms. Speaker.
Honorable Chair, their own answer prove it. Movement remains a freedom stand and regulation protects. The no garage, no car policy does not and never violate the right to movement.
Thank you so much, councils. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome back the third speaker from the negative side. You have 4 minutes for your constructive speech to convince us that it is not practical to declare that the policy on no garage, no car violates the people's right of movement. 4 minutes starts now.
Good day, Honorable Chair, esteemed adjudicators, and my respected opponents. With firm conviction and clarity, I stand before you to affirm that the no garage, no car policy does not and will never violate the right to movement. First, let us begin with the law, the foundation of practicality. Article 3, Section 6 of the 1987 Philippine Constitution guarantees the right to travel. However, it also clearly provides that this right may be restricted in the interest of public safety, national security, or public health. The no garage, no car policy exists precisely for public safety and order. It is not a punishment, it is a protection. The right to movement means the freedom to go from one place to another, but nowhere in the Constitution that it says that this freedom includes the right to own a private car. In fact, in Marcos v. Manglapos, 1989, the Supreme Court ruled that the right to travel is not absolute. It may be reasonably regulated for the common good. So let us be clear. Owning a car is not a constitutional right. It is a privilege, and every privilege comes with responsibility. The no garage, no car policy simply asks this: if you wish to own a car, make sure you have a proper place to park it. That is not a violation. It is a discipline. That is not a burden. It is accountability. Second, the policy is practical because it solves real-world problems. Our streets today are choked with cars parked on sidewalks in our road. According to the MMDA, illegally parked vehicles are among the top causes of daily traffic congestion and road obstruction in Metro Manila. Fire trucks are delayed, ambulances are blocked, and pedestrians, ordinary citizens, risk their safety every single day because public roads have become private parking spaces. Is that freedom of movement? No, that is the deprivation of everyone's movement for the convenience of a few. This policy changes that. It ensures that public roads remain truly public, free for movement, not storage. It allows faster emergency response, smoother traffic flow, and safer communities. Third, the policy is practical because it is fair and enforceable. This measure applies to everyone, rich or poor, powerful or ordinary. If you have no garage, you cannot buy a car. This is not about wealth, this is about responsibility. Even those who rent can comply by presenting proof of a parking space or a valid lease agreement. The law does not discriminate, it disciplines. Under Article 2, Section 5 of the Constitution, the state has the duty to maintain peace and order, protect life and property, and promote the general welfare. That is exactly what this policy does. It protects lives, promotes safety, and serves the welfare of millions who use our roads every single day. Finally, the policy is workable. It respects rights while improving public order. This policy does not cage anyone or limit their freedom to move, Filipinos can still walk, ride, and travel wherever they wish. The right to movement remains intact. This policy simply ensures that movement happens safely, smoothly, and responsibly. The no garage, no car policy is not a barrier to freedom, it is a bridge to order. It does not limit movement, it protects it. It does not silence right, it strengthens responsibility. Because true freedom of movement is not when everyone owns a car. It is when everyone, rich or poor, can move safely, freely, and fairly on roads that are clear, disciplined, and just. That is the spirit of the law. That is the essence of order. And that is why with pride and conviction, the negative side stand firm. The no garage, no car policy does not violate the rights of movement. It protects it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, third speaker from the negative side. Let's welcome back the third speaker from the affirmative side. You have 2 minutes to conduct your cross-examination, and your 2 minutes starts now.
Good afternoon, Ms. Speaker.
Good day.
You argued that the policy does not violate the right to movement, correct?
Yes.
Are you aware of the Article 3, Section 1?
Yes, I am aware.
So if you're aware that no person shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property without the due process of law, nor shall anyone be denied the equal protection of the law. You're aware of that, am I correct?
Yes, but encourage responsible legal
I'm asking if you're aware of that.
Yes, I am aware.
Yes,
Mr.
you're aware.
Speaker.
Then that,
yes.
that statement answers your question that it does violate the right to movement. Okay, moving on to the next question. It does actually. Now, the opposition claims the policy promotes responsible car ownership, correct?
Yes.
So would building or renting a garage for every car impose a significant financial burden on ordinary Filipinos?
It is not about poor.
I'm
it
asking
is about
if
target responsible.
it does. Yes or
Yes,
no,
it-
Ms. Speaker?
No.
No? But doesn't
does
this
not
make...
target poor,
Wait,
it
Ms. Speaker,
target
let me finish.
irresponsible parking.
Please respect my time,
Okay.
Ms. Speaker, okay? Doesn't this make the policy unfair to low and middle income families?
Can you repeat your question, Mr.
Doesn't the
Speaker?
policy make it unfair for low income and middle families?
No, it is not unfair, Mr. Speaker.
It would, but are you... Okay, first, are you aware how much a garage costs?
Yeah, but
An average garage cost? An average
That
garage
is irrelevant.
Wait, it is
It's
irrelevant
out of
since
parameter,
we're
Mr.
talking about the
Speaker.
no garage,
Okay.
no car policy. Okay, next question.
Okay.
Does the opposition claim the policy applies equally across all areas? Am I correct? You stated it earlier on your speeches. Now, do rural areas typically face the same parking and congestion issues as cities?
Can you repeat, Mr.
Do rural areas and urban areas has the same traffic problems? Yes or no?
Yes, but urban focus only.
What? You said that you can still walk, ride, or drive in forms of movement, correct?
Yes.
Then you're disregarding the efficiency of cars and its practical benefits.
There you
to
have it,
citizens.
ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, both councils. We really appreciated your conversation together. In fact, I really felt kilig when they did the interpellation stage of the debate. No, I wasn't able to focus more on the conversation, but I focused more on how they managed to maintain the chemistry while debating for the proposition. Well, let's now proceed to hear the rebuttal statements from each side, starting with the negative side. Let's welcome the team captain. You have 3 minutes for your rebuttal statement. Team captain of the negative side, negative house, you have 3 minutes, and your timer starts now.
Good afternoon, honorable moderator, esteemed judges, and my worthy opponents. We, the negative side, stand firm that the proposition does not violate the right of movement. The affirmative side claims that the no garage, no car policy violates the right to movement and imposes undue burdens on citizens. With all due respect, this argument misunderstands both the Constitution and the role of government regulation in protecting public welfare. The affirmative side have said earlier multiple false claims. First, the affirmative side said that the bill will not reduce illegal parking, but according to our research, this bill, no garage, no car policy, will not limit illegal parking, thus making it practical. Next, the affirmative side have mentioned that we are violating the right to movement, which we are not, because we did not mention that you cannot travel. We stated that you need a permanent parking spaces before owning a car. And lastly, you have mentioned that banning ownership, which we clearly are not, because once again, we only said you need a permanent parking space before owning a car, not regulating a right to travel.
In conclusion, the no garage, no car policy is lawful, necessary, beneficial, and practical. It does not violate the constitutional right to movement, but rather protects it for the greater public, ensuring safer, more accessible, and orderly roads for everyone. Any inconvenience to individual car owners is outweighed by the collective benefit of mobility, safety, and sustainable urban planning. The negative side strongly affirms that this policy is not only justified but essential for the welfare of all citizens. Thank you.
Thank you so much, team from the negative side. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the team captain of the affirmative side for her rebuttal statement. 3 minutes starting now.
Honorable judges and my fellow Filipinos, the opposition insists that the no garage, no car policy promotes discipline, safety, and order. But let us not confuse restriction with regulation. Discipline should uplift the people, not deny them their constitutional rights. First, the no garage, no car policy is redundant, impractical, and unnecessary because existing government measures already address the very issues it claims to solve. The Department of Interior and Local Government Memorandum Circular Number 2019-121, issued in response to the President's 2019 directive, already mandates all local government units to clear public roads of illegal parking and obstruction, giving them full authority to reclaim public spaces and penalize violators. There is also the Republic Act 4136 or the Land Transportation and Traffic Code, as well as Article 694 of the Civil Code, thus creating another law to limit car ownership based on garage availability merely duplicates existing enforcement powers instead of strengthening them. Instead of addressing traffic and road management, the policy simply shifts the government's responsibility for road regulation onto ordinary people, punishing the poor rather than fixing the system. Second, on implementation, this policy is unrealistic. The Land Transportation Office already faces massive backlogs in registration and licensing. How can it inspect millions of households just to verify garage ownership? Third, on public safety, even the Metropolitan Manila Development Authority confirms that only 20% of road obstruction come from residential parking. The greater causes of traffic are illegal terminals, poor urban planning, and weak enforcement. Yet instead of addressing these root problems, the policy takes the easy way out by punishing ordinary citizens for a failure in governance. And finally, on legal grounds, our Constitution, Article 3, Section 6, guarantees the right to movement, and the Supreme Court in Marcos versus Manglapus declared that it can only be limited for reasons of national security, public safety, or public health. This policy fails all three. It neither protects lives nor promotes safety. It simply limits freedom for convenience. If the government truly wants order, let it enforce existing laws like DILG Memorandum Circular 2019-121, which already empowers LGUs to clear roads and manage illegal parking without trampling on constitutional rights. In truth, the no garage, no car policy does not solve congestion. It only creates division. It favors the privileged and sidelines the poor. The right to movement is not a privilege for the few. It is a promise for every Filipino. Thank you.
And that concludes the debate match for this round. How about giving them a round of applause?
Once again, the matching team for this round, President Quirino National High School on the affirmative side and Bambad National High School on the negative side for the proposition, let it be resolved that the policy on no garage, no car violates the people's rights of movement.
And yes, partner, while our board of tabulators is tallying the scores of our councils, let us hear some comments and insights from our members of the adjudicators.
Yes.
And let's hear it from Attorney Siningayan.
Hello, good afternoon. Good afternoon, speakers. Did you have fun? You did? Well, that's the most important thing, right? Well, I have some notes here. For the affirmative side, it's really good for the first speaker. I always say this, it's really good for this first speaker to set the parameter of your argument, right? So that we know what to expect. We know what you will tell us during your arguments. However, there were some moments when I felt like some of the things that you said were pure conjecture. Like, for example, the reason why some people buy car. Because there are some people who have like 30 cars. And do they really need that, right? So an argument without proof is pure conjecture. Also, it made me think, this particular law, does it really restrict movement, right? Because then I was thinking that the negative side really made some points there that actually does not restrict movement. Because there are some ways on how one person can go from one place to another. Also, I think that you really could have expounded more on how it violates the right to travel. Kasi yun yung argumento naman ng kabila, that it does not violate the right to travel. Also, kudos to the second speaker. Ma'am, you did some excellent job in my opinion. Parang napaisip ako doon that the economic stature of a person is considered as a condition sine qua non in owning a car, right? Also, natuwa rin ako dun sa argumento ng pangatlong speaker, no, yung tama, no, pwede naman siyang i-repurpose. No? So, kailangan pala talaga yung batas may parang continuous yung monitoring, right? Also, so I will go now to the negative side. At the outset, you really emphasize that the right to travel, no, does not equate to the right to own a property. Sinabi nyo talaga sa argumento ninyo that this particular law does not infringe on a person's right to travel. You also said that this particular law does not restrict the right to movement. Rather, it protects it. No, so that's such a good point. You also expounded din doon sa notion that it really promotes public interest, right? So whether you have a car, whether you don't have a car, this particular law, no, it promotes public interest. However, sabi nyo kasi, one speaker said that the freedom to travel does not equate to right to own a property. However, there was some argument that the right to movement is not absolute. So I was confused. Kasi you're saying that the right to travel was not restricted, but then you're also saying that the right to travel is not absolute, right? So medyo may inconsistency doon. What else? Also, there were, I think it's the second speaker na parang may isang minuto pa. Was it you? No? Sayang. You know, these minutes, it's there for a reason, and you really have to utilize it, no? There were so many directions that you could have taken in order to expound your propositions more. Now, let's go to the rebuttal. Now, this is what I have observed, no? What is the essence of rebuttal? For me kasi, it's not the opportunity for you to reiterate your point. Because you've already said your points, eh. It's an opportunity for you actually to pick apart the argument of the other team, right? And I think that the negative side really did a good job there, okay? So, but it was such a good performance from both teams. I don't know who won, hindi ko tinali yung aking scores, but whoever wins, galingan nyo sa next round, okay? Show us more. No? Dapat may gigil, okay? So, but then congratulations.
Thank you so much, Attorney 𝐤𝐤𝐝𝐿, the legal officer of Sultan Kudarat State University and a current faculty member of the College of Law of Sultan Kudarat State University. So once again, we are still waiting po for the official result of this match. And while waiting, Sir Johari, ikaw ba, what do you think about the proposition? Is it really unnecessary for you to have a garage in order for you to buy or own a car?
Well, for me, what is necessary as of the moment is for me to buy my own car because I don't have my means to transport from my apartment going to Capitol. And as of the moment, it seems to me that it's very hard to travel given that pabago-bago yung weather natin. Minsan mainit, minsan umuulan, minsan sad tayo kasi wala tayong kayakap sa pag-ulan, and then mga bagay-bagay na nagre-remind sa atin.
All right, once again, ladies and
Nagmumulto sa
gentlemen,
atin.
the views and opinions of the moderators as well as the audiences does not automatically reflect the views and opinions of our adjudicators.
Yes,
Pero for me lang, no, if you're going to buy a car, you have to consider kasi yung payong na, di ba, yung freebies dun sa car. Diba? Yun ang pinaka-importante. Di ba? I think everyone would be able to relate na pag bumili tayo ng car, pinaka-importante yung payong sa loob. Di ba? O, di ba?
Yes, tama naman, di ba? Kasi kapag umuulan, syempre, walang use kasi yung car. For example, nag-park ka na, tapos pupunta ka na sa isang building. So kapag wala kang payong, guys, hindi ka talaga, useless eh. Maaarawan na, matutubigan ka pa. Tama ba? Matutubigan ka ba?
Mababasa.
Mababasa. Mababasa, yes. Mababasa. Yun. Anyways, so before announcing the winners,
yes,
let's announce the Quiz Bee Top 10 na ginanap po kanina kasabay ng ating debate. And let me have the honor to announce the top 10 who will proceed to our grand finals on November 12, 2025. And our top one with 109 points is the school from Tacurong City, Notre Dame of Tacurong City. Second placer is the SKSU Lab High. Third placer is Esperanza National High School. Fourth placer is Libac Legislated National High School. Kung saan itong school na to ata yung champion ng 𝐤𝐤𝐝𝐿 Quiz Bee competition. Si Club, tama ba? Yes. Yeah, basta Sultan 𝐤𝐤𝐝𝐿 Quiz Bee competition. Champion ata yung Libac dito eh.
Kidlat Talas.
Kidlat Talas daw, sabi nila. Top 5, we have ND Esperanza. Top 6, we have Masiag National High School. Top 7, we have Smith. Top 8, we have SNA National High School. Top 9, we have Bagumbayan National High School. And top 10, Isula National High School. So these schools will be fighting for championship this coming November 12.
Yes, and once again, ladies and gentlemen, the Quiz Bee competition is one of the activities for our Sultan Pax Leadership Academy, which is, of course, part of the bigger event, which is the Kalimutan Festival 2025. And once again, to reiterate, we already have 4 teams for our finals. The first one is SKSU Laboratory High School. Second one, the team from the Notre Dame of Isulan Incorporated. Our third team for our finals is Esperanza National High School. And the fourth team is the team from Notre Dame of Isulan Incorporated. In a short while, ladies and gentlemen, we will know who will our fourth team be. So stay tuned.
And I think it's already available. Let's welcome once again the chief adjudicator of this debate competition, Attorney Rahil Saga.
Hirap naman. Okay. Sige, for the best speaker, congratulations. First speaker from the negative side. Okay. For the best debater, congratulations from the affirmative side. Third speaker. Okay. For this round, with an average score of 85.66% as against 85.46%. This round goes to Bamban National High School. Congratulations.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, once again, congratulations to the winning team, the affirmative side from Bamban National High School. And of course, congratulations as well to the non-winning team from President Quirino National High School for putting up a good fight. You are all winners. And let's do the shake hands, ladies and gentlemen.
And in a short while, we will be proceeding to the next match to be fought between Esperanza National High School and Isulan National High School. And we will be having a 2-minute break.
All right, Esperanza National High School.
Let me
use
proceed to the next
the
question.
sexual
You are aware
representation,
that
they
the
are...
Tara! Dun naman sa iba! San man ang food trip? Ano man ang cravings? Pasarapin yan with Pepsi! Mas masarap na iba!
Dito, all out ang gaming, streaming, chikahan, tawanan, kilig, adventures! Experience the fastest mobile network in the Philippines. Kaya dito!
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, Sultan Kudaratenios, we're back. And we are now down to our final match for this battle. And now, in just a short while, we will discover the sixth and final team that will compete our roster of finalists. The question is, who will claim that last spot? Will it be the team from Esperanza National High School or Isula National High School on the negative side? Let's not keep everyone waiting. Let the final match begin.
Ladies and gentlemen, our team from Esperanza National High School is composed of the following members. John Cole Bergado, Josan Esguerra, 𝐬𝐢𝐝𝐿 Ivan Nico Dalayap as their researchers, Fail Altair Kanting.
We have the team from Isula National High School on the negative side, composed of Rex the second B. Estrellan, Jane Ashley Dilara, Kurt Balyon. With the support of their researchers, we have Cecilia Gabriel Sibal and Faye Mandila Isabel Geron.
Ladies and gentlemen, the proposition for this match, let it be resolved that the International Criminal Court can no longer prosecute international crimes committed in the Philippines in view of the state's withdrawal from the Rome Statute. And for context, the Philippines was a party to the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court from November 1, 2011 until the effectivity of its withdrawal on March 17, 2019. First speaker from the affirmative side, you have 4 minutes to deliver your constructive speech and argue why is it necessary to declare that the International Criminal Court can no longer prosecute crimes committed in the Philippines in view of the state's withdrawal from Rome Statute. And your 4 minutes starts now.
Good day, honorable judges, respected opponents, and everyone present. I am John Cole Bergado, the first speaker of the affirmative side. Before anything else, I would like to set the parameters of this debate. We define can no longer prosecute as the loss of legal jurisdiction, meaning the ICC no longer has authority to investigate or prosecute crimes in the Philippines after March 17, 2019, the date our withdrawal became effective. We define international crimes as those stated under the Rome Statute: genocide, war crimes, crimes against humanity, and aggression. Therefore, this debate focuses only on crimes committed after March 17, 2019. This means the Duterte administration war on drugs and all alleged crimes committed before that date are outside the scope of this debate. The clash is simple. What is the
main interests of the Philippines as a state, foreign control, or national sovereignty. The opposition must prove that the ICC has power over a state that has already withdrawn. They must show that a country can still be bound by a treaty it has already left, and claim that defies both logic and international law. Now, my first speaker focuses on sovereignty. Sovereignty is the foundation of the free and independent state. When the Philippines withdrew from the Rome Statute, the ICC jurisdiction officially ended. This is clearly stated in Article 127, Section 2 of the Rome Statute. A state shall not be bound by this statute after the withdrawal becomes effective. That means any alleged crime after March 17, 2019 is beyond ICC power. Even the Institute of International Law affirms that withdrawal ends all future obligation. And to further strengthen this, let us look what our Supreme Court has ruled. In Pangilinan versus Cayetano, March 16, 2021, the court did not rule that Senate concurrence is required for treaty withdrawal. Some justices mentioned that idea, but yes, those were obiter dicta or non-binding opinions. The final ruling of the Supreme Court recognized the validity of the Philippines withdrawal from the ICC, meaning our exit was constitutional, legal, and effective. The highest court of the land and the Supreme Court itself affirmed that the Philippines has lawfully withdrawn, and therefore the ICC no longer has inner jurisdiction over us. So, if the ICC continues to act despite our withdrawal, it is not enforcing law. It is violating both our sovereignty and our Supreme Court's recognition of our independence. Now, my second argument that the Philippines has a strong and functional judicial system. The ICC only intervenes when a country is unwilling or unable to deliver justice on its own. But the Philippines is neither. Article 17 of the Rome Statute, the complementarity principle states, the court shall act only when national courts are unwilling or unable to prosecute. According to the United Nations Human Rights Council 2020, the Philippines has ongoing domestic accountability mechanism addressing alleged human rights violations. We have the Department of Justice, the Supreme Court, the Ombudsman, and the Commission on Human Rights, all empowered by Republic Act 9851, which criminalizes genocide, war crimes, and crimes against humanity. The ICC, on the other hand, has no police and enforcement power. It issues order but still relies on our PNP or NBI to act. Finally, my third argument, without the ICC, justice continues. Under Republic Act 9851 or the Philippine Act on Crimes Against International Humanitarian Law, our DOJ and Ombudsman can prosecute these crimes locally. The Commission on Human Rights ensures accountability and international cooperation treaties let us coordinate with other nations without surrendering sovereignty. In conclusion, honorable judges, we are not rejecting justice. We are reclaiming it. And with that, I rest my case.
Thank you so much. First speaker from the affirmative side. First speaker of the negative side, you have 2 minutes for your cross-examination. And your timer starts now.
Good afternoon,
Good
Mr.
afternoon.
Speaker. So do you have any mechanism that properly addresses a state withdrawal from the Rome Statute?
Do I have mechanism, Mr. Speaker?
Okay, proceeding to my next question.
Okay.
Is the crime of Duterte the only crime that ICC prosecuted ever since?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, then would you agree with me that in the Article 127, paragraph 2 of the Rome Statute explicitly states that withdrawal does not affect the ICC jurisdiction over crimes committed while it is a state party?
Mr. Speaker, are you aware of our parameters?
Okay, I will take that as a yes. So
You
isn't
assume,
your
Mr.
position,
Speaker, that is very false.
Okay, so isn't your position that the ICC must retain authority over those offenses even post-withdrawal?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, would you agree as per Article 127 of the Rome Statute that the Philippines withdrawal take effect 1 year after notification?
I confidently agree, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, so are you implying that local courts can prosecute the grievous crimes?
Do you hear my speech, Mr. Speaker? Yes.
Okay. Okay, proceeding to my next question.
Okay.
Would you agree with me that perpetrators in the Philippines cannot escape justice for crimes committed while it's still a member?
Of course, but Mr. Speaker,
Okay,
you're
so given
outside the
that
parameters.
you said yes, isn't your position that the ICC must continue prosecuting those crimes without exemption?
You're outside the scope of the parameter, Mr. Speaker. Calm
Okay.
down.
Okay. So is
Okay.
it your position that the ICC statement on the Philippines explicitly retains jurisdiction over crimes from 2011 to 2019?
Qualified, yes. That is our motion, Mr.
Okay,
Speaker.
so I will take that as a full yes. So would you
Yes.
agree with me that this means withdrawal does not terminate the court's authority over those offenses.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to remind you the parameters. Please make that a note.
Okay. Now, would you agree with me that a state withdrawal is a political maneuver that cannot erase past international crimes?
Of course.
Okay, that would you agree with me again that the ICC jurisdiction persists for accountability's sake?
Of course, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, so isn't it
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. It was a great, great, great conversation, Sir Michael, should I say. And now let's welcome the second speaker from the affirmative side. For the constructive speech, you have 4 minutes to deliver the same and argue the beneficiality of declaring the International Criminal. Yes, I stand corrected, ladies and gentlemen. Let's welcome the first speaker of the negative side. You have 4 minutes to deliver your constructive speech to advance your argument. Why is it not necessary to declare that ICC can no longer prosecute international crimes committed in the Philippines in view of the state's withdrawal from the Rome Statute? You have 4 minutes and your timer begins now.
Peace and Justice are two sides of the same coin, by Dwight D. Eisenhower. Madam Chair, esteemed adjudicators and fellow debaters, mayong adlaw sa inyong tanan. In 2023, the International Criminal Court, or ICC, issued an unprecedented arrest warrant against Russian President Vladimir Putin for war crimes involving the deportation of Ukrainian children, marking the first time a sitting head of state of a permanent UN Security Council member was held to account. This act directly challenged the traditional immunity of powerful leaders and signaled that no one is above the international law, even at risk of political backlash. And that is the very purpose of the ICC establishment, to ensure that perpetrators of the world's gravest crimes face justice. We would like to emphasize that this issue is not about the jurisdiction itself, but about upholding justice and accountability for the gravest crimes committed, regardless of political decisions or a state withdrawal from the ICC. As the first speaker of the negative side, we firmly stand with the belief that International Criminal Court, or ICC, can and must continue to prosecute international crimes committed in the Philippines despite its state withdrawal from the Rome Statute, which lead us to the goal of the negative side that the ICC can and must prosecute international crimes in the Philippines despite its withdrawal. Madam Chair, I have here two arguments that will substantiate the aforementioned and strengthen the negative sides. First, the withdrawal does not negate ICC jurisdiction over past crimes under the Article 127 of the Rome Statute. A state may indeed withdraw by notifying a United Nations Secretary General. The withdrawal takes effect 1 year after the date of notification, unless later date is specified. Critically, Article 127, Paragraph 2 of the Rome Statute explicitly clarifies that withdrawal does not affect the court's jurisdiction over crimes committed while the state is still a party. It also preserves ongoing investigations and proceedings that began prior to the date of the withdrawal. This means that all crimes committed in the Philippines between November 1, 2011, when continued to ratify the Rome Statute, and March 16, 2019, before the effective date withdrawal, remain fully prosecutable by the ICC. Withdrawal cannot erase past crimes, and that leads me to my second argument, which is the principle of complementarity preserves ICC's authority. The ICC is not a replacement for national courts. It only steps when a state is unwilling or unable to genuinely investigate or prosecute the serious international crimes. This principle ensures that national sovereignty is respected while also guaranteeing the perpetrators of the negatives. When domestic systems fails, this principle reflected in the Rome Statute itself, which is stated in the Article 17 of the ICC, may exercise jurisdiction where only national and legal system are unwilling to do so. Madam Chair, withdrawal may remove a station's signature from a treaty, but it can never erase its responsibility to uphold that justice. The essence of the International Criminal Court lies not in political membership. Justice cannot be undone by withdrawal. It cannot be silenced by authority. It endures because the truth does. Victims of the international crimes deserve more than silence. They deserve more than justice. They deserve more justice that transcends borders and power. Upholding human rights, the ICC authority persists and justice for victims of the international crimes remain non-negotiable. And no matter how far a state may run from its obligation, it can never withdraw from justice. Daghang salamat sa inyong tanan.
Thank you so negative side. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome back the first speaker from the negative side for his cross-examination. 2 minutes starts now.
Okay, do you agree that accountability did not vanish but only transferred to our domestic judicial system because we can and we are able?
But there have been no
Mr.
prosecution
Speaker,
of the gravest crimes here in our local court.
Are you done? Just to clarify, I don't need your explanation. Please, yes or no?
Okay, no.
No, so you are questioning our judicial system? Okay, next question. The motion clearly states international crimes committed in the Philippines, correct?
Yes.
So, you agree that our country officially withdrew from the Rome Statute on March 17, 2019, right?
Yes, but before the withdrawal,
Okay, I
there
don't
has
need your
no
explanation,
been
Mr.
any
Speaker. So,
prosecution of the
any
gravest
crime
crimes.
committed after that date happened when the Philippines was no longer under ICC membership, correct?
No.
No? So, are you denying the fact, Mr. Speaker?
No,
Okay,
I
next
am
question,
not.
Mr. Speaker. Do you agree that the Philippines is a sovereign state, meaning we have the exclusive right to govern our own affairs?
Yes, it does.
Okay, so you sided with us. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Next question. Does the ICC have its own police or armed force?
No.
No, exactly. So without our cooperation, the ICC has no power at all. Thank you.
Yes,
okay.
it does.
So if the ICC wants to investigate in the Philippines, it would still rely on our PNP or NBI, correct?
No.
No. You are very inconsistent with your answer, Mr. Speaker. You're just...
I don't see that, Mr.
Okay,
Speaker.
again. The Philippines has a functional DOJ, Supreme Court, and Ombudsman, correct?
Yes.
Yes, then justice can still be served locally without the ICC interference.
Yes, but then again, there has no been prosecution of the gravest crimes here in local courts.
Are you done?
Okay, proceed to your next question.
Okay, to clarify again, I don't need your explanation. Next.
Okay.
In international law, treaties are based on consent, correct?
Yes.
Then if we've withdrawn consent, the ICC power ends. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, councils. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome the second speaker from the affirmative side. You have 4 minutes to deliver a constructive speech and argue the beneficiality of declaring that the International Criminal Court can no longer prosecute international crimes committed in the Philippines in view of the state's withdrawal from Rome Statute. Your 4 minutes starts now.
Justice is not justice when imposed by a power to whom we did not yield. Good day, honorable adjudicators, esteemed member of the House, and my worthy opponents. Who has the right to deliver justice in the Philippines? The Philippines itself or a foreign tribunal? Today, we discuss the motion, let it be resolved that the International Criminal Court can no longer prosecute international crimes committed in the Philippines in view of the state's withdrawal from the Rome Statute. I am 𝐤𝐢𝐝𝐿 the second speaker focusing on beneficiality. Why it is beneficial for the Philippines that ICC jurisdiction no longer extends to international crimes committed after March 17, 2019. The official date our withdrawal took effect. Let me present my 3 main arguments. First argument focuses on legal certainty and the principle of non-retroactivity. International law operates on consent, not coercion. Under Article 127 of the Rome Statute, a withdrawing state is released from future obligations after its withdrawal take effect, except for matters already under investigation or committed prior to withdrawal. Thus, crimes committed after March 17, 2019 fall outside ICC authority. This maintains legal certainty, a cornerstone of due process. Legal frameworks must be predictable, but ladies and gentlemen, ask yourselves, can justice truly exist when the rules are unclear? Conflicting interpretations between ICC and Philippine sovereignty create legal confusion, weaken prosecution, and jeopardizes victims' rights. Recognizing that the ICC's jurisdiction has ceased post-withdrawal protects clarity and coherence in justice administration. Moving on to my next argument, focusing on strengthening domestic judicial sovereignty, the 1987 Philippine Constitution, Article 2, Section 7, mandates an independent foreign policy. This includes the right to determine which courts operate authority within our territory. Continuing ICC jurisdiction after withdrawal implies that the Philippines remains bound to an international court against its will, and that domestic courts are not trusted to prosecute crimes committed by Filipinos without Philippine jurisdiction. Meanwhile, the ICC's complementarity principle declares the ICC steps in only if national courts are unwilling or unable to prosecute. Recognizing the end of ICC jurisdiction post-withdrawal forces our justice institutions to uphold their duty, instead of expecting a foreign tribunal to resolve domestic crimes. This strengthens, not weakens, our justice system. For my last argument, I will focus on institutional improvement and accountability through internal reform. When accountability for local crimes is outsourced to an international tribunal, national reform stalls. Governments only improve when required to solve their own problems. By affirming that post-withdrawal crimes fall under exclusive domestic jurisdiction, we encourage judicial reforms. We improve prosecution mechanisms. We strengthen witness protection systems. And we promote local legal education, training, and accountability standards. This motion does not reject accountability, ladies and gentlemen. It localizes it, where Philippine institutions bound by our constitution and sovereignty are held responsible for protecting our citizens. This is long-term justice capacity building, not dependency. And so, I leave you with this final question. If justice is truly the goal, why should it come from outside when we have the power to enforce it ourselves? The Philippines has the laws, the institutions, and the courage to uphold justice. We prosecute our own, we protect our own, and we deliver verdicts for our people. We do not need the ICC or any foreign tribunal to impose authority over crimes committed on our soil after its jurisdiction, because we are fully capable of enforcing our own justice. After all, jurisdiction without consent is jurisdiction without justice. With all points in place, I rest my case. Thank you.
Thank you so much, second speaker from the affirmative side. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the second speaker from the negative side. You have 2 minutes for your cross-examination, and your timer starts now.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker.
Good afternoon.
So, okay, for my first question, are you aware that the country can still seek help from the ICC even after withdrawal?
Yes, Ms. Speaker, I am
so given
aware.
that you are aware, are you also aware that under Article 11 of the Rome Statute, I quote, the court has jurisdiction only with respect to crimes committed after the entry into force of the statute unless that state has made a declaration. Are you aware of that?
Qualified, yes, Ms. Speaker.
Okay, so that means you just contradicted your claims because
I
this
did not.
article states that this principle ensures that once a state joins the ICC, it remains accountable for crimes committed during its membership.
Awareness does not mean
I do not need your justification, Mr. Speaker,
Okay,
and now I
proceed.
will proceed to my first question. Are you aware that withdrawing from the treaty does not erase obligations for past crimes actions under the treaty?
Past crimes are outside of the scope of this debate,
Mr.
Ms. Speaker. Proceed to
proceeding
your
with my
next
next
question.
would you agree that accountability for actual citizens must prevail over political decisions like treaty withdrawal?
Calm down, Ms. Speaker. Can you please restate your
Okay,
question?
I'm so sorry, Mr. Speaker. Would you agree that accountability for actual citizens must prevail over political decisions like treaty withdrawal?
Of course, Ms.
So
Speaker.
given that you said yes, Mr. Speaker, does that mean the Philippines cannot avoid ICC investigation for past crimes despite leaving the Rome Statute, correct?
Again, Ms. Speaker, you are talking about past crimes which
next
are outside
question,
of the
Mr.
scope
Speaker.
of this debate.
Is it not true that the state's withdrawal cannot retroactively absolve criminals committed during its membership, correct?
Yes, Ms. Speaker.
So given that you said yes, does this not imply that the Philippines remain accountable for the ICC for 2011 to 2019, correct?
Yes, Ms. Speaker.
Okay, proceeding with my next question, Mr. Speaker. Are you willing to deny victims justice by accepting that withdrawal from the Rome Statute halts all ICC investigations?
No, Ms. Speaker.
Okay, so given that you said no, then would you agree that ICC jurisdiction over prior crimes remains intact?
Yes, Ms. Speaker,
Okay,
but again,
Mr.
prior
That's
crimes,
all.
Ms.
That's all for my
Speaker.
interpolation.
Thank you
so much,
very
Mr. Speaker.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, councils. Now, to argue why is it not beneficial to declare that the ICC can no longer prosecute international crimes committed in the Philippines in view of the state's withdrawal from the Rome Statute? Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the second speaker of the negative side to deliver her constructive speech for 4 minutes. You have 4 minutes, and now your timer starts.
Alexander Hamilton once said, the first duty of society is justice. Esteemed members of the House, honorable adjudicators, and to my fellow debaters, maayong adlaw. The state parties of the Rome Statute supports the ICC, accepts its jurisdiction, and are obligated to cooperate in its investigation and prosecutions. They can refer cases to the ICC and participate in its governance through the Assembly of State Parties. Importantly, Madam Chair, the ICC works complementarily with national judicial systems, meaning it steps in only when domestic courts are unable or unwilling to investigate or prosecute serious crimes. This distinction ensures that persons remain answerable to justice under the ICC's jurisdiction even if their country withdraws from the Rome Statute. And now, Madam Chair, I have here two arguments that will strengthen the negative side. First is upholding justice for past crimes. Madam Chair, the world must not allow past atrocities to vanish simply because a state withdraws from a treaty. Under Rome Statute of International Criminal Court, Article 127, Paragraph 2, plainly states that when a state has withdrawn its withdrawal, and I quote, shall not prejudice in any way the continued consideration of any matter which was already under consideration by the court prior to the date on which the withdrawal became effective. In the case of the Philippines, Madam Chair, although it deposited its withdrawal from the statute in March 2018, it took effect in March 2019. The International Criminal Court confirmed on October 23, 2025 that it retains jurisdiction over alleged crimes committed while the Philippines was a party, citing precisely in Article 127, Paragraph 2 of the statute. Likewise, in the case of Gambia in 2016, the government notified withdrawal from the statute, but then, under new leadership, rescinded that decision and recommitted itself to the Rome Statute. And that leads me to my second argument, Madam Chair. Preserving international legal standards. As stated in Article 11 of the Rome Statute, the court has jurisdiction only with respect to crimes committed after the entry into force of this statute unless the state has made a declaration. This principle ensures that once a state joins the ICC, it remains accountable for crimes committed during its membership. For example, despite the Philippines' withdrawal in 2019, the ICC continues to investigate crimes allegedly committed from 2011 to 2019, while it was still a member. Similarly, in February 2021, the ICC's Pretrial Chamber 1 ruled that the court has jurisdiction over crimes committed in territories of Gaza, the West Bank, and East Jerusalem following Palestine's accessions to the Rome Statute in 2015. The Chamber affirmed that Palestine qualifies as a state party, allowing the ICC to investigate alleged war crimes committed by any party within those territories. This landmark decision reinforced the principle that ICC jurisdiction is rooted in legal membership, not political recognition, and that accountability under international law cannot be evaded once accepted. Preserving international legal standards ensure fair, transparent, and legitimate justice by holding all nations equally accountable and maintaining the ICC's authority based on law, not politics. Madam Chair, withdrawal is not an erasure of justice. The Philippines may have left the Rome Statute, but it could not leave behind the truth of crimes committed while the provisions bound it. Justice, once invoked, cannot be withdrawn. The ICC's continued jurisdiction upholds justice by preventing states from escaping responsibilities through withdrawal. It also strengthens domestic judicial systems by compelling governments to reform and uphold due processes. Once again, Madam Chair, ICC can still prosecute or investigate cases once the country will seek for help. And as Alexander Hamilton once said, the first duty of society is justice, and justice, Madam Chair, must never be withdrawn. Daghang salamat sa inyong tanan.
Thank you so much. Second speaker from the negative side, and let's welcome back the second speaker from the affirmative side. You have 2 minutes for your cross-examination, starting now.
Good afternoon, Ms. Speaker.
Good
Are you
afternoon, Mr.
aware of the
Speaker.
parameters of this debate?
I am very much aware of the
Yes, you are aware, but your argument states otherwise. Do you agree that the countries you have mentioned has its distinct domestic judicial
Again,
system,
Mr. Speaker,
correct?
please slow down. You need to come down.
Do you agree that the countries you have mentioned has its distinct domestic judicial systems, correct?
Yes.
Yes, so it's outside the scope of the debate, correct?
Okay. Yes.
Do you agree that the Rome Statute is a treaty based on state consent?
Yes.
Yes, then withdrawal removes future obligations, correct?
No.
No? Does Article 127 explicitly allow a state to withdraw?
So, did you fully understand what is
Ms.
stated in
Speaker,
Article
I need
127,
your
Paragraph
answer.
2?
I don't need your explanation.
Please restate your question.
I would not. Did the Philippines withdrawal take effect on March 17, 2019?
Yes.
Yes, then post-2019 crimes fall outside ICC scope, correct?
Can you please
Then
restate your question?
post-2019 crimes fall outside ICC scope, correct? I'm going to proceed to my next question. Should laws be applied prospectively rather than retroactively, correct?
No.
No, then you reject the Constitution and the due process. Let me proceed to my next question. Is sovereignty a constitutional principle of the Philippines?
Can you please slow down, Mr. Speaker? I
Is
cannot fully
sovereignty
understand your question.
a constitutional principle of the Philippines?
Okay, next question.
Okay. Do domestic courts have primary jurisdiction over crimes committed in the Philippines?
Of course.
Of course. Then ICC intervention is only secondary and limited, correct?
Okay, so ICC's cases.
Miss Speaker,
ICC
yes
will
or
manage
no?
only
Yes
heinous
or
crimes.
no, Miss Speaker, don't disrespect me.
Next question,
Does
please.
complementarity require domestic failure before ICC action?
Again?
I would rather not repeat.
Okay.
Can a court maintain jurisdiction over a state that has withdrawn consent?
Mr. Speaker, please ask your question clearly.
Can a court maintain jurisdiction over a state that has withdrawn consent?
Thank you so much, Mr.
Thank
Speaker.
you so much, Ms. Speaker.
Thank you so much, councils. Now to tell us the practicability of declaring that the International Criminal Court can no longer prosecute international crimes committed in the Philippines in view of the state's withdrawal from the Rome Statute. Ladies and gentlemen, the third affirmative speaker, you have 4 minutes to deliver your constructed speech, and your timer starts now.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am the third speaker of the affirmative bench, here to uphold the practicability of our position that the International Criminal Court can no longer prosecute international crimes committed in the Philippines after our withdrawal from the Rome Statute. Our side carries essential burdens, and today I am now ready to fulfill that with my arguments. For my first point, domestic mechanisms are sufficient and effective. Philippine courts and prosecutorial systems are fully capable of investigating, filing, and trying international crimes. We have institutions like the Sandigan Bayan, the DOJ, and our regular courts that have precedent and capacity to handle complex cases. Under Republic Act No. 9851, Philippine courts have jurisdiction over genocide, crimes against humanity, and war crimes. The Supreme Court has consistently affirmed that sovereignty empowers domestic prosecution. The conviction of Awal Mauti, a key member of the Mauti group involved in terrorism and rebellion before the Taguig Regional Trial Court, proves that even crimes equivalent to international offenses are being tried and punished domestically. To my next point, the IC intervention is redundant and feasible. The IC cannot function without state cooperation for arrests, evidence, or enforcement. After the Philippines withdrawal, that cooperation ceased. Without legal access or jurisdiction, IC prosecution becomes impossible in practice. Moreover, the IC itself suffers from institutional inefficiency and incompetency. Studies from the Michigan Journal of International Law and Fordham International Law Journal show that defense counsels of the ICC and ICTY were often unprepared, submitted incoherent briefs, and failed to ensure fair representation, a violation of due process that led to delays, mistrials, and credibility loss. Even former IC insiders like Michael G. Carnavas just recently, ladies and gentlemen, in the year 2025, exposed internal misconduct, workplace harassment, and administrative mismanagement, revealing that the court's problems are systemic, not incidental. These inefficiencies render the IC operationally unreliable and practically unfit to serve justice efficiently. To my next point, in Pangilinan et al. Versus Cayetano, the Supreme Court affirmed the validity of withdrawal and warned that extending IC power without consent would violate sovereignty. Continuing IC prosecution post-withdrawal would therefore create legal confusion, conflict with domestic law, and undermine constitutional boundaries. To my next point, the resource and administrative feasibility. Our justice system possesses the manpower, funding, and procedural tools to investigate and prosecute without ICC assistance. According to DOJ performance reports in 2024, our courts achieved a 98.97% case resolution rate, proving institutional efficiency. The Awal Mauti conviction also proves witness protection and due process are functioning effectively. In contrast, ladies and gentlemen, IC trials takes years before resolution due to procedural redundancy, extensive bureaucracy, and repeated adjournments caused by ineffective legal advocacy. Issues noted in Gazama, the incoherence and functional incompetence of international law. These inefficiencies make the ICC resource draining and impractical. Ladies and gentlemen, the accountability did not and never did vanish. It had only been transferred to our own domestic judicial system because we can and we will and we are able. We have fulfilled all the burdens of practicability. We have shown the lack of jurisdiction, the absence of legal basis, and credible reports exposing the ICC institutional inefficiency. Can the negative prove otherwise with official data, not assumptions? The Rome Statute binds only with consent, and And our withdrawal has withdrawn that consent. The Constitution vests justice within our own courts, not in foreign chambers that no longer possess legal authority over us. Show us evidence. If the ICC truly claims jurisdiction...
Thank you so much, third
Ano
speaker
daw?
from the affirmative side. Now let's welcome the third speaker from the negative side. You have 2 minutes for your cross-examination, and your timer starts now.
Are you ready, Ms. Speaker?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, for my first question, can the legal basis be the Rome Statute itself?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, my next question is, can the Philippines legitimately claim it is bound to ICC obligations without its will after voluntarily ratifying the Rome Statute and coordinating with the ICC?
Mr. Speaker, we are talking about crimes committed after withdrawal, Mr. Speaker. So we are not about to render the reasons of withdrawal, Mr.
Okay,
Speaker, and the validity of our
the
withdrawal.
crimes committed before withdrawal can still be prosecuted under Article
Yes,
127,
Mr. Speaker, and
Section
that is
2.
clearly
Okay,
not
next question.
clearly outside of the
Next
scope of
question,
our
Madam
debate.
Speaker.
Yes, Mr.
Madam
Speaker,
Speaker,
please proceed.
Madam Speaker, let me speak. Okay, for my next question, are you aware that the war on drugs crime was committed before withdrawal of the Philippines from the ICC?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, and that clearly is outside of the scope of our debate.
It
I
is
hope you are
not, it
aware
is
of that
not.
and hope you take note of that.
It is not. It is under the article from the Rome Statute. For my next question, you claim that withdrawal makes ICC prosecution impossible. Do you have evidence to prove this?
I have just established that in my arguments, Mr. Speaker, if you have been just listening.
Okay. My next question is, you argue that the ICC loses all legal authority after withdrawal. Do you have legal precedent supporting this?
Again, Mr. Speaker, I have already established that in my arguments.
Okay, if you have already established it, does this mechanization account for evidence and case already in progress?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, definitely yes.
Okay. You say that the ICC cannot function without state cooperation.
Yes, indeed, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Are there any examples where the ICC completely failed due to lack of cooperation?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. For my next question is that, is it possible for the International Court to continue investigation even if the country withdraws from its treaty?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, in the principle of
Okay, I am
complementarity, that's
I am
based on your bench,
satisfied with
Mr.
your
Speaker. I hope
answer.
you're
Thank
aware
you.
of
That
that.
ends my
Thank you so
interpolation.
much,
All
Mr.
right,
Speaker.
thank you so much, councils. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome back the third negative speaker. You have 4 minutes to deliver a constructive speech and convince us that it is not practical to declare that the ICC can no longer prosecute international crimes committed in the Philippines in view of the state's withdrawal from Rome Statute. 4 minutes starting now.
To all adjudicators, worthy opponents, and to my spectators, and most especially to you, Madam Chair, maayong buntag sa inyong tanan. I am the third speaker from the negative side, and today I will discuss why it is impracticable to say that the ICC can no longer prosecute international crimes committed in the Philippines in view of the state's withdrawal from the Rome Statute. Now, Madam Chair, justice does not end when membership ends. It endures where humanity demands it. Before I proceed to my arguments, let's first shift to the crucial details that might be overlooked. First, the ICC can act effectively because it already collected evidence and testimonies before the Philippines withdrawal. Next, its work continues with help from the international partners or non-government organization and modern tools like digital forensics and open source intelligence. Lastly, the ICC's legal jurisdiction covers crimes committed while the Philippines was still a member and also crimes committed before withdrawal. Now, here are the baseline of my arguments. The ICC can still prosecute because it already has evidence, global support, and flexible investigative tools, even without the Philippines' formal participation. We're not saying that the domestic justice system cannot prosecute. We're saying that the ICC can actually prosecute this because, for my first argument, withdrawal wastes resources and evidence already gathered during investigation. Now, before the Philippines exited the Rome Statute in 2019, the ICC had completed a preliminary examination of the war on drugs on September of 2021, had authorized a full investigation based on a reasonable grounds to believe crimes against humanity had occurred. Numerous witness testimonies, documents, and video evidence had already been gathered, accepting up the proposition that withdrawal halts prosecution would render all this thorough work futile or impracticable. Now, years of painstaking evidence collection, international collaboration, and legal groundwork would be discarded, denying victims justice. The ICC the ICC has committed significant resources and abandoning the process now would be unjust, impractical, and inefficient. Withdrawal does not erase responsibility or accumulating evidence. For my second argument, global cooperation keeps the ICC functioning. Even without direct cooperation from the Philippines, the ICC continues functioning through global partnerships. Organizations such as Human Rights Watch, Amnesty International, and Coalition from the ICC actively documents killing and supply evidence to court. Local media entities like the Rappler and the Philippine Center for Investigative Journalism also contribute verified reports and eyewitness accounts by August of 2021. The ICC's victims' participation and reparations section had received 204 victim representations covering over 1,500 victims. Now for my third argument, the ICC adapts to real-world challenges. Now why? The ICC is not incapacitated by the withdrawal. It uses advanced methods such as digital forensics, satellite imagery, and open source. By this, the ICC can still prosecute because the crime committed was before the withdrawal of the Philippines from the ICC. Now, this was according to Bangladesh referral. It also persisted with investigating atrocities in Darfur despite Sudan's refusing cooperation. This shows that the ICC can cooperate effectively in harsher environments with no cooperation, continuing investigations in the Philippines. Now, honorable adjudicators, the message is clear. Withdrawal does not stop justice. The ICC already possesses the evidence, the global partners to maintain investigations and the capability to adapt in even the toughest situations. Madam Chair, the ICC must continue its work. Withdrawal neither prevents. Accountability cannot be evaded. And that is why we, the negative side, firmly oppose the given measure.
Thank you so much, Council. Now, let's welcome for cross-examination the third affirmative speaker. You have 2 minutes, and your timer starts now.
Firstly, Mr. Speaker, I would like to clear it with you that the purpose of parameters is for us to have a meaningful dialogue. I hope you'd respect that. For your first question, Mr. Speaker, you're not saying that our domestic law cannot prosecute. Then why do we have to refer it to the ICC, Mr. Speaker?
Is that a categorical question?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Can you reiterate the question, please?
Next, Mr. Speaker, you're saying that we can still the ICC can still prosecute through global partnerships. Then you're basically denying the principle of complementarity, correct?
I'm not.
You are, Mr. Speaker.
I am not.
You're contradicting your arguments then.
I am not.
For your next question, Mr. Speaker, can Philippine courts prosecute crimes equivalent to international crimes without ICC assistance?
Yes, but it is evident that they
Yes,
cannot.
Mr. Speaker, then can ICC prosecution be considered necessary and practicable?
Of course.
Of course, you're contradicting your answers, Mr.
I am
Speaker.
not.
For your next question, this RA 9851 grants our court jurisdiction over genocide, crimes against humanity, and war crimes.
Is that a question or a statement?
That's a question, Mr. Speaker.
That is not a question. Please repeat your question.
For your next question, Mr. Speaker, is the ICC's institutional performance flawless and timely in all cases?
Not at all. There is no such thing as
Not
perfect.
at all, Mr. Speaker.
There's no
Then
such
given
thing
your
as
arguments
perfect.
that we should resort to them, then, Mr. Speaker, you're basically discriminating our own judicial system.
I have not stated that. You stated
have,
that.
Mr. Speaker.
I have
Next
not.
question, can the DOJ and 𝐤𝐤𝐿 effectively investigate and prosecute high-profile criminals domestically?
Yes.
Yes, then the ICC's involvement is redundant, correct?
No, of course not.
No, you're very inconsistent, Mr. Speaker. Have Philippine courts successfully convicted individuals for acts equivalent to international crimes?
That is not a question.
Mr. Speaker, again, have Philippine courts successfully convicted individuals for acts equivalent to international crimes?
Of
Yes
course
or
they
no,
have not.
Mr.
They have
Speaker?
not. They have not.
They have not, Mr. Speaker, so you're denying that.
So much, councils.
Okay, thank you.
And ladies and gentlemen, let us now hear the rebuttal statement from each team, starting off with our negative side. Team captain, you have 3 minutes for your rebuttal statement, starting now.
Maayong adlaw once again, Madam Chair, esteemed adjudicators, and to my fellow debaters. From the very start, our goal had been to uphold accountability and responsibility, to ensure that no act of atrocity escapes justice, and our baseline rests on 3 pillars: legality, justice, and practicability. Madam Chair, the first speaker of the affirmative side argues that without the ICC, justice continues, but we have emphasizes that without ICC, accountability mechanisms are significantly weakened, as many states lack either the capacity or the political will to bring perpetrators to justice. Therefore, the assertion that justice continues without the ICC overlook these legal provisions and the protocols enforcement gaps that the ICC is designed to address this. Madam Speaker, the first speaker of the affirmative side said that the Duterte crime is the only crime that the ICC prosecuted ever since, but we have shown a lot of cases, past and present, cases that the ICC prosecuted. Madam Chair, the second speaker also pointed that legal certainty crimes committed after withdrawal falls. But it is outside jurisdiction. While withdrawal may limit future jurisdiction, it does not erase accountability for past crimes committed while a state was a party to the Rome Statute. Allowing states to evade responsibility for crimes committed before withdrawal would undermine the court's authority and the principle of justice. Claiming that crimes committed after withdrawal fall completely outside the ICC scope ignores the legal safeguard ensuring accountability for past crimes. Madam Chair, the affirmative claims that past crimes are outside scope of this debate. But let me tell you, they have forgotten that the motion context that past crimes committed in the Philippines despite its withdrawal. Now, Madam Chair, the affirmative side's parameter said the future crimes is only within the scope of the debate and said that the ICC cannot prosecute that and future crimes, but they have forgotten that we emphasize it that ICC intervenes for past and future crimes, just like the Israel, as mentioned by the second speaker, the third speaker of the affirmative side said that legal basis is the Rome Statute itself. This means that they are agreeing with our side. So, Madam Chair, this debate is not about politics, but it is about principle. But as Article 92 to 94 of the UN Charter reminds us, international justice is not optional. It is an obligation, a shared commitment among nations to preserve order, peace, and human dignity. And with that, we finally rest our case. Thank you.
Thank you so much, team from the negative side. And now let's welcome the team captain from the affirmative side for the rebuttal statement, and you have 3 minutes starting now.
Okay, I would like to clarify the motion in this debate. The ICC can no longer prosecute international crimes committed in the Philippines in view of the state's withdrawal from the Rome Statute. In their rebuttal speech, they contradict the motion itself. The opposition has completely failed to fulfill their burden across necessity, beneficiality, and practicability. Their arguments sound persuasive, but when tested by law and fact, they completely fall apart. When in fact, they keep saying that our system is unwilling, but all of our speeches contradicts their arguments. Their rebuttal argued the ICC involvement is beneficial because our justice system is weak, but that's false and outdated. Well, according to United Nations Human Rights 2020, recognized that the Philippines has active domestic accountability mechanism, proving our domestic system is doing right and strong because the international recognized us even after the withdrawal. And it seems our opponents have chosen not to directly engage with the core of our arguments and parameters. The first speaker interpellation and arguments stray far beyond the parameters of this debate. The issue before us is not the ICC's global authority. Like Putin's case, those are irrelevant to the Philippine-specific withdrawal. He states that there are no grave examples of offenses where our law was domesticated. However, this simply is false because the conviction of 𝐬𝐢𝐝𝐿, a terrorist member of the Multi group, is a key example. So tell me, are you practicing intellectual dishonesty, first speaker? Now, the second speaker once again departs from the scope of this debate by invoking unrelated cases such as alleged war crimes in Gaza and by citing Article 127, Section 2 of the Rome Statute without applying correctly to the Philippine context. She disregards the fact that the ICC only takes effect when a state party is proven or unwilling or unable to cooperate. The third speaker asked questions outside the scope of our parameters again, and he contradicts his own arguments and they crumble during the interpellation section. The opposition's arguments are not aligned with our parameters, yet they continue to insist it is so. Are they participating in the same debate as us or no? Okay, honorable judges, the opposition has failed on all grounds that we have mentioned. Necessity because ICC lost jurisdiction. Beneficiality because our justice system already works. And practicability because the ICC cannot even act without our help. We are not rejecting justice. We are reclaiming it. And submission has no place in a free and independent Philippines. And with that, we, the affirmative side, close our case. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, team captain of the affirmative side. And ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the debate match of this round. And once again, a round of applause to our opposing teams, Esperanza National High School on the affirmative side and Isulan National High School on the negative side for the proposition, let it be resolved that the International Criminal Court can no longer prosecute international crimes committed in the Philippines in view of the state's withdrawal from the Rome Statute.
And of course, while our board of tabulators is tallying the scores, let's have some let's award or announce the winner of the best commentator. Should I say that we have already determined the best commentator for the proposition that we have already tackled earlier?
Yes. So this is going to be our third winner.
I believe so.
Yes. Okay. So for our third winner of our Post a Comment contest, again, you will be receiving 500 pesos worth of GCash credit. Congratulations to 𝐤𝐤𝐲𝐿. Once again, 𝐤𝐤𝐲𝐿, you just won 500 pesos worth of GCash credit. Please message the official Facebook page of Sultan Pax Leadership Academy. Provide your GCash number for you to claim your 500 pesos worth of GCash credit.
Yes, so before we will announce the winners or the winning team, the best debater and the best speaker, we would like to extend our gratitude and thanks to the Board of Adjudicators for staying with us despite their busy schedules.
Yes.
We're very grateful for Attorney Rahil Saga.
Yes, and of course, thank you so much as well to Attorney Sandra May Bonrustro.
The same gratitude as well is given to Attorney Ali Sinengayan.
And of course, thank you so much as well to Sir Koy Braganza.
And of course, to Miss Tehana Angas.
Yeah, so once again, thank you so much for making this event possible by, determining the winning teams for this debate competition. And of course, hindi pa tayo tapos, Sir Johari.
Yes, we're not yet done with today's matches because after determining the winning team for this match, we will be proceeding to the second battle, wherein the knockout round will happen once again. And the winning teams that was conducted, the winning teams who won with the earlier matches we conducted earlier, ang dami ko ng earlier, will be competing once again for our second batch of knockout round.
Yeah, so once again, we already have 5 teams who secured their spots for our final rounds. So we are just waiting for this one last match to determine who will be our 6th finalist. And the 6th finalist will, again, ladies and gentlemen, battle on the second round of our knockout. And that is going to happen later. So we will have 3 more matches later on because we will need to determine who will proceed to our final rounds on November 12, 2025.
Yes, and after the second knockout round matches, we will be announcing the wild card team.
Yes, this wild card team will be selected by our Board of Adjudicators from the non-losing team of the second knockout round. The wildcard finalists will join the 3 winning teams to compete in our finals, which will happen again on November 12, 2025.
And of course, before we proceed with the announcement, let's just, explain why these products are being displayed
yes.
on our table and of course sa ating live. No? We have this coffee. This is the SK, the coffee capital of the Philippines. And this is something that we're very advocating for.
Yes.
We are really claiming that the Sultan Kudarat is the coffee capital of the Philippines? Because it is. It is already.
As a matter of fact, actually, representatives of the provincial government of Sultan Kudarat went to the United Arab Emirates to participate in the World Coffee Exposition. So meron po tayong representatives headed by the governor of Sultan Kudarat, some of the delegates. They presented what Coffee of Sultan Kudarat is all about.
That is correct. And we also had conducted the first ever International Coffee Summit, which was hosted by the province of Sultan Kudarat. And I believe it was participated by 11 countries, including the Philippines. And it is very rare for a provincial government to host such a huge activity.
Exactly. And I must say, personally, actually, I've tasted the coffee of Sultan Kudarat. It's really great. Every time I have activities in the provincial capital, I always look forward to drinking the coffee. Maraming salamat sa province of Sultan Kudarat for, having this kind of coffee.
Yes, that is correct. And also we have this Pepsi Cola. Am I correct? Is it Pepsi Cola? We also have this product, and we're very grateful for the partnership that we have with the Pepsi Cola because they partnered with us and sponsored a lot of this and this as well. So to support our Kalimudan Festival 2025.
Yes. And also, one of our major sponsors for this event is Dito Telecommunications. So thank you so much for providing the technical side of the logistics, the equipment for our live broadcast to be, materialized.
And yes, and that is why we're having this quality live streaming
Yes,
on
if
Facebook
you've noticed,
and YouTube.
yung mga videos natin, yung mga flashes on the screen are very clear, no? So thank you so much sa Dito Telecommunications.
Yes, that is why Dito or Pepsi, baka naman pwede nyo kaming gawing endorser. De, joke lang po yun. Anyway, we would like also to acknowledge and recognize the co-presenters of this Kalimudan Festival 2025. We have the SK Kalimudan Foundation Incorporated. We also have the 125 Kamalayan Foundation Incorporated. These foundations have already donated a lot of support for the conduct and the smooth implementation of this year's Kalimudan Festival.
Thank you so much again to our sponsors. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I believe the results of the last match of this knockout round is ready. And please welcome once again the Chief Adjudicator, Attorney Rahil Saga, to announce the best speaker, best debater, and the winning team for this round.
Okay, good afternoon again. For best speaker for this round, congratulations. Second speaker from the negative side. And for the best debater, congratulations. The first speaker of the affirmative side. For this round, with an average score of 88.20%, congratulations, Team Affirmative, Esperanza National High School.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, our sixth finalist has already been announced. Congratulations once again to the affirmative side coming from Esperanza National High School. And of course, to our non-winning team, thank you so much as well and congratulations. You did a good job. You fought well on this round. And hopefully, we'll see you next year during the SPLA debate competition still.
There you have it. We will be having a 5-minute break. And after that, we will proceed to the next batch of the knockout round.
Thank you so much and stay tuned.
𝐬𝐤𝐝𝐿, the sexual representation, 𝐤𝐤𝐲.
Dito, all out, ang gaming, streaming, chikahan, tawanan, kilig, adventures! Experience the fastest mobile network in the Philippines. Kaya dito!
𝐬𝐤𝐝 Festival 2025 is brought to you by the following sponsors. Co-presenter, Sultan Kudarat Kalimutan Foundation Incorporated, 125 Kamalayan Foundation Incorporated. Diamond sponsor, EEI Corporation. Official partners, Pepsi, Philippine Airlines, PS Royal Ice Manufacturing, Aqua Verde Realty Development and Leasing Incorporated, Paymaya, ARSM Land, Advanced Gas. Gold sponsors, Globe, TM Fiber Prepaid, Samgyeopsal Korean Barbecue Grill, ARSM Trucking Services, Consumer Electronics Trading, Primal Patties, La Familia Raso Cafe by the 5th Food Station, Archon, ARSM Fishing Incorporated. Silver sponsors, Century Pacific Food Incorporated, 𝐬𝐤𝐝 Cafe and Study Lounge, SME SaveLink Pharma and Trading Corporation. Bronze sponsors, Dito Telecommunity, GCash, Speedrion Pharma, WellSave Pharma. Minor sponsors, Carlitos Hotel, Banco, San Miguel Beer, 96 Ranch, MPQ Travel and Tours Philippines, Jollibee, Nestle Philippines, IPI, DBP, Padrino General Merchandise, JV Constec, Bioderm, Dr. Wong's, Gemma Construction Supply Incorporated, J&J Cosmetics, and other sponsors. Official broadcast partner, 24K Digital Productions and Events.
Tingnan yan! Tara, dun naman sa iba. San man ang food trip, ano man ang cravings, pasarapin yan with Pepsi. Mas masarap maiba.
Food trip ba, par? Umay na ako. Namang ba, boss?
Paris ng citrus ang kailangan!
Umay sa kainan? Mountain Dew na yan.
Umay! Basta!
Round 2? Game na! Mountain Dew! Tikman ang adventure!
Get a taste of new Lipton Fusions. Real iced tea, now with a wave of lemonade in strawberry or pineapple mango. Try new Lipton Fusions Lemonade Iced Tea.
Mountain Dew! Pag-umay sa kainan?
Paris ng citrus ang kailangan!
Mountain Dew! Umay! Basta! Round 2? Tikman ang adventure!
Hanggang sa dulo ng mundo, hanggang maubos ang mubo, hanggang gumulong ang luha, hanggang mahulog ang tala. Masdan mo aking mata, di mo ba nakikita? Akong ngayon'y lumilipad at nasa langit na. Gusto mo ba? Gusto mo ba? Gusto mo ba? sumama.
Ako, ikaw, everybody, everybody, Pop and Kelly. Si ate, si teacher at little boy, si BF, si Frenny at Mang Boy. Everybody, Pop and Kelly. Pati flavors keep it bubbly. Pineapple, Kelly bubbly. Apple, Kelly bubbly. Light, Kelly bubbly. You, me, sila, us, we. Everybody, everybody, Pop and Kelly. Magnolia, feeling good, set up.
Ang numero unong kailangan sa ngayon, extra strong katapay. Para kayanin ang mga hamon na ipapato sa'yo. Ang hanap ng Red Horse Beer, extra strong na tulad mo. Lakas! Tama! Panatag ang loob na bukas nanamnamin mo ang iyong tagumpay. Lakas ng tama pero di wasak sa hamon ng bukas.
Red Horse Extra Strong, the #1 extra strong beer in the world.
Meron ka bang the one that got away? Meron naman. Sweet!
Sino?
Kilala ko ba?
Para sa sweet bonding moments, enjoy the refreshing sweet flavors of San Miguel flavored beer. Apple, lemon, and lychee with just the right beer buzz.
The one that got away ko? Si Claire. You're the one that got away with the last apple. Akin yun eh.
Sweet with San Miguel flavored beer.
Buong araw mong kayod sa trabaho, mag-stick para galaw mo ay ganado. Ataw sa stick, ataw sa galaw, sa stick, ataw sa ACB, ataw sa harap.
Pag lagi na lang bitin, mapapa-what if ka na lang talaga. What if sulit ang data mo? What if consistent ang connections sa bahay? What if lahat ng to kaya dito?
Dito, you can do more with long validity. More tawanan para sa lahat. With the fastest mobile network in the Philippines. Kaya dito tayo. Mapag-gaming, streaming, video calls, kulitan, chikahan, adventures! Lahat ng to, kaya dito.
This Sunday, we need to get every tailgater a Pepsi to amp up their food's flavor.
We usually work on Sundays.
I'll cancel my plans.
Why would you throw that?
Pepsi does make it taste better.
Try it again with the pork. How do we get to the cooler? It's too crowded.
When in Philly.
Works every time!
Dito, all out, ang gaming, streaming, chikahan, tawanan, kilig, adventures! Experience the fastest mobile network in the Philippines. Kaya dito!
Kalimutan Festival 2025 is brought to you by the following sponsors. Co-presenter, 𝐤𝐤𝐝𝐿 Foundation Incorporated, 125 Kamalayan Foundation Incorporated. Diamond sponsor, EEI Corporation. Official partners, Pepsi, Philippine Airlines, PS Royal Ice Manufacturing, Aqua Verde Realty Development and Leasing Incorporated, Paymaya, ARSM Land, Advanced Gas. Gold sponsors, Globe, TM Fiber Prepaid, Samgyeopsal Korean Barbecue Grill, ARSM Trucking Services, Consumer Electronics Trading, Primal Patties, La Familia Raso Cafe by the 5th Food Station, Archon, ARSM Fishing Incorporated. Silver sponsors, Century Pacific Food Incorporated, 𝐬𝐤𝐝 Cafe and Study Lounge, SME SaveLink Pharma and Trading Corporation. Bronze sponsors, Dito Telecommunity, GCash, Speedrion Pharma, WellSave Pharma. Minor sponsors, Carlitos Hotel, Banco, San Miguel Beer, 96 Ranch, MPQ Travel and Tours Philippines, Jollibee, Nestle Philippines, IPI, DBP, Padrino General Merchandise, JV Constac, Bioderm, Dr. Wong's, Gemma Construction Supply Incorporated, 𝐤𝐤𝐬𝐿 Cosmetics, and other sponsors. Official broadcast partner, 24K Digital Productions and Events.
Tingnan yan!
Tara, dun naman sa iba. San man ang food trip, ano man ang cravings, pasarapin yan with Pepsi. Mas masarap na iba.
Food trip ba, par? Umay na ako. Nga bang mabos?
Palis ng citrus ang kailangan!
Umay sa kainan? Mountain Dew na yan!
Umay! Basta!
Round 2?
Game na!
Mountain Dew! Tikman ang adventure!
Get a taste of new Lipton Fusions. Real iced tea, now with a wave of lemonade in strawberry or pineapple mango. Try new Lipton Fusions Lemonade Iced Tea.
Mountain Dew! Tag-umay sa kainan?
Palis ng citrus ang kailangan! Mountain Dew! Umay! Basta!
Round 2?
Tikman ang adventure!
Hanggang sa dulo ng mundo, hanggang maubos ang upo, hanggang gumulong ang luha, hanggang mahulog ang tala. Masdan mo aking mata, di mo ba nakikita? Ako ngayon'y lumilipad at nasa langit na. Gusto mo ba? Gusto mo ba? Gusto mo ba? Gusto mo ba? Sumama.
Ako, ikaw, everybody, everybody, si ate, si teacher at little boy, si BF, si Frenny at mang boy. Every bubbly, pop a Cali. Pati flavors, the bubbly, pineapple, Cali bubbly, apple, Cali bubbly, light, Cali bubbly. You, me, sila, us, we. Everybody, every bubbly, pop a Cali. Magnolia, feeling good, set up.
Ang numero unong kailangan sa ngayon, extra strong katapay. Para kayanin ang mga hamon na ipapato sa'yo. Ang hanap ng Red Horse Beer, extra strong na tulad mo. Lakas. Tama. Panatag ang loob na bukas nanamnamin mo ang iyong tagumpay. Lakas ng tama pero di wasak sa hamon ng bukas.
Red Horse Extra Strong, the #1 extra strong beer in the world!
Meron ka bang the one that got away? Meron naman. Sweet!
Sino?
Kilala ko ba?
Para sa sweet bonding moments, enjoy the refreshing sweet flavors of San Miguel flavored beer. Apple, lemon, and lychee with just the right beer buzz.
The one that got away ko? Si Claire. You're the one that got away with the last apple. Akin yun eh.
Sweet with San Miguel flavored beer.
Stick! Galaw mo! Buong araw ang kayod sa trabaho. Mag-stick para galaw mo ay
lagi na lang bitin, mapapa-what if ka na lang talaga. What if sulit ang data mo? What if consistent ang connections sa bahay? What if lahat ng to kaya dito?
Dito, you can do more with long validity.
More tawanan para sa lahat.
With the fastest mobile network in the Philippines. Kaya dito tayo.
Mapag-gaming, streaming, video calls, kulitan, chikahan,
adventures!
Lahat ng to kaya dito.
This Sunday, we need to get every tailgater a Pepsi to amp up their food's flavor.
We usually work on Sundays.
I'll cancel my plans.
Why would you throw that?
Pepsi does make it taste better.
Try it again with the pork. How do we get to the cooler? It's too crowded.
When in Philly.
Works every time.
Dito, all out ang gaming, streaming, chikahan, tawanan, kilig, adventures! Experience the fastest mobile network in the Philippines. Kaya dito!
𝐤𝐤𝐲𝐝 Festival 2025 is brought to you by the following sponsors. Co-presenter, 𝐬𝐤𝐝𝐞𝐬 𝐬𝐤𝐻 Foundation Incorporated, 𝐤𝐤𝐼𝐶 Foundation Incorporated. Diamond sponsor, EEI Corporation. Official partners, Pepsi, Philippine Airlines, PS Royal Ice Manufacturing, Aqua Verde Realty Development and Leasing Incorporated, Paymaya, ARSM Land, Advanced Gas. Gold sponsors, Globe, TM Fiber Prepaid, Samgyeopsal Korean Barbecue Grill, ARSM Trucking Services, Consumer Electronics Trading, Primal Patties, La Familia Raso Cafe by the 5th Food Station, Archon, ARSM Fishing Incorporated. Silver sponsors, Century Pacific Food Incorporated, 𝐬𝐲 Cafe and Study Lounge, SME SaveLink Pharma and Trading Corporation. Bronze sponsors, Dito Telecommunity, GCash, Speedrion Pharma, WellSave Pharma. Minor sponsors, Carlitos Hotel, Banco, San Miguel Beer, 96 Ranch, MPQ Travel and Tours Philippines, Jollibee, Nestle Philippines, IPI, DBP, Padrino General Merchandise, JV Constact, Bioderm, Dr. Wong's, Gemma Construction Supply Incorporated, J&J Cosmetics, and other sponsors. Official broadcast partner, 24K Digital Productions and Events.
Tingnan yan! Tara, dun naman sa iba. San man ang food trip, ano man ang cravings, pasarapin yan with Pepsi. Mas masarap na iba.
Putri ba, par? Umay na ako. Tama ba, boss?
Bangis ng citrus ang kailangan! Umay sa kainan, Mountain Dew na yan! Umay! Basta!
Round 2? Game na!
Mountain Dew! Tikman ang adventure!
Get a taste of new Lipton Fusions. Real-iced tea, now with a wave of lemonade in strawberry or pineapple mango. Try new Lipton Fusions Lemonade Iced Tea.
Mountain Dew! Tag-umay sa kainan,
Bangis ng citrus ang kailangan!
Mountain Dew! Umay! Basta!
Round 2?
Tikman ang adventure!
Hanggang sa dulo ng mundo, hanggang maubos ang upo, hanggang gumulong ang luha, hanggang mahulog Masdan mo aking mata. Di mo ba nakikita? Ako ngayon'y lumilipad at nasa langit na. Gusto mo ba? Gusto mo ba? Gusto mo ba? Gusto mo ba? Sumama.
Ako, ikaw, everybody, everybody, Hop and Kelly. Si ate, si teacher at little boy, si BF, si Frenny at mang boy. Everybody, Hop and Kelly. Pati flavors keep it bubbly. Pineapple, Cali bubbly, apple, Cali bubbly, light, Cali bubbly. You, me, sila, us, we. Everybody, everybody, Hop and Kelly. Magnolia, feeling good, set up.
Ang numero unong kailangan sa ngayon, extra strong katapay. Para kayanin ang mga hamon na ipapato sa'yo. Ang hanap ng Red Horse Beer, extra strong na tulad mo. Lakas. Tama. Panatag ang loob na bukas nanamnamin mo ang iyong tagumpay. Lakas ng tama pero di wasak sa hamon ng bukas.
Red Horse Extra Strong, the #1 extra strong beer in the world.
Meron ka bang the one that got away? Meron naman. Sweet!
Sino?
Kilala ko ba? Para sa sweet bonding moments, enjoy the refreshing sweet flavors of 𝐤𝐸𝐿 flavored beer. Apple, lemon, and lychee with just the right beer buzz.
The one that got away ko? Si Claire. You're the one that got away with the last apple. Akin yun eh.
Sweet with 𝐤𝐸𝐿 flavored beer.
Galaw mo. Buong araw mong kayod sa trabaho. Mag-stick para galaw mo ay ganado. Ataw sa stick. Ataw sa energy sa stick. Ataw sa energy. Ataw sa harap.
Pag lagi na lang bitin, mapapa-what if ka na lang talaga. What if sulit ang data mo? What if consistent ang connections sa bahay? What if lahat ng to kaya dito?
Dito, you can do more with long validity.
More tawanan para sa lahat.
With the fastest mobile network in the Philippines. Kaya dito tayo.
Mapag-gaming, streaming, video calls, kulitan, chikahan,
Adventures!
lahat ng to kaya dito.
This Sunday, we need to get every tailgater a Pepsi to amp up their food's flavor.
We usually work on Sundays.
I'll cancel my plans.
Why would you throw that?
Pepsi does make it taste better.
Try it again with the pork. How do we get to the cooler? It's too crowded.
When I'm filling.
Works every time.
Dito, all out, ang gaming, streaming, chikahan, tawanan, kilig, adventures! Experience the fastest mobile network in the Philippines. Kaya dito!
Kalimutan Festival 2025 is brought to you by the following sponsors. Co-presenter, 𝐤𝐸𝐿 𝐶 Foundation Incorporated, 𝐤𝐸𝐼𝐝 Foundation Incorporated. Diamond sponsor, EEI Corporation. Official partners, Pepsi, Philippine Airlines, PS Royal Ice Manufacturing, Aqua Verde Realty Development and Leasing Incorporated, Paymaya, ARSM Land, Advanced Gas. Gold sponsors, Globe, TM Fiber Prepaid, Samgyeopsal, Korean Barbecue Grill, ARSM Trucking Services, Consumer Electronics Trading, Primal Patties, La Familia Raso Cafe by the 5th Food Station, Archon, ARSM Fishing Incorporated, Silver Sponsors, Century Pacific Food Incorporated, 𝐬𝐤𝐝 Cafe and Study Lounge, SME SaveLink Pharma and Trading Corporation. Bronze Sponsors, Dito Telecommunity, GCash, Speedrion Pharma, WellSave Pharma. Minor Sponsors, Carlitos Hotel, Banco, San Miguel Beer, 96 Ranch, MPQ Travel and Tours Philippines, Jollibee, Nestle Philippines, IPI, DBP, Padrino General Merchandise, JV Constec, Bioderm, Dr. Wong's, Gemma Construction Supply Incorporated, J&J Cosmetics, and other sponsors. Official broadcast partner, 24K Digital Productions and Events.
Tingnan yan!
Tara, dun naman sa iba. San man ang food trip, ano man ang cravings, pasarapin yan with Pepsi. Mas masarap na iba.
Putri ba, par? Umay na ako. Habang pa, boss?
Bangis ng citrus ang kailangan! Umay sa kainan? Mountain Dew na yan! Umay! Basta!
Round 2?
Game na! Mountain Dew! Tikman ang adventure!
Get a taste of new Lipton Fusions. Real iced tea, now with a wave of lemonade in strawberry or pineapple mango. Try new Lipton Fusions Lemonade Iced Tea.
Mountain Dew! Tag-umay sa kainan?
Bangis ng citrus ang kailangan!
Mountain Dew! Umay! Basta!
Round 2?
Tikman ang adventure!
Hanggang sa dulo ng mundo, hanggang maubos ang upo, hanggang gumulong ang sumama.
Ako, ikaw, everybody, everybody, hop a Kelly. Si ate, si teacher at little boy, si BF, si Frenny at mang boy. Everybody, hop a Kelly. Pati flavors keep it bubbly. Pineapple, Cali bubbly, apple, Cali bubbly, light, Cali bubbly. You, me, sila, us, we. Everybody, everybody, hop a Kelly. Magnolia, feeling good, set up.
Ang numero unong kailangan sa ngayon, extra strong katapay. Para kayanin ang mga hamon na ibabato sa'yo. Ang hanap ng Red Horse Beer, extra strong na tulad mo. Lakas. Tama. Panatag ang loob na bukas nanamnamin mo ang iyong tagumpay. Lakas ng tama pero di wasak sa hamon ng bukas.
Red Horse Extra Strong, the #1 extra strong beer in the world.
Good evening, Sultan Kudarat, and this is still the SPLA 2025 Debate Knockout Rounds. And of course, earlier we have said that there are going to be two competitions for today's knockout round. We are done with the first knockout round. We will proceed to the second knockout round. And for this round, the first match is going to be between the Sultan Kudarat State University Laboratory High School against Notre Dame of Isulan Incorporated. And for the proposition, Let it be resolved that the student interns in both private and public agencies be compensated. And for context, House Bill number 5081, or the Intern Rights and Welfare Act, which seeks to establish a national framework that guarantees humane working conditions, just compensation, and protection against abuse and exploitation for students undergoing internship programs. The bill recognizes internship programs' importance in helping students gain real-world experience or exposure and prepare them for employment. And it mandates interns in government agencies to be compensated with a stipend amounting to 75% of salary grade 1, step 1, while those in private sector should receive 75% of the minimum wage. First speaker of the affirmative side, you have 4 minutes to deliver your constructive speech, and your timer starts now.
Good day once again, respected adjudicators, respected opponents, and fellow debaters. I stand before you today on behalf of the affirmative side that student interns in both private and public agencies should be compensated. Let me begin with a question. Is it fair that young people who carry out real work contribute to the organization and society, yet receive nothing in return beyond experience? In the words of the great American leader Martin Luther King Jr., injustice anywhere is the threat to justice everywhere. When student interns work in real settings without payment, that is an injustice. We are here not just to argue. We are here to demand fairness, dignity, and respect. For my first argument, interns contribute real labor and deserve compensation. Interns are not simply observers. They perform actual tasks that support the operations of both public and private institutions. According to the proposed Interns' Rights and Welfare Bill, Senate Bill number 994, interns are more than just students seeking hands-on training experience. They also contribute greatly to the productivity of the company or organization hosting them. This recognition is echoed in the 1987 Philippine Constitution, Article 2, Section 18, which declares that the state affirms labor as a primary social and economic force. It shall protect the rights of workers and promote their welfare. If interns are performing work that benefits an institution, then they are part of the labor force protected by this principle. Refusing to pay them is not just unfair. It goes against the Constitution's promise of labor protection. If interns are doing, according to the Indeed Philippines, the average monthly earnings of interns in the country would be about 10,081. This amount is not just a compensation, it's a vital contribution towards covering essential expenses such as transportation, meals, and other daily costs. Denying interns even their modest allowance fails to recognize their efforts and the value they bring to the workplace. It's unrealistic to expect the next generation of professionals to thrive when they are burdened by the cost of their own internship experience, often at the expense of their basic needs. For my second argument, legal and moral precedent supports compensation. Compensation for interns isn't just moral, it's legally supported. Under Republic Act number 10869 or the Dub Start Philippines Act, trainees entering internship must receive a daily stipend of not less than 75% of the prevailing minimum wage. This shows that government already recognizes the need for financial support during trainings. Furthermore, the Interns' Rights and Welfare Bill reintroduced a Senate Bill number 377 and House Bill number 5081 seeks to establish a national framework that guarantees human working condition, just compensation, and protection against abuse and exploration for students undergoing internship programs. It mandates that interns in government agencies receive a stipend equivalent to 75% of salary grade 1, step 1, while interns in the private sector must receive at least 75% of the minimum wage. This ensures that all interns, regardless of where they work, are all fairly compensated for their contribution. Even Republic Act number 6715, which strengthens protecting for workers, enforces that labor rights can and must extend to all work forms, including internship. Therefore, compensating interns is not a radical idea. It is a continuation of existing legal and moral standards, reflecting the government's recognition of their contributions and rights. Argument 3, compensation fosters equality, motivation, and better learning outcomes. When interns are paid or given a proper allowance, it benefits not only them but the agencies and societies at large. First, equity. Many students come from families who cannot afford to work full-time without pay. If internship remain unpaid, only those who have resources can afford to take them. Second, motivation and performance. Research by Ramadhina and 𝐬𝐤𝐿 2023 found that financial compensation influenced 28% of students' decision to take an internship. Third, quality of experience. When interns feel valued, the training becomes more meaningful. The Interns' Rights and Welfare Bill in the Philippines recognizes that Internship benefits all parties, schools, students, agencies, and stresses the importance of proper and relevant learning experience,
Thank you
acknowledging
so
the
much.
economic
First
contribution that
speaker
they
from
inject.
the affirmative side. First speaker from the negative side, you have 2 minutes for your cross-examination, and your timer starts now.
Good evening, Mr. Speaker.
Good evening, Ms. Speaker.
Okay, so let's proceed to my question. So, internships exist to help students apply classroom knowledge in real-world setting, correct?
Yes, Ms. Speaker.
Okay. So their main purpose is educational, not employment-based, correct?
But it doesn't.
Yes or no, Ms. Speaker?
Yes, Ms. Speaker.
Okay. Now, CHED Memorandum number 104 states that interns shall not be considered employees of the host institution. Are you aware of that?
Yes,
or
Ms.
no?
Speaker.
Okay. Now, the Senate Bill 214, which you support, mandates 75% compensations for interns, correct?
Yes, Ms. Speaker.
Okay, and compensation is a defining element of employment, correct?
Yes, Ms. Speaker.
Therefore, once interns are paid, they can legally claim employee rights such as overtime pay and benefits, correct?
No, I don't agree, Ms. Speaker.
Then you're saying they can receive wages without the legal protection that come with employment that would actually exploit interns under the guise of payment, wouldn't it?
No, Ms. Speaker.
Okay, now let's proceed to my next question. You agree that the Constitution prohibits the state from taking private property without just compensation?
No, Ms. Speaker. That is not connected to my constructive speech.
Okay, so let's proceed to my next question. Okay, so, do you admit that many small and medium enterprises are financially limited?
Yes, Ms. Speaker.
Okay, so if payment becomes mandatory, these SMEs might stop accepting interns, correct?
But it doesn't mean that they are the ones who will give the compensation, Ms. Speaker.
I rest my case with this interpellation. Thank you.
First speaker from the negative side. You have now 4 minutes to deliver your constructive speech, and your 4 minutes starts now.
Internships are a bridge between learning and labor, between theory and practice. But when that bridge becomes our marketplace, learning is transformed into labor and education is reduced to mere compensation. We, the negative side, firmly oppose this motion because mandatory compensation is not a necessity. The real problem is not the absence of pay but the failure to implement existing protections. Our case revolves around 3 points: the educational purpose of student interns, recognizing internships as a standard avenue of real-world learning, and correcting an overwork through proper implementation and not legislation. A student intern is a learner, not an employee. According to CHED Memorandum Order Number 104, Section 1631, student interns participate in programs that are primarily educational in nature, designed to bridge the gap between classroom theory and real-world practice. Their purpose is to gain skills, professional habits, and practical understanding under academic supervisions, not to perform a task for the profit or benefit of the host establishment. Studies in experiential learning emphasize that knowledge retention and skill development occur through doing, not just observing. Medical students assist in hospitals, education majors practice in classrooms, and engineering students operate equipments in labs. These are learning opportunities, not labor. Philippine jurisprudence supports these principles in Padilla versus National Labor Relations Commission. A student undergoing on-the-job training claimed he should be treated as an employee. The Supreme Court held that no employer-employee relationship existed because the training was part of his educational curriculum. Control and remuneration, essential elements of employment, were absent. Requiring pay would improperly convert an academic arrangement into a label or contract. The affirmative might argue, but interns performs a task like employees, so they deserve pay. Yet these activities are precisely what make internships effective learning experiences, not labor. Is it standard practice that college students, especially during their first and second years, engage in immersion or practicum programs? Why? Because the real world is the classroom's extension. These programs exist so that students learn time management, professionalism, and real-world responsibility. Host companies, on the other hand, open their doors not for cheap labor, but to nurture future professionals, to mentor, to guide, and to prepare them for the industry. Internships are a mutual investment, not an economic exchange. We propose to strengthen the MOA by making it field-specific and outcome-based. The heart of every internship is not profit, but purpose, ladies and gentlemen. So we, the negative, stand firm. There is no necessity for a law that demands compensation where education, not employment, should prevail. With that, thank you.
Thank you so much once again, first negative speaker. And ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome back the first affirmative speaker. You have 2 minutes for your cross-examination, and your timer starts now.
Good day again, Ms. Speaker.
Good evening.
So, for my first first question, is it true that many students, or do you believe that the basic needs for internship, such as transportation, allowance, food, and money, burdens interns in their experience?
No.
So are you claiming that all students can survive internship, the cost, without any financial hardships?
No.
Okay, Ms. Speaker. So do you agree that unpaid internship may discourage talented students from joining due to financial constraints?
Can you rephrase your question, Ms. Speaker?
Okay. Do you agree that unpaid internship may discourage talented students from joining due to financial constraints?
No.
So you are claiming that financial constraints or financial problems never prevent students from accepting internships. Okay, proceeding to my next question. Do you think interns perform real work in agencies?
Yes.
So, is it fair to receive money for real work because they are giving their efforts?
Not necessarily, because this is based on
Okay,
their
Ms. Speaker, let me proceed to my next question. Does the Constitution protect workers' right? So, if you said that interns perform real work like just in the agencies, are interns excluded? Aren't it the interns' right to have the mandatory compensations?
Can you shorten your question, Ms. Speaker?
Again, you said that interns perform real work in agencies and the Constitution protect workers' rights. So, interns' mandatory compensation is... Okay, I rest my case. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, councils. Now let's proceed with the second speaker of the affirmative side to tackle about the beneficiality of their proposition. Now let's welcome the second speaker. You have 4 minutes to deliver your constructed speech, and your timer starts now.
Good evening, Honorable Chair, respected adjudicators, esteemed opponents, and fellow debaters. Work done without reward is not education, it is exploitation. Let me ask you this, is it fair that students full of energy, talent, and innovative ideas work tirelessly in offices, hospitals, and government agencies only to go home empty-handed? They write reports, analyze data, support projects, but all they receive is the word experience. Experience that must pay for transportations, meals, or daily expenses. We stand firmly on the affirmative. Students, interns in both private and public agencies must be compensated. This is not just fairness, it is beneficiality. House Bill number 5081, the Interns' Right and Welfare Act, already recognizes this principle, guaranteeing human working conditions, just pay and protection against exploitation. Government interns receive 75% of salary grade 1 step 1, while private interns receive 75% of the minimum wage. Today, I will demonstrate why paying interns is not only the right thing to do, it is beneficial for students' workplace in our nation. Firstly, justice and beneficiality. Interns are not coffee fetchers. They are active contributors. They draft reports, manage data, assist programs, and sometimes even take on tasks equivalent to regular employees. Article 12, Section 3 of the 1987 Philippine Constitution clearly states, the state shall afford full protection to labor and local overseas, organize and unorganized, and promote full employment and equality of employment opportunities for all. This includes the right to just compensation and human working conditions. Even as trainees interns perform real labor, denying them is not education, it is an exploitation. As former Chief Justice 𝐤𝐤𝐵 has emphasized, fair compensation is essential to respect motivation and accountability among workers. To stronger skill development, higher productivity, and better employability compared to unpaid ones. In the Philippines, many interns struggle just to get work out or afford meals. Unpaid internships become survival because exercises rather than learning experiences by enforcing House Bill 5081, stipend provisions would transform internship into meaningful, productive opportunities, maximizing educational and professional growth. Lastly, equity in nation building. Paid internships are not merely personal benefit, they are nation investments. Without compensation, only students from wealthy families can afford to intern, leaving talented youth behind. This restricts opportunity and weakens our workforce. According to the Philippine Statistics Authority, youth unemployment stood at 11.5% in September 2022. Paid internship bridged the education to employment gap, ensuring equal access, skill development, and workforce readiness. House Bill 5081 guarantees that all students, regardless of background, can contribute to the national progress. Compensating interns is not charity, it is an investment in our country's future. Honorable adjudicators, this is not idealism. It is a practical, moral, and
beneficial. Student interns work, learn, and contribute, yet without pay, they are exploited. Article 12, Section 3 of the Constitution and House Bill 5081 provide the legal and moral framework to correct this injustice. We stand firm. Student interns in both private and public agencies must be compensated. Doing the benefits individuals enhances workplace productivity and strengthens our national future. Let us choose beneficiality over neglect, dignity over exploitation, and fairness over indifference. And with that, I rest my case.
Thank you so much, beneficiality speaker from the affirmative side. Now let's welcome the beneficiality speaker from the negative house. You have 2 minutes to cross-examine, and your timer starts now.
Okay, good afternoon, Ms. Speaker.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker.
So, your first question is, do you agree that the primary purpose of internship is education, not employment?
No, Madam Speaker.
Oh, so you're saying internship exists to hire workers, not to educate learners?
No, Madam Speaker.
So, okay, next question. Do you agree that internships are supervised and accredited by 𝐤𝐻ED?
Can you reinstate your question, Madam
Next
Speaker?
question. Do you agree that internships are meant to achieve learning objectives, not to increase company profit?
No, Madam Speaker.
If so, you believe that internships primarily serve business goals, not academic growth. Okay, moving on to your next question. Therefore, paying interns would change the nature from learners to workers?
Can you please reinstate your question, Madam Speaker?
Therefore, paying interns would change their nature from learners to workers?
No.
So you believe a person can be a full-time student and an employee at the same time?
No, Madam Speaker.
Then moving on to your next question. So you agree that when money becomes the focus, the educational purpose weakens?
But still, some are financial strain.
I'm only asking you a
no,
yes or
Madam
no.
Speaker.
Okay. So you deny that financial incentives affect motivation and purpose?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Okay, moving on to your next question. Do you agree that the 𝐤𝐻ED Memorandum Order No. 104 governs higher education internships?
No, Madam Speaker.
Oh, so you deny that 𝐤𝐻ED supervise internships under higher education?
No, Madam Speaker.
Oh, well, so thank you, member of the affirmative. From your responses, you have agreed that internships are educational, not employment-based, that 𝐤𝐻ED already provides protection through MOA, and that's the real problem is implementation, not lack of pay. You have also admitted that mandatory compensation could reduce opportunities for students, contradict legal precedent, and blur the line between learning and labor. Hence, we the negative stand form. The problem is not the absence of money, it is the absence of structure. The solution is not compensation, it is clarity, supervision, and genuine education. I rest my case.
Thank you so much, councils. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the second speaker from the negative side to argue the non-beneficiality of the proposition. Second speaker of the negative side, you have 4 minutes, and your timer starts now.
Internships are classroom without walls, not workplaces without pay. And when we turn to learning into labor, we strip away the very essence of what education is meant to be. First, to reaffirm our first speaker, this proposed bill of 𝐤𝐸𝐿, the Interns' Right and Welfare Act, is unnecessary as its internships exist to educate, not employ. The real issue is poor implementation, not lack of pay. And turning learning into labor undermines its purpose, for that is where my arguments on beneficiality stand. My main anchors. Next, the economic strain and the indifference to financial and institutional considerations. Even if an intern compensation is justified, it places a burden on educational institutions which are meant to support learning, not act as employers. The affirmative might argue compensation ensures fairness, yet fairness cannot come up at the cost of sustainability. If institutions reduce or withdraw internships opportunities to avoid financial strain, students lose access to the learning experiences that this policy claims to safeguard. According to the Philippine Statistics Authority PSA 2025, the underemployment rate is 11.9%, indicating that a significant portion of the workforce is underpaid or underutilized. The Department of Trade and Industry further reports that 99.6% of registered business in the Philippines are small and medium enterprises. Now, what do these statistics imply? This data reveals that many enterprises already struggle to provide stable wages to regular employees. Imposing additional financial obligations for interns would strain their limited budgets, forcing them to reduce internship slots or terminate their participation in training programs altogether. Hence, from the economic standpoint, this bill is self-defeating. limiting access, training resources, and diminishing opportunity. Therefore, this is unbeneficial because mandatory compensation fails to provide a clear beneficial intent to students. Moving on, educational foundation, internship as a pedagogical tool, not employment. Before even qualifying as an employee entitled to a salary, a worker must pass a fourfold test under Article 295 of the Philippine Labor Code, which examines 1. Selection and engagement by the employer, 2. Control over how the work is performed, 3. Regular payment of wages, and 4. The employer's power to dismiss. Only if all 4 criteria are met is the person legally recognized as an employee, which is why student interns who typically lack wage compensation and full employer control do not automatically qualify as employees. This implies that internships are academic extensions, not employment relationships. This is in accordance with 𝐶HED Memorandum Order 2104, Article 1, Section 6, and DOLE Department Order 2149, Series 2016, both confirm that internships are part of experimental education, where tasks are structured for learning, not for productivity. That is the clear line between education and employment, a line that our laws already recognize. Now, the affirmative may say, but payment prevents exploitation. However, compensation alone does not eliminate exploitation. Paying interns like employees can backfire once compensated. They may be treated exactly like a regular worker or even worse, making exploitation more severe. True protection not comes from payment, but from enforcing 𝐶HED and DOLE regulations. Mere compensation may increase rather than reduce abuse. That's why our counter model is simple. Instead of monetizing internships, we propose to strengthen the MOA by making it field-specific and outcome-based. Legally, this distinction isn't clear in San Miguel Corporation v. NLCR and People Broadcasting Service versus DOLE. The Supreme Court clarified that trainees or interns are not considered employees when their engagement primarily serves as an educational training purpose. Abuse doesn't come from the absence of money, but from the absence of structure. We, the opposition, stand firm. Education must remain a bridge, not a marketplace. Thank you.
Thank you so much, second speaker of the negative side. Let's welcome back the second speaker from the affirmative side for the cross-examination. You have 2 minutes starting now.
Okay, good afternoon, Madam Speaker.
Good afternoon.
All right. Do you agree that students intern perform real work that contributes to the organization?
Yes.
If yes, would a regular employee doing the same work legally receives compensation?
No, because the purpose of the internship
Wait,
is for
I'm satisfied with a yes or no, Madam Speaker.
I'm sorry,
just
but
answer me by yes.
forcing a yes or
Excuse
no
me, Madam Speaker.
will-
Just answer by yes or no, Madam Speaker. Huh?
No.
Are you saying interns provide no real value to the organization?
No.
Then organizations do benefit from interns. So
Please
is it not
reform my
denying by
question. You
unfair?
are not
Yes or no?
understandable.
I'm satisfied with a yes or no, Madam
No.
Speaker. All right. Do you agree that many students, interns cannot afford transportations, meals, and other expenses during internship?
Yes.
All right. Would you providing compensation allows more students to participate fully and equally?
No.
If no, then are you suggesting financial support doesn't help students overcome barriers?
No, that is not what we are fighting for.
All right, let me proceed to my next question. Do you agree that paid internships improve students' focus, learnings, and skill development?
No, because
Are
in
you
reality,
claiming that students can achieve maximum learning without addressing financial burdens?
No.
So compensation would indeed make internship more effective and beneficial.
No, again, as stated
All
in our
right, let me
proposal.
proceed to my next question, Madam Speaker. Do you agree that fairness and dignity should be considered when deciding whether to compensate interns?
Yes.
All right, if yes, then denying pay to interns who contribute real work would violate the principle,
Can you
correct?
please reform your question?
Just answer my...
I said please reform your question.
All right, then do you agree that internship helps prepare the future workforce of the Philippines?
Yes.
Then would compensating interns encourage more students to gain experience and skills?
No, because the purpose of internship
Then
is
are
to
you
learn,
saying that
not to be
students
a labor force.
Then are you saying that students' preparation for future work doesn't matter?
No, that is not what we are
All
arguing
right, let me
for.
proceed to my next question, Madam Speaker. Do you agree that unpaid internship favors students from wealthy backgrounds?
No.
And are you saying that wealth has no effect on the student's ability
It
to
is
take
not part of my
internships?
constructive speech.
What an awesome conversation indeed. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's proceed with the constructive speech of the third speaker from the affirmative side. Now you have to fight for the practicability of your proposition, and you have 4 minutes to deliver the same, and your timer starts now.
Good evening, honorable adjudicators, respected debaters, and respected audience. Imagine being a hardworking student intern, contributing hours of effort, skill, and dedication to an agency or company, and receiving nothing but experience in return. Today, I stand firmly on the affirmative side of the proposition. Student interns in both private and public agencies deserve fair compensation. First, fairness demands it. Student interns perform real work that directly supports agencies' daily operations, work that benefits employers just as much as state employees. The Philippine government acknowledges the value of intern labor through House Bill number 5081, year 2022, which proposes that interns in government agencies receive 75% of salary, grade 1, step 1, or approximately 10,000 peso per month. This recognizes the contribution of interns to their workplace while covering essential expenses such as transportation, meals, and work-related costs that interns often bear on their own. Without compensation, interns are forced to absorb this hidden cost, which disappropriately affects students from lower-income backgrounds. This systematic undervaluing is youth labor breeds exploitation and injustice. Without pay, the gap between those who can afford to intern and those who cannot only grows wider. The average monthly earnings of an intern of the country is around approximately 10,000 pesos, which barely covers living and transportation costs for many students. Denying interns even this modest allowance devalues their work, reducing it to a mere exploitation masked as learning. Second, compensation enhances access and inclusivity. Many qualified students miss internship opportunities because they cannot afford the costs associated with underpaid work. This perpetuates inequality, as only students from privileged economic backgrounds are able to gain valuable work experience. According to a report by the Philippine Business for Social Progress, or PBSP, more than 50% of Filipino students from low-income families are unable to pursue internships due to financial constraints. Paid internships would democratize opportunity, allowing students from all economic classes to access career-building experiences. This would create a more diverse, inclusive future workforce where talent is based on merit and not economic privilege. Opponents might argue that compensation is financially and administratively burdensome. Let's address that. The bill provides for a stipend aligned with entry-level rates, which is both manageable and balanced for both public and private sectors. In fact, paid internships have been shown globally to increase productivity, reduce turnover, and improve institutional goodwill, which ultimately benefits employers as well. A study by the National Association of Colleges and Employees, or NACE, found that companies with underpaid internship programs reported higher engagement and productivity from their interns, as well as higher rates of intern retention. Legally, the Philippine Supreme Court and labor law support compensation for work rendered. Furthermore, House Bill 5081 requires legally binding contracts between interns and employers to ensure humane working conditions and legal protections for interns, thus preventing exploitation. The Department of Labor and Employment, or DOLE, and the Commission on Higher Education, or CHED, also provide oversight to guarantee that internships are conducted ethically in accordance with labor laws. Compensating student interns is not a luxury but a necessity. It is a matter of justice, equity, and quality education. House Bill 5081 champions a future where the youth are respected, protected, and empowered, not exploited under the guise of experience. By compensating interns, we acknowledge their value, create inclusive opportunities, and ensure that all students, regardless of background, can access career-building experiences. For fairness, inclusivity, and a stronger labor foundation, the affirmative urges you to support this resolution.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Now let's hear third speaker from the negative house to cross-examine. You have 3 minutes. You have 2 minutes, and your timer starts now.
Good evening, Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen. You mentioned first thing in your speech that our student interns only gain experience in return. But isn't that why they have this opportunity in the first place?
Yes.
Isn't it true that internships are designed primarily to teach students not generate profit for companies?
Can you repeat?
If interns are under academic supervision and follow structured learning outcomes, can they really be considered full employees?
Yes.
By paying interns like workers, isn't there a risk that internships will be treated as jobs rather than educational programs?
No.
Small companies and NGOs often have limited budgets. Would mandatory pay force some of them to reduce or eliminate internship slots?
Yes.
If smaller offices withdraw their internships, wouldn't that reduce access for students, especially those from poorer regions?
Yes.
Therefore, your plan to enforce payment might unintentionally harm equality in internship opportunities, correct?
Yes.
So would you admit that your plan may be unsustainable for most schools and agencies?
No.
Isn't it possible to protect interns' rights through strong MOAs and supervision without forcing mandatory pay?
Yes, it is possible.
Thank you. Fairness in education means access to opportunities, not necessarily money. Do you agree?
Can you repeat the question?
Next question. If an internship is properly structured and supervised, doesn't that already fulfill the intern's right to protection and learning?
Yes.
Would you admit that experience, mentorship, and skill building provide long-term benefits that money alone cannot offer?
No.
As we have shown, the affirmative has fallen into their own trap. They claim that mandatory payment ensures fairness, equality, and protection, yet they agree that internships are meant for learning, not labor. Therefore, in short, by their own admissions, the motion risks reducing access, overburdening institutions, and confusions learning with employment. I rest my case.
Thank you so much, councils. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome back the third negative speaker for her constructive speech to discuss the non-practicability of the proposition. Your 4 minutes starts now.
Once again, honorable adjudicators, esteemed audience, and my fellow debaters, good evening. The affirmative paints a picture of compensation as a remedy for dignity, fairness, and equity. But let us be clear, dignity is not bought, it is built through learning, growth, and service. We, the opposition, stand firm. Student interns should not be mandatorily compensated, for the essence of internship is learning, not labor, purpose, not profit. Our position is clear. Internship programs are extensions of the classroom, not extensions of employment. Their purpose is to equip, guide, and train, not to transact salaries. As the third speaker, I will reinforce our principles and expose the contradiction of the affirmative by the second speaker. She mentioned earlier that only wealthy families would be able to proceed with internships due to the personal financial constraints of students. However, this is because of the poor implementation of companies leading to abuse. This statement further irons our side because we stand for stricter, more specific agreements between the two parties under the Memorandum of Agreement. Now, moving on, the affirmative argues that interns perform labor and must therefore be paid, but labor implies employment, a legally recognized relationship with contracts, wages, taxes, and liabilities. Internship, by contrast, is a learning partnership. The focus is mentorship, structured tasks, and educational outcomes, not monetary return. Mandating payment transforms schools in employment agencies and interns into cheap employees. We risk losing the very soul of internships. Even Senator Risa Hontiveros' proposed Interns' Rights and Welfare Act recognizes that internship is a learning nature. The pay is proposed, however, this is not yet law because practical implementation remains complex and contested. The affirmative claims compensation ensures equality. Ironically, it does the opposite. Many small companies, NGOs, and government offices operate on tight budgets. If forced to pay interns, they will reduce or even eliminate internship opportunities. The affirmative measures worth in pesos, and we measure it by growth, mentorship, and exposure. The affirmative's vision sounds noble, but it is financially short-sighted, bureaucratically burdensome, and institutionally unsustainable. Equality is giving everyone opportunity, not giving everyone money. Forced pay will reduce internship slots, especially for students from provinces who rely on government placements. Hontiveros and 𝐤𝐤𝐝𝐿's bills are proposals, not enacted law, because legislators understand that implementation is complex and financially challenging. Protection is essential, but mandatory pay is not yet sustainable. Interns contribute real labor to these sectors and private companies. However, their contribution is primarily to their own learning. Tasks are educational, not economic. If every act of learning is considered labor, should students be paid for class participation, laboratory experiments, or group projects? With a more practical solution, instead of monetizing internships, we propose strengthening the Memorandum of Agreement between schools, interns, and host establishments with field-specific and outcome-based objectives of their roles, clear guidance, supervision, and evaluation with legal alignment with 𝐤𝐸D and DOLE standards. Because abuse comes not from absence of pay, but from absence of structure. A strong enforced MOA ensures interns learn, grow, and are protected without converting education into labor. Because our mechanism not only promotes the objectives of student interns, but to sustain the capability of both the public and private sectors to hand opportunities. Members of the House, the affirmative fights for money. We fight for meaning. Because interns receive fair treatment, mentorship, and safeguards from abuse, not a paycheck as the measure of respect for the integrity of education and for the sustainability of our institutions and for the countless students who deserve to learn without being exploited. We, the opposition, proudly stand against this motion because we should let internships remain bridges of learning, not battlegrounds of play. Therefore, I rest my case. Thank you.
Thank you so much, third speaker from the negative side. Let's welcome back the third speaker of the affirmative side for the cross-examination. And your 2 minutes starts now.
Good evening, Ms.
Good evening.
Do you think that paying interns universally without consideration of agency budgets could lead to fewer internship opportunities overall?
Please replace your question.
Okay, next question. Is it fair to say that unpaid internships exist partly because many organizations lack the funds to pay interns without cutting other services?
Yes, they do lack the funds.
If so, then doesn't this really emphasize the need for practical policies rather than blanket mandates that risk breaking internship systems?
No.
Okay, so do you agree that legal complexities increase significantly if all internships are uniformly compensated as employment?
Repeat your question.
Do you agree that legal complexities increase significantly if all internships are uniformly compensated as employment?
Yes.
If yes, then you're agreeing that to increase legal complexity. Given this, would it be wise to implement compensation policies that consider legal and administrative capacities to host agencies?
No, because our side is much more...
Okay, so next question. Would you say that some unpaid internships offer educational value that might not warrant a financial compensation but provide essential skills?
Yes.
Then you are accepting that some internships are most educational. So do you think policy should differentiate types of internships rather than universally mandate payment?
What is the point with this? Well, you are asking about?
I'm asking if the policy should differentiate types of internships rather than universally mandate payment.
Okay,
yes
go.
or no? No?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Is it realistic to expect small and rural organizations to pay interns the same as large corporations without losing internship opportunities?
No.
Okay, so where are the... then therefore you are claiming that equal pay is realistic. Do you believe students gain valuable experience simply by being part of internship programs regardless of pay?
Yes.
So you are valuing non-monetary benefits?
No.
That's all, thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much, councils. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear the rebuttal statement of each team, starting off from the negative side. Team captain, you have 3 minutes to deliver your rebuttal statement, starting now.
Honorable adjudicators, they say experience is the best teacher, but tell me, what kind of lesson begins with a pay slip? What kind of education turns learning into labor and curiosity into currency? If every hour of discovery must come with a price tag, then the classroom no longer molds minds, it markets them. Throughout this debate, the affirmative has spoken of fairness, but we have spoken of purpose. And tonight, we have proven 3 truths that cannot be denied. First, this motion confuses training with employment. The affirmative dreams of equality but forgets reality. An intern is not a worker. They are a learner, still information. To pay them as employees blurs the sacred line between education and labor, turning mentors into managers and learning into mere labor exchange. Second, this policy endangers opportunity. The affirmative promises inclusion, but they deliver exclusion. Because when payment becomes mandatory, small firms and government offices will simply close their doors. And in their quest to make every internship paid, they make internships rare. We, on the other hand, protect access. We keep the doors open for all, not just for the few who can afford to lose an intern stipend. Third, your idea of compensation is shallow because money may sustain, but it does not shape character. The true value of an internship lies not in pesos earned, but in lessons learned. In mentorship, discipline, and growth, our side never opposed fairness. We only fought for meaningful learning over mechanical payment. The affirmative side sought to compensate the present, but we sought to cultivate the future. They speak of labor rights, we speak of learning rights. They wish to build interns who are paid, we wish to build graduates who are prepared. And so, honorable adjudicators, let me leave you with this. After presenting you the necessity, beneficiality, and practicality of our side, education should enlighten, not enslave. Internship should build a character, not contracts. Therefore, we support our stand that we want to strengthen and specify the certain field roles of these student interns into the memorandum of agreement. Because the best award a student can receive is not a salary, it is a future shaped by experience. That is why today, the opposition stands not only with reason, but with every student who learns, serves, and grows for the sake of purpose, not pay. Thank you. Therefore, I rest our case.
Thank you so much, team captain of the negative side. Let's now hear the rebuttal statement of the affirmative side. Team captain, 3 minutes, starting now.
It is not enough to claim that internships are a form of education or skill development. Real-world experience must not come at the cost of an intern's dignity or financial well-being. Honorable adjudicators, respected opposition, and esteemed audience, good evening. The opposition agrees that internships are not about compensation but education. Yet, this overlooks the fundamental reality. Students are not working mercilessly to learn. They are contributing to the organizations they intern for, often with real responsibilities that benefit those organizations directly. The fact is, according to the National Association of College and Employees, 60% of internships result in full-time jobs. My second argument is compensation for interns isn't just moral, it's legally supported. Under Republic Act number 10869 or the Job Start Philippines Act, trainees entering internships must receive a daily stipend of not less than 75% of the prevailing minimum wage. This shows that the government already recognizes the need for financial support during training. The opposition claims that small businesses can't afford to pay interns, but the truth is, paid interns drive higher productivity and greater loyalty. Compensation ensures fair treatment, protecting students from exploitation while benefiting businesses. It's not about eliminating internships, it's about valuing the work interns do. My third argument is that the opposition suggests that interns are learners, not laborers, and that companies simply guide them. But this ignores the reality that interns do work. They contribute to the company's success. Paid internships acknowledge this contribution, ensuring interns are treated with the respect they deserve. The focus shouldn't be on poor implementation. It should be on ensuring that internships are fair. Throughout this debate, we have consistently shown that paying interns is not about undermining their education, but about acknowledging their valuable contributions. The other side may claim that paying interns will prevent from learning skills and growing professionally, but even with compensation, interns will still gain knowledge, develop skill, and build connections. Providing a stipend simply recognizes the effect and time they contribute. It does not mean that being paid will reduce their focus on learning and personal growth. Therefore, we affirm the motion that students interns in both private and public agencies should be compensated. We have shown that interns do real work and deserve pay, that legal and moral precedents support compensation, and that paying interns yields benefits in equity, motivation, and quality. Let us not continue the practice of treating young interns as free labor. Let us recognize them as contributors, partners in the workplace, and honor them accordingly. I ask you for fairness, for encouragement and our future workforce, for the dignity of students everywhere. Thank you.
Thank you so much, team captain of the affirmative side. And ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the debate match for this round. Once again, Notre Dame Obisulan Incorporated on the affirmative side and Sultan Kudarat State University Laboratory High School on the negative side for the proposition, let it be resolved that the students intern in both private and public agencies be compensated. A round of applause again to our teams. And Sultan Kudarat, we would like to remind everyone that the winning team for this round automatically advances to our final round, which will take place on November 12, 2025. And of course, the non-winning team for this round get a chance to be selected as our wildcard finalist, which of course will join our finalists on November 12, 2025.
And while our board of tabulators is still tallying the scores, we are inviting the audience over our Facebook and YouTube Live. We will be having raffle draws on our food strip and bazaar. You may now visit our food strip and bazaar in front of our provincial capital. There are a lot of surprises and prizes over there. And if I were you, you have to take this opportunity. You might win the what we call mu or the baka and the what we call mi or the kambing. There are at least, I believe there are 3 or 2 kambing na ibibigay po nila doon sa ating food bazaar and one cow.
Yes. Actually, the food bazaar for me is a one-stop shop, no? Because at the same time, you're able to choose your favorite foods there. There's also a chance for you to win prizes later on. And of course, you you get to be entertained by our special guest. And I believe yung guest natin for tonight is a band from...
Yes, if I am not mistaken, we will be having or we will be entertained by Side A tonight. And it's a famous band in the Philippines.
Yes. So if you want to enjoy food, get a chance to be, selected with the raffle and to be entertained by Side A, we invite you to join our food bazaar located here in the front of provincial capital of Sultan Kudarat. And I believe the results are ready. Okay, they're still tabulating, Sir Joe.
Yes, so what about discussing the proposition? Ako, nung ginagawa nila yung discussion nila, napaisip din ako kung ano ba yung possibility. Kasi when paying the interns, sino ba dapat ang magpipay? Yung receiving agency or yung nagpadala na agency?
Yung student.
Yung magpe-pay ng sarili niya. Kasi napaisip ako it is a program, for example, it is a program of an educational institution. So sabi ko, shouldn't the educational institution pay on behalf of the receiving agency on the ground that it is actually the project or the program of the educational institution?
So parang shared responsibility ng
yes,
school.
kasi unang-una, hindi naman nag-request yung agency eh. It's the educational institution which requested for the interns na para magkaroon sila ng interns doon sa agency. And that's something that, opened my mind earlier even though medyo tulog na po ako because, we've been talking for about 9 hours.
Okay.
So parang napukaw yung pag-iisip ko na sabi ko, oo no, bakit kaya hindi natin i-propose na yung educational institution yung magbibigay ng, well, should I say half of the compensation, half of the salary or the full salary since it's their program or it's its program. So possible because if the educational institution is part of those fully funded by the General Appropriations Act, then possible they can include it there. Yun yung mga wisdom na pwede natin i-open.
Pwede. That is, I believe, true for state universities or colleges. But the concern probably is, what about those student interns coming from private schools or private colleges? Diba? I think there's a lot of considerations to be taken note of. That's a good point, Sir Johari, no? That for me lang, it's going to be a shared responsibility between the school and the receiving agency. Yun siguro yung pinakamagandang solution doon. But let's see. Again, the views and opinions of the moderators, me and Sir Johari, does not in any way reflect the scores of our debating team. So just a disclaimer lang po.
Yes, and I believe so. Available na po ang ating results. May we invite Attorney 𝐬𝐤𝐝 to please announce the winning team.
Sige, para mabilis lang. Wala pa pala akong pirma. Sige. With, ilan to? 87.66%. This round goes to 𝐬𝐤𝐝 lang. Congratulations.
All right, once again, congratulations to Sultan Kudarat State University Laboratory High School. On the negative side, you automatically proceed or advances to our finals on November 12, 2025. And once again, just a reminder, the non-losing team, the Notre Dame of 𝐤𝐤𝐝 Incorporated, still have the chance na ma-select po as wildcard finalist natin. That is still subject to deliberation of our Board of Adjudicators. Pero once again, congratulations to our winning team.
And as of this moment, we are inviting the next team members to please take on the seats in front so we can proceed with the second match.
Yes, so the next match is going to be between Esperanza National High School and the Notre Dame of 𝐤𝐤𝐝 Incorporated.
And while waiting for the team members from different institutions, we would like to thank our GDPA media team for helping us through this activity tonight. And of course, we're very grateful for the Team Sultan Pax Leadership Academy, to the Team Sultan Kudarat Association of Youth Organizations, to the Office of the Provincial Youth Development Officer, and the rest of the volunteer members of this activity.
Yes. And of course, thank you so much as well sa lahat ng participating schools natin, from the different schools of this province, to the students who participated in the debate team, as well as to the coaches and the school administrators. Thank you so much for giving your support to our debating teams. And ladies and gentlemen, once again, the next round or the next match of this knockout round is between Esperanza National High School and Notre Dame of 𝐬𝐤𝐿 Incorporated.
And the proposition for this match is, let it be resolved that the age of criminal liability be lowered to 12 years old. And this proposition is really interesting, partner.
Yes, I would agree. This is a hot topic, not even sa mga debate, no, but I think in law schools as well.
That is correct. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, there is a bill being proposed by Senator Padilla regarding this, citing these recent incidents happening wherein young individuals are being involved as perpetrators of crimes. And I am so excited to hear the arguments coming from these young debaters in relation to this proposition.
Exactly. So, wag na nating patagalin, ladies and gentlemen. Esperanza National High School on the affirmative side and Notre Dame of 𝐬𝐤𝐿 on the negative side. For the proposition, let it be resolved that the age of criminal liability be lowered to 12 years old. And for context, in our jurisdiction, the minimum age of criminal liability is 15 years, and this exemption applies to all offenses. Further, children aged 15 to 17 years are also exempt from criminal liability unless proven that they act with discernment, which is defined as the ability to understand the difference between right and wrong. Reports show that some criminal organizations resorted to employing children to do their criminal operations since these children can escape criminal liability. Ladies and gentlemen, first speaker of the affirmative side, you have 4 minutes to deliver your constructive speech to discuss the necessity of the proposition. And your 4 minutes starts now.
Good day, honorable educators, esteemed opponents, and fellow debaters. Before we proceed, we establish the parameters of this debate. This discussion is framed within the Philippines under the 1987 Constitution and the Juvenile Justice and Welfare Act of 2006, or RA 9344, including its 2012 amendment. The resolution concerns serious and violent offenses only, such as murder, rape, and robbery, and does not include minor crimes. The policy is prospective, covering future offenses by children aged 12 to 15. It excludes minors acting under duress or coercion and applies solely to state criminal courts. These parameters ensure the debate remains grounded in law, avoid hypotheticals, and prevent fear-mongering. With these parameters, we examine necessity. First, lowering criminal liability is essential for public safety and accountability. Philippine National Police data from 2012 to 2015 show over a third of juvenile crimes involve serious offenses, including homicide, rape, and armed robbery. When children commit grave offenses yet face no legal consequences, society faces repeated harm and victims are denied justice. Research confirms early accountability reduces recidivism and prevents normalization of criminal behavior. Farrington 2013, Juvenile Justice Research in 2019. Second, this reform addresses impunity among minors. The Juvenile Justice and Welfare Council reports that juveniles often reoffend when accountability is delayed. Serious crimes demand serious responses, upholding proportionality and public trust. Third, the law must reflect cognitive and moral development. Children aged 12 to 14 possess a significant moral reasoning, perspective taking, and decision-making skills, according to Steinberg and Kaufman in 2001, PubMed in 2017. While impulse control continues to mature, they can understand right from wrong and foresee consequences. Ignoring this disconnects law from human development and undermines justice. Fourth, society demands accountability to restore trust. Public surveys indicate growing concerns over juvenile involvement in violent crimes. A 2019 social weather station poll showed 60% of respondents were dissatisfied with how serious juvenile offenders are handled, believing the system favors offenders, failing to act risks, eroding public confidence, and weakening the rule of law. Fifth, minors today have greater awareness. Children today are not the same as children decades ago. With technology, education, and exposure, a 12-year-old today possesses a level of awareness and discernment that far exceeds what the law assumed when it set the age limit from at 15 back in 2006. Studies by UNICEF and the Department of Education revealed that Filipino children begin using smartphones as early as 7 years old, and many are aware of legal and moral issues by 10 to 12 years old. If society trusts 12 years old to handle gadgets, access the internet, and even earn money online, it is inconsistent to claim they lack discernment when they commit crime. In sum, necessity is clear. Society faces real threats from serious juvenile offenses. Children 12 to 14 are capable of moral discernment, and the law must protect victims. Lowering criminal liability to 12 ensures justice, safeguards communities, and preserves the dignity of our legal system. When the law hesitates, injustice thrives. Accountability for the capable cannot be delayed. And with that, I still confidently propose, because murder is still murder, no matter what the age is.
Thank you so much, first affirmative speaker from the affirmative house. Now let's welcome the first negative speaker from the negative house to cross-examine. You have 2 minutes and your timer starts now.
Good evening, Mr. Speaker.
Good evening.
So you mentioned earlier, you consistently frame 12 years old as victims of neglect or adult exploitation. Am I correct, Mr. Speaker?
I did not say that in my speech,
so,
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I will proceed to my next question. You highlight Republic 9344. Am I correct, Mr. Speaker?
Yes.
So did you aware that UNCRC and UNICEF guidance are cited to argue against lowering the age of Mr. Speaker?
I am aware.
So do you agree that Republic 9344 already allows children?
My awareness is different from my agreement, Mr. Speaker. Please
Answer
proceed
yes
to your
or no
next
only,
question.
Mr. Speaker.
Please
Only
proceed to your
categorical
next
question.
question,
Oh, wait,
Mr.
I will repeat my
Okay,
question,
thank
Mr.
you.
Speaker. So, okay, I will consider it as a yes. So do you agree
No.
that protecting children under 15 should be balanced with protecting potential victims from harm
Calm
caused by
down,
deliberate
Mr.
or violence?
Speaker. I cannot
Yes or no,
comprehend your
Mr. Speaker?
question.
I will
Calm
consider
down,
it as a yes, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, Mr. Speaker.
All right, I will proceed to my next question, Mr. Speaker. So do you agree that rehabilitation programs like Bahay Pag-asa require proper funding, trained staff, and nationwide accessibility to be fully effective?
Those are expensive, Mr. Speaker.
So the answer yes or no, Mr. Speaker?
Can you repeat your question?
I don't want to repeat my question, Mr. Speaker. Are you claiming, so do you agree that while most children in conflict with the law are victims or neglect, some children commit crimes with deliberate intent, independent of these factors? Yes or no, Mr.
Can you
Speaker?
rephrase your question,
I don't
Mr.
want to
Speaker?
rephrase, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, so even if the majority of children under 15 are victims of circumstance, do you agree that a small percentage commit serious crimes such as gangs or violence assault?
Do you have evidences proving your claim,
Yes
Mr.
or no,
Speaker?
Mr. Speaker?
Unfortunately,
yes
I
or
will not
no,
be
Mr.
answering
All
any
right,
questions
I will
that is
present
not
my next
provided by
question, Mr.
evidences.
Speaker.
Okay,
Even if the
thank you.
rehabilitation, Mr. Speaker, programs work for most children, do you agree that waiting until age 15 allows criminal syndicates to continue exploiting 12 to 14
That
years
is beyond
old?
our parameters, Mr.
Yes
Speaker.
or no, Mr.
That is beyond our parameters, Mr.
Yes or no,
Speaker.
Mr.
Okay,
Speaker?
that is beyond our
Okay, I will
parameters.
consider yes, yes, Mr. Speaker. So are you claiming
I do
that
not.
delaying accountability until 15 poses no risk to victims or society? Yes or no, Mr. Speaker?
Thank you for that, Mr.
All right,
Speaker.
Mr. Speaker. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, first speaker of the negative side. And now let's welcome back the first speaker from the negative side for his constructive speech. You have 4 minutes to deliver your arguments discussing the non-necessity of the proposition. And your 4 minutes starts now.
Good evening, honorable adjudicators, distinguished members of the House, and my respected opponents. We, the negative side, rise in firm of opposition to this motion. In our jurisdiction, the minimum age of criminal liability is 15 years old, as stated in Republic Act 9344 or the Juvenile Justice and Welfare Act of 2006. Children aged 15 to 17 are exempt from criminal liability unless proven to have acted with discernment, meaning they understand the difference between right and wrong. And right so, because justice is not measured by how harshly we punish, but how we faithfully we protect. Lowering the age to 12 does not make our society safer. It only makes us smaller in compassion. Our stand is clear, Mr. Speaker, particularly applies to lower or higher violent or non-violent crimes, where rehabilitation, not imprisonment, but be the priority. Because justice must be proportional and child's mistakes should not cost them their entire future. Our stance rests on 5 key pillars, Madam Speaker. The Constitution, which upholds human dignity and ensures justice, protects, not destroys. Republic 7610, which provides special protection to children from abuse and early criminal exposure. Republic 9344, which promotes rehabilitation over retribution. The UN Convention on the Rights of the Child, which mandates that detention be the last resort and always in the child's best interest. Scientific evidence showing that the human brain, especially the part responsible for judgment, fully develops only around age 25. Thus, we measure justice not by punishment, but by protection and reform. For my first argument, it violates the child's right protection under Republic Act 7610 and the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child. The state must shield children from harm, including harm caused by early criminal exposure. Lowering the age to 12 forces children into a system built for adults, a system that traumatizes more than it teaches. According to the UN Committee on the Right of the Child, any minimum age below 14 is unacceptable. If we will lower hours to 12, we are not advancing justice. We are abandoning it. According to UNICEF reports that around 410,000 children are detained globally each year in pretrial detention and another 1 million in police custody. In the Philippines, most children in conflict with the law are already victims of poverty, neglect, or exploitation. Not hardened criminals. Punishment without understanding is not a discipline. It is a despair. Argument number 2, it destroys the spirit of juvenile justice. When House Bill 8858 proposed lowering the age, it was condemned by UNICEF, the DSWD, and the Commission on Human Rights. Warning, it will cause lifelong stigma and deeper abuse. UNICEF Philippines 2019 found that 9 out of 10 children in conflict with the law come from backgrounds of poverty, neglect, or violence. In the Bangsamoro region, 230 cases of child offenders were recorded, proof that many minors are already caught in flawed system that must heal, not punish. Once a child is branded a criminal, society rarely forgives, and that label can last a lifetime. For my last argument, it ignores the real causes of crime. Lowering the age does not solve crime. It hides it. Children steal not from weaknesses, but from hunger. They join gangs not for power, but for belonging. The UNICEF Situation Analysis 2023 found that 8 in 10 Filipino children experience violence and child poverty, rose to 10.5 million in 2021, up from 9.3 million in 2018. So, honorable judges, children are not miniature adults. They are stories still being written, fragile, hopeful, redeemable. Lower age of criminal liability to 12 is to tear those pages before the story even begins. This is not leniency, this is necessity. A nation that fails to protect its children fails to protect its future. Let us protect, not persecute. Let us reform, not regress. Let us stand for justice with humanity, for the child, for the nation, for our future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, first speaker of the negative side. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome back the first speaker from the negative side for the cross-examination. And you have 2 minutes, starting now.
Are you ready, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, of course I was born ready, Mr.
Do you
Speaker.
agree that children aged 12 to 14 are capable of understanding the difference between right and wrong?
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, I'm not aware of that because I
Okay.
already
Are
said
you
to my
claiming
constructive
children
speech
cannot
that
understand?
only 25
Do not
years
disrespect
old.
my time,
All
Mr.
right,
Speaker.
all right.
Okay.
Okay, Mr.
Are you
Speaker.
claiming children cannot understand their actions at all?
No, Mr. Speaker.
Do you admit partial understanding but oppose legal responsibility?
Again, Mr. Speaker.
Do you admit partial understanding but oppose legal responsibility?
Yes, of course, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Do you agree that serious offenses by minors can have lasting consequences for victims and communities?
No, Mr. Speaker.
Can society ignore harm caused by serious crimes?
Yes, of course, Mr. Speaker, but we
Okay.
are protecting the
Okay,
child's
Mr.
right,
Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
I am
We are
very
not-
satisfied, Mr.
All right,
Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
Do you believe that current juvenile justice provisions fully prevent repeat offenses among minors?
Yes, of course, Mr. Speaker.
Then do recidivism rates remain high according to the Juvenile Justice and Welfare Council?
Mr. Speaker,
It is
lot
a
of
yes
children-
or no question,
All right,
Mr.
Mr. Speaker, I will consider as a no, Mr. Speaker.
Then existing laws are insufficient, which contradicts your confidence in the status quo.
No, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, but you just said yes, Mr. Speaker.
Mr.
You're
Speaker.
very contradicting,
No,
Mr.
Mr. Speaker.
Do you agree that current public perception shows dissatisfaction with the handling of serious juvenile offenses?
Again, Mr. Speaker?
I would rather not.
All right, Mr. Speaker.
Do you accept that legal alignment with moral development enhances trust in the justice system?
No, Mr. Speaker.
Can the law function effectively without moral alignment?
No, Mr. Speaker.
But you just said yes. You just said no, Mr. Speaker.
I don't
earlier.
ever say yes, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Do you believe that the law must protect society from serious offenses regardless of the offender's age?
Can you repeat your question, Mr. Speaker?
Do you believe that the law must protect society from serious offenses regardless of the offender's age?
Yes, of course, because it is belong to our
Would
framework,
failing
Mr.
to
Speaker.
lower liability for capable 12 to 14 years old compromise public safety?
Again, Mr. Speaker.
I would rather not,
Thank you, Mr.
Speaker. Thank you for that wonderful interpellation.
Thank you so much, councils. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the second speaker of the affirmative side. You have 4 minutes to deliver your constructive speech and discuss the beneficiality of the proposition. And your 4 minutes starts now.
Mercy without justice breeds impunity, and impunity destroys nations. Honorable adjudicators, esteemed opposition, and my fellow Filipinos, good evening. I'm the second speaker of the affirmative bench, and I stand before you to prove the lowering the age of criminal liability to 12 years old with full implementation of imprisonment, not only just but beneficial for our nation. Not diversion, not rehabilitation, but full criminal accountability. Because justice demands it, society needs it, and the law must finally mean something again. For my first argument, full imprisonment restores justice and equality before the law. Under Republic Act number 19344, children 15 years old and below are exempt from criminal liability. Yet, according to the Department of Justice 2021, over 11,000 minors were apprehended from 2015 to 2020 for serious crimes such as rape, robbery, and homicide, and most were released simply because of age. The Commission on Human Rights 2020 recorded countless victims' testimonies stating justice was never served because the perpetrator was too young to be jailed. So I ask, what kind of justice system shields the offender while abandoning the victim's pain? When a 13-year-old can stab, rape, or kill, age ceases to be innocence. It becomes a legal weapon against justice. According to the University of the Philippines Psychological Studies Institute 2019, Filipino children aged 12 to 13 already demonstrate full understanding of moral wrongdoing consequences. Thus, if they know the right from wrong and still choose crime, they must face the same punishment as adults. The beneficiality of full imprisonment is clear. It restores equality before the law. No more excuses, no more double standards, justice for all, including the victims. For my second argument, full imprisonment deters future crimes. The Philippine National Police Crime Research and Analysis Center 2022 recorded the 34% increase in crimes committed by minors since 2016, with a majority aged 12 to 15. Why? Because they know the law cannot touch them. As former PNP Chief Oscar 𝐬𝐤𝐝𝐿 said in a 2019 Senate hearing, these children commit crimes repeatedly because they know there are no consequences. The absence of imprisonment has created a culture of fearlessness where minors see crimes as a game, not a moral wrong. By enforcing full imprisonment for 12 to 15 years old, we reintroduce the fear of consequence, the very foundation of deterrence and discipline. If a child knows that stealing, killing, or drug trafficking leads to real prison time, not a mere lecture or community service, that fear becomes a moral boundary. That boundary protects society before the crime happens. Thus, full imprisonment is not merely punitive, it is preventive. It disciplines not only the offender but an entire generation, learning by example. Honorable judges, we are not condemning childhood, we are condemning crime. A 12-year-old capable of deliberate evil is no longer innocent. and justice cannot afford to pretend otherwise. The beneficiality of full imprisonment is twofold. It restores justice and equality for victims and deters crime and teaches accountability. For too long, the law has protected the guilty in the name of mercy, and it deters and teaches accountability. Now it must protect the innocent in the names of justice, because justice without punishment is not mercy, it is betrayal. And with that being said, I rest my case.
Thank you so much, second speaker of the affirmative side. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the second speaker of the negative side. You have 2 minutes for your cross-examination starting now.
All right, so good day, Madam Speaker.
Good
So let me
evening,
ask you
Mr.
directly,
Speaker.
Madam Speaker, do you agree that a 12-year-old brain, particularly the prefrontal cortex responsible for
Please
impulse
slow
control...
down, Mr. Speaker.
Okay,
Please
I
state
don't
it
want
clearly.
it.
All
So
right.
let me proceed to my second question. Do you agree that punitive measures such as imprisonment or criminal persecution often traumatize children more than supportive intervention like counseling or mentoring?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, with
But
that,
they
you are
are
siding by my side. I
accountable.
don't
But
need
they
you to
are
explain, Madam
accountable,
Speaker.
Mr.
What we
Speaker.
have here
Please
is only
proceed to your next
respect
question.
my time, Madam
Yes,
Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
You
All right.
are not following the categorical
Yes, thank
question,
you. With all
Madam
due
Speaker.
respect, yes, please proceed to your
Yes,
next question.
Madam Speaker. I hope we clear, Madam
All right.
Speaker. So do you agree that children under 14 are more responsive to rehabilitation?
Please slow down, Mr. Speaker.
Let's slow down. Listen carefully, Madam Speaker. Please listen carefully.
All right.
All right. Do you agree that children under 14 are more responsive to rehabilitation than to punitive measure?
Mr. Speaker, that is out of the parameters. There,
Answer me yes or no, Madam Speaker.
Please proceed to your next
Okay,
question.
I would rather. Even if 12 years old commit a serious crime, do you agree that early criminalization is linked to higher rates of recidivism?
Can you rephrase your question?
I don't want to
All
rephrase
right.
I
Please
consider it as a no,
proceed.
and you are
Please
siding by my
proceed.
side,
Please
Madam
proceed.
Speaker.
Thank
Okay,
you.
even if society demands justice for victims, do you agree that criminalizing 12 years old can disrupt their education and family life, potentially causing learned and social harm?
No, Mr. Speaker.
Okay,
please,
you are siding
please
by my side,
proceed.
Madam
Please
Speaker.
proceed.
Okay, all right. I will proceed to my next question. Do you agree that a 12 years old understanding of right and wrong is limited compared to adults?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, thank you for siding by my side again, Madam
in my
Speaker.
argument, Mr.
All
Speaker.
right,
Please
let me proceed to my next
proceed.
question,
Yes,
Madam Speaker.
please.
I don't want you to explain, Madam Speaker, all right? Do you agree that lowering the age of criminal liability increases social and economic costs due to the detention, counseling, and potential recidivism?
Mr. Speaker, please slow down and clear your
This is clear, Madam Speaker. You don't listen carefully, Madam Speaker. I hope.
all right.
Okay. Let me proceed
Mr.
to my
Speaker,
next
that was
question,
ad
Madam Speaker.
hominem,
All right.
Mr. Speaker.
Then wouldn't the potential harm to the child outweigh immediate justice concern?
Who, Mr. Speaker?
Thank
That
you
is
so
not a
much,
categorical
Counsel.
question.
And now,
All right,
ladies and
thank you.
gentlemen, let's welcome the second speaker from the negative side. You have 4 minutes to deliver your constructive speech, and your timer starts now.
Honorable adjudicators and esteemed opponents, good day. As the second speaker for the negative side, I rise to oppose the proposition that the minimum age of criminal liability should be lowered to 12, while the intent of the motion to hold children accountable is understandable today. I will present 3 key arguments emphasizing the benefits of keeping the age of criminal responsibility higher. First, we have the protecting children's development, promoting effective rehabilitation, and benefiting society through reduced recidivism and social cost. My first argument, maintaining a higher minimum age safeguards children's mental, emotional, and neurological development. Neuroscience clearly shows that children under 14 are still developing critical brain functions, such as impulse control, long-term planning, and moral reasoning. According to the National Conference of State Legislatures, 2023, the prefrontal cortex, the part of the brain responsible for decision-making, continues developing into the mid-20s. So lowering the age to 12 would hold children criminally liable for actions they are neurologically incapable of fully understanding, potentially traumatizing them and stunning their development. Keeping the age higher protects children from long-term by psychological harm, allowing them time to mature before facing serious legal consequences. UNICEF has also emphasized that children under 14 are far more responsive to supportive intervention than to punitive measures. My second argument, a higher age enhances the effectiveness of rehabilitation. Evidence shows that children exposed to early criminal prosecution are more likely to reoffend than those who given age-appropriate interventions. The Journal of Experimental Criminology 2021 found that rehabilitation program tailored to youth significantly reduced recidivism, while punitive approaches often backfire. By keeping the age higher, we can focus on education, counseling, and family support rather than imprisonment. For example, diversion programs such as community service or mentoring are far more effective in guiding young offenders toward positive behavior than punitive criminal charges. In short, higher age equals better rehabilitation equals safer, healthier communities. My third argument, maintaining a higher minimum age benefits society as a whole. When children are criminalized too early, it often leads to long-term social and economic cost, disrupted education, family instability, increased risk of reoffending, and higher incarceration expenses. The Philippine Department of Social Welfare and Development Office, or the DSWD, warns that lowering the age of criminal liability has never resulted in lower crime rates. It results in more children being detained, substantially higher public expenditure, and graver social consequences. In my conclusion, keeping the minimum age of criminal liability higher than 12 is clearly beneficial. It protects children's mental and emotional development, enhances rehabilitation, and reduces social and economic costs for society. Lowering the age to 12 is neither effective nor humane, and it risks creating more harm than good. The negative side therefore urges you to reject the motion, favoring evidence-based policies that protect children while promoting justice and public safety. By maintaining a higher age of criminal liability, we invest in children's future and well-being of society. And by keeping the age higher, we reduce the social cost, prevent children from entering a cycle of crime, and allow them to grow into productive, law-abiding citizens. This approach protects both the child and society, creating long-term safety and stability. With that, I'm ready for my interpellation.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, second negative speaker, for delivering your constructive speech. And once again, let's welcome the second affirmative speaker to cross-examine. And you have 2 minutes, and your timer starts now.
Good evening, Mr. Speaker. Do you agree that crimes committed by minors have been increasing in recent years?
Again, Madam Speaker, I can't understand your question, Madam Speaker. Can you please talk slowly so that we
Do
can understand each
you
other?
agree that crimes committed by minors have been increasing in recent years?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Yes, so you agree that the current law is failing to prevent juvenile crime?
Yes,
or
Madam
no?
Speaker.
Yes, then you admit the reform is necessary.
All
Thank you
right,
for siding
go
with
proceed
us.
to the next
All
question,
right,
Madam
thank you,
Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
Go.
Do you agree that justice means accountability for one's actions?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Yes, then minors who knowingly commit heinous crimes should also be held accountable. Yes or no?
No, Madam Speaker.
No, so justice should only apply to adults, not allow who harm others?
All right.
Yes or no?
No, Madam Speaker.
No. All right. No, then you disregard the foundation of justice.
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Yes. All right. Do you agree that justice delayed is justice denied?
No, Madam Speaker.
No?
Yes.
So you think
It
timing
is clear,
doesn't
Madam
matter
Speaker.
in justice? So you think timing doesn't matter in justice?
No, Madam Speaker.
No, then you show disregard for the victim's right.
No, Madam Speaker.
No, your
Yes.
answers are very contradicting. Do you
Okay,
admit that
go ahead
some
with your
minors
question. I'm
commit
not asking for
heinous
your-
crimes deliberately?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Yes, then accountability is necessary to prevent recurrence. Yes or no?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Yes, then you just sided with us again, Mr. Speaker.
Okay,
Thank
it's
you.
okay.
Do you agree that laws should protect both offenders and victims?
No, Madam Speaker.
No, so you think the justice system should ignore victim protection?
No, Madam Speaker.
No, then you devalue human rights for victims.
No, all right.
No, all right.
Yes, no.
Do you agree that fear of punishment discourages crime?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yes.
Is that a yes? Then this reform will deter minors from committing serious crimes.
No, of
yes?
course.
No, so you believe laws have no deterrent effect at
I
all?
don't believe it, Madam Speaker.
You don't believe in it?
Yes,
all right.
explain.
Do you admit that the state's duty is to protect public safety?
Yes, Madam Speaker, of
yes.
course.
Then stricter accountability, minors.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you so
Speaker.
much, councils. What an outstanding dialogue between the two debaters from the different houses. And now, let's proceed with the constructive speech of our third affirmative speaker.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed adjudicators and opponents. I am Princess Leona Helyadoga, the Address, the third speaker of the affirmative bench, and I stand before you to firmly uphold the proposition, let it be resolved that the age of criminal liability be lowered to 12 years old. Our stand is rooted in practicability, accountability, and the protection of justice itself. For my introduction, in today's world, 12 years old are no longer naive children that is unaware of right and wrong. They use smartphones, access the internet, and understand laws and consequences. Yet under our current Juvenile Justice and Welfare Act, a child below 15 years old is exempt from criminal liability regardless of the gravity of the crime. This protection, once noble in intent, has turned into a loophole. According to a 2019 report from the Philippine National Police and Department of Social Welfare and Development, more than 11,000 Philippines in conflict with the law were recorded in just 1 year. Also, scientific evidences now shows that children as young as 12 can already distinguish right from wrong. Philippine psychological research indicating that by age 12, many children possesses moral judgment abilities sufficiently developed to foresee and understand wrongdoing. Second, this is where the opposition's argument crumbled. The system we rely on to turn around children, the Bahay Pag-asa, who offend is too often costly, poorly implemented, and critically fails to stop many young children people from re-offending. The Philippines Juvenile Justice Framework rightly treats children as deserving of intervention rather than punishment. Yet, implementation gaps have left thousands of children in detention with inadequate support, producing outcomes that taxpayers and victims alike cannot accept. Research from Philippine Studies shows recidivism remains a real problem among children who pass through diversion and residential progress. Qualitative and quantitative work indicates repeat offending continues for a non-negligible share of residents when aftercare and community reintegration are absent or underfunded. In short, putting a child into a facility without quality, sustained a follow-up does not reliably stop crime. Those funds could instead be directed toward targeted, evidence-based interventions and to direct imprisonment. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, let us not confuse compassion with complacency. When a 12 years old repeatedly commits crime, the problem is not the law's strictness. It is its softness. So if a child is old enough to pull a trigger, sell drugs, or rob with intent, can understand that it is wrong, should justice still turn a blind eye? We are not condemning children. We are saving them. With all points being strongly present, I still proudly propose.
Thank you so much, third affirmative speaker, for delivering your constructive speech. And now let's welcome the third negative speaker for the cross-examination. You have 2 minutes and your timer starts now.
Good evening, Madam Speaker.
Good evening.
So, do you think that punishing them is protecting them?
Yes.
Are you sure, Miss Speaker?
Yes.
So, are you aware that a 12-year-old is still in the process of emotional and mental development?
Are you not listening to my constructive speech, Ms.
Because,
Speaker?
Miss Speaker, I have provided
Please proceed
statistics in my speech. Okay.
Okay, then provide it right now.
Okay, I will say it later.
Okay.
Do you agree that most 12 years old are still under parental supervision and legal guardianship?
Qualified, yes, Ms. Speaker.
Okay, then would you agree that their actions often reflect their environment, not full personal intent?
Can you provide evidences?
Later, Ms.
that's an
Speaker.
assumption,
I want a
Ms.
yes or
Speaker.
no answer.
Proceed
That would
to your next
satisfy me.
question.
Okay. So do you agree with me that children learn best through guidance and education, not through punishment?
Qualified, yes, Ms. Speaker.
Okay, then wouldn't lowering the age expose them to more punitive systems rather than guidance?
Well, don't they deserve it?
Okay, you're clearly contradicting your answers,
I am
Speaker.
not, Ms.
Then
Speaker.
would you agree that a 12-year-old lacks the rational capacity to be deterred by the threat of prison?
Qualified no, Miss Speaker.
Thank you for siding with me.
I
Do
am
you
not
agree
siding
with
with
me
you, Miss
that the
Speaker.
environment largely influences children's actions?
Qualified yes, Miss Speaker.
Okay, then shouldn't we focus on fixing the environment rather than punishing the child?
Please proceed to your next question.
Okay, I'll take that as a yes. So,
Did I
even
say
if a
yes,
12
Miss
years
Speaker?
old understands that stealing is wrong, do you agree that understanding does not mean full moral responsibility?
Can you please rephrase your question,
No,
Miss
Mr.
Speaker?
Miss Speaker.
Okay.
Even if some 12 years olds commit serious crimes, do you agree that they represent exceptions, not the general rule?
Qualified no, Miss Speaker.
So you're saying that most 12 years old are potential criminals?
I am not
You are
saying
clearly
no,
contradicting
Miss
your answers,
Speaker.
Miss Speaker. Even if
I didn't say
rehabilitation is
anything
possible
like
inside
that.
the system, do you agree that early exposure to criminal institutions can traumatize a child?
That is out of the parameter,
Thank you so
Miss
much,
Speaker.
councils. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the third speaker from the negative side once again to deliver her constructive speech. You have 4 minutes starting now.
Honorable Chair, esteemed judges and fellow debaters, magandang gabi po sa ating lahat. Today, I rise firmly on the negative side, not to defend crime, but to defend childhood itself. Lowering the age criminal liability to 12 is not justice, it is punishment disguised as pragmatism. Fear dressed as law and politics masquerading as protection. Let's begin with truth grounded in law and science. Republic Act 9344, the Juvenile Justice and Welfare Act of 2006, clearly exempts children 15 years and below from criminal liability. It does not ignore accountability. Rather, it emphasizes intervention, rehabilitation, and reintegration. In fact, DSWD reports that 85% of children who went through diversion programs did not reoffend. Success is measured not by handcuffs, but by hearts reformed, minds guided, and lives saved. Yet, proponents of this motion argue for lowering the age to 12 for practical reasons. They say it will deter syndicates. Let us examine the numbers. According to PNP data in 2019, minors are responsible for only 1.7% of crimes nationwide, most of which are petty thefts or survival-driven offenses. This is not a wave of criminal youth. This is a handful of children failed by circumstance, not a menace to society. Criminalizing them will only exacerbate their suffering. Now, let's talk about the human cost. Imagine a 12-year-old committing crimes thinking that it would help them survive. He will face the criminal justice system branded as criminal before he even understands right from wrong. Science reported by the Philippine Pediatric Society and UNICEF tells us that prefrontal cortex, the part of the brain responsible for moral reasoning, planning, and impulse control, is not fully developed until the mid-20s. To punish a 12-year-old is not a law. It is cruelty. The law itself, or 1987 Constitution, Article 15, Section 3, mandates that the state protect children, providing them assistance, special care, and protection. Lowering the age to 12 is a betrayal of this constitutional duty. The Supreme Court in People versus the Kenya, GR number 17023, in 2008 emphasized that discernment cannot be presumed, it must be proven. Assumptions about 12 years old's criminal intent are legal fiction, not reality. Even international law rejects this motion. The UN Convention on the Rights of the Child, Article 40, and the UN Committee on the Rights of the Child in 2019 urged the Philippines to retain 15 as the minimum age of criminal responsibility, warning that lowering it would be a grave regression of human rights. Let us consider the practical consequences. Lowering the age will not stop crime. Syndicates adapt. Hunger, poverty, abuse, these do not obey age thresholds. The law cannot punish society's failures. Instead, it will fill jails with the poor and the vulnerable, perpetuating cycles of trauma, stigma, and future criminality. A study of out-of-school youth in Zamboanga del Norte found that most respondents who had delinquent behaviors came from families with low socioeconomic status. So, the practical alternative is clear. Invest in rehabilitation, education, and social welfare. Strengthen Bahay Pag-asa centers, equip schools to teach ethics and empathy, support families, dismantle exploitative syndicates, protect the child today, and we prevent the adult criminals tomorrow. This is true pragmatism. To conclude, a nation is measured not by how it treats its strongest, but how it protects its most vulnerable. A 12-year-old is not a criminal waiting to happen. They are a child, a citizen in formation. Honorable judges, I urge you, do not lower the age of
Thank you so much, third speaker of the negative side. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome back the third speaker of the affirmative side for cross-examination. You have 2 minutes and your timer starts now.
Good afternoon, Ms. Speaker.
Yes,
Would
good
you agree
evening.
that justice must apply equally to all, regardless of age, if one is capable of understanding right from wrong?
Yes, Ms. Speaker.
Thank you for siding with
I
us,
am not
Ms.
siding with
Speaker.
you. I am siding about the equality, not
Are
with
you saying justice should ignore victims when the
I am
offender
not
is
saying
younger?
that justice should ignore.
Then you are just siding with us, Ms. Speaker. Let me
I
proceed
am
to
not
my
siding
next
with you, Ms.
question.
Speaker. Okay.
Do you agree that every right comes with a corresponding responsibility?
No, Ms. Speaker.
Are you saying children should be taught rights but never responsibilities?
No, Ms. Speaker. I am not
You
clearly
are
stating
very
that.
contradicting.
I am
Ms.
not
Speaker.
contradicting,
Oh,
Ms.
yes,
Speaker.
you are.
Oh, no, I
Should
am not.
repeat offenders aged 12 to 14 who have been previously rehabilitated still remain exempt from any legal accountability?
That's the failure
Just
of our...
answer yes or no.
Okay, Ms. Speaker, no.
No, then you already agree that the law must hold them accountable.
I did not state that, Ms. Speaker.
You
In fact,
said
I
no,
want
Ms. Speaker.
resolutions. Okay.
Do you agree that by age 12, most children can use smartphones, social media, and understand basic
Ms.
laws
Speaker.
and consequences?
Okay, Ms. Speaker, you are not clearly listening on my constructive speech. I have stated an article
I
or
ad hominem,
statistics
Ms.
stating
Speaker.
that
That's
a
ad
12-year-old...
hominem. So answer please yes or no.
No, Ms. Speaker.
No, then why? Okay.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Speaker.
Are you aware that psychological studies show 12 years old have moral reasoning similar to older adolescents?
No, those are implemented when they are in their mid-20s.
Have
You're
you seen
clearly
studies
not
from
aware
the
of that, Ms. Speaker. Am I right?
Are you done?
Yes, I am.
Yes, I hope
Okay,
so because
continue,
you are
please.
interrupting
Oh, I'm
my
sorry. Okay,
interpellation, Ms.
continue.
Speaker. Have you seen studies from University of the Philippines and WHO supporting this?
No, Ms. Speaker. Please enlighten me.
Very much. I'm very
Okay.
satisfied. Thank you, Ms. Speaker.
Okay, you're not enlightening me, Ms. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you so much, councils. And now, ladies and gentlemen,
It was indeed a heated conversation and a dialogue, but as well, they provided an information to the audience and, of course, to our viewers online. And now, let's proceed with the rebuttal statements. Let's begin with the team captain of the negative house. You have 3 minutes to deliver the same, and your timer starts now.
Honorable Chair, distinguished adjudicators, respected colleagues, I rise today not just to oppose a motion, but to defend a principle far older, far wiser, and far more humane than mere statistics or headlines. The principle that children are not miniature adults and that justice tempered with empathy is better than justice blinded by expediency. My learned friends on the affirmative side have painted a vivid picture. Children as criminal runners, children as lookouts, and children as tools in the lands of syndicates. Emotional, visceral, yes, but let us not be swept away by stories alone. Let us examine reality with wide eyes open. First, they claim that lowering the age to 12 is about accountability, but accountability without maturity is cruelty, masquerading as justice. A 12-year-old's brain is still developing. The prefrontal cortex, the very seat of decision-making and impulse control, is nowhere near fully formed. Neuroscience is clear. Children at this age cannot reliably foresee consequences the way adults do. We are not talking about tolerating them. We are talking about protecting a young mind from the irreversible harm of labeling them as criminal. Second, the second speaker mentioned about preventing. But let me ask you this. Whose protection is more urgent here? The children committing crimes or the children being exploited? Lowering the age does not stop syndicates. Syndicates don't care about the law. They adapt. Punishing 12-year-olds does nothing to dismantle organized crime. Education, community programs, rehabilitation, interventions that actually break cycles of exploitation, not create new victims under the guise of justice. Third, laws are a reflection of context. In the Philippines, child welfare systems are underfunded, overcrowded, and ill-equipped to house 12 years old accused of crimes. The Supreme Court in People versus 𝐬𝐤𝐝𝐿, GR numbers 1790-23, has reminded us discernment is key, not a blanket lowering of liability. Not all 12-year-olds understand consequences. Many are products of poverty, neglect, or coercion. Do we punish circumstances, or do we guide children back to path of hope? And here's the human. Imagine a 12-year-old scared, confused. Suddenly, they are treated as criminals. But the law meant to protect becomes a scar that follows them forever. Rehabilitation becomes a secondary to punishment. Families are broken, communities is traumatized, and the cycle of crime reinforced rather than prevented. To lower the age is not encouraged. It is convenience. It is headline, not a solution. And for these reasons, we stand firmly on the negative side.
Thank you so much, team captain of the negative side. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome back the team captain of the affirmative side. You have 3 minutes to deliver your rebuttal statement, starting now.
Honorable adjudicators, esteemed audience, good evening. The affirmative rises not only to defend our case, but to expose the weakness of the opposition. The negative may have spoken with confidence, but confidence is not credibility. Their arguments collapse under the weight of facts, reasonings, and moral inconsistency. In this rebuttal, we will show you how their points are logically unsound, full of emotional appeal, empirically weak, and ethically shallow. We will demonstrate that the affirmative stance remain the most practical, beneficial, and principled path forward, because at the end of this debate, what matters is not who speaks the loudest, but who stands closest to the truth and justice. The first speaker claims that justice without accountability is chaos. Honorable judges, lowering the age of criminal liability to 12 does not violate children's rights. It protects them through accountability and reform. The real threat to justice isn't lowering it, it's impunity. By holding 12-year-old accountable in a prison system, we protect society, uphold justice, and prevent children. And that is a data from PMP data from 2012 to 2015. The second speaker claims that protecting children in development. However, honorable judges, the opposition defends the offender's development but shows no remorse for the shattered mental health of the victims and their families, those who live with traumas and fear every day. They argue that 12 years old cannot understand their actions, yet these same minors plan, conceal, and repeat crimes, proving clear awareness of right and wrong. By accusing them entirely, the opposition silences the pain of innocent families and treats their suffering as collateral damage. True justice protects all children, including those victimized, not just those who commit their crimes. The third speaker stated that most crimes are committed by children are minor crimes. To punish a 12-year-old is cruelty. However, for the third speaker, they spoken about syndicates, but we have already mandated clear in our first speech that is out of the parameters. They also claim a 12-year-old is not criminal, but this does not mean they are exempt from accountability. If the age of full development is at 20, then why did our law set it at 15? Honorable adjudicators, are we to risk this generation where children are exposed to harmful content for a future where those who will commit crimes are children under 10 years old? What's more, the negative side openly admitted that the current system are failing. Ladies and gentlemen, it is clear the opposition has failed to support their argument, and we have fully countered their claim. Because, ladies and gentlemen, I begin and I will finish my speech with one word, justice, and 3 words, they deserve it. And with that, I rest my case.
Thank you so much, team captain of the affirmative side. And ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the debate match between Esperanza National High School and Notre Dame of Isulan for the proposition, let it be resolved that the age of criminal liability be lowered to 12 years old.
Yes, partner Sir Michael, and while we're still waiting for the board of tabulators tallying the scores of our debaters or our councils for tonight, we will be sharing with our audience over our Facebook stream that this coming November 12, we will be finally conducting the fourth Sultan Pax Leadership Academy Youth Congress to be held at our Cultural and Sports Complex, Isulan, Sultan Kudarat.
That is correct. And of course, part of the celebration of the Kalimutan Festival 2025 is the Sultan Pax Leadership Academy, and that includes the debate competition. And once again, we already have one team who has secured their spot for our finals, coming from the team of Sultan Kudarat State University Laboratory High School. And after a short while, we will know who will join SKSU Lab High in our finals, who between Esperanza National High School and Notre Dame of Isulan will proceed to our finals.
Yes, partner. Upon checking the comments on our Facebook Live, I have repeatedly read the comments over there, which many students are actually requesting for a suspension of class tomorrow. And we're very sorry because we cannot answer that question because we're still waiting for the report from the Pag-asa.
Exactly. And the only person who has the authority to declare if the classes are suspended tomorrow is the Chief Executive of the Local Government Unit of Sultan Kudarat, none other than the Honorable Governor Dato Pax Ali Mangoda Dato. So let us wait for further announcements because hindi po dinideclare na suspended yung klase because wala lang, tinatamad lang yung mga students. That is declared for emergency purposes, for security reasons. So let's wait for further announcements lang po.
Yes, and partner, we would like to acknowledge the presence of our board member, Maria Loida Di Pedro. Thank you so much for staying with us as of this moment, and the same gratefulness as well to our Provincial Youth Development Officer, Mr. Mahir M. Amba, who is also around as of this moment. The staff of 𝐬𝐲 office, the staff of PAIDO office, and of course to our GDP media team, thank you so much for making this event possible. Kung wala po kayo, we couldn't have this amazing live streaming on our Facebook pages and of course to our YouTube channel.
Exactly. And also, we would like to extend our deepest appreciation to the members of our Board of Adjudicators, starting off with our Chief Adjudicator, Attorney Rahil Saga. And of course, the members of the Board of Adjudicator, Attorney Ali Siningayan. And of course, Attorney Sandra May Bonrustro, Sir Koy Braganza, and Ma'am Tehani Angas. Thank you so much for your usual support for this event. And hopefully,
Next year ulit.
Next year.
Pero bago yon, meron pa tayong November 12 and we're very excited for that final round. And of course, we shouldn't forget our coaches who are still around as of the moment. We're very grateful because without you coaches, we couldn't have witnessed this brilliant and intelligent students from different institutions within the division of Sultan Kudarat DepEd and of course within the division of City of Tacurong.
Yes, and of course, same appreciation is extended to the administrators, principals of the different schools who sent out their participating teams for this debate. And hopefully, we'll get to see more participants joining the debate competition next year, partner.
Yes, and I would love to see many entries from the division of City of Tacurong. And, I believe there are a lot of intelligent and witty students over there in Tacurong National High School, in your school actually.
Yes, Virginia Grillo National High School.
If we could top these potentials from the city division, maybe we could, extend the opportunities to other students as well.
Yes, so tinatawagan po namin yung division superintendent, probably, ng division of City Schools Division of Tacurong. Next year po sana maka-witness po kami ng mas maraming participants coming from the division of Tacurong City.
Yes, of course, because this is actually an open opportunity for all.
Yes, exactly. This is a great place or avenue to showcase the talents of young Sultan Kudarateños.
And regarding opportunities, we will be conducting the 𝐬𝐲 2025, and with the 𝐬𝐲 2025, we will be having the first ever Mobile Legends competition that will be participated by 6 units from the division of Sultan Kudarat.
Yes, and I believe, partner, yung results are already available. So, wag na nating patagalin. Let's welcome again the Chief Adjudicator for this debate, Attorney Rahil Saga, to announce the winning team for this match.
Ay, hello. Ito po. Sige. Alam kong pagod na lahat kayo, tama ba? Gutom na ba? May pagkain ba? Okay, meron daw. Ang sasali po sa susunod na round, sa November 12, congratulations, Team Affirmative, Esperanza National High School.
All right, once again, congratulations to the affirmative side from Esperanza National High School. You now advances to the final round, which will happen on November 12, 2025. And to our non-winning team from Notre Dame of Isulan, don't worry, you get the chance to be selected as one of our wildcard finalists.
Yes, and
later on, magde-decide po yung members of the Board of Adjudicators natin kung sino from our non-winning teams ang sasali sa Grand Finals on November 12, 2025. But then again, congratulations, Esperanza National High School, for winning this match.
And now let's prepare the next match. May we invite the team members from different institutions to please take your rightful seats so we can begin the last match for tonight.
From Bambad National High School on the affirmative side and Esperanza National High School on the negative side. For the proposition, let it be resolved that the justices of Supreme Court be subject to election by the people. Once again, Bambad National High School on the affirmative side and Esperanza National High School on the negative side.
Yes, and while waiting for the speaker...
Good evening once again, Sultan Codarateños. We are now down to the last and final match of this round, who between Esperanza National High School and Pambad National High School will be declared as our third finalist. For this round, the proposition is, let it be resolved that the justices of the Supreme Court be subject to election by the people. First speaker of the affirmative side, you have 4 minutes to deliver your constructive speech and argue the necessity of the proposition, and your 4 minutes starts now.
Good day, everyone. I am 𝐤𝐤𝐝𝐿 the first speaker of the affirmative side. To focus on my side is necessity. Why this reform must happen now? The Philippines is a democratic country founded on the principle that sovereignty resides in the people. Yet, under our current judicial system, that principle stops at the courtroom door. The people have no direct voice in choosing those who interpret their rights. We are not destroying democracy. We are expanding it. We are not removing public trust. We are rebuilding and strengthening it. With that, I would like to set the parameters of this debate. The standards of the discussion are democratic legitimacy, accountability, competence, and global viability. In our model, the election of justices is not a popularity contest. Before anyone can run for election, they must meet the constitutional standards under Article 8, Section 7 of the 1987 Constitution. They must be a natural-born Filipino citizen, at least 40 years old, and have 50 or more years of experience as a judge or lawyer, and possesses competence, integrity, probity, and independence. These qualifications remain mandatory, ensuring that competence and merit are preserved even under a democratic process. Our parameters also expand internationally. In democratic nations such as United States, particularly in Texas, Michigan, and Wisconsin, Supreme Court justices are elected by the people. These models prove that judicial independence and public participation can coexist in strong democracies. The burden of the negative side is to prove that the current system of the presidential appointment already ensures true independence, transparency, and accountability, and that reform is unnecessary. But the evidence shows the opposite. First argument, there is a democratic necessity due to erosion of public trust. According to the Social Weather Station Survey, December 2023, public satisfaction with the judiciary remains below 50%. The University of the Philippines Center for Integrative and Development Studies 2023 also report thin compliance in the perceived independence of the Supreme Court. This lack of trust comes from the presidential influence over the Judicial and Bar Council, or JBC. Under Article 8, Section 8, the President appoints 4 regular JBC members with the consent of Congress, while the Secretary of Justice, a presidential appointee, sits as an ex officio member. In short, the President can indirectly alter the JBC's composition, influencing who gets shortlisted for the Supreme Court. This political control undermines independence. That is why reform is necessary to remove executive influence and return power to the people. Second argument, there is a constitutional necessity due to gaps in accountability. While Article 8 guarantees independence, it does not provide an active accountability mechanism. The only removal process is impeachment, is slow and politicized. The Bertelsmann Stiftung Transformation Index 2024 notes that the Philippine judiciary remains vulnerable to executive pressure and suffer from weak institutional checks. Reform is necessary to restore public trust, align with the international democratic standards, and anchor justice on people's legitimacy. In summary, the negative bench must prove that the current system already guarantees independence and trust, but the facts show it does not. We are not removing independence. We are anchoring it in public legitimacy. We are not removing trust. We are restoring it through democracy. And with all points being said, I rest my case.
Thank you so much, first speaker of the affirmative side. Let's welcome the first speaker of the negative side. You have 2 minutes for your cross-examination, and your timer starts now.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Speaker.
Good evening.
So for my first question, do you agree that the Constitution currently allows the President and Senate to appoint justices?
Of course, yes.
Then you are contradicting yourself if you claim elections are legally necessary. Am I correct?
Did I, Miss Speaker?
Yes, you did. So
I
I'll proceed
stated
to my
in my
next
speech,
question.
Mr. Piquedas
I'll
is
proceed
not.
to my next question.
Okay.
Would elections prevent problems like judicial bias or corruption better than the current system?
Can you slow down?
Would Okay, I'll proceed to my next
question, please.
Is it necessary for Supreme Court justices to be elected to ensure accountability?
Of course, yes.
So doesn't this risk compromising judicial independence due to political influence?
Yes.
Okay, then I'll proceed to my next question.
Okay,
Do
thank
elected
you.
justices make more transparent decisions than appointed ones?
Can you repeat? You're so fast, Miss Speaker.
Do elected justices make more transparent decisions than appointed ones?
Of course.
Then you are willing to accept the risk of bias toward voters or campaign donors?
I am more likely to have a
Okay, I'll proceed to my next
for the
I'm
people to
satisfied with
elect
your
the best.
I am satisfied with your answer,
Okay.
Mr. Speaker. I'll proceed to my next question.
Okay.
Would election prevent the appointment of unqualified justices?
Qualified, yes.
Isn't merit-based selection still more reliable than
Merit-based?
popularity contests?
Merit-based, yes.
Then you agree. Then I'll proceed to my next question.
Okay,
Is it
I did
necessary?
agree.
Is it necessary for people to directly choose to justice to protect democracy?
Election, yes.
Then does that justify risking judicial impartiality?
It is not risking, Miss
Yes,
Speaker.
it does.
Are you assuming?
Your Honors, based on
Okay.
the answers of the affirmative, it is clear that there is no urgent need to elect Supreme Court justices. The current system still functions, accountability exists, and the problem is not in the process but in implementation. Therefore, this proposal is not necessary. Thank you.
Is that a question? Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, councils. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome back the first speaker of the negative side. You have 4 minutes to deliver your constructive speech and argue why is it not necessary that the justices of the Supreme Court be elected by people. And your 4 minutes starts now.
Good evening, honorable adjudicators, respected members of the House, and my worthy opponents. I stand before you not only oppose this proposition, but to defend the independence of justice, the very soul of our democracy. We, the negative side, strongly affirm that Supreme Court justices must not be elected by the people, for justice is not a matter of popularity, it is a matter of principle. The Supreme Court is the last bastion of the rule of law, the one institution that must remain free from the chains of politics. If justices are elected by the people, they will no longer be impartial interpreters of the law, but politicians in robes. They will need to campaign, seek funding, and appease voters instead of standing firm on principle. According to a 2023 Harvard Law Review analysis in U.S. states, where judges are elected, ruling to tend to favor public opinion during election periods, especially in death penalty and crime cases. Judges who issue unpopular ruling risk losing their seats. If this happens in the United States, a mature democracy, imagine the dangers in our political climate where popularity often outweighs principle. Once politics enters the courtroom, justice exits quietly. Democracy values the voice of the people, yes, but justice requires the freedom of the qualified. Judges are not supposed to mirror public opinion. They are supposed to restrain it when it violates the Constitution. Alexander Hamilton in Federalist Paper number 78 wrote, "When judges depend on the will of the people, they lose the ability to defend the Constitution against the temporary passions of the majority." Let's look at the history. In 2015, the Wisconsin Supreme Court, whose members are elected, refused to rescue themselves from a case involving their campaign donors, according to the New York Times. In the Philippines, even our regular elections are plagued by vote buying and patronage, as reported by the COMELEC and PCIG. Do we really want our highest court to suffer the same fate? So to let campaign money and slogans decide the meaning of justice? Article 8, Section 9 of the 1987 Philippine Constitution provides that justices are appointed by the President from a list prepared by the Judicial and Bar Council, a constitutional mechanism designed precisely to shield the judiciary from politics. The JBC is composed of representatives from judiciary, Congress, and civil society, ensuring transparency, balance, and merit. The framers of our Constitution, like Justice Cecilia Munoz Palma, made it clear we created the JBC to ensure that no political hand could twist the scale of justice. Replacing this system with elections is not progress, it is regression. It would erase the very safeguard that keeps our court neutral. Campaigns require money, and money demands favors. That is not accountability. That is corruption dressed as democracy. When judges are elected, legal reasoning is replaced by political calculation. They will fear losing votes more than losing integrity. A 2022 University of the Philippines Law Center study on judicial reform concluded that the judiciary's strength depends on its insulation from political influence. Honorable adjudicators, this proposition may sound democratic, but in reality, it is dangerous. To elect our justices is to turn justice into a campaign, to turn the bench into a ballot, and to turn into a trend. Justice must stand above politics, or it will fall beneath it. Let us remember, the law must not bend to the will of men. Men must bow to the rule of the law. Therefore, we the negative sign stand firm. Supreme Court justice must remain appointed, not elected, for justice must be earned, not voted. Because when politics enters the courts, the Constitution becomes just another campaign promise. Thank you.
Thank you so much, first speaker on the negative side. Let us welcome back the first speaker from the affirmative side. You have 2 minutes for your cross-examination, starting now.
You are flagging our democratic ideals as popularity, correct?
No.
No. So you contradict your argument, Ms. Speaker.
No, I did
okay.
not.
You just did.
Because
okay.
it does not, because this constitution does not regulate the popularity. Instead, it is based on the integrity of one's.
Just to clarify, I don't need your explanation. And you just stated that in your speech.
I have the right to justify my answer.
Are you done?
Okay, proceed.
Okay. Do you believe Philippines is a democratic country?
Yes.
You know what democratic means, right?
Yes.
So are you saying that the Filipino people has no right to choose what they believe is right? Oh, yes or no?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
So, are you
Because
saying that democratic is opposite meaning?
No.
No, you are very inconsistent, Ms. Speaker. Okay. The President appoints all members of the Supreme Court, correct?
Yes.
So, judicial power still begins with political power, correct?
Can you repeat your question?
So, judicial power still begins with political power, correct?
No.
No. Then you're denying Article 9, Section 9 of the Constitution?
No, I did not.
You just did.
No, I did not.
You're very unconstitutional, Ms. Speaker. Okay, next question. According to the Social Weather Station SWS 2023 survey, public trust in the judiciary is below 15%, correct?
Can you repeat your question?
According to the Social Weather Station's 2020 survey, public trust in the judiciary is below 50%, correct?
Yes.
So even the people no longer have full confidence in the system, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for siding with us. Okay, justices can only be removed through impeachment, correct?
Yes.
So unless they are impeached, they remain beyond public accountability, correct?
Yes. However,
Okay.
they are lost.
Are you done? I would like to tell you that you are siding with us. Thank you so much. And with that, I rest my case.
Thank you so much once again, Council. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let us all welcome the second speaker from the affirmative side. You have 4 minutes to deliver your constructive speech, and your 4 minutes starts now.
Good evening, honorable adjudicators, esteemed opponents, and fellow debaters. Coming from the foundation of necessity that sovereignty must return to the people, we now move to what this reform gives back to the nation. If necessity asks why this must be done, then as the second speaker speaking in the foundation of beneficiality, I will answer what good it brings once it is done. And to that, the affirmative stands firmly. Electing Supreme Court justices is profoundly beneficial to the people and to the Republic. It is time that the people, the true sovereign under Article 2, Section 1 of the 1987 Constitution, reclaim their voice in choosing the guardians of justice. My argument is divided into 3 core parts. My first argument focuses on upholding the constitutional principle of sovereignty. The 1987 Constitution declares that sovereignty resides in the people, yet Supreme Court justices are appointed by the President through the Judicial and Bar Council, leaving the judiciary insulated from direct public accountability. While meant to protect independence, this system creates a disconnect between the court and the citizens whose rights it is safeguards. Judicial independence must coexist with accountability. Justice 𝐬𝐤𝐝𝐞 and the Supreme Court in Francisco versus House of Representatives in 2003 emphasized that justice must still answer to the people from whom all government authority emanates. Electing justices would strengthen constitutional sovereignty by giving the public direct legitimacy over those who interpret the law. Moving on to my next argument, focusing on elections, prevent executive capture and political patronage. The current appointment system under Article 8, Section 9 places the President at the center of Supreme Court selections, even though the Judicial and Bar Council provides a short list of nominees. While the JBC is meant to safeguard independence through merit-based screening, the ultimate decisions rest with the executive, creating a structural vulnerability. Justice may consciously or subconsciously feel aligned with the president who appointed them. This risk was highlighted during the controversial midnight appointment of Chief Justice Renato Corona in 2010, which exposed how executive influence can affect even the highest courts. By concentrating appointment power in the executive, the current system risks eroding judicial neutrality and fostering perceptions of favoritism or indebtedness. An electoral system, in contrast, will decentralize authority, allowing citizens to directly participate in selecting justices and reinforcing the judiciary's legitimacy. Such a model would reduce the influence of political patronage and ensure that those entrusted with interpreting the law derive their authority directly from the people they serve. Last argument focuses on public election, enhances representation and diversity. Appointment system reinforce elite networks, as most Philippine Supreme Court justices come from Metro Manila, the same universities and similar socio-economic backgrounds. These concentrations narrows the perspective represented on the bench and limits the judiciary's ability to address the diverse realities of the nation. Allowing citizens to elect justice would democratize the judiciary, fostering regional and ideological diversity. In conclusion, electing Supreme Court justices revives the spirit of constitutional democracy by restoring the people's direct role in selecting those who interpret the law. It strengthens accountability, ensuring that judicial independence coexists with answerability to the public, rather than fostering dependence on executive power. By reducing political patronage and executive influence, elections would protect judicial neutrality and prevent the concentration of power that currently undermines the court's credibility. The negative may cling to the illusion of safety and secrecy, but the affirmative believes that the light of the people's choice will always outshine the darkness of closed doors. With all points in place, I rest my case. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, second speaker from the affirmative side. Now let's welcome the second negative speaker from the negative house. You have 2 minutes to cross-examine, and your timer starts now.
Okay, good evening, Mr. Speaker.
Good evening.
Now, would elections improve the quality of Supreme Court decisions?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Then you're contradicting yourself. If you
No,
also
I do
admit
not.
popularity could override legal expertise.
Can you please repeat clearly, Mr.
Again,
Speaker?
would elections improve the quality of Supreme Court
Yes, Mr.
decisions?
Speaker.
Then you're contradicting yourself.
I am not.
If you admit popularity could override illegal expertise.
No, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, next. Do you think elections would make justice more accountable to people?
Of course, Mr. Speaker.
Then once again, you're contradicting yourself,
No, I
Mr.
am
Speaker.
not, Mr. Speaker.
If this is accountability, could you compromise the judicial independence?
Can you please rephrase your question?
Okay, I'll just follow up to the next
Okay.
question. Would elections increase public trust in the Supreme Court,
Of
Mr.
course,
Speaker?
Mr. Speaker.
Okay, then once again, you're contradicting
No,
yourself.
I am not.
If politicizing the court could reduce trust instead of correct. Now, would elections prevent lifetime justice for making unpopular decisions?
Qualified yes, Mr. Speaker.
Then once again, Mr. Speaker,
a
you are
qualified
contradicting
yes, Mr.
yourself.
Speaker.
Yes, you are once again contradicting yourself.
No, I am not.
Okay, now would elections benefit citizens by giving them a say in who represents the law?
Of course, Mr. Speaker.
Then at what cost does impartiality and fairness in ruling?
Can you please repeat?
No, I will not. Sorry.
Okay.
Now proceeding, do elections increase public trust in the judiciary?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
So could that trust be undermined by political campaigns?
No, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, and then if not, then wouldn't appointments maintained be improved trust and without risk?
No, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, next. Would elect justice make laws more responsive to public opinion?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Then doesn't that risk judicial decision being swayed by popularity instead
No,
of
Mr.
law?
Speaker.
If no, then elections do not provide this benefit. Next, would elections reduce political influence to the executive branch?
Can you please restate your question clearly, Mr. Speaker?
Okay, now this concludes my question. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, councils. Now let's proceed with the constructive speech of the second negative speaker from the negative house. You have 4 minutes to deliver your constructive speech. And your timer starts now.
Honorable chairs, judges, and esteemed audience, the affirmative claims that electing Supreme Court justices would increase accountability, transparency, and public trust, but this argument mistakes popularity for competence and perception for effectiveness. In reality, judicial elections would do more harm than good in the Philippine context. First, elections would undermine judicial independence. The Supreme Court must decide cases based on the law and the Constitution, not on voter approval or campaign promises. If justices are forced to appeal to the public, even subconsciously, their decisions may favor popular sentiment rather than legal correctness. Justice is blind, not popular. And elections would compromise the very impartiality and judiciary is meant to protect. The Constitution wisely prevents this by allowing justice to hold office during good behavior, ensuring they can make courageous, lawful decisions without fear of political backlash. Second, elections would prioritize popular over expertise. Ordinary voters, no matter how well-intentioned, lack the legal training to evaluate judicial qualifications. They may be swayed by superficial factors such as name, recognition, charisma, or campaign marketing, not the candidate's ability to interpret the law accurately. This could result in less qualified justices, politicizing ruling, and a weaker judiciary, undermining public trust rather than strengthening it. Merit-based appointments through the JBC combined with the president's election ensure that only highly competent and ethical candidates assume the bench. Third, election would increase politicization rather than reducing it. The affirmative argues that appointed justices are beholden to the president, but elections introduce a different set of pressure. Candidates would need to campaign funding, endorsement, and public visibility, which inevitably invite lobbying, special interest, influence, and politically maneuvering. In short, election would replace one form of political influence with another, more public, more volatile, and more harder to regulate. Fourth, the supposed benefits of transparency and public legitimacy are already achieved under the current system. The Judicial and Bar Council conducts public hearings, screen candidates rigorously, and publishes their qualification for scrutiny. The public appointment reflects the people's will to their elected representatives. Transparency does not require a popularity vote. The current system is accountable, observable, and legally grounded without exposing the judiciary to the dangers of electioneering. Finally, in practical terms, elections would be expensive, time-consuming, and divisive, creating distractions from the judiciary core mission, interpreting the law fairly and efficiently. They would offer the illusion of public control while actually compromising competence, independence, and impartiality. The real benefit lies on preserving the current system, which balances public representation, professional expertise, and constitutional safeguards, a system proven to work in the Philippine context. In conclusion, judicial elections are not beneficial. They would weaken independence, reward popularity over merit, invite politicization, and offer little real gain accountability or legitimacy. The negative side preserved a judiciary that is competent, impartial, and constitutionally protected, ensuring justice without endangering the very institution the affirmative claims to strengthen. Thank you.
Thank you so much, second speaker of the negative side. Let us welcome back the second speaker from the affirmative side. You have 2 minutes for your cross-examination, and your timer starts now.
Before I proceed, Mr. Speaker, let me remind you that we are a democratic country, Mr. Speaker, meaning election is not a mere popularity contest. It is building public trust by Filipino people. For my first question, do you agree that the Commission on Election already ensures fair elections for various positions?
Yes, it does.
Yes,
Mr.
so you
Speaker.
agree that transparent system can apply to justices?
No, I do not.
No,
agree,
you do
Mr.
not.
Speaker.
Do you admit that other democratic nations like certain US states elect their judges successfully?
Please repeat, Mr. Speaker.
Do you admit that other democratic nations like certain US states elect their judges successfully?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, then doesn't that prove judicial elections are workable in a democratic setup?
I suppose no, Mr. Speaker.
No. Do you agree that transparency is a pillar of good governance?
Yes, Mr.
Yes,
Speaker.
of course. Do you believe the current system perfectly filters out unqualified appointees?
Once again, Mr. Speaker.
Do you believe the current system perfectly filters out unqualified appointees?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, okay, thank you very much. Do you agree that elections promote public participation in government decisions?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, then wouldn't electing justices empower citizens in shaping the nation's legal direction?
Still no, Mr. Speaker.
No. Do you admit that an elected justice would be more directly accountable to citizens than to a president?
Once again, Mr. Speaker.
Do you admit that an elected justice would be more directly accountable to citizens than to a president?
No, Mr. Speaker.
No? So you prefer justice accountable only to political elites?
Still no, Mr. Speaker.
Do citizens currently have any direct role in selecting Supreme Court justices?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Can citizens effectively hold justices accountable if the final decision is made by the president?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Does this mean the judiciary is not fully accountable to the people?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Is the president the final authority in appointing Supreme Court justices?
Still yes, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Does this concentration of power risk justices aligning with the executive?
Again, Mr. Speaker?
I would rather not. Would this influence affect politically sensitive rulings?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, okay, thank you for siding with us.
Thank you so much, councils. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome the third speaker from the affirmative side to argue the practicability of the proposition. 4 minutes for your constructive speech starting now.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed adjudicators and opponents. I am the third speaker of the affirmative bench. For decades, the President has appointed our justices through the Judicial and Bar Council, a process that in theory promises meritocracy, but in reality, it reeks of political influence, favoritism, and lack of accountability. How can we expect justice to be blind when its very eyes are chosen by power? To my first point, ladies and gentlemen, the 1987 Constitution entrusts sovereignty to the people, yet excludes them from choosing the highest interpreters of the law. Clearly impractical. Article 2, Section 1 of the 1987 Constitution declares that sovereignty resides in the people and all government authority emanates from them. If this is true, then the people should have a say in selecting those who interpret the very laws that bind and protect them. At present, Article 8, Section 9 of the Constitution states, the members of the Supreme Court and Justice of lower courts shall be appointed by the President from a list of at least 3 nominees prepared by the Judicial and Bar Council. This means the JBC screens candidates and submits the list, but the President still makes the final choice. This imbalance gives the executive branch heavy sway over the judiciary, contradicting the constitutional principle of separation of powers under Article 2, Section 1 and Article 8, Section 1, which mandates judicial independence. So while the Constitution envisioned an independent judiciary, the structure it created still places judicial power under presidential influence. To my next point, ladies and gentlemen, the appointment system has proven susceptible to abuse and political favoritism. Under the system, presidents have historically used appointments to secure political loyalty. Former Chief Justice Renato Corona was appointed in 2010 through a midnight appointment, a move later questioned for violating Article 7, Section 15, which prohibits presidential appointments 2 months before the next presidential election. The Commission on 𝐬𝐤𝐝 also in 2019 flagged that Judicial and Bar Council for non-transparent documentation and criteria, inconsistency, and screening applicants. Moreover, an elective judiciary does not abolish judicial independence. It strengthens it because justices will owe their legitimacy not to a political patron but to the electorate. Their fidelity would shift from the President to the people. To my next point, practicability and feasibility within constitutional administrative bounds. Warned of populism or partisanship are manageable risks. We can adopt strict codes of judicial campaign ethics, similar to those in California's Code of Judicial Conduct, which prohibits campaign donation that create conflicts of interest. Additionally, an oversight body composed of the Integrated Bar of the Philippines, the Ombudsman, the 𝐜𝐸LEC may be tasked to monitor compliance, ensuring candidates maintain impartiality and dignity. Thus, this reform introduces public accountability without political dependency. Justices would answer to the people, not to the President who appointed them. This reform is entirely achievable. Commission on Elections already manages national, local, and barangay elections across more than 36,000 precincts using automated systems. Adding a non-partisan judicial ballot every 6 or 12 years is well within its operational capacity. capacity. The process can follow clear steps. First, candidates will be barred from political party endorsement or large-scale advertising, ensuring neutrality. Campaigns will focus on judicial philosophy, record, and integrity, not on populist slogans. Hence, logistic technology and international safeguards are already available. Honorable adjudicators, 1987 Constitution promised a government of checks and balances, but our appointment system remains chained to the will of presidents. We, the affirmative, believes that electing Supreme Court justices is not a rejection of the Constitution. It is its fulfillment. It honors Article 2, Section 1 by restoring sovereignty to the people. It strengthens Article 8 by ensuring real independence, and it reaffirms the preamble's sacred truth. And with that, we rest our
Thank you so much, third speaker of the affirmative side. Let's welcome the third speaker from the negative side. You have 2 minutes for your cross-examination, starting now.
Good evening. Would campaign founding influence judicial decisions? Yes or no?
No, Ms. Speaker.
How can money not sway elected justices given global evidence from politics?
Questions clearly,
Okay, I proceed to my next questions. Would election requires extensive changes to the Constitution?
Again, if you have been listening to my constructive speech, Ms. Speaker, you'll know the answer.
Okay, do voters have sufficient knowledge to elect qualified justices?
Yes, Ms. Speaker,
Then
definitely
you're contradicting yourself if popularity could still outweigh expertise. Could election avoiding politicizing the judiciary?
Yes, definitely, Ms. Speaker.
Then you're contradicting yourself if media coverage
I am
and
not, Ms.
campaigns
Speaker. I'm
pressure
contradicting your
justice.
bench.
Okay, I proceed to my next questions. Would election prevent campaign contributors from influencing justices?
Ms. Speaker, can you please be certain
Would elections prevent campaign contributions from influencing justices?
Ms. Speaker, I refuse to answer your question.
Okay, that's all, Your Honors. The affirmative side response, it is evident that this proposal cannot stand in reality. It contradicts the Constitution, burdens the people, and invites confusion and governance. Thus, the election of justices is not practicable. That's all.
So that's not a question, Ms. Speaker. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, councils. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome back the third speaker from the negative side. You have 4 minutes to deliver your constructive speech and argue why it is not practicable that the justices of the Supreme Court be subject to election by people. 4 minutes starting now.
Honorable Chair, esteemed adjudicators, and fellow debaters, good evening. I am Chairman 𝐤𝐤𝐬𝐿, and we, the negative side, firmly believes that subjecting the justices of the Supreme Court to election by the people is not practicable, not legally, not institutionally, and not ethically. This proposal, though democratic in appearance, is impossible to implement without dismantling the very safeguards that protect our justice system. First, it is legally impracticable. The 1987 Philippine Constitution clearly establishes the appointment process. Article 8, Section 9 states that the member of the Supreme Court and judges of lower court shall be appointed by the President from a list of nominees prepared by the Judicial and Bar Council. This was intentionally written to shield the judiciary from political pressure. Altering this system would require nothing less than a constitutional revision under Article 17 demanding supermajority votes, a constitutional convention, or a national plebiscite, such as a massive overhaul, is not only time-consuming and costly, it is politically uncertain. Hence, electing justices is not a realistic or workable proposal within our legal framework. Second, it is institutional impossible. The judiciary's rule is to interpret law, not to campaign for power. If justices were elected, they would need to raise funds, court endorsement, and cater the popular opinion. Us that inherently contradict judicial neutrality. The doctrine of separation of power required judges to remain insulated from both politics and the public safety mood. Election would destroy that insulation. Furthermore, Article 8, Section 11 guarantees justices security of tenure during good behavior until age 70. Election would eliminate the stability, making judges think of re-election rather than justice. Third, it honors the Judicial and Bar Council, which is the GBC. The GBC established under Article 8, Section 8 was created to ensure that only the most qualified, competent, and independent individual are nominated. It is composed of legal experts, judges, lawyers, and represented from the academe, and the public who evaluated merit objectively. Replacing this with popularity-based voting would reduce the judiciary to a political arena where charisma and campaign money outweigh competence and integrity. Fourth, it fails on financial and logistical grounds. Comelec's own data showed that the 2022 national election cost approximately 26 billion, adding another national position for Supreme Court justices means additional ballots, equipment, and security. The Philippines already struggles with electoral logistics. Burdening the system further would drain resources that should go to court modernization or legal aid. Finally, we must remember the nature of the judiciary. The President and Congress are elected because they created and execute policies. They represent political will. The Supreme Court interprets law. It represents not popularity but principle. A justice must serve the Constitution, not the crowd. Accountability, the voters would ensure the courage to make unpopular yet correct decisions, such as protecting minority rights or striking down unconstitutional act. In sum, electing Supreme Court justices fails every test of practicability. It violates Constitution, undermines institution, burdens public funds, and politicized justice. The framers of our Constitution designed a merit-based appointment system precisely to protect court from these dangers. Justice must never be a campaign promise because when judges chase votes instead of truth, the law itself becomes negotiable and democracy begins to fall. Thank you.
Thank you so much, third speaker of the negative side. Let's welcome back the third speaker from the affirmative side. You have 2 minutes for your cross-examination starting now.
Are you ready for your cross-examination,
Yes,
Ms.
I am
Speaker?
ready, Ms. Speaker.
For your first question, would you agree that 𝐬𝐲 in 2019 flagged the JBC for non-transparent documentation and criteria and consistency?
Yes.
Yes, Ms. Speaker, then that clearly is against public accountability. Thank you for siding with us.
I don't think
To your
so.
next question, do you agree that no branch of government should be immune from accountability to the people?
Yes.
Yes, then shouldn't the judiciary, which holds the power to overturn laws, also be accountable through election? Correct?
No.
No, Ms. Speaker, you're very inconsistent.
Yes,
Do
I
you
am.
acknowledge that the current appointment system is influenced by the President?
Can you repeat your question, Ms. Speaker?
Ms. Speaker, do you acknowledge that the current appointment system is influenced by the President?
Yes.
Yes, then isn't it less independent than a system where the people choose directly?
Okay, proceed to your next question, Ms.
Okay,
Speaker.
I'll take that as a yes. Thank you for siding
I
with
did not
us.
say that.
Do you agree that public trust is essential for the judiciary's legitimacy?
Yes, Ms. Speaker.
Yes, then wouldn't public participation through election strengthen the trust? Yes, right, Ms. Speaker?
Yes, Ms. Speaker.
Thank you for starting with us. Do you admit that corruption and political bias have been observed even within the appointed judiciary?
Can you repeat your question, Ms. Speaker?
Do you admit, Ms. Speaker, that corruption and political bias have been observed even within the appointed judiciary?
No.
No. Are you denying cases like the Corona
No, I am
impeachment?
not. Can you proceed to your next
So
question?
you are not
No, I
aware,
am
Ms.
not.
Speaker. For your next question, do you agree that the JBC is composed mostly of appointed elites?
Yes.
Yes, and isn't that concentration of power elitist and undemocratic?
I believe yes, Ms. Speaker.
Yes, thank you for siding with us. Do you acknowledge that JBC process lacks transparency to the public?
Can you repeat your question?
Do you acknowledge, Ms. Speaker, that the JBC process lacks transparency to the public? I'll take that as a yes. Thank you, Ms. Speaker.
I did not say that.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, councils. And now let's proceed with the rebuttal statements, beginning with the team captain of the negative house. You have 3 minutes to deliver, and your timer starts now.
Sovereignty does lie with the people, but that does not mean the people must directly perform every government function. In a democracy, the people exercise their sovereignty through the system of representation. Ladies and gentlemen, the affirmative side argues that electing Supreme Court justices would make the judiciary more democratic and accountable to the people. While this may sound appealing at first, let's examine the consequences carefully. Judges are not politicians. Unlike elected officials who craft policies, Supreme Court justices interpret the law. Their role is to protect the Constitution, not to win votes. Election threatens impartiality. Accountability is important, yes, but there are already mechanisms like the Judicial and Bar Council and impeachment process to remove unjust judges without compromising independence. Competence over popularity. The law is complex. Justices need legal expertise, experience, and integrity, qualities the general public may not fully evaluate during an election. The people already have representation. In a democracy, citizens exercise their sovereignty by electing the president. The president, in turn, appoints justice from a shortlist carefully vetted by the Judicial and Bar Council, a professional body dedicated to ensuring competence, integrity, and merit. This process is not a distant or elitist exercise. It is a constitutional design that allows the people's will to be reflected indirectly without reducing the judiciary to a popularity contest. In conclusion, democracy is about giving people a voice, but not Supreme but to Supreme Court but Supreme Court exists to protect the people from abuse of power, including decisions swayed by popular opinion. If we elect justices, we risk turning the guardians of the Constitution into politicians, and that is a danger of our democracy cannot afford. Thank you.
Thank you so much, team captain of the negative side. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's proceed to the rebuttal statement coming from our affirmative side. Team captain, 3 minutes for your rebuttal statement, starting now.
Good day once again, everyone. The negative side has stood here defending a broken system, a system that has already failed the Filipino people. And after hearing all of their speakers, one thing is crystal clear. They have failed to prove that the current presidential appointment system ensures independence, transparency, or accountability. According to the UP Center of Integrative and Development Studies 2023, there is a thin compliance in the perceived independence of the Supreme Court. And the Social Weather Station's 2023 survey shows public trust in the judiciary remains below 50%. If Filipinos no longer trust their courts, then independence has already failed. So when the negative side says the system worked, the data says otherwise. The first speaker claims that electing Supreme Court justice violate the Constitution is misleading. The Constitution does not prohibit judicial elections. It merely outlines the current appointment process, which can be amended through democratic reform as guaranteed under Article 17. So tell me, are you practicing intellectual dishonesty? Again, the second speaker appears to have misunderstood our position, as their claim of contradiction isn't supported by neither facts or sound reasoning. The second speaker contradicts himself by asking if election would improve the quality of Supreme Court decisions, a question that actually supports our side. Let me remind once again the opposition that election is not a popularity contest. It is by democratic process, as the Philippines is a democratic country. Example from several U.S. states demonstrate elected judiciaries, while the quality of ruling remains high, from data of Brooklyn Institution 2020. The third speaker wrongly assumes contradiction when there is none, ladies and gentlemen. Their claim that election would force justices to cater to public opinion ignores evidence from Harvard Law Review 2020 that their first speaker have stated, and American Bar Association 2021, showing that elected judges in over 39 states maintain judicial stability. In fact, all speakers are indecisive of which side they really are, as evident of their interpellation sessions. In the end, the negative have failed. They have failed to prove that the current system is independent, transparent, or trusted. Meanwhile, our side has proved necessity, beneficiality, and practicability, backed with facts, logic, and democratic principle, because justice must not only be done, it must be chosen and trusted by those it serves, because the Philippines and we Filipinos have the right to choose what is right. And with that, we, the affirmative, rest our case. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, team captain of the affirmative side, for the rebuttal statement. And ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the match for this debate round. Once again, between Esperanza National High School and Bambad National High School, for the proposition, let it be resolved that the justices of the Supreme Court be subject to election by the people.
Yes, and while waiting for the final results of this match, let's have some some orientation with respect to what will happen on November 12, 2025.
Yes, partner. Once again, on November 12, that is going to be the grand final rounds of this debate competition, and we already have two teams who will move forward to that round. Starting off with the Sultan Kudarat State University Laboratory High School, and of course, the first group from Esperanza National High School. And later on, in a short while, we will determine who between Bambad National High School and Esperanza National High School Group 2 will also proceed to the grand finals on November 12, 2025.
Yes, and we're very excited to see and witness the final round on November 12. And to give information, it is not only debate that will happen on November 12.
Yes.
We will be having the first ever theatrical speech choir competition in Sultan Pak's Leadership Academy and in the province of Sultan Kudarat. And it is being participated by several institutions under the division of Sultan Kudarat. I believe there are at least 18 schools participating in this speech choir competition.
Yes. And also, partner, I just wanted to clarify as well that we will select one wildcard finalist from the three non-losing team from this round 2 of the knockout round. Again, we will select one wildcard finalist who will join SKSU Lab High, Esperanza National High School, and whoever will win this round to our grand finals on November 12, 2025.
And while waiting, let us all acknowledge our co-presenter for this year's Kalimudan Festival. We have the SK Kalimudan Foundation Incorporated. We also have the 125 Kamalayan Foundation Incorporated. Of course, we have our partners. We have the Pepsi Cola Corporation. We have the Dito Telecommunity.
And we also have Sultan Kudarat Coffee.
Yes, and of course, we have several sponsors and donors, which will be flashed later on after the announcement of our winners for this last match.
Yes, and of course, before we end the competition tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to extend our thanks to the members of our Board of Adjudicators, starting off with the Chief Adjudicator, Attorney Rahil Saga. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. We also have Attorney Sandra May Bonrustro. Next, we have Attorney Ali Siningayan. And also, we have Mr. Koy Braganza. And lastly, to Ms. Tihani Angas, thank you so much for extending your time for our debate competition today.
We're also grateful for the coaches, for the parents, for the debaters, and for all volunteers from SPLA, from our team from SCAYO, from PAIDO office, and of course to our board member who's still around tonight, Board Member Lloyda, thank you so much for joining us as of this moment. Maraming salamat po sa pagsama sa amin ngayong araw. And of course to our GDPA media team, thank you so much for making this live streaming possible.
Hindi pa sila tapos actually, Sergio. After this, meron pa silang event.
Yan yung worry ko kasi medyo, upon seeing them, they're all exhausted. But because they have this sense of public service, they are doing this for the people in Sultan Kudarat. And of course, not only here in Sultan Kudarat, for the spectators of Kalimudan Festival. And we're very grateful for having this GDPA media team.
Yes, palakpakan po natin ang GDPA media team natin. And of course, we would like to invite everyone that after this, we also have our food bazaar located in front of the provincial capital of Sultan Kudarat. Marami pong mga prizes na ipamimigay later.
Yes, actually, it's already ongoing. Nangyayari na po ngayon yung raffle draw natin doon sa food bazaar or food strip and bazaar. At marami po silang papremyo doon tulad lamang po ng pabigas, ng pa-electric fan, ng pabaka, ng pakambing, at marami pa pong iba. In fact, kung lahat po ng mga nanalo simula day 1 up until now, pwede na po silang magpatayo ng farm nila. Yes. And balita ko nga, baka bukas ng gabi, malay natin, isabay nila sa, kung meron mga artista tomorrow, baka isabay nila yung mga manok naman, pamanok, Igom.
So, kompleto na. Pwede na mag-farm. Yung winners natin.
Pwede nang mag-farm. And ang pinakamagandang papremyo for me, yung iPhone 17 Pro Max na binigay natin nung first day.
Fully paid.
Yes, fully paid by our province. Yan, and our sponsor. And
Yes.
yun yung pakiramdam ko, pinaka-expensive na papremyo natin sa ating bazaar.
Alright, so once again, I believe the results already? Not yet. Okay, once again, this match was between Esperanza National High School and Bambad National High School. Once again, a round of applause to our opposing teams.
And before announcing, we would like to extend our gratitude to our dear Governor Dato Pax Ali Sangki Manguda Dato, for entrusting us to this activity and for believing in the capacity of every Sultan Cuderateño. Maraming salamat po. Alongside our Vice Governor, Prince Raden sa Kaluran, maraming salamat din po sa pagsuporta sa ating mga kabataan dito sa Sultan Kudarat. And I believe the results is already there. Let's welcome our Chief Adjudicator to announce the winning team.
Sige. For this round, congratulations, Bambad National High School.
Thank you so much, Chief Adjudicator, Attorney Rahil Saga. Once again, congratulations to the winning team from Bambad National High School.
To advance to the final round, ladies and gentlemen, and to inform everyone, we will be having our final round on November 12, 2025 at our Cultural and Sports Complex Gymnasium here in Isulan, Sultan Kudarat.
Yes. And once again, from among the non-winning teams, the Board of Adjudicators will select one team who will be our wildcard finalist to join our teams already secured their spot. So magiging apat po yung finalist natin who will compete during the grand finals on November 12.
Yes, and to our audience there sa ating Facebook Live, sa ating YouTube channel, maraming salamat po sa pagsubaybay sa ating unang knockout round na nasa stream ngayon sa ating pages.
Maraming salamat po sa pagsubaybay sa ating programa ngayong araw. We started around 10 in the morning and it's almost 9 p.m. actually. But you stayed with us, so thank you so much for staying with us.
We hope that you continue supporting the young minds in Sultan Kudarat Station, in Sultan Kudarat Province, ladies and gentlemen, and we're very grateful for your support. And see you on November 12, 2025. This is... And while we're waiting for the... While waiting for the admin notes, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a 2-minute break.
Dito, all out, ang gaming, streaming, chikahan, tawanan, kilig, adventures! Experience the fastest mobile network in the Philippines. Kaya dito!
Kalimutan Festival 2025 is brought to you by the following sponsors. Co-presenter, Sultan Kudarat Kalimutan Foundation Incorporated, 125 Kamalayan Foundation Incorporated.
And we're back, ladies ladies and gentlemen, to our audience over Facebook Live and YouTube channel, maraming salamat po sa pagsuporta mula umaga hanggang gabi. This is 𝐤𝐤𝐝 Kabugatan.
And this is Michael Talamor. And once again, thank you so much. You have been part of this debate competition, Sultan Pax Leadership Academy Debate Semifinal Knockout Rounds.
pa yan. Energetic. Okay, lahat po sila ay mabibigyan. Okay, eto po, sa halagang 500 pesos. Anong taon na-establish ang probinsya ng Sultan Kudarat? Dahil this year we are celebrating our founding anniversary na 52nd. Okay, anong taon?
1973.
Is it 1973? 1973 is correct! Congratulations, ate. 500. Oh, di ba? Okay, another. For 200 pesos. Sino po ang merong picture ng kanilang loved one na nasa kanilang wallet? Kasi mostly nasa cellphone na. Gusto kong makita yung pinadevelop talaga na picture ng kanilang minamahal sa wallet. Oh, sige, ukay. Ay, wow. Wow. Siguro top 3 lang po hihingin ko. Marami na po kayo. Oy, ang ganda naman ng girlfriend. Ilang taon na po kayo?
2 po.
2 years. Stronger. Hindi mag-cheat.
Hindi po, never.
Promise.
Promise po.
Swear.
Swear.
O, mga ako ka sa girlfriend mo.
Love, promise.
Oy, sana all. O, sige, pakiplay po. Ano mo po siya, sir? Live-in partner. Ilang taon na po kayo? 6 years. Kailan po plano magpakasal?
magka-settle lang.
Oo. Pag kinasal ka, libre ko na yung pag-host ko sa kasal mo, hanapin mo ako. Carla. Diba? O, hanapin mo ko. Promise yan. Okay. Ay, daw hindi kita na mapapildi si ate ginapa. Ira-ira niya kita. Picture nila sang iya nga. Ano ni? Asawa? Nobyo? Live-in?
Live-in po.
Kailan kayo magpapakasal, ate?
Year po.
This year. Sa December. Okay. Sa December ang kanyang kasal. So, meron tayo dito. Nandyan si Ma'am Darhana B. Reyes at si Kuya Roel Reyes. Humingi ka ng gift sa kanila sa December sa kasal mo. Oh, di ba? Mababait yan. Oh, tingnan mo. Okay sila. Sa December daw ang kasal nila. Saan siya? Oh, tawagin mo ate. Halika, kuya. Halika. Oy, kuya, kunin mo yung premyo mo. Nasaan na yung winner kanina? Nakalimutan. Halika. Oh, ginabiyaan mo lang ang girlfriend. Mapakasal na ka mo sa December, tinawag ka niya daw. Daw nahuya ka gid sa iya. Char. Oh, mag-bless kayo kay Ninong at Ninang ninyo nandun. Ninong, Ninang. Oh, bless. Si Provincial Treasurer natin yan. Tsaka retired police officer. Oh, di ba? Oh! Uy! Uy! Sobra pa sa premyo pa! Advance wedding gift!
Sana
Congratulations! I-claim po ninyo yung inyong prize pa. Regalo lang yan ng ninong at ninang ninyo. Taho na sila si Ato daw mapakasal na subong December. Okay, next question. Sa halagang 500 pesos, give me the full name of our former governor and the former congressman of the province. Siya po ang ating tinaguriang the man of action, the man of legacy, and the man of libre. Ano po ang kanyang buong pangalan? The man of libre, the man of legacy, and the man of action. Dato Pax, Ali, maganda dato. Kung mapagalitan tayo nito ngayon. Mali po, mali. O, sige, ikaw.
Suharto.
Dali lang, wait lang.
Suharto Teng Tan mga dadan.
Mali. Yes, ikaw, kuya.
Suharto Teng Ti Manguda Dato.
Mali po, mali. Isa lang.
Sultan Dato Pax.
Mali. Dapat correct ang pangalan. Kompleto ang pangalan.
Dato Pax Ali Sangki Manguda Dato.
Wrong.
Sultan Pax Sandigan Manguda Dato Al-Hajj.
Sultan Pax Sandigan Mangudadato Al-Hajj is correct! Naku, hindi niyo po kilala yung nag-establish talaga na Sultan Kudarat, di ba? Siya ang libre, the man of legacy and the man of action. Ang ating dating governor na si Sultan Pax S. Mangudadato Al-Hajj. Alright. Alright, so this time, alright, so habang hinihinay po natin ang ating celebrity band for tonight, gusto po natin pasalamatan ang ating mga sponsors and co-presenters. Of course, we would like to thank the Kalimutan Foundation Incorporated, ang Kamalayan Foundation Incorporated, and of course, our diamond sponsors, the EEI Corporation. Official partners, ang Pepsi-Cola Company, Philippine Airlines, the PS Royal Ice Manufacturing, Aqua Verde Realty Development and Leasing Incorporated, Pay Maya, ARSM Land Incorporated Official, Advance Gas, and of course, to our gold sponsors, the Globe Telecom, Arcon, ARSM Trucking, ARSM Fishing, Zeus LED, the Zeus LED Electronics, La Familia, Primo Patties, Samgyupsha, the 3JVO Enterprises, and our silver sponsors, the Huo Century Pacific Food Incorporated, Save Link Pharma and Trading Corporation. Our bronze sponsors, Dito Telecommunity, Speed Ryan Pharma Corporation, GCash, WellSave Pharma, Vital Health Laboratory, Medical Clinic, and Pharmacy. For our minor sponsors, thank you to Carlitos Hotel, the Canto 320, San Miguel Corporation, MPQ Travel and Tours Philippines, Jollibee Isulan Branch, Nestle, Banco Subsidiary of BPI, Padrino Merchandise, J&J Cosmetics, JV Constec, Gemma Construction, the 96 Ranch, 4M Pharmacy, ADS Medical and Laboratory Supplies, the MRJ Marketing, CS Construction and Supply Incorporated, RSP Pharma Distribution, MRJ Marketing, the 𝐬𝐤𝐻ANA Construction, PhilHealth Region 12. And we would like also to thank our sponsors, the 3A's Sudokill and Seafood House Isulan, Green Heart Catering Services, Fafa McCoy Chicken Inasal, AC Garcia Palm Oil Corporation, Gareco Garcia Refinery Corporation, the IPI, and the Titan Marketing. And of course, to the provincial government of Sultan Kudarat, headed by our very own Governor Dato Pax Ali S. Mangudo Dato, Vice Governor Prince Roden M. Sakaluran, and our Congresswoman from the 1st District, Congresswoman by Ruth M. Sakaluran. And to our board members, sa ating mga local government units na nandyan laging nakasuporta, maraming salamat po sa inyo. To our department heads, to our national agencies na gabi-gabi walang sawang sumusuporta, and sa lahat po ng ating mga minamahal na mga Sultan Kudarateños, maraming salamat po sa inyo. The festival is more than just a celebration. Kaya kita-kita nyo naman po ang napakalaking pagbabago, leveled up talaga ang ating annual festival na Kalimutan, because it is a powerful tool for connection, cultural preservation, and community upliftment, igniting collective pride and fostering understanding and driving economic and social progress by bringing people together to celebrate shared heritage and build the stronger future. Yan po ang ating Kalimutan Festival with its theme this year, The World Meets in Sultan Kudarat. And let us be reminded that our global village will be officially opened on the 14th. No, sa 14 na po i-open ang ating global village. Sa may-ari po ng motorcycle na nandito po sa gilid, sa aking bandang kaliwa, paki-vacate po as soon as possible. Sa may-ari po ng motor na meron pong helmet na nandito po sa aking kaliwa, palipat po ng ating motorcycle sa designated parking area. And of course, bago po ang lahat, pasalamatan din po natin ang ating security units. Of course, nandyan po ang ating Philippine National Police, the Philippine Army, ang atin pong mga volunteers, ang Karancho, Kabalikat, and of course sa ating mga medical team, ang ating rescue team, at maraming salamat po sa inyo. Alam ko pong excited na kayo, parang na-miss ko po yata ang malakas na suporta ng ating mga Sultan Cuderateños. Pwede po bang marinig ang malakas na palakpak at hiyaw? Sana
Dito sa tahanan ng iba't ibang kultura, nakakaisa ang lahat ay sama-sama. Sa aming probinsya na paglayang bigaya, simbolo ng katahimikan.
And of course, we would like to take this opportunity na imbitahan ang bawat isa na nandito ngayong gabi to be part of the grand opening of the 𝐤𝐤𝐲 Festival 2025. That will be on the 19th. Sa 19 na po ng buwan na ito ang grand opening. At atin pong matutunghayan ang thematic parade. And of course, sa gabi ay ang ating grand opening program. And of course, ang i-feature po natin during that opening, meron din po tayong grand fireworks display. And of course, ang ating pinakaabangang SB19. Huwag po natin kalimutan yan. On November 19, the grand opening program. And we would like to acknowledge also our mayor coming from the municipality of President Quirino, Honorable Katrina F. Sandigan. Magandang gabi po sa inyo, Mayor. And of course, the Mayor of Pandag Municipality here with us, joining us tonight na makiki forevermore at tell me, Mayor Ogie Balayman.
Samut-saring sayaw at awit ay iniinda.
ating bubunutin ng ating mga grand prize. Nandyan po ang ating refrigerator and of course ang ating kambing at ang ating grand prize na baka. So sa may mga coupon pa po, nandun po ang ating mahiwagang tampiolo sa ating right. Facing the audience, nandun po, ihulog lamang po natin. Baka ngayong gabi, kayo na po ang maswerteng mag-uwi ng ating mga grand prizes sa ating paraffle tonight. Meron pa po tayong ipaparaffle na refrigerator. And of course, ang ating 3 kambing at ang isang baka. So araw-araw po, aabangan po natin ang pag-post sa social media para po alam natin. And of course, we have to try to visit gabi-gabi ang ating food bazaar. Baka kumain ka lang, nakisaya at nakikalimutan. Kayo na po ang ating maswerteng winner ng ating mga paraffle.
Kayamanan natin ang kultura, halina't masaya. Kapamilya, kalimutan. Samot-saring kulay, magkatugma. Samot-saring sayaw at awit ay iniingat. Kalimutan, kalimutan. Araw-araw tayo'y sumayaw.
Ito pong mas exciting, di ba? Mas masaya po itong ibibigay na good news sa inyo. Dahil kanina po, ang ina-announce natin, 3 kambing lamang. So, correction, for the information of everyone, ang ibibigay po natin ngayong gabi ay 3 pares na kambing. So, 1 pair, isang winner, and another pair, 1 winner, and then another pair, 1 winner. So, babae, lalaki. So, sigurado pong dadami pa ang ating kambing. Dahil mag-asawa po ang inyong bibit-bitin ngayong gabi. So, walang uuwing talunan. Kasi kanina ang iniakyat nyo at inirampa, 3 lang sila. Dapat partner, walang iwanan, Pexman. So once again, on behalf of the entire community or the entire province of Sultan Kudarat at ang atin pong mga taga-tangkilik at taga-suporta, we would like to extend our heartfelt thanks sa ating pong mga sponsors sa ating Kalimutan Festival 2025, our Kalimutan Co-Presenters, the SK Kalimutan Foundation Incorporated, Kamalayan Foundation, our diamond sponsors, the EEI Corporation. Official partners is Pepsi Cola Company, Philippine Airlines, PS Royal Ice Manufacturing, Aqua Verde Realty Development and Leasing Incorporated, Pay Maya, ARSM Land Incorporated Official, and the Advanced Gas. To our gold sponsors, maraming salamat, Globe Telecom, Archon or Arcon, ARSM Tracking, ARSM Fishing, Zeus LED Electronics, La Familia, Primo Patties, Samgyupsha, and the 3JVO Enterprises. To our silver sponsors, thank you very much, 𝐬𝐤, Century Pacific Food Incorporated, Save Link Pharma and Trading Company or Corporation. Our bronze sponsors, Dito Telecommunities, Spread Ryan Pharma Corporation, the GCash, WellSave Pharma, Vital Health Laboratory, Medical Clinic, and Pharmacy. Sa ating po mga minor sponsors, thank you Carlitos Hotel, Canto 320, San Miguel Corporation, and of course the MPQ Travel and Tours Philippines, Jollibee Isulan Branch, Nestle, the Banco, it's the subsidiary of the BPI, Padrino Merchandise, J&J Cosmetics, JV, Constec, The Gemma Construction, 96 Ranch, 4M Pharmacy, ADS Medical and Laboratory Supplies, MRJ Marketing, CS Construction and Supplies Incorporated, RSP Pharma Distribution, MRJ Marketing, the 𝐤𝐲𝐬𝐻 Construction, and the PhilHealth Region 12. To our sponsors, 3A's Sudokill and Seafood House Isulan, Greenheart Catering Services, Fafa McCoy Chicken Inasal, AC Garcia Palm Oil Corporation, Gareco Garcia Refinery Corporation, IPI, and the Titan Marketing.
Kalimutan, kayamanan natin ang kultura. Halina't masaya, kapamilya. Kalimutan, samut-saring kulay, magkatugma. Samut-saring sayaw at awit ay iniinda. Kalimutan, kalimutan, araw-araw tayo'y sumayaw. Kalimutan, kalimutan, sigla ng kultura ay abot tanaw. Kalimutan, Sultan Kudarat, tayo ay sikahat. Kalimutan, Sultan Kudarat, Kalimutan Festival.
So again, we are still giving the chance sa atin pong mga bazaar goers na open pa po ang ating tambyolo para po sa ating mga grand prizes sa ating paraffle ngayong gabi. Ihulog na po natin dahil baka kayo na po mag-uwi ng isang refrigerator, 3 pares ng kambing at isang baka. Ready na po na inyo pong hilahin mamaya ang ating 3 pares na kambing at ang isang baka.
Kalimutan, kayamanan natin ang kultura. Halina't masaya, kapamilya. Kalimutan, samut-saring kulay, magkatugma. Samut-saring sayaw at awit ay iniinda. Kalimutan, kalimutan, araw-araw tayo'y sumayaw. Kalimutan, kalimutan, sigla ng kultura ay abot tanaw. Kalimutan, Sultan Kudarat.
Ayan, once again, sa mga gusto po pong humabol, sa mga kumakain pa po sa iba't ibang pwesto ng ating food bazaar, open pa po ang ating tambyolo para sa ating mga grand prizes for tonight. Ihulog nyo na po as soon as possible dahil mamaya po magbibilang po kami to officially close our tambyolo. So wala na po talagang chance na mabigyan kayo ng pagkakataong maiuwi ang ating mga grand prizes ngayong gabi, ang ating refrigerator. And of course, ang 3 pares na kambing at isang baka. Baka ngayong gabi, di nyo po alam, nakisaya, naki-food bazaar ka, nakikalimutan lang, ay nanalo ka na ng isang refrigerator, isang pares ng kambing, and of course, ang ating pinaka-engrandeng papremyo, ang baka. Oh, naku, huwag nyo naman pong ililetsyon muna yung baka. bigyan po muna natin na magkakataon. Ilagay po natin sa ating mga farm kung meron po tayong farm. Or gusto nyo pong dumami pa, ipastad. Tama po ba yung term natin? Parang dog yata term yun. Ano po natin para dumami pa ng dumami. Baka magkaroon po tayo ng ranchero niyan. Pag dumami na yung ating mga baka. So, ilang sandali lang lamang po ay atin na pong mapapakinggan at mapapanood on live ang ating pinakaabangang banda sa lahat po ng mga paborito ang mga original Filipino music. Hintay-hintay lamang po dahil tonight ay atin na pong mapapanood ang isa sa pinakapaboritong banda ng Pilipinas.
Proud and loudspeaker, patungo sa alapaap. Hinahangaan, sinasabayan, sumasabay sa pangarap. Dito sa SK, sikat ka talaga nga naman, ikaw ang bida. Kasama na rin buong pamilya, tumalon, sumayaw, tara na't makisaya. Kalimutan Festival. Kalimutan, araw-araw tayo'y sumayaw. Kalimutan, sigla ng kultura. Kalimutan, Sultan Kudarat, tayo ay sikat. Kalimutan, Sultan Kudarat, Kalimutan Festival. Kalimutan, kayamanan natin ang kultura. Halina't masaya, kapamilya. Samut-saring kulay magkatugma, samut-saring sayaw at awit ay inihinga.
Halina po kayo at lumapit na po tayo dito po sa ating venue dahil mamaya po or maya-maya ay atin na pong mapapanood. Sa ilang saglit ay tatawagan na po natin on stage ang isa sa pinaka paborito nating banda. Of course, to render us ang ating pong mga paboritong love songs. So tell me kung excited na po kayong lahat. Excited ba ang lahat? Excited na sila at kanina pa po hinihintay. So once again, we would like to take this opportunity. Ang ating po grand opening program will be on the 19th. So magkita-kita po tayo dahil matutunguyan po natin. Meron po tayong grand thematic parade and of course, ang ating grand opening program, the grand fireworks display, and of course, we'll be featuring the SB19. Yan na po. On November 19, our grand opening program in celebration of our Kalimutan Festival 2025.
Kalimutan, kayamanan natin ang kultura. Halina't masaya, kapamilya. Kalimutan, samut-saring kulay magkatugma, samut-saring sayaw at awit ay inihinga. Kalimutan, araw-araw tayo'y sumayaw.
tonight, ang isang refrigerator, 3 pares pa po na kambing at isang baka ang inyong maiuuwi. So sa lahat po ng mga kumakain pa dyan, iniibitan po kayong lahat na tayo po'y makisaya at ma-inlove po ulit sa ating mga paboritong kanta sa isa pong banda na siyang pinaka-paborito po natin. So again, open pa po ang ating tambyolo para po sa ating paraffle ngayong gabi. So ihulog na po ninyo dahil mamaya po magka-countdown po tayo ng 10 seconds and we will be officially closing the tambyolo and no chance na po kayong maiuwi ang ating mga grand prizes for tonight. Sultan Kudarat! Ngayong gabi ay atin pong mapapakinggan the country's premier band. Let's give it up for Side A!
Magandang gabi po, Isulan. Isa pong malakas na palakpakan para po sa lahat ng narito po ngayong gabi. Maraming salamat po for having us tonight. Alright, okay lang bang pakiligin namin kayo ngayong gabi? Alright, simulan na natin. We'd like to do a recorded song by Side A. Something familiar for guys to sing along with. Here we go. Para sa mga nagmamahalan. Here we go. Take me to your heart. Show me where to start. Let me play the part of your first love. All the stars are bright. Every wish is ours tonight, my love. Pity those who wait. They trust in love to fate. But finding out too late that they've lost it. Never let her go. They will never know the waste of love. You gotta believe in magic. Tell me, how do people find each other in a world that's full of strangers? You gotta believe in magic, something stronger than the moon above. 'Cause it's magic when two. Ayos. Well, I may never know why I need you so, but all I need to know is this feeling. So handle it with care, 'cause we were born to share this dream I love. Isulan, ka naman! Sing it! Tell me how. In a world that's full of strangers. One more time, come on. Something stronger it's magic when two people fall in love. But time is on our side. We've always crossed our ways. I guess we're meant to stay. Don't take the magic away. Gotta believe in magic. Something stronger than the moon above, 'cause it's magic when two people fall in Thank you very much. Since nagkantahan na rin natin, tuloy na natin. Come on, let's sing some more. Mamaya na ako magsasalita. Come on. OPM.
Never lost the love that I have given you. And all the things that we have all been through, I've never felt this way before. As much as I have stayed in love with you.
Isa pa, yung mas malakas. You're beside me all the time. All the time. All the time. It's your smile, the phrase, your lips that I miss, sweet little eyes. I'm with you through all the way, 'cause it's you. The thing you see, now I know I've got you. You give me hope, the strength, the will to keep on. No one else can make me feel this way, and only you bring out all the best I can do. I believe you turn the tide, make me feel real good inside. You push me up when I'm about to give up. You're on my side, no one seems to listen. And if you go, no, the tears can't help to show. Break this heart and tear it apart. Suddenly the madness starts, 𝐬𝐤𝐲. It's your smile, your sweet little eyes. I'm with you through all the way, 'cause it's you. Changes everything you see. When I know I've got you. There are nights when I can't help but cry, and I wonder why you had to leave me. Why did it have to end so soon? When you said that you would never leave me. Tell me, what did I do to make you change your mind? When if this love's not ours to have, I'll let it go with your What did with you. Yung mga handa ng mag-let go, sabay-sabay tayo. 1, 2, 3. Ako na lang para wala nang balikan, okay? And total, wala nang balikan. Diretso na natin dito. Here's another side A song. We often fool ourselves and say that it's love only 'cause when it's gone, we end up being lonely. So how are we to know that it just wasn't so? That we just have to let each other go. So many times when we shared precious moments, but later realized that they were only stolen moments. So how are we to know that it just wasn't so? That we just have to let each other go. If loving you is all that means to me, if being happy is all I hope you'll be, if loving you must mean I really have to set you free. Each day we meet, my love for you keeps getting stronger, but every time we meet, makes leaving you so much harder. So how are we to know that it just wasn't so? That we just have to let each other go. Oh, oh, oh. Okay, naman. Asa na yung mga heartbroken? Pakilakasan. Come on!